Chapter 1. The Sea Circle Year 1517. At this moment, the town of Rog in the East Sea is embroiled in a pirate invasion. The marauders rampage through the streets, ruthlessly slaughtering innocent civilians. No one is spared, be they the elderly, children, or women, all fall victim to their gruesome assaults. The plight of the women is particularly harrowing, as they are first subjected to the pirates' vile whims before being mercilessly dispatched. The captain of the Songlong pirate crew, known as Songlong, observes this gruesome spectacle with maniacal laughter, bellowing, "Kill them, my men. Leave no one to escape." Songlong is not the protagonist. The crew, exhilarated by their captain's words, transforms into a horde of executioners, unleashing their depravity upon the women of Rog Town. For pirates, every day is lived on the edge of a knife, fearing death's imminent arrival. Thus, they choose to indulge in life's fleeting pleasures. As Songlong witnesses his subordinates unleash their primal instincts, he too is swept up in excitement and exhilaration. Yet, in an instant, a flash of anger and fear crosses his eyes. The Songlong pirate crew reigns as a dominant force in the East Sea, and Songlong himself boasts a staggering bounty of 40 million, branding him a great pirate. In this realm, he commands the winds and reigns at will. However, he remains unaware of the tempest that awaits him. 2 weeks prior, while navigating the seas, the Songlong pirate crew unexpectedly encountered a naval fleet, led by the infamous Marine Lieutenant, Smoker, the White Hunter. Songlong, having heard tales of Smoker's formidable reputation, dismisses it as mere exaggeration, believing him to be just another inept naval officer. Thus, he brazenly provokes Smoker aboard his ship. Songlong coldly taunts, "Isn't this the renowned Smoker? Where are you headed?" Smoker's brow furrows upon Kanglang's arrival. He immediately recognizes the pirate's identity. This realization only deepens Smoker's already foul mood, having recently been chastised by Admiral Sengoku for defying orders. The audacity of a mere pirate daring to provoke him further incenses Smoker. Determined to teach this pirate a lesson and perhaps drag him to impel down for a taste of prison life, Smoker's frustrations begin to dissipate. He retorts to Songlong with disdain, "What audacity for a mere pirate!" Seeing Smoker's blatant disregard for him, Kanglang's expression grows icy. Without further ado, he commands his crew to open fire on the naval vessel. His crew, fueled by the captain's orders, hastily prepares their cannons to unleash hell upon the Marines. Booms of cannon fire echo as dark projectiles streak through the air towards the naval ship, creating an ominous cloud of destruction. Chaos ensues among the Marines, some of whom are paralyzed by fear, unsure of how to respond. In the midst of this turmoil, Smoker's expression darkens further. Just as he is about to reprimand his men, a melodious female voice cuts through the clamor. A slender young woman, brandishing a sword and wearing glasses, calls out, "Everyone, remain calm. Trust in Lieutenant Smoker, he will ensure our safety." This young woman, known as Tashiji, stands out remarkably on the battlefield, exuding a calmness that seems unfathomable for a woman amid such chaos. Although only a petty officer, she is well regarded in the Rogtown Naval Base. Upon hearing Tashiji's words, the Marines regain their composure, preparing to counter the incoming cannon fire. Smoker, witnessing Tashiji's commendable poise, feels a swell of pride. The child has grown up. With no time to praise Tashiji, Smoker instructs the helmsman to evade the cannonballs, while he himself transforms into a swirling white smoke, charging into the midst of the projectiles. As a user of the Logia-type smoke fruit, he remains unscathed by the cannon fire. In the chaos, Smoker employs his devil fruit ability, uttering "White Blow." His hands morph into white smoke as they surge toward the barrage of cannonballs. The incoming projectiles fizzle out upon contact with Smoker's smoke, failing to detonate. However, a few still manage to slip through, hurtling toward the naval ship. Perhaps it is the nature of the pirate world or the exceptional skill of the helmsman that allows the ship to deftly dodge the cannon fire, sustaining no damage. Smoker's grin widens at the helmsman's impressive maneuvering. Without hesitation, he leaps onto the Songlong pirate crew's ship, unleashing a barrage of white blows upon them. Caught off guard, The members of the Songlong pirate crew scramble in panic to evade the onslaught. Yet, with limited space to escape, over half of the pirates fall victim to Smoker's devastating strikes. Seeing his crew decimated, Songlong can no longer contain his fury. With a roar, he charges at Smoker. Unfazed, Smoker knows that as a Logia-type user, he is impervious to harm unless faced with Haki. In this weakling East Sea, Smoker's formidable devil fruit grants him an almost invincible status. Indeed, though Songlong lands a blow on Smoker, the latter's form dissipates into flowing smoke. Songlong is taken aback by this bizarre occurrence, exclaiming, "You are a Logia-type devil fruit user?" Unbeknownst to Songlong, Smoker is indeed a devil fruit user. Previously, he had disregarded Smoker's intelligence, believing it to be exaggerated. While devil fruit users are rare across the seas, Songlong is aware of their existence and the three categories they fall into: Logia, Zoan, and Paramecia. During a treasure hunt on a distant island, Songlong had stumbled upon a peculiar fruit, which turned out to be a devil fruit. Recognizing it as a potential turning point in his destiny, he consumed the mysterious fruit without a second thought. After ingesting the devil fruit, Kanglang's body underwent a transformation, morphing him into a fearsome wolf. Thus, endowed with the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit, the dog fruit in its wolf form, Songlong thrived in the East Sea, systematically dispatching numerous pirates and establishing himself as the region's overlord. In previous encounters, Songlong had faced Zoan and Paramecia users, but had never encountered a Logia user. Witnessing Smoker's transformation, he begins to suspect that only a Logia-type devil fruit could possess such unique properties. Smoker, noticing Kanglang's confusion, allows a smug grin to surface as he declares, "I am Smoker, a marine lieutenant and a user of the Logia-type smoke fruit." Upon hearing Smoker's admission, Songlong feels a surge of anxiety. Yet, reassured by his own status as a devil fruit user, he contemplates that the outcome of their clash remains uncertain. With this in mind, Songlong taps into his devil fruit's power, instantly transforming into a colossal wolf. Before the Marines, a monstrous, menacing wolf materializes, its size and ferocity striking terror into their hearts. The previously calm anxiety among the naval soldiers erupts into panic once more, as they realize this pirate is also a devil fruit user. They fear for Smoker's ability to defeat such a formidable foe. Before Smoker can react, the massive wolf lunges toward him with astonishing speed. Smoker, faced with the onslaught of the giant wolf, can only dodge swiftly. While Zoan-type users may not inflict significant damage, being struck would still sap his stamina, proving counterproductive. As Smoker evades, he attempts to counterattack with his devil fruit abilities, yet the results are far from satisfactory. It seems as ineffective as a mere scratch. Is this by? This is due to the robust constitution of Zoan-type users without overwhelming strength. It is challenging to swiftly subdue them. Caught in a relentless clash with the giant wolf, Smoker finds himself at a stalemate. Both combatants are drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, neither able to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, Smoker seizes an opportunity, striking the giant wolf on the head. The colossal creature reels from the blow, disoriented and rolling on the ground. As Smoker observes the fallen Songlong, a sense of relief washes over him. Just as he prepares to capitalize on Kanglang's moment of weakness, the cunning pirate springs back to his feet, darting toward the naval vessel with lightning speed. This unexpected turn leaves the Marines in shock. Kanglang's guile has caught them off guard, allowing him to strike when their guard is down. The naval soldiers, witnessing Kanglang's sudden approach, are gripped by fear, fearing an impending attack. Confusion reigns as they shout in alarm. What is happening? How did this giant wolf suddenly appear on the naval ship? As the giant wolf gazes upon the terrified Marines, a glimmer of disdain flickers in its eyes. Yet he still refrained from taking action against the Navy, fully aware of his precarious situation. His stamina had been significantly depleted by Smoker, and he had sustained a head injury. At this moment, he could be described as being at the end of his tether. Songlong unleashed a barrage of attacks on the Navy's warship. What was once a formidable vessel was swiftly riddled with gaping holes, and seawater began to seep into the ship. After wreaking havoc, Songlong laughed maniacally at Smoker, declaring that he had already damaged the Navy's warship. If you wish to continue your assault, then your subordinates shall find themselves feeding the fish. Having uttered these words, Songlong swiftly returned to his ship, transforming back into his human form. He had successfully dismantled the Navy's warship, and he could hardly believe that Smoker would dare pursue him further. Indeed, Smoker did not resume his chase. In truth, when Smoker had witnessed Songlong boarding the warship, he had been filled with dread. He feared that Songlong would mercilessly slaughter the Navy soldiers. If that were to occur, Smoker would endure great anguish for a long time. However, to his relief, Smoker realized that Songlong had not harmed the Navy soldiers, which brought him a sense of gratitude. Nonetheless, the warship had suffered severe damage. Contemplating these matters, Smoker abandoned the pursuit of Songlong, deciding it prudent to address the situation with a warship first. The opportunity to hunt down the pirate could weight the lives of his soldiers far outweighed the existence of a mere pirate. Songlong exhaled a sigh of relief as he observed Smoker's retreat. He had narrowly escaped disaster today. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly, inflicting damage on the Navy's warship. He had gambled on Smoker being the type who would not forsake the lives of his subordinates, and evidently, he had been correct. It was now time to depart, with thoughts of revenge against Smoker flickering in his mind, igniting a spark of madness and hatred in his eyes. Thus, a bitter enmity was forged between the two parties. Fast forward to the present. Songlong had learned of Smoker's departure from Road Town and seized the opportunity to unleash chaos within the town. Unbeknownst to Songlong, a young boy, a victim of his subordinates' violence, was gradually regaining consciousness. The protagonist finally makes his appearance. Minos remained in a daze, oblivious to the events unfolding around him. All he could perceive was the cacophony that severely interrupted his slumber. As Minos opened his eyes, he was poised to unleash a barrage of curses. However, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Was he still dreaming? How could he witness a multitude of people wreaking havoc? The once-dazed Minos' mind went blank in an instant, only to be flooded with memories that surged into his consciousness. Originally, he had been known as Ross, a person of no significance residing on Blue Star lacking a car, a home, and savings. This mundane existence had rendered Ross utterly disenchanted. His days were spent listening to music, watching anime, and casually browsing the internet. One fateful day, Ross was perusing his browser as usual when, unexpectedly, thunder struck and his phone exploded. Thus, Ross gloriously crossed over into the world of pirates. Just before his consciousness faded, he sighed in relief, thinking, with my phone having exploded, surely no one can access my browsing history. Regaining his composure, Minos realized he had traversed into the pirate realm. This revelation filled him with elation, particularly as the original body he inhabited was quite handsome, standing at 3 meters tall, with striking red hair. He was the epitome of a perfect candidate for an admiral. Yet, the thought that the original body was utterly powerless tormented Minos. After all, it had been this very impotence that had led to his demise at the hands of a pirate. Upon witnessing the pirates invade Road Town, the original self, in a moment of folly, rushed forward, only to be swiftly subdued by the marauders. This left Minos in a state of profound panic. Was he destined to perish again so soon after his arrival in this new world? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Minos fervently called out, "System! Oh, dear system, please come forth. Otherwise, your host may soon cease to exist." Ding! Congratulations, host, for uttering the secret phrase. The slaughter system has officially reported for duty. Minos was taken aback. Feeling a wave of frustration, so, you only appear when I call you dear system? Ding! Ahem. The host has misunderstood. This system manifested in response to your cries, not because of the name you invoked. Faced with the system's evasive explanations, Minos felt a surge of indignation. He longed to confront the system, yet, recognizing that his survival depended on it, he admonished himself to overlook its absurdities. Rolling his eyes, he inquired, "So, what functions do you possess?" Dear system, ding! The host's inquiry has been received. The system will provide the information via email for your convenience. Ding! Information dispatched. Please check at your leisure. Minos stared blankly as the system opted for an email format to convey information. This peculiar scenario felt eerily familiar to him. Shaking off the oddity, he muttered internally to check the system panel. Before him materialized a display reminiscent of a video game interface, yet it contained only a shop and a slaughter value. Nothing else was present, leading Minos to ponder the system's apparent simplicity that he could grasp the concept of the shop. But what was this slaughter value? Did it imply he must kill to attain worth? Yet, this was not a fantastical realm. Confused, he queried the system. What does this slaughter value signify? Ding. The slaughter value is acquired by vanquishing formidable opponents that it can be utilized to purchase any desired items from the system shop. For instance, devil fruits, would release techniques, swordsmanship legacies, everyday necessities, submarines, and ships equipped with navigation. Nearly everything you could wish for can be obtained. The system's mellifluous voice enticed Minos. My goodness. Minos exclaimed, utterly astonished by the system's revelations. The potential of the slaughter value appeared monumental. No, it was imperative for him to acquire slaughter value if he were to survive in this pirate-infested world. Anxiously, he pressed the system. Can I truly purchase anything? Even already consumed devil fruits or would release techniques from the Naruto universe? Ding. Indeed, as long as you possess slaughter value, almost anything is attainable. However, templates like the Emperor of the Leaves and items from the mystical realm, such as the Emperor's Banner or celestial artifacts, are beyond reach. Ding. I am merely a system of the anime world, not one of the mystical realm. Upon hearing the system's clarifications, Minos sighed in relief. His spirits lifting. He decided to cast aside thoughts of the mystical realm and focus on surviving in the pirate world. The ability to acquire powers from other anime worlds was already a remarkable opportunity, rendering any fixation on mystical elements unnecessary. Calming himself, Minos once again queried the system. How much slaughter value do I currently possess? Ding. The host may review the character panel, which contains your personal details. Minos mused, this system does have its merits. In the next moment, he accessed the character panel with his mind. Host, Minos age, 19 skills, none items, none slaughter value, none evaluation. Currently, you possess little aside from your handsome appearance. Minos stared at the simplistic system, his initial excitement deflating instantly. However, the system's evaluation left him exasperated. System, this assessment is rather unflattering. He challenged. Ding. The system speaks only the truth. At present, you are indeed lacking in this pirate world. While you may not be utterly defenseless, you would struggle against even the weakest of foes. Minos felt his heart sink at the system's blunt words, leaving him at a loss for a rebuttal. The system had spoken a harsh truth. Perhaps you need not be so candid, he replied with an awkward chuckle. Ding. I am merely stating facts. It is imperative for the host to strengthen themselves. At this juncture, the system's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Minos found this sudden change unsettling. All right, I will endeavor to improve. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Dear system, have you forgotten to provide me with my items? Ding. What items? The system appeared perplexed, unsure of what had been overlooked. Minos replied directly, you have yet to grant me my beginner's gift package. Upon hearing Minos's request for the beginner's gift package, the system feigned ignorance. Seeing the system's refusal to respond left Minos distressed. Was it attempting to deprive him of his beginner's gift? This was intolerable. He threatened the system. Look at the current situation. The pirates are rampaging through Rogue Town. If they discover me, I shall meet my end once more. If I perish, what becomes of you, dear system? Other systems will ridicule you for your ineffectiveness. They will say you're unworthy of existence. At this moment, Minos seemed to awaken a newfound resolve, letting out a sinister laugh. Clearly, another member had joined the ranks of their soul hall. Cough. Returning to the matter at hand, the system was taken aback by Minos's audacity. It never anticipated being threatened by him. After all, it was the supreme system. Yet, it found itself at a loss against Minos's determination. Since binding itself to Minos, their fates had become intertwined. Cough. As for the beginner's gift package, it had indeed considered withholding it. However, since the host had discovered its intentions, it decided to relent. Ding. Congratulations, host, for invoking the secret phrase. The slaughter system now dispenses the beginner's gift package. Minos, who had been on the verge of awakening strange abilities, felt his excitement quickly replaced by anger. Had he not inquired, would the system have kept the beginner's gift for itself? As for the so-called secret phrase, Minos was utterly unconvinced. He thought to himself. This system truly knows how to exploit its host, almost robbing me of my beginner's gift package. Thankfully, I remembered to ask, or I would have had nowhere to express my grievances. Very well. I shall overlook this transgression this time. Minos decided, forgiving the system upon receiving the beginner's gift package. The system was left speechless by Minos's rapid change of heart. Ding. Minos, amused by the system's astonishment, instructed, open the beginner's gift package. Ding. The beginner's gift package has been opened. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an enhanced physique, an unparalleled great blade, mid-level 3-color hockey, and a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Additionally, you have received a black cloak. Minos was utterly astounded by the contents of the beginner's gift package. He could hardly believe that such treasures were included. If someone claimed this was a supreme version of a gift package, he would be inclined to believe them. Could one imagine a beginner's gift package containing such exceptional items? The enhanced physique was clearly designed to bolster his physical abilities. Arriving in the pirate world with a frail constitution, he now had an enhanced physique to alleviate concerns about stamina during battles. After all, in the pirate realm, one must endure fights that could last for days. Upon examining the enhanced physique, Minos's gaze shifted to the other items, particularly the unparalleled great blade nestled within the system's inventory. This 2-meter-long Dao sword, with its dark red hue, exuded an air of malevolence. Those with wavering resolve would surely fall prey to its sinister allure. Yet, Minos felt no apprehension. His will was resolute. One could scarcely imagine that even in the face of death. He pondered whether his browser history had been cleared. Such was the strength of his conviction. Moreover, this blade was indeed an unparalleled great sword. How could one overlook the significance of possessing such a weapon? In the world of pirates, there exist only 12 supreme swords, and those who wield them are undeniably formidable. Notable examples include Dracula Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, and Edward Newgate, famously called Whitebeard. Mihawk brandishes the supreme sword Yoru, while Whitebeard wields Murakamajiri. Both are titans among warriors. One is a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the other is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. This underscores the rarity of the supreme swords. Aside from those not featured in the original narrative, all others are possessed by the powerful. Minos gazed at the system as it presented him with a supreme sword. Pondering whether he was to slay foes to accrue kill points, that it seemed a worthy choice. He mused. His attention then shifted to the 3 types of hockey. How splendid! Each form was intermediate, propelling him forward. In the pirate realm, myriad paths to strength exist, whether through swordsmanship, hockey cultivation, or the powers of devil fruits. However, those who attain power invariably harness hockey. Both observation and armament hockey are indispensable. One could argue that hockey is a requisite for every warrior. Now, returning to the matter at hand, figures like Carp and Zephyr of the Navy are masters of hockey and physical combat, lacking any devil fruit abilities, yet they carve their names in history through hockey, instilling dread in pirates. Similarly, Roger and Shanks, renowned pirates, are adept in hockey. The former became the Pirate King, while the latter stands as one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Shanks is often humorously dubbed the user of the face fruit by countless netizens. Both have mastered hockey to extraordinary levels, securing their status among the strongest in the pirate world. Now, Minos had opened a beginner's gift pack, acquiring intermediate hockey, which would surely bring him joy. Although his hockey did not reach the heights of Roger or Shanks, he felt no disappointment, for they had trained for countless years to achieve such mastery. Had luck not favored him with intermediate hockey, he could only imagine how long his training would have taken. Amidst these swirling emotions, Minos's gaze fell upon a peculiar devil fruit, resembling an apple but cloaked in black, adorned with an odd creature. The system proclaimed it to be a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, likely a fruit of legendary beings. His attention then turned to the final item in the beginner's pack, a black cloak. While the black cloak itself posed no issue, the words justice emblazoned in white upon it left him perplexed. Did the system expect him to join the Navy as an admiral? Ding! This cloak is a gift from the system, possessing the ability to remain undamaged in battle and self-cleaning. Ding! Moreover, isn't it quite stylish to don a cloak during combat? Minos found himself momentarily speechless, internally cursing the system. Are you truly asking me to wear a cloak of justice in front of the Navy? That would be tantamount to courting death. And a black cloak of justice at that. What would that do to the Navy's reputation? Ding! Fear not, host. With sufficient kill points, you will become immensely powerful. In due time, the Navy, the 4 emperors, and even the world government will all fall before you. Ding! And don't you wish to see the legendary Emu? Or perhaps the goddess of the Naruto world, Uzumaki Kagaya? They are not only stunning but possess ample allure. Would you not want to behold them? Minos was instantly captivated by the system's relentless inquiries. Every traveler to the worlds of pirates or ninjas yearns to witness the fabled goddesses. However, Minos was no ordinary man. He was fiercely resolute. Though tempted by the system's allurement, he retorted, "Oh, dear system, do not misjudge me. I cannot be swayed by mere beauty. I aspire to become a benevolent immortal. Ding. The system is astounded by your blatant denial. It seems someone perished from a lightning strike while browsing on a rainy day. Ding. Clearly, your so-called aspirations are but a grand jest." The system, unrelenting, pointedly exposed Minos's hypocrisy. Minos could only silently curse the system for its lack of decorum. What kind of system would consistently undermine its host? Cough. Well, I was merely attempting to lighten the mood. Minos awkwardly defended himself. Ding. This system has grown weary of your excuses. You should promptly merge your enhanced physique and 3 types of hockey. Otherwise, the residents of Road Town may soon be slaughtered by these pirates. Upon receiving the system's reminder, Minos's playful demeanor was instantly replaced with urgency. He had almost forgotten that the original owner had perished at the hands of these very pirates. Now that he had crossed over, it was only right to seek vengeance for his predecessor. As for the townsfolk of Rogue Town, saving a few would suffice. After all, he owed them nothing. Of course, if they chose not to survive, it was of no concern to him. With these thoughts in mind, Minos resolved to embrace his newfound freedom, unshackled from constraints and moral obligations. Understanding his path, he commanded the system to merge his enhanced physique with the 3 types of hockey. Ding. Request received. Ding. Merging enhanced physique and 3 types of hockey. Please wait. Moments later, the fusion was complete, and Minos felt a profound transformation within him. His once slender physique had morphed into a robust form, not muscular in the conventional sense, but rather, his flesh had been replaced with sinewy muscle, presenting a powerful, athletic appearance without any bulk. Minos reveled in the exhilarating changes to his body, nearly overwhelmed with the urge to shout in exuberance. He felt immensely powerful, as if he could obliterate anything with a single punch. Yet, this was merely the fleeting euphoria of newfound strength, akin to an ordinary person suddenly endowed with extraordinary abilities, invincible and fearless. Just as Minos was lost in this intoxicating sensation, the system's voice swiftly brought him back to reality. Ding. Warning. Warning. Ding. The host is becoming lost. Please regain your focus. Following the system's alert, Minos snapped back to awareness. Realizing he had nearly succumbed to the allure of his newfound power, a perilous situation indeed, sweat beading on his brow, he chuckled ruefully at the revelation. Indeed, upon attaining one's desires, one can easily lose sight of oneself. Fortunately, the system's reminders had prevented him from wandering astray. Had he believed himself invincible and challenged an emperor or an admiral, his fate would have been sealed. Quickly, he expressed gratitude. Thank you, esteemed system. Ding. The system is pleased to detect the host's clarity. Please take care to avoid losing yourself again. Minos felt a swell of appreciation for the system's concern, finally recognizing its role as a supportive ally that he assured the system. Thank you for the reminder. I shall be vigilant henceforth. Ding. Now, please proceed to eliminate your enemies and acquire kill points. Understood, system. Prepare to witness my performance. With renewed determination, Minos rose from the ravaged road town, his eyes still shut tight, a curious sight that naturally drew the attention of the pirates from the Songlong pirates. They had not anticipated that there would be a survivor bold enough to feign death before them. At this moment, Songlong also witnessed the bizarre scene involving Minos. He had clearly seen Minos dispatched by one of his subordinates with a single blow. Yet now, Minos appeared unscathed, and his aura had undergone a remarkable transformation, leaving Songlong in a state of perplexity. Unable to fathom the situation, Songlong signaled his subordinate with a glance to strike Minos once more. Upon receiving the captain's cue, his henchman approached Minos, brandishing a knife and laughing maniacally. Where did this brash little punk come from, daring to play dead in our presence? It seems you are tired of living. As the pirate stood before Minos, he swung his weapon downwards. However, to his astonishment, Minos's eyes flew open in an instant, a glimmer of crimson flashing within them. Evidently, he had unleashed his conqueror's Hakade. An invisible wave of power emanated from Minos, enveloping the entire town of Rog in its grasp, rendering the battlefield utterly silent. Not a soul dared to make a sound. This was due to the fact that every member of Songlong's crew had been rendered unconscious by Minos's conqueror's haki, leaving only Songlong, transformed into a giant wolf, sprawled on the ground, struggling to maintain his composure. He had yet to comprehend what had transpired when he was struck by an overwhelming pressure. Fortunately, in this critical moment, he activated his animal form, preventing him from succumbing like his subordinates. Yet, he found himself immobilized on the ground. Filled with trepidation, Songlong could hardly grasp the enormity of the situation that he longed to understand what had occurred. He had merely witnessed his subordinate attempt to strike Minos, only for that very subordinate to be instantly incapacitated by Minos's awakened gaze. But there was no one to provide him with answers. For only he and Minos remained on the scene. The townspeople of Rog, as well as his crew, had all been rendered unconscious by Minos's conqueror's haki. Minos's mastery of this intermediate level of haki was ordinarily controllable. Yet he had chosen to indiscriminately incapacitate both the populace and the pirates for his convenience, eager to experience the sensation of wielding such power. Indeed, Minos was quite pleased with the efficacy of his conqueror's haki. He mused to himself, this conqueror's haki truly is an excellent skill for clearing out the riffraff. Just then, he noticed the giant wolf still struggling in vain, which piqued his curiosity that it was astonishing that in this weaker East Blue, there existed a mere fish that could withstand the onslaught of his conqueror's haki. However, observing the creature more closely, it seemed to possess the traits of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, which dispelled his initial surprise. Zoan-type users indeed possessed significantly enhanced physical attributes compared to the other two types, and particularly after awakening. They could be likened to indestructible cockroaches. During the Egghead Island incident, the awakened Lucci had been brought to the brink of death. Yet once he awakened his Zoan powers, he immediately recovered from his injuries. The awakening of a Zoan type truly was a game-changer. However, Minos found himself perplexed. This giant wolf did not appear in the original narrative. Merely a minor character of little consequence. With such thoughts in mind, Minos quickly lost interest in the giant wolf, pondering whether it would be more advantageous to eliminate it for the sake of slaughter points. Minos retrieved a dark red Tangdao from his system, preparing to deliver the fatal blow to the giant wolf. The creature, upon witnessing this, was filled with dread, pleading for mercy and exclaiming that it was willing to become Minos's subordinate. Songlong, seeing that Minos remained unresponsive, desperately continued, "My name is Songlong, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 40 million. I am willing to do anything for you. Just spare my life." Upon hearing Songlong's words, Minos's eyes gleamed with excitement, almost overwhelmed with the urge to strike him down immediately. After all, this was a pirate with a bounty of 40 million. He couldn't help but wonder how many slaughter points he might earn from such a kill. Yet, seeing no sign of mercy from Minos, Songlong's hope faded into despair. He had merely come to Rog Town to exact revenge on Smoker, only to encounter someone as formidable as Minos. Thus, in a state of utter hopelessness, Songlong was swiftly dispatched by Minos. After eliminating Songlong, Minos received a notification from the system. "Ding. You have gained slaughter points." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 400 slaughter points." Minos was perplexed. Why were the slaughter points only 400? "Ding. This is determined by the bounty amount. For instance, if the bounty is 10 million, the host will receive 100 slaughter points upon killing that. If the bounty exceeds 100 million, the host will receive 1,000 slaughter points. Killing a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion will yield 10,000 slaughter points, while 20 billion will grant 20,000 slaughter points. What about those without a bounty?" Minos inquired regarding the soldiers of the Marines or the lower-ranking members of pirate crews, as well as high-ranking figures like Marine admirals or fleet admirals who had no bounty. "Ding. Following the host's reminder, this system has rectified the oversight." "Ding. Regarding this matter, the system presents two options. The first option allows for an assessment of an individual's worth in slaughter points based on their strength. In the Marine faction, if an individual's strength reaches the level of a major or a rear admiral, the host will earn 500 slaughter points upon killing that. If they reach the rank of vice admiral, the host will gain 5,000 slaughter points. If they attain the strength of a quasi-admiral, the host will earn 10,000 slaughter points, and if they reach admiral level, the host will receive 30,000 slaughter points. As for Marine soldiers or pirate crew members, the host will receive 10 slaughter points for each one killed. Ding. The second option allows the host to place a bounty on notable Marine figures. As long as they are recognized by the majority, the bounty will be established, and the host will receive corresponding slaughter points upon killing them. Ding. Please choose carefully, as your choice cannot be altered after selection. Minos considered both options presented by the system, finding them reasonable and desirable. "Oh, dear system, Could I possibly choose both? Minos suggested with a sheepish grin. Ding. Please refrain from attempting to manipulate the system. This system only allows for a single choice. Do not prolong this discussion, though, dear system. You misunderstand. I merely wish for an additional option. Minos flattered. Ding. The host is urged to make a prompt choice. It was evident that the system was once again exasperated by Minos's shameless antics and wished for him to decide quickly. No longer wanting to engage with him. Observing the system's impatience, Minos found himself deep in thought, contemplating whether to choose the first or second option. That he was torn, wishing he could have both. However, the system's rigidity was a source of considerable frustration. After a brief moment of reflection, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. Minos recalled that after the Marineford War in the original narrative, the Marines abolished the title of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, causing them to lose their status as legitimate pirates and leading the Marines to target them. They dispatched admirals or vice-admirals to apprehend the warlords, such as Mihawk, who had been given a special treatment where an admiral, Fujitora, was sent to capture him. Yet, Mihawk's formidable strength prevented him from being captured. Just as Mihawk found himself at a loss for what to do next, an unexpected individual contacted him via a Den Mushi. This person was none other than Crocodile, a former warlord, also known as Sand Crocodile, but referred to by various travelers as Old Sand. Following the Marineford War, Old Sand sought to re-establish a formidable faction, but struggled to find powerful allies. With the Marines having abolished the warlord system, Old Sand perceived an opportunity to recruit Mihawk. Consequently, he made a call to Mihawk, and through his silver tongue, he successfully persuaded the uncertain Mihawk to join his cause. With Mihawk and Old Sand's formidable powers at the helm, the Cross Guild was successfully established. Furthermore, a rather amusing incident occurred. Outsiders were unaware that the true leaders of the Cross Guild were Old Sand and Mihawk, mistakenly believing it to be Buggy. Under the promotion of Buggy's subordinates, it was claimed that Buggy had conquered both Mihawk and Old Sand. Thus, the Cross Guild gained notoriety, becoming a significant player in the world, with Buggy assuming the role of its leader. Naturally, Old Sand and Mihawk were displeased that their newly formed faction was being overshadowed, leading them to confront Buggy and give him a sound thrashing. In a desperate bid for survival, Buggy, leveraging his luck and conqueror's haki, managed to convince Old Sand and Mihawk, promising to act as a mere puppet in the public eye. This declaration greatly intrigued Old Sand and Mihawk, prompting them to spare Buggy. Thus, Buggy genuinely became the leader of the Cross Guild. Subsequently, the Cross Guild engaged in a series of astonishing endeavors. Let the already tumultuous sea become even more tempestuous. The Cross Guild has issued a bounty, targeting high-ranking naval officers. Any naval figure with a modicum of renown has become a target for their rewards. That it is noteworthy that in the past, no one dared to place bounties on naval officers. Yet now there are those audacious enough to do so, thereby further elevating the Cross Guild's notoriety. This audacity has also attracted numerous formidable individuals to their ranks. Hence, Minos intends to exploit this loophole, for slaying powerful admirals is indeed a daunting task. However, should it reach the era of the Cross Guild, his strength may very well amplify, making the prospect of defeating an admiral no longer a mere fantasy. For the time being, he will prudently opt for a more secure route. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Minos confidently addressed the system. "Oh, revered system, I choose the first option." Ding, the host's choice has been recorded. From now on, when the host eliminates enemies from the naval faction, the corresponding kill value will be awarded based on the information provided by the system. Upon receiving the system's notification, even if Minos were to feel regret, it would be too late. Therefore, he shifted his gaze to the pirates rendered unconscious by his conqueror's haki. These are sources of kill value, and none must be spared. A grin spread across Minos's face as he brandished his supreme great knife and began to deliver the final blows. Muttering to himself, "This is kill value, but it is also currency." After slaying a pirate, the system's prompt echoed once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 10 points of kill value." Although Minos was already aware that the kill value for weak foes was merely 10 points. The actual experience of securing those points left him feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, when he beheld the hundreds of pirates sprawled on the ground, his disappointment evaporated instantly. As the saying goes, with sufficient quantity, even the smallest mosquito is meat. Thus, with each step he took, a pirate met their demise. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned kill value. After a period of this repetitive slaughter, all the pirates lay dead at his feet. Rather than feeling any discomfort, Minos felt exhilaration. After all, this was all kill value. At this moment, blood had thoroughly stained his form, yet he paid it no heed. Instead, he focused his consciousness on the system panel to ascertain the total amount of kill value he had accumulated. After all, he had lost track of how many he had slain, only knowing that each weak pirate netted him 10 points of kill value. The system panel displayed significant changes. Host, minus age, 19 years skills, intermediate armament hockey, intermediate observation hockey, intermediate conquerors hockey, physique, strong physical constitution with the power of the giant race. Items, 1 supreme great knife, 1 black justice cloak, 1 mythical zoan-type devil fruit. Kill value, 3,400 strength, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters evaluation, as long as you refrain from reckless actions. You can enjoy a happy existence in the world of pirates. Minos gazed at the system panel, lost in contemplation. He had initially intended to check the amount of kill value he possessed. He saw that he had amassed a total of 3,400 points, of which 400 points were provided by the Azure Wolf, while the remaining 3,000 points were obtained from slaying 300 pirates. However, he was surprised to find that the system panel had undergone changes, now including details about his physique and strength. The fusion of an exceptionally strong physique had granted him power comparable to that of the giant race, which was truly astonishing. Yet, what puzzled Minos was why, despite possessing an extraordinary physique and intermediate hockey in 3 forms, he only ranked as a Rear Admiral. One might expect him to possess at least elite Rear Admiral strength. If not the strength of an admiral, the question of whether the 4 emperors are on par with admirals is a significant debate in the pirate world. If that is the case, then it would be prudent to categorize admirals, for emperors, into 4 smaller tiers: junior, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. This would effectively resolve the issue. Among the original 3 admirals, Akainu, Sakazuki, was significantly stronger than his counterparts. And after the Paramount War, he attained top-tier admiral strength. Kazan, Akiji, also reached top-tier strength post-war, while Kazu, Borsellino, appeared to possess only advanced admiral strength. As for why the admirals struggle against the 4 emperors, it is likely because the original 3 admirals had not honed their strength to the pinnacle, making it seem as though they were outmatched by the 4 emperors. During Fleet Admiral Sengoku's tenure, 3 formidable figures arose within the Navy: Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, and Vice Admiral Garp. Both Sengoku and Zephyr were admirals, while Garp was not. This was not due to Garp's lack of strength, but rather his preference for freedom. Unwilling to serve as an admiral under the Celestial Dragon's orders, during this period, admirals were exceptionally powerful, as the pirate world was rife with chaos, featuring peak figures like Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. Garp and the others held their own against these titans, demonstrating that their strength undoubtedly reached the top-tier admiral level. After the Paramount War, the Navy initiated conscription and selected 2 new admirals, Admiral Fujitora and Admiral Greenbull, thus forming a new triumvirate with Kizaruda. Kizaru's strength is well known, while Fujitora and Greenbull give off the impression of being monster admirals, but they seem to exhibit only intermediate admiral strength. In various arcs, including the Doflamingo arc, the Film Red arc, the Onigashima arc, and the battle at Mariawa, both Fujitora and Greenbull displayed rather lackluster performances. Thus, it appears that their abilities peak at advanced admiral strength, making it impossible for them to attain top-tier strength. Minos felt considerable confusion upon seeing that his system panel only indicated Rear Admiral strength, lacking even elite Rear Admiral status. With his exceptional physique and intermediate hockey, he should at least possess quasi-admiral strength. Ding. The system acknowledges the host's query. Ding. The host is currently a mere shell, possessing strength but unable to exert it effectively. Minos found himself at a loss for words regarding the system's response. He indeed possessed great strength, yet he had no idea how to utilize it, relying solely on brute force. Ding. The host currently lacks a signature move and is quite unrefined in using his power. Minos, upon seeing the system's prompt, felt speechless once more. Not only did he lack a signature technique, but he did not even have a simple skill to rely on, which explained why his strength was restricted to the Rear Admiral level. Minos could only sheepishly inquire of the system. "Oh, esteemed system, how might I acquire a signature technique? Should I purchase one from the system store, or is self-training the way to go?" Ding. The host can indeed purchase techniques from the system store, and any techniques acquired in this manner will be fully comprehended by the host without any unfamiliarity. Ding. Of course, The host may also choose to self-train. However, this system currently does not recommend self-training, as mastering a formidable technique requires considerable time and effort. Minos was taken aback by the system's suggestion. He had initially intended to diligently train for a signature technique, but upon hearing the system's advice, he had no choice but to abandon this notion. Oh, esteemed system, what formidable techniques are available in the system store? Please reveal them to me. Minos implored the system eagerly. He was particularly eager to enhance his strength, for only then could he soar freely in this pirate world. Upon arriving in this realm, Minos understood that without strength, all aspirations are but empty talk. With strength, he could obtain all that he desired. Ding! The system store is now open. Please take a moment to explore it. Upon hearing the system's words, Minos promptly directed his consciousness toward the system store at this moment. The system store was no longer a blank slate, but was filled with numerous formidable techniques. Navy 6 styles of the pirate world, 600 points of kill value. Shuinpa, 100,000 points of kill value. Rumble Ball, 90,000 points of kill value. King's Hockey, 50,000 points of kill value. Naruto World, Rasengan, 50,000 points of kill value. Rasen Shuriken, 90,000 points of kill value. Chidori, 50,000 points of kill value. No Sharingan required. Raikiri, 90,000 points of kill value. No Sharingan required. Fire Release, Great Fireball, 3,000 points of kill value. Bleach World, Black Coffin, 200,000 points of kill value. No incantation required. Final Getsuga Tensho, 150,000 points of kill value. No Zanpakuto required. Zangetsu, low tier version 100,000 points of kill value. No Zanpakuto required. Tenzo Zangetsu, 500,000 points of kill value. Minus the Zanpakuto. Minos gazed upon the multitude of skills from various anime worlds, yearning for them all. However, upon noticing the required kill points at the back, he could only drool in silence, unable to resist the urge to embark on a killing spree to earn more, with a meager 4,000 kill points. How could he possibly make a purchase? Was he to settle for merely acquiring the 6 powers of the Navy? This left Minos feeling profoundly unsatisfied. Who could understand the frustration of witnessing formidable techniques right before his eyes, yet being unable to afford them? With eyes red with determination, Minos anxiously called out to the system, "Oh, great system, could you not arrange for a few techniques that I could actually purchase? Aside from the 6 powers of the Navy and a fire release, I can afford nothing else." Ding! The host's request has been received, and the system is diligently searching. Minos watched the system search with a heart full of trepidation. He could only hope for techniques within his financial reach, for otherwise, he would have to unleash a massacre. As this thought crossed his mind, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, while Minos pondered. The system soon responded, "Ding! The techniques available for purchase have been located. Ding! The 6 powers of the Navy at full level. Only one technique, the finger gun, which upon purchase grants powerful moves such as the Monkey King Spear, 4,000 kill points. Ding! Flowing Rock Shattering Fist, lower tier version, 4,000 kill points. Ding! Ordinary Punch, lower tier version, 4,000 kill points. Ding! Wolf Fong Wind Fist, lower tier version, 4,000 kill points. Ding! Pegasus Meteor Fist, lower tier version, 4,000 kill points." Minos gazed upon these techniques, feeling an intense desire for them all, particularly the Flowing Rock Shattering Fist and Ordinary Punch, which seemed perfectly suited to his current situation, though the Flowing Rock Shattering Fist was merely a lower tier version. Acquiring it would significantly elevate his power and enhance his attack capabilities, bringing him to at least a quasi-admiral level. In the realm of One Punch Man, the Flowing Rock Shattering Fist was a formidable technique, embodying both offense and defense. As for the Ordinary Punch, it needed no introduction. It was the signature move of Saitama, the Caped Baldy. Despite its unassuming name, this punch could instill existential doubt in anyone who faced it. Though both were lower-tier versions, they were exceptionally well-suited to Minos at this moment. After a brief deliberation, Minos resolved to purchase the Flowing Rock Shattering Fist, for it was a powerful technique that integrated offense and defense, perfectly fitting for his journey in the pirate world. With this decision made, Minos addressed the system. "Oh, great system, assist me in acquiring the Flowing Rock Shattering Fist." Ding! The host's purchase request has been received. Please wait a moment. Ding! You have successfully purchased the Flowing Rock Shattering Fist. Simply utilize it. Ding! As the host has spent 4,000 kill points, only 400 kill points remain. Minos gazed at the paltry 400 kill points left and felt a profound sense of loss. The hard-earned points had vanished in an instant. Who could comprehend such anguish? It was akin to receiving a paycheck that, before even warming in hand, is entirely consumed by necessary purchases. Minos felt a fleeting pang of regret. Yet he consoled himself, for acquiring the flowing rock-shattering fist would bolster his strength and enable him to thrive in the pirate world. With these thoughts in mind, Minos reassured himself, saying, "Money can be earned again. Kill points can be accumulated once more, but a life lost is truly irretrievable." Taking a deep breath, Minos chose to ignore the diminished kill points and began to mentally integrate the flowing rock-shattering fist. The moment the technique fused with Minos' being, he sensed a transformation in his physique and strength. Once fully integrated, Minos emerged from the system panel, acutely aware of his enhanced capabilities, devoid of the previous disorienting sensation. He felt a newfound mastery over his strength, particularly in the finesse of his punches. Laughing heartily within, Minos realized he had indeed grown stronger. Upon leaving Logue Town, he would hunt pirates in the East Blue with his quasi-admiral strength, ruthlessly wreaking havoc. East Blue pirates, are you prepared to meet your doom? As these thoughts raced through his mind, excitement coursed through him. After indulging in fantasies for some time, Minos surveyed the surroundings of Logue Town. He noted the bodies of fallen pirates and the unconscious townsfolk. This evoked a sense of gratitude. Had it not been for his benevolence, these people would have surely perished. Yet a flicker of regret flashed in Minos' eyes. He wished the unconscious citizens would awaken and berate him, perhaps even engage in a moral dilemma, questioning why he had not acted sooner when he possessed such strength, instead waiting until their homes were in ruins. Such thoughts sent adrenaline surging through Minos. The idea of the townspeople confronting him was utterly exhilarating. Then wouldn't that grant me more kill points? Each one is worth 10 kill points. Imagine 100, 1,000, or even tens of thousands. Logue Town must harbor at least several thousand people. He chuckled wickedly, envisioning a radiant light piercing through the darkness, pondering the thrill of slaughtering in the pirate world. Cough, cough. It seemed he had ventured off track. Nevertheless, as Minos regarded the still unconscious citizens of Logue Town, his fleeting excitement dissipated. After all, he had no time to wait for them to awaken. All he desired was a moment to rest and cleanse the blood from his body. Initially, he felt no discomfort, but now he found it exceedingly unpleasant. This reminded Minos of the black justice cloak within his system backpack. Had the system anticipated such a scenario, providing him with a battle-ready cloak that cleansed itself? Were the system aware of Minos' thoughts, it would surely respond, "Host, you are overthinking. This system merely desires you to wear the black justice cloak in front of the Navy, ensuring a swift accumulation of kill points, thus enhancing its performance." Feeling a lack of purpose in Logue Town, Minos turned to leave, fearing he might succumb to temptation. After all, those were kill points. Yet, just as he prepared to depart, a furious roar echoed from a distance. "What have you done, you demon?" Upon hearing the enraged voice, Minos was momentarily bewildered. Was he being referred to as a demon? He had committed no wrongdoing. Puzzled, he turned to face the source of the furious cry, only to see a cloud of white smoke racing towards him. Minos was further confounded. Could smoke actually speak? However, once he discerned the figure, realization struck. It was Smoker. That made perfect sense. In stark contrast to Minos' nonchalant demeanor, Smoker was in a state of urgency. Fearing that the people of Logue Town had been slaughtered by pirates, rewind time briefly. Smoker had been out capturing pirates with the Navy when he received alarming news that Logue Town was under pirate siege, specifically by the notorious Grey Wolf. Smoker found this perplexing. Why had the Grey Wolf chosen to invade only after he departed Logue Town? This situation reeked of foul play, suggesting that his movements had been disclosed to the enemy, though he usually shrugged off concerns about his whereabouts being revealed. After all, capturing wicked pirates was his passion. This instance felt too coincidental. Someone must have leaked his location to the Grey Wolf after he left. This implied treachery within the Navy itself. With a surge of anger, Smoker cursed aloud. "Damn traitors, let me find out who you are." Smoker's outburst caught the attention of his fellow Navy officers, who exchanged bewildered glances, wondering who had incurred the ire of their stoic superior. Smoker was a diligent, no-nonsense individual, in short, devoid of emotional intelligence, and those who crossed him rarely fared well. Quietly, the Navy personnel mourned for the unfortunate soul who had drawn Smoker's wrath. That moment, Tashigi approached Smoker, inquiring, "What has transpired, Captain Smoker?" Upon hearing Tashiji's question, Smoker suppressed his fury. Although he was furious over the pirate invasion of Lobetown, he would not unleash his anger on his subordinates. After composing himself, Smoker solemnly declared, "Lobetown is under pirate attack." With those words, a heavy silence enveloped the Navy officers. They could scarcely believe that Lobetown had fallen to pirates, especially since Smoker had relentlessly eradicated its criminal elements since his appointment. The surrounding pirates dared not engage in conflict within the confines of Lobetown, let alone invade it. Yet now, the news of a pirate incursion had reached them, leaving the naval forces in a state of utter disbelief. Instantly, the previously silent Navy personnel erupted into a frenzy of panic. It is important to note that some of these sailors had family and children residing in Lobetown. The thought of their loved ones being endangered by pirates sent waves of dread coursing through them. Several naval officers cried out in desperation, pleading with Captain Smoker to save Lobetown and their kin. Hearing the anguished pleas of his subordinates, Smoker felt a tumult of emotions within him. Although he typically maintained a stern demeanor towards his crew, urging them to work diligently to avoid falling prey to pirates, he now grappled with a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and asserted, "You are iron-blooded soldiers. How can you weep and wail here? Wipe away your tears immediately." Upon hearing Smoker's words, the sailors, though they ceased their cries, could not contain the tears that continued to stream down their faces. A man may shed tears, but only when truly afflicted by sorrow. This heartrending scene stirred feelings of compassion among the other naval officers and Tashiji, who were taken aback by Smoker's lack of comfort for his distraught crew. Instead, he had admonished them with a harsh tone to stop their weeping. They were left perplexed, questioning whether they had indeed placed their faith in the wrong person. Tashiji murmured to herself, "Captain Smoker is not the type of person to act this way." Smoker observed the expressions of his crew but chose to remain silent. He merely turned to the navigator and helmsman, commanding, "Set sail for Lobetown immediately. This pirate capture operation is hereby concluded." Upon hearing Smoker's directive, the crew of the warship was momentarily stunned, but soon erupted into cheers. The somber expressions on their faces transformed into smiles. They thought to themselves, indeed, Captain Smoker was still the hard-headed yet soft-hearted leader they knew. As Smoker turned away, a slight smile crept onto his lips upon hearing the jubilant cheers of his crew. Before long, the helmsman and navigator, acting on Smoker's orders, steered the warship toward Lobetown. Meanwhile, the pirates, who had been preparing for a fierce confrontation with Smoker, were left utterly bewildered. They had not anticipated that the White Hunter would choose to let them go, leaving them in a state of shock. That Smoker's reputation in the East Blue was formidable. Any pirate he encountered was destined for capture. Although the pirates were oblivious to the reasons behind Smoker's unexpected leniency, they considered themselves fortunate to have escaped his grasp, giggling as they fled, whispering, "We got away." Sailing across the sea was both tedious and anxiety-inducing, especially for Smoker and his crew, who were filled with urgency and could only pray quietly that they would arrive in time. Despite their relatively brief journey, it felt as though an eternity had passed by the time they reached Lobetown. Upon his arrival, Smoker was met with the sight of homes ravaged by pirates. Igniting an uncontrollable fury within him, he instructed his subordinates to follow swiftly, transforming into a flowing mist with his devil fruit powers, and sped towards the heart of Lobetown. He navigated through the town. He keenly observed his surroundings. A puzzling sight caught his attention. Some citizens appeared to be unconscious, yet bore no visible wounds. This perplexity was soon overshadowed by his raging anger, as he focused solely on annihilating the invading pirates, known as the Tsonglong. Approaching the center of Lobetown, Smoker was confronted by an unbelievable scene. The central square was littered with bodies, a sight that sent chills down his spine. Amongst the throngs of fallen figures stood a solitary figure, a calm young man with striking red hair, a handsome visage, a tall frame, and a blood-soaked sword in hand. Smoker was astonished by the composure of this youth amidst such a hellish tableau. However, it dawned on him that this very individual might be the orchestrator of the massacre. Presuming that the chaos had been wrought by Minos, Smoker's fury intensified as he bellowed, "You demon, what have you done?" Time reverted to the present. Minos, preparing to depart, was taken aback by the speaking mist. Initially confused, he soon recalled this was the infamous Big Mouth from the original tale. Reflecting on Smoker, Minos held a vivid impression of him, not as a paragon of justice, but rather as a foolish figure who prided himself on his bravado, yet remained incapable of defeating anyone. Had it not been for the Navy's protection, Smoker would have perished during the events surrounding Old Sand. Smoker epitomized the archetype of an overconfident fool, and he found no respect for such a character. With disdain clouding his expression, Minos contemplated delivering a lesson to this boastful individual. The thought of killing Smoker crossed his mind, yet he refrained, realizing that doing so would invite considerable trouble, especially now that he had yet to fully realize his potential. Minos understood that it was unwise to sever ties with the Navy. Otherwise, his future would be fraught with hardship, and he might even attract the attention of Admiral Akiji. The mere thought of such a confrontation left him feeling despondent. Even if he could escape, it would be a most embarrassing ordeal. Moreover, following the Marineford War, Smoker had been promoted to Rear Admiral, a development that only increased Minos's desire to avoid needless bloodshed. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Minos observed the rapidly approaching Smoker. A glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes, that he unleashed a punch, imbued with hockey, aimed directly at Smoker. In a moment of fury, Smoker charged at the young man, only to be met with a dark fist that caught him off guard. Unprepared for Minos's unorthodox use of hockey, Smoker was sent crashing into the wall, dust billowing around him as he fell to the ground. Minos, gazing at the incapacitated Smoker, wore a satisfied grin, muttering to himself, "Finally, I've given this loudmouth a taste of his own medicine. How delightful." Do not question Minos's choice of not using his sword. He simply lacked proficiency in swordsmanship. After reveling in his triumph for a moment, Minos glanced at the still prone Smoker, feeling a surge of boredom. It had only been a light punch, so why was Smoker still lying there? Was Smoker truly that weak, or was he preparing to execute a sneak attack? Regardless, Minos dismissed any thoughts of whether Smoker was genuinely incapacitated or merely feigning weakness. That he coldly taunted, "You shouldn't fall so easily, or else it'll be dreadfully dull if you don't rise to your feet. I might just take your subordinates as my own." Minos's tone grew more animated as he spoke. Smoker's crew represented a valuable source of combat experience. If Smoker were aware of Minos's intentions, he would undoubtedly cry foul, for he had no intention of launching a surprise attack. He had simply been overwhelmed by Minos's punch, given Minos's considerable strength on the verge of becoming a vice admiral. It was hardly surprising that he could dispatch a mere captain like Smoker with ease. If compelled by Minos's taunts, Smoker laboriously rose to his feet, though the effort was clearly taxing. Observing Smoker's struggle, Minos's amusement deepened. Smoker's tattered clothing, pale complexion, and bloodied visage painted a woeful picture. Yet, this did little to diminish Minos's mocking gaze, for he knew the resilience of the natives in this pirate world. Regardless of the severity of their injuries, they often healed at an astonishing rate, barring severe ailments or the loss of limbs. Finally upright, Smoker gazed at Minos in terror, exclaiming, "Is there truly a pirate with such formidable strength in the East Blue?" Minos pondered, could it be that Smoker has mistaken him for a pirate? Although arriving in the world of pirates, failing to align himself as either a pirate or a marine would appear rather incongruous. Yet, Minos relished the idea of defying conformity. Thus, he calmly addressed Smoker, stating, "I am not a pirate. I am a slayer." Smoker's face was a canvas of confusion. What did slayer entail? Observing Smoker's bewildered expression, Minos reiterated with a placid demeanor, "It means that any obstacle that hinders my path shall be eradicated. Regardless of whether you are a marine or a pirate, all are merely souls destined to perish at my hands." Minos's tranquil yet menacing tone left Smoker utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that the youth before him harbored such a lethal aura. Smoker found himself at a loss for words. Should he deem Minos arrogant or foolish? In this pirate-infested world, Minos audaciously sought to contend with both marines and pirates alike. It was truly admirable and foolish. In Smoker's eyes, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, he could discern Minos's unwavering resolve. It was unnecessary to dissuade him from his reckless ambition. After all, they were adversaries now. Under such circumstances, to counsel Minos would appear remarkably foolish. Minos observed the astonishment etched on Smoker's face. He felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed his aura had reached its zenith. Indeed, Smoker was left in awe by his strikingly profound declaration. Yet, Minos remained undeterred. He was intent on teaching Smoker a lesson. If only because Smoker was exceedingly deserving of it. Minos prepared to strike. Smoker's subordinates had already surrounded him, rushing to their superior's side. Upon witnessing Smoker's injuries, they yelled at Minos, "You demon, haven't you already taken enough lives in Logtown?" Now you've even gravely wounded Lieutenant Smoker. Aren't you afraid of being apprehended by the Marine headquarters? Minos, now encircled by the Marines, found his mood further soured by their threats, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Faced with the increasingly brazen Marines, a flash of crimson ignited in Minos's eyes as he unleashed his conqueror's Hakai. In an instant, the surrounding Marines, along with Smoker, collapsed to the ground, with a sigh of relief. Minos muttered to himself, finally, some peace, free from the meddlesome rabble. Gazing at the unconscious Marines, a glint of bloodlust flickered in his eyes. He yearned to eliminate these nuisances. However, thoughts of the Marine headquarters admirals swiftly quelled his ire. In that moment, Minos craved immense power. Were he to possess the strength of an admiral, he would eliminate everyone except Smoker, thus alleviating his discontent. Yet, he vowed to remember this encounter, should it occur again. He would have no reservations and would strike with full force. Having resolved his frustrations, Minos turned away without a backward glance. Should any rabble impede his path in the future, he would unleash his full strength to obliterate them. Thus, Minos exited the heart of Lowtown and made his way to the port, only to discover a grave predicament. Damn it, he cursed. In his quest to maintain an air of superiority, he had neglected to gather supplies while in Lowtown. And upon arriving at the port, he realized he possessed not a single resource, not even a ship. Minos felt a wave of frustration wash over him. While acquiring a vessel would be simple, there were plenty around. He was at a loss regarding supplies. It was clear that the ships docked at Lowtown were empty and in need of replenishment. The thought of returning to Lowtown to gather supplies was utterly beneath him, and the mere notion left him irked. With a resigned sigh, Minos decided to search the ships. Hoping for a stroke of luck that might yield some supplies, he scoured the vessels, but found nothing, his disappointment mounting. Just as he contemplated whether to return to Lowtown for a thorough scavenging, he suddenly spotted a ship adorned with a seagull flag. His eyes lit up. It was evidently a small marine vessel from Lowtown. That a mischievous thought crossed Minos's mind. Why not claim it as his own? He had already refrained from slaying the Marines in Lowtown, so appropriating their ship seemed quite reasonable. Indeed, quite reasonable, he mused. Thus, Minos boarded the marine vessel. No, it was now his vessel. Upon exploring the ship, he found its facilities and equipment far superior to those of other vessels. Exuding an air of sophistication, Minos examined the warship. He also searched for supplies, convinced that they must be present since Smoker had just returned from an expedition, that he hoped there would indeed be provisions aboard. Soon, he arrived at a storage room and, upon entering, discovered a wealth of supplies tucked away in a corner, enough to sustain him for several days at sea. With provisions secured, Minos felt a wave of relief wash over him. Noticing the crimson stains on his attire, he found it quite distasteful and decided a bath was in order. With the sea before him, he stripped off his blood-soaked clothing and jumped into the water without a second thought. Untroubled by the prospect of drowning, if his strength could not prevent such a fate, then life would hardly be worth living. As he washed away the grime and blood, his thoughts drifted back to the earlier battle. Minos marveled at the bizarre twist of fate that had transported him from a rainy day browsing the internet to this world of pirates. It was a surreal experience, yet he felt fortunate to have acquired this Slayer system. Without it, survival in this world would have been nothing short of impossible. Contemplating the system, Minos directed his consciousness toward the system panel. Host, Minos age, 19 years skills, intermediate armament hockey, intermediate observation hockey, intermediate conqueror's hockey, water fragmentation fist, standard version, physical attributes, strong physique with the power of a giant. Items: 1 supreme great knife, 1 black justice cloak, 1 mythical Zoan devil fruit. Slaughter points. For 100 rank. Vice Admiral evaluation. You are already quite powerful. As long as you do not encounter an exceptionally formidable foe, your life is not in jeopardy. Gazing at the relatively luxurious system panel, Minos felt elated. To have attained the strength of a vice admiral on his very first day in this world was akin to soaring to new heights. Moreover, there remained a mythical Zoan devil fruit in his inventory, which would further amplify his prowess once consumed. With excitement and eagerness coursing through him, Minos longed to devour this mythical Zoan devil fruit to enhance his abilities. He inquired of the system, "Oh, esteemed system, what powerful creature does this mythical Zoan devil fruit belong to?" Beep. At last, you remember me. The system responded. This is a Zoan-type dragon fruit, mythical variant, embodying the form of Akunorokia, king of the black dragons. Wait, what? I must be hearing things. Minos exclaimed incredulously, unable to fathom the revelation. Staring at the system's description of the mythical Zoan devil fruit, he was utterly astounded. Is this truly the creature I have in mind? He questioned the system in a flurry. Correct. This system does not speak falsehoods. It is indeed the entity you envision. However, this system has perfectly replicated its powers, transforming it into a mythical Zoan devil fruit. An exact replica of the original. Upon receiving the system's affirmation, Minos was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He had never anticipated that the system would base this fruit on such a formidable being. Then, it transformed into a devil fruit. And upon consumption, one would gain all its formidable powers. As for why Minos was so agitated, it was because this mythical beast-type devil fruit was modeled after the Black Dragon King, Acnologia. Indeed, he is the most powerful and formidable antagonist in fairy tale. In my personal opinion, Zerif is not the mightiest. Upon encountering Natsu, he was rendered utterly powerless, failing to showcase his true strength. He pales in comparison to the Black Dragon King. Speaking of Acnologia, Minos had a profound impression of him from his previous life. In the world of fairy tale, it is a realm predominantly governed by magic, encompassing a myriad of potent spells, including dark magic, annihilation magic, and dragon-slaying magic, among others. However, Minos believed that dragon-slaying magic held the greatest prowess. 400 years ago, the fairy tale world was primarily inhabited by humans and dragons. At that time, humans lacked formidable abilities, wielding only rudimentary magic, rendering them weak and vulnerable. In such an era, an idea emerged to become a dragon slayer mage, which, as the name suggests, entailed fighting alongside dragons. Coincidentally, the dragon race was embroiled in a fierce conflict, splitting into two factions. One faction was allied with humans, while the other regarded humans as prey. The dragons allied with humans found themselves outmatched by the predatory dragons. One might as well refer to them as evil dragons. Consequently, they chose to share their powers with humans, uniting to combat the evil dragons. Thus, an agreement was forged between the humans and the dragons that favored them, allowing each side to select suitable partners based on mutual affinity. Under conditions satisfying to both parties, the Dragon Slayer mage came into existence. Subsequently, humans, empowered by the dragons, fought alongside their allies against the evil dragons, igniting even more intense battles. Minos resonated with the factional strife, recognizing that when two powerful races or ideologically divergent groups, humans, coexist, conflicts and battles are inevitable. Thus, the humans who acquired the dragon's powers began to slaughter the evil dragons. As the battles ensued, the evil dragons gradually found themselves overwhelmed. However, this only fueled their rage, prompting them to seek vengeance against humanity. In the wake of the evil dragon's retaliation, the human faction suffered tremendous casualties. At this juncture, a notable figure emerged, a human and a doctor, whose medical prowess was exceptional, capable of healing dragons' wounds. Yet, he remained remarkably humble, merely claiming to be able to staunch bleeding. He resided in a sanctuary where humans and dragons coexisted harmoniously. Known as Montes Sacrat, this sanctuary was protected by a guardian dragon named Acnologia, with whom the doctor shared a strong bond, becoming good friends. One day, the doctor visited Acnologia as usual, only to be informed that Acnologia intended to journey to the western continent. The reason being, during its travels, Acnologia had heard of the existence of dragon-slaying magic, fearing that the war brought about by this magic would reach the sanctuary, resulting in slaughter and destruction. Acnologia was determined to investigate the situation in the western continent. The doctor, perplexed by the ongoing war between humans and dragons, found it bewildering, for the sanctuary had always thrived on mutual coexistence and assistance with the dragons. Acnologia found the doctor's perspective somewhat absurd, but refrained from voicing any objections, still choosing to investigate, as the dangers posed by dragon-slaying magic could not be overlooked. Thus, Acnologia set off to the continent, accompanied by the doctor's hopes for a safe return. During Acnologia's absence, the doctor waited anxiously, yearning for good news and a safe return. Finally, one day, the doctor encountered a critically injured Acnologia. However, at that moment, the dragons of the sanctuary had turned against humanity. In the wake of the dragon assault, the sanctuary was utterly devastated. The dragons slaughtered all the humans, leaving only the doctor alive. Witnessing the fallen comrades at the hands of the dragons filled the doctor with fury and loathing, a profound hatred for the dragons and for Acnologia. Yet, faced with the dragon's might and Acnologia's impotence, the doctor buried his hatred deep within. From that day forth, He vowed to reclaim the humiliation of fear, powerlessness, and hatred. Thus, the doctor succumbed to darkness. He no longer sought the ability to staunch bleeding, but rather yearned for the power to spill the dragon's blood. Ultimately, he embarked on a quest for strength, dragon-slaying magic, and after enduring countless trials, he finally acquired the dragon-slaying magic. With this newfound power, the doctor roamed in search of dragons, mercilessly slaying them. He also dispatched humans who coexisted with the dragons, showing no mercy, for he deemed them hypocritical and preferred to execute them himself. In the course of his relentless slaughter of dragons, he forgot his own name, and he vividly remembered the name that fueled his hatred, Acnologia. Consequently, he adopted the name Acnologia for himself. Thus, Acnologia was born. He continued to wield this name as he slaughtered dragons, instilling terror in their hearts. Acnologia ultimately exterminated all dragons, save for a few fire dragon kings, and, through the power of dragon-slaying magic, transformed into a colossal dragon, ascending to the title of Dragon King, Black Dragon King. Reflecting on Acnologia's life, Minos discerned the transformation from a benevolent doctor to a malevolent dragon. Indeed, it validated the saying that a dragon-slaying youth inevitably becomes a dragon of malice. As Minos emerged from the system panel, he beheld himself still adrift at sea, cleansing himself before returning to the ship. Simultaneously, he communicated with the system, instructing it to don the black cloak. Ding! The black cloak has been equipped. After the system's announcement, Minos hurriedly assessed his condition, standing at 3 meters tall, adorned in a sleek black suit complemented by a black justice cloak. He presented an image of a dashing young man. Yet, the crucial aspect was that his attire rendered him an entirely different kind of naval admiral. Minos mused that should he join the Navy, he might earn the title of the Dark Admiral. He chuckled at the thought. Clearing his throat, Minos then retrieved the mythical beast-type devil fruit from his system backpack, staring blankly at the peculiar fruit in his hand. Observing Minos's hesitation to consume it, the system inquired, "Ding, host, what is the matter? Why do you not eat it?" Minos, caught off guard by the system's question, managed an awkward smile. "Oh, dear system, I was merely reflecting that should I consume this devil fruit, I might very well attain the strength of a king, which leaves me feeling rather apprehensive." Ding. The system, rendered speechless by Minos's sentimentality, had not anticipated his overly sentimental nature. "Ding. Host, you are overthinking it. I neglected to inform you that this Dragon King devil fruit is sealed into 3 stages: juvenile, mature, peak. Therefore, fret not. Consuming it will not elevate you to the level of a king." The system's words snapped Minos back to reality, leading to a flurry of exclamations. "Wait. Oh, system. In fact, reaching maximum power is quite commendable. There's no need for sealing." Minos was taken aback by the system's response. "Oh, system, I was merely expressing my thoughts. There was no need to take it so seriously." Ding. This system has sealed it. Modification is impossible. Clearly, the system had outright rejected the disgruntled Minos. Damn. Upon witnessing the system's refusal, Minos couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He found himself overwhelmed with a sense of despair. He had merely been contemplative. Yet the system had dealt him a heavy blow. Life truly is a roller coaster, isn't it? At this point, Minos had no means to alter his fate. He then inquired of the system whether this Dragon King mythical beast-type devil fruit possessed any drawbacks. Ding. This devil fruit perfectly replicates Acnologia. There are no concerns regarding any deficiencies. Even if there are flaws, they will be completely adapted, thereby becoming even more potent. Of course, be advised, host may experience a slight impulse to slay dragons upon encountering dragon-like creatures. But fear not, this flaw will eventually dissipate. Upon reading this, Minos felt a wave of frustration. It seemed that acquiring immense power came with its own set of consequences. For why consuming the Dragon King devil fruit would incite a desire to hunt dragons. Minos understood that it stemmed from Acnologia's profound hatred for dragons. Well, Minos thought, this slight drawback isn't too significant. I'll just deal with it. He then recalled the notorious weaknesses of devil fruits in the pirate world, specifically their vulnerability to seawater and sea stone, but he subsequently inquired again. "Oh, system, does the Dragon King mythical beast-type devil fruit fear seawater and sea stone?" Ding. No doubt in truth, the power wielded by this Dragon King fruit is derived from the magic of the fairy realm, rendering it unrelated to the pirate world. Upon hearing the system's unequivocal assertion, Minos felt a profound sense of relaxation. Qianghu, ascend. Although the Dragon King devil fruit possesses 3 stages, Minos remains unperturbed. as there are still 3 years until the main storyline unfolds. With the assistance of the slaughter system during these 3 years, he could undoubtedly grow stronger. It is even possible that the Dragon King Devil Fruit could reach its mature phase. At that point, with the system at his disposal and the aid of the Dragon King Devil Fruit, he would become invincible. Contemplating this, Minos promptly placed the Dragon King Devil Fruit into his mouth for immediate refinement. In the pirate world, there exists a saying that devil fruits are notoriously unpalatable. It is said to be akin to that substance. When Minos consumed it, he felt no such sensation. Instead, he sensed a surge of energy coursing through his body. This puzzled him, as those who had eaten devil fruits in the pirate world often found them distasteful, yet he felt nothing of the sort. Just as Minos was still in contemplation, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. Realizing the changes within, Minos leapt from the ship into the sky. Enveloped in a cloak of dark, malevolent energy, his hands rapidly morphed into powerful dragon claws, his legs transformed into dragon limbs, and his body expanded into that of a colossal dragon. Enormous black dragon wings sprouted from his sides, a massive dragon tail unfurled from his rear, and finally, his head became that of a fearsome black dragon, with eyes glowing a fierce red. Thus, Minos transformed into a 100-meter-long black dragon. A striking resemblance to Acnologia.as the black dragon, Minos soared through the skies, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of flight. This is what it feels like to soar, and this power I now possess is truly formidable. After consuming the Dragon King Devil Fruit, Minos, or rather the dragon itself, experienced a monumental shift in strength, catapulting from the level of a vice admiral to that of a high admiral. Furthermore, his physical constitution underwent a staggering transformation. Without advanced haki, it would be nearly impossible to inflict any harm upon him at this moment. It could be said that in the pirate world, Minos's physique was on par with Kaido's. Moreover, he was merely in his juvenile stage, having just transformed into a dragon, and already possessed such formidable strength. If he were to reach maturity or peak condition, then truly, no one in this pirate world could hope to defeat him. While Minos soared through the air, he remained oblivious to a reporter in Lobetown, who was stealthily capturing photographs with his camera. The subject of his focus was none other than Minos himself, and the reporter exclaimed with excitement, "This is a major scoop, thanks to the president. I have captured such a colossal being. I am certain this will lead to my promotion." This individual was none other than Yamashita Moya, an employee of the News King Morgan's. He had toiled at the newspaper for many years, yet had remained largely unnoticed, leaving him feeling quite disheartened and uncertain of his future. Morgans was aware of Yamashita's existence and recognized him as a long-time employee who had consistently demonstrated diligence. However, the content of Yamashita's photography had been lackluster, unoriginal, and unappealing to the masses. Not wishing to see his dedicated employee squandered, Morgan suggested that he explore the East Blue, where he might discover more compelling material. Considering it was the birthplace of the pirate King Roger, as well as the site of his downfall, grateful for Morgan's guidance, Yamashita felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, the East Blue was the homeland of pirate King Roger, and perhaps it would yield excellent material. Thus, after expressing his gratitude to Morgans, Yamashita enthusiastically set out for the East Blue, ready to make his mark. Upon his arrival in the East Blue, Yamashita was initially quite pleased. However, he gradually realized that both the pirates and the navy here were rather feeble, rendering his search for noteworthy material quite futile. Feeling disheartened, Yamashita eventually found himself in Lobetown, eager to witness the site of the pirate king's downfall. As he surveyed Lobetown, he noted the absence of pirate skirmishes, which struck him as somewhat peculiar, yet rather pleasant. After staying in Lobetown for a few days, he resolved to venture out in search of material. However, he was taken aback when he suddenly witnessed a pirate invasion in Lobetown. At first, Yamashita was unsure of what was occurring, but he soon overheard the pirates discussing their plan to invade Lobetown while Smoker was away, seeking revenge against him. Understanding the situation, Yamashita found a safe hiding place and began documenting everything with his transponder snail. Watching the invading pirates, he felt a pang of sympathy. He contemplated intervening, but was hindered by his own limited strength. This left him feeling quite helpless, and he could only fervently hope for Smoker's swift return. Just as Yamashita was in distress, he spotted a red-haired youth rising to his feet. At that moment, he witnessed the youth unleashing Conqueror's haki against the pirates, instantly rendering both the pirates and the townsfolk unconscious. The sight left Yamashita utterly astonished and exhilarated. As for why Yamashita was not knocked out by the Conqueror's haki, One might say that the employees of the News King Morgans are simply extraordinary. He never expected to encounter such potent conqueror's hockey in the East Blue. Overwhelmed with excitement, he thought, this is perfect material. The awakening of a genius, the conqueror's hockey-wielding youth, the emergence of a supernova. While still reveling in his excitement, he then witnessed the red-haired youth ruthlessly slaughtering the pirates. Initially, Yamashita found this entirely justifiable, as eliminating pirates is inherently righteous. However, as he continued to observe, he grew increasingly fearful. He was taken aback by the terrifying calmness exhibited by the red-haired youth during the massacre. Furthermore, what did the lingering desire in his eyes signify? Yamashita was drenched in sweat, realizing that a super-strong individual was on the verge of emerging. Such a composed and decisive killer, possessing conqueror's hockey, if he were to survive, would undoubtedly rise to prominence. In this manner, Yamashita meticulously recorded every moment of Minos' actions. When he saw the red-haired youth turn to leave, he suppressed his excitement, hoping the youth would depart swiftly so he could send the material to his president. This footage would undoubtedly go viral, and he would surely earn a promotion from his president. His status would rise, and he would finally escape his previous, monotonous existence. Yet, just as Yamashita was lost in his daydreams, events took an unexpected turn. Smoker returned, only to find the townsfolk lying on the ground amidst pools of blood, leading to a confrontation with the red-haired youth. While it could be termed a battle, it was more akin to a one-sided thrashing, as Smoker was easily struck down by a single punch from the youth, empowered by armament hockey. Witnessing this spectacle, Yamashita was once again filled with exhilaration. More material had presented itself. The content was astonishing. Astonishing. The red-haired youth knocks down the Navy's rising star. At that moment, Yamashita overheard the red-haired youth proclaim himself as the slaughterer, vowing to eliminate all enemies, including both the Navy and pirates. This signified that this red-haired youth was prepared to stand against both factions of the sea. Yamashita was once more astounded by the slaughterer, astonished that such a reckless youth could exist. Subsequently, he recorded the scene of the slaughterer using conqueror's hockey to incapacitate the Navy personnel. After completing his documentation, Yamashita let out a sigh of relief. The material he had captured was truly astonishing. Once exposed, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the seas. Moreover, he stood to gain immensely from this monumental news. Indeed, perseverance and hard work yield rewards, Yamashita reflected. Thus, he observed the slaughterer departing from Lobetown toward the port. Yamashita prepared to convey the news to the newspaper, but he realized he needed to reach the port to find a ship to the office, which filled him with trepidation. After all, the slaughterer was likely still at the port. If he were to encounter him, it could spell disaster. After contemplating for a while, Yamashita ultimately resolved to head to the port. The importance of his footage was too significant to abandon. He was eager to rise in rank and receive his rewards. He no longer wished to endure his previous, arduous existence. Thus, Yamashita slowly made his way toward the port, hoping the slaughterer had already departed. Otherwise, if he were to cross paths with this ruthless individual, it could mean his end. In this manner, Yamashita cautiously approached the vicinity of the port. As he scanned the area, he was relieved to find no sign of the slaughterer, easing his anxious heart. As he truly wished to avoid encountering the red-haired menace, Yamashita stood at the foot of the mountain, reveling in the fact that he had not yet encountered the slayer. He was suddenly startled by a figure leaping from a ship into the air. Indeed, it was the slayer, the very being that had occupied his thoughts. The sight of the slayer soaring into the sky sent a chill down Yamashita's spine. And he bitterly mused, why hasn't this ruthless individual departed yet? Despite his fear of the slayer, he instinctively activated his phone bug to capture the moment. One could only commend the spirit of the working class, who remained dedicated to their duties even in the face of life-threatening peril. Initially, Yamashita was perplexed as to why the slayer had taken to the air, leaving him utterly bewildered. Was this some sort of technique employed by the slayer? However, his confusion was soon dispelled by the astonishing scene that unfolded before him. The slayer, who had once appeared human, transformed into a colossal black dragon. Reveling in the skies, Yamashita gazed in awe at the magnificent creature soaring above him, muttering to himself, "This must be a monster." He had not anticipated that the slayer possessed not only immense power, but also the abilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Judging by the overwhelming presence of the dragon, it was clear that this was no ordinary Zoan fruit. It had to be a mythical beast type. Thus, Yamashita, with his phone bug, documented the transformation of the once human slayer into a gargantuan dragon. Holding the precious footage in his hands, he felt a surge of excitement. This could catapult him to fame, causing a stir throughout the seas due to the significance of his material. Once he confirmed that the black dragon had not noticed him, Yamashita transformed into a newsbird and made his way to the nearest newspaper office, where his findings would eventually be relayed to Morgan's A-minus soared through the skies. He remained blissfully unaware of the presence of a voyeur. Even if he had noticed, he would have been unconcerned, for his strength had reached the level of a high-ranking admiral, leaving him unafraid of both admirals and the four emperors, even if he found himself unable to win a fight. He possessed the means to escape. After a considerable time aloft, Minos grew disinterested and began descending toward the ship. Should anyone have looked up at this moment, they would have witnessed a colossal shadow engulfing the entirety of Rogue Town, instilling a sense of dread in its inhabitants. Unfortunately, the townspeople had already succumbed to Minos's conqueror's haki. Rendered unconscious, A-minus approached the ship. He underwent yet another transformation, morphing from a massive black dragon into a striking youth with grayish-purple hair. A cold demeanor, clad in a black suit and draped in a dark justice cloak. Indeed, Minos had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, his hair shifting from red to the now grayish-purple locks reminiscent of the formidable Acnologia. Upon consuming the mythical beast-type Dragon King fruit, Minos not only acquired its power, but also experienced a change in his appearance, becoming a handsome youth exuding an air of icy allure akin to Acnologia. Observing his transformation, a pleased smile spread across Minos's face as he reflected, who would have thought that one day I too would embody the cold majesty of Acnologia? This was a testament to an internal and external transformation. His long grayish-purple hair and his once youthful, innocent visage had given way to a more formidable and cold demeanor, complemented by a physique of solid muscle. Minos then took a moment to attune himself to the newfound energy coursing through his body. Recognizing the presence of a dark force, this must be Dragon Slayer magic, he thought. Extending his hand, a dark orb of energy materialized, representing the essence of Dragon Slayer magic, while it appeared sinister and eerie. There was no trace of fear in Minos's heart. Rather, he felt exhilaration as the power resonated within him. Surely this Dragon Slayer magic can harm nature-type users. Perhaps it surpasses even Flowing Cherry. Minos yearned for an encounter with a nature-type user to test the limits of his newfound abilities. Contemplating whether to confront Smoker, he quickly dismissed the idea upon recalling Smoker's lackluster strength. Should Smoker be privy to Minos's thoughts, he would undoubtedly express his gratitude. After this bout, Minos felt a twinge of fatigue and resolved to rest properly. However, he soon realized he lacked the knowledge to operate a ship, which left him in an awkward predicament. This reminded him of the system's mention of a self-navigating yacht, stirring his interest. With this thought, Minos inquired of the system, "Hey, how much kill value is needed for that self-navigating yacht?" "Ding, it requires 10,000 kill value," came the response. Minos felt disheartened. To think it would cost 10,000 kill value, akin to a ship king, it seemed simple enough, yet the reality was quite the opposite. Though Minos currently possessed only 400 kill value, he could easily acquire more by taking down a few pirates. "What, you say the East Blue is devoid of pirates? Then I shall venture to Nami's village, Kokoyasi, or perhaps Usopp's village, Syrup, which also has its share of pirates. If all else fails, I could simply head to the Grand Line and the New World, where pirates abound in abundance, far more than I could handle in a short time." Having made up his mind, Minos decided to pay a visit to Usopp's village first, as it was rumored to host hundreds of pirates, promising ample kill value. Following that, he would raid Nami's village and perhaps take on Commodore Mouse for even more kill value. However, lacking knowledge of ship operation, Minos sought guidance from the system on the manuals for helmsmen and navigators. Ding, it requires 200 kill value. Each manual costs 100 kill value. Ding, this system reiterates, as long as the host possesses kill value, anything is possible, save for the fantastical. Minos grinned awkwardly at the system. Got it. Next time I'll just purchase without asking. With that, Minos procured 2 copies of the introductory manuals, one for helmsman operation and the other for navigation. After purchasing, he fused the manuals, instantly gaining knowledge about sailing. Now equipped with the skills to operate a ship, Minos set sail for Usopp's village, confident in his vessel's navigation. Once assured of the ship's course, he reclined on deck and drifted into slumber, free from worry. Meanwhile, on the sea, tremors began to manifest. The first to receive news was the Navy headquarters, as Smoker and the other Navy personnel in Roguetown began to regain consciousness. Upon waking, Smoker felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, his mind foggy with confusion. He was still alive. He had expected the boy who proclaimed himself the Slayer to have killed them all. Yet miraculously, they had survived. Not only was Smoker bewildered, but his fellow Navy members, awakening one by one, were equally incredulous, some even breaking into tears. This harrowing experience had been their most despairing. They had fallen unconscious at merely a glare. Entirely devoid of any capacity for resistance, the cacophony around him prompted Smoker to furrow his brow, declaring, "Silence, we should be grateful to be alive." Hearing his words, the weeping sailors ceased their tears, and the noise subsided. Smoker then instructed his comrades to check for any injured townsfolk in Roguetown. Under the guidance of Tashiji, the Navy personnel scoured the area, soon discovering that aside from a small number of deceased, the majority were merely unconscious, showing no signs of injury. One of the more alert Navy members exclaimed, "This state of unconsciousness mirrors our own." His words sent a shiver through the ranks, as they recalled the terrifying reality of having been dominated by Minos's overwhelming power. Smoker, too, remembered the moment when Minos's gaze had rendered them all unconscious. The ability to incapacitate multiple individuals simultaneously could only belong to the Conqueror's Haki. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Smoker contacted the Navy headquarters via his phone bug.at. That moment, within the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku, while grappling with a matter of utmost importance, occasionally furrowed his brow, clearly beset by a troubling conundrum. However, a sudden and jarring snore resonated throughout the expansive office, its audacity piercing the silence. The already furrowed brow of Sengoku deepened further upon hearing this discordant sound. Exacerbating his foul mood. In a fit of exasperation, Sengoku bellowed, "Kapu, could you possibly keep it down?" Indeed, only Kapu would dare to sleep in Admiral Sengoku's office. Awakened by the outburst, Kapu quickly sprang up and inquired, "Sengoku, what's the matter? Have you encountered some trouble?" Witnessing his old friend's carefree demeanor, Sengoku felt a profound sense of exasperation. He found himself at a loss for words with this old companion. With a resigned tone, Sengoku replied, "It's nothing significant, merely the sound of your snoring disrupting my paperwork." Kapu erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Sengoku, is the burden of being an admiral not treating you well?" Sengoku could only shake his head at Kapu's remarks, reflecting on how, after ascending to the rank of admiral, he had been filled with joy and determination to transform the Navy's status, only to discover that many things remained unchanged, and numerous matters were beyond his control. With a sigh, Sengoku confided in Kapu, "I must admit, I truly envy your carefree existence." Upon hearing Sengoku's sigh, Kapu's playful demeanor waned, and he urged, "Do not be so pessimistic, Sengoku." Sengoku, dismissing Kapu's half-hearted attempt at consolation, shook his head. There were many things he could not articulate, and Kapu would never understand. Just as Kapu pondered how to continue the conversation, an urgent voice from the outside interrupted them. The messenger outside called out hastily, "Admiral Sengoku, I have vital intelligence to report." Hearing the messenger's urgent tone, Sengoku ceased his conversation with Kapu and addressed the messenger. "Come in and share the significant news." Upon entering the office, the messenger acknowledged both Sengoku and Vice Admiral Kapu, though he exhibited no surprise at seeing Kapu. Clearly accustomed to such occurrences, Sengoku gestured for the messenger to proceed with the intelligence. While Kapu chuckled, "What could be so momentous?" Sengoku, irritated by Kapu's frivolity, retorted, "Kapu, be serious. We are discussing critical intelligence, and any delays are unacceptable." In truth, both Sengoku and Kapu were somewhat skeptical about the messenger's claim of a major event. In the vast ocean, what could possibly rival the trivial matters concerning the celestial dragons? Observing the bickering Sengoku and Kapu, the messenger felt a wave of incredulity. He had heard tales of the camaraderie between the admiral and the vice admiral, and it was evident now. Noticing the messenger's momentary daze, Sengoku's brow furrowed in annoyance. In an irritable tone, he urged, "If you have important intelligence, speak up." The messenger, sensing Sengoku's rising ire, hurriedly reported, "According to Major Smoker's intelligence, Lowdown in the East Blue has been invaded by pirates, but a young boy possessing both Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki defeated them. Furthermore, this boy slaughtered the entire Wolfpack pirate crew." At this revelation, Sengoku and Kapu, who had previously been indifferent, suddenly perked up. Sengoku exclaimed, "Could you repeat that? A young boy with Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki has emerged in the East Blue. And what of this Wolfpack pirate crew? I beg your pardon, but I am unfamiliar with them." Sengoku found it hard to believe that such a gifted youth could arise from the seemingly insignificant East Blue. The messenger, recalling his own incredulity upon first receiving this intelligence, reiterated, "After multiple confirmations with Major Smoker, we can assert that this is indeed a fact." Hearing this, Sengoku's mind drifted to the instigator of the pirate era, murmuring to himself, "So this is your plan." Roger. Since the onset of the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates had surged daily, with some forced into piracy out of necessity, others pursuing dreams, while some even abandoned family for the pirate life. Regardless of the reasons, prodigious talents emerged among them, like red-haired Shanks and Dracul Mihawk. Meanwhile, within the Navy, aside from the three admirals, a generational gap was beginning to show. The new generation lacked leadership, and a disconnect was forming. Smoker represented the Navy's new generation, yet he was known for his rigid approach and lack of adaptability, and aside from his Logia-type smoke fruit ability, his combat prowess was severely lacking. Sengoku pondered why so many talented individuals chose the path of piracy rather than joining the Navy. He then inquired of the messenger, "What is known of this young boy? Is he indeed a pirate?" The messenger replied, "According to Major Smoker's intelligence, the boy claims to be a slaughterer, asserting that he is not a pirate." Upon hearing this, Sengoku sighed in relief, murmuring, "As long as he is not a pirate." However, he was perplexed by the term slaughterer. He gestured for the messenger to elaborate. Just as the messenger prepared to respond, Kapu interjected, "Is he not a slaughtering pirate who merely calls himself a slaughterer?" Sengoku shot a disdainful glance at Kapu, thinking to himself, "What do you know?" Kapu, sensing Sengoku's derisive gaze, felt disheartened, questioning whether he truly appeared so incompetent. The messenger awkwardly clarified, "Vice Admiral Kapu is partially correct." This statement left Sengoku and Kapu momentarily dumbfounded. What did partially correct even mean? Observing their confusion, the messenger continued, "What Major Smoker actually said was that the boy identified himself as the slaughterer and claimed he would kill anyone who obstructed his path, be they pirate or marine." This revelation rendered Sengoku and Kapu silent, as they had not anticipated such arrogance from the youth. Sengoku muttered, "So you would kill anyone who stands in your way, regardless of whether they are pirate or marine?" Quite the audacity. In that moment, Sengoku recognized that they were destined to be adversaries with this remarkably gifted youth. Within the Navy, several factions existed, including the Dove faction led by Sengoku, advocating for peace, while the Hawk faction, led by Admiral Sakazuki, believed in the philosophy of better to mistakenly kill one than to let one escape. The third faction, the Slacker faction, represented by the likes of Kizaru, prioritized leisurely pursuits. Contemplating the situation, Sengoku realized that if Sakazuki learned of the slaughteler's audacious declarations, he would undoubtedly seek to confront him, leading to inevitable hostilities between the Navy and the slaughterer. Sakazuki would likely argue, "Sengoku, you are far too conservative." To which Sengoku would retort, "Silence, Sakazuki. I am the Admiral." Sakazuki would then ominously add, "You will regret this, Sengoku." The familiarity of this exchange left Sengoku shaking his head in resignation. He found himself at a loss for words in the face of Sakazuki's fervent disdain for pirates, as he ruthlessly eliminated any pirate encountered during missions. While this was ostensibly commendable, and Sakazuki's achievements and strength were formidable, Sengoku harbored doubts about his suitability as an admiral. Should Sakazuki ascend to the position of admiral, he would undoubtedly wage war in the New World. With that thought, Sengoku sighed once more. His mind raced with thoughts regarding Sakazuki's potential as admiral, but for now, he resolved to focus on the invasion of Logetown and the matter of the so-called slaughterer. If the slaughterer were to become an enemy of the Navy, Sengoku would not hold back. With this resolve, a glint of determination shone in his eyes, vowing to eradicate any threats before they could surface. Sengoku took a deep breath and addressed the messenger. "Now, summon the other messengers and notify all officers of the rank of commander and above to convene in the conference room." Upon hearing the news from Sengoku, the correspondent hurriedly set out to notify others. Thus, Sengoku summoned all officers of the rank of vice admiral and above for a meeting. As the others received the summons to convene in the meeting room, a sense of bewilderment filled their hearts. What on earth could have transpired that necessitated a meeting of such high-ranking officials? While they were perplexed, they promptly made their way to the meeting room. eager to inquire about the situation that I in stark contrast to the swift movements of the vice admirals. One individual lagged behind, wearing a look of distress and muttering complaints. Why must there be a meeting now? I have yet to recuperate. Indeed, this was none other than our Admiral Kazu, affectionately dubbed by netizens as Monkey D. Kazu. The correspondent, bearing a pained expression, had not anticipated that Kazuru would still be resting when he arrived to deliver the summons. This dilemma left the correspondent momentarily at a loss. However, the stern visage of Admiral Sengoku sent a shiver down his spine. Summoning his courage, he approached Kizaru to rouse him from his slumber. At that moment, Kizaru was blissfully asleep, dreaming of salary increases, shorter workdays, and ample leisure time. His reverie was abruptly shattered by the jarring voice of the correspondent, which irritated him greatly. The voice grew increasingly insistent, proclaiming the need to report to the meeting room, as if to remind him that it was time to awaken and return to duty. Thus, with a face full of displeasure, Kizuru opened his eyes to see the flustered correspondent, which only added to his annoyance, as oh, it was this fellow who dared disturb his slumber. Truly, how terrifying. Initially pleased to see Kizuru awake, the correspondent's relief quickly morphed into trepidation that he stammered. Admiral Kizuru, Admiral Sengoku has indicated that there is an important matter requiring your presence in the meeting room. Upon hearing this, Kizuru's expression darkened with frustration. Why must we meet at this very moment? I have yet to recover. The correspondent, observing Kizuru's troubled and bewildered countenance, could only reply. Admiral Sengoku did not elaborate. He merely requested that you hurry. Upon processing the correspondent's words, Kizuru's mind was already made up. Could I perhaps enjoy a cup of tea first, and perhaps tend to my nails before attending? Kizaru replied nonchalantly. The correspondent, internally cursing, thought to himself, Admiral Sengoku expects you to hurry, not to sip tea and groom yourself. With a pained expression, he suggested, Admiral Kizaru, why don't we proceed to the meeting room first? We can enjoy tea afterward. It won't be too late. Kizuru, pouting, responded, how exceedingly frightening. As he continued to jest, the correspondent felt a surge of frustration, thinking, how can this correspondent endure such treatment? After this ordeal, I shall surely resign. Being a messenger is akin to being a dog. Kizuru, noticing the correspondent's distress, chuckled lightly. I was merely jesting. With that, he rose and sauntered toward the meeting room. The correspondent, filled with a mixture of exasperation and resignation, lamented, Admiral Kazu, this is truly no laughing matter. And so, the two made their way toward the meeting room. Meanwhile, the other correspondents found their tasks considerably less challenging. For instance, Akiji and Aku, henceforth referred to simply as Akiji and Aku, rather than Kazan and Sakazuki, exhibited distinct responses. Upon receiving the correspondent's message, Akiji merely inquired for clarification, and upon learning that the correspondent had no further details, he proceeded to the meeting room to ask for Akainu. The process was even simpler. Upon hearing that Admiral Sengoku summoned him for a meeting, he did not bother to ask the correspondent anything further, straightening his justice cloak before heading directly to the meeting room, completely disregarding the messenger. This left the correspondent with a sigh of relief. It was preferable when they did not engage him. Such behavior underscored Akinu's considerable standing within the Navy. Thus, all officers of vice admiral rank and above gathered in the meeting room. Once everyone had arrived, Sengoku commenced discussions regarding the invasion of Logtown and the matter of the slaughterer, whose slaying value was none other than Minos. Notably, the Navy was not the only entity deliberating the Logtown incident. Morgans had also learned of the events transpiring there. Previously, within the headquarters of his newspaper, Morgans had been fretting over how to boost sales, as recent maritime activities had been lackluster. The lack of fresh content had led to a decline in newspaper sales, resulting in significant economic strain. Just as he wallowed in his worries, urgent shouts erupted from outside. President, we have breaking news, called a frantic employee. Upon hearing the proclamation of significant news, Morgans experienced a flicker of interest. Though it was but a fleeting spark, he had recently encountered many so-called important news pieces that ultimately failed to excite him. When he eagerly examined the reports, he was met with disappointment, merely trivial stories, such as a great battle in a distant nation or a king's infidelity. Seeing such inconsequential news, Morgans berated his staff, questioning the utility of such trivialities. After scolding them, he explicitly instructed, only bring me truly important news. Do not disturb me otherwise. With these thoughts in mind, he reluctantly permitted the employee to enter his office. As soon as the employee stepped inside, Morgans queried, "Whose news has been captured?" Having grown weary of hearing useless tidings, he hoped for something of substance. The employee replied eagerly, "President, this is a report from Yamashita Moya. We have reviewed it, and it is indeed of great significance." Instantly intrigued by the mention of Yamashita Moya, whom he had high expectations for, Morgans pondered. Surely he has uncovered something worthwhile in the East Sea. With anticipation, he instructed the employee to present the footage captured by Yamashita Moya. Upon receiving the material, Morgans glanced at it and discovered the invasion of Logtown by the Wolf Pack pirates, which sparked a glimmer of excitement within him. Yamashita Moya, my word, he has indeed captured something of value. Morgans mused. He then observed how a young boy had annihilated the Wolf Pack pirates with Conqueror's haki, slaughtering the entire crew. At this revelation, Morgans was utterly astounded. Could it be true that a youth wielding Conqueror's haki appeared in the East Sea? As he continued to peruse the footage, each new discovery left him increasingly astonished, whether it was the swift defeat of a Logia-type smoke fruit user or the boy's declaration of being the slaughterer. At this point, Morgans erupted in jubilant laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." He had not anticipated that Yamashita Moya would indeed capture something of immense importance. He envisioned the headlines, "Shock. Pirates invade the town of the Pirate King's demise." What role did the Navy play? The emergence of the Conqueror's boy, shock. The Navy's so-called new star proves useless, shock. The Conqueror's boy declares himself the slaughterer, vowing to annihilate pirates and the Navy. As he reveled in the headlines he had concocted, Morgans laughed heartily, envisioning the sensational response this news would incite across the seas. High newspaper sales meant profits, and thus, he would earn his share of berries. Just as Morgans was lost in his exuberance, a voice interrupted him. "President, you haven't finished reviewing. There is more concerning the slaughterer." "Huh?" Morgans, momentarily annoyed at the interruption, prepared to chastise the employee. However, upon hearing that there was further information regarding the boy, he swiftly set aside his irritation and resumed examining the footage captured by Yamashita Moya. When Morgans reached the end of the material, he encountered two images. The first depicted a youth clad in a black suit and cloak leaping into the air, while the second captured the boy enveloped in a sphere of dark energy, transforming into a colossal black dragon. At this sight, Morgans exclaimed with excitement, "This is a devil fruit, and it appears to be a mythical zoan." Morgans stared with unwavering certainty at the notion that it was a mythical beast, undoubtedly aware of the formidable nature of the mythical zoan-type devil fruit. The immense dragon depicted in the photograph emanated an overwhelming aura of oppression, a sensation absent in ordinary devil fruits. After all, Morgan was the king of news. He could not possibly be mistaken. With this thought, Morgan promptly instructed the newspaper staff to contact Yamashita Moya via the speaking snail. At that moment, Yamashita Moya was at their newspaper's branch, brimming with joy and excitement over the news he had just sent to the headquarters. He was confident that his captured footage would exhilarate the president, who was working remotely. After ensuring that the black dragon had not detected him, he hastened towards the branch office. Exhausted from his efforts, he wasted no time resting and quickly approached the branch manager, succinctly explaining the situation. He urged the manager to immediately send the information he had gathered to the headquarters for the president's review. Understanding the urgency, the branch manager complied, and thus the intelligence in Moya's possession was transmitted to the headquarters. While contemplating the prospect of a promotion and a pay raise, Yamashita Moya was startled by the sound of the speaking snail. His heart soared. Could it be that the president had seen his report and was preparing to reward him? He quickly answered the call, and soon the speaking snail transformed into Morgan's likeness, a graceful crane, through which an elated voice resonated. "Yamashita Moya, you have performed admirably this time. That I am pleased to announce a promotion and a salary increase for you. Furthermore, your future footage will be prioritized." Upon hearing this, Moya expressed his gratitude with fervor, stating, "Thank you, President. It is your guidance that enabled me to capture this material." Morgan felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing Moya's humility. It seemed that his faith had not been misplaced. He continued, "Moya, my purpose in contacting you via the speaking snail is not solely to commend you. That I also wish to inquire about the transformation of the slaughterer into a black dragon. Is he indeed a mythical beast? The aura he exudes must be incredibly formidable." Recalling the transformation of the slaughterer, Yamashita Moya was engulfed by dread, both physically and psychologically. causing his body to tremble. In a quavering voice, he replied, "President, that is undoubtedly a mythical beast. The oppressive pressure it exudes is immensely powerful, and it is a dragon of considerable size, measuring over 100 meters." Morgan was taken aback by Mohay's revelation. He had not anticipated the dragon's immense scale. Suppressing his astonishment, he pondered whether a new emperor was about to emerge. The thought thrilled him. If such were the case, his newspaper's circulation would undoubtedly soar. With these reflections, Morgan addressed Mohay through the speaking snail. "Mohay, I have a significant task for you. This endeavor may be perilous, but the rewards will be substantial if you successfully accomplish this. The position of deputy president will be yours. Do you dare to accept?" Yamashita Mohay felt a shiver at Morgan's words, yet the allure of the deputy president role compelled him to respond. "What is it that you require me to do?" "President, high risk, high reward. A gamble worth taking." Noting Mohay's intrigue, Morgan's lips curved into a subtle smile. He conveyed, "You are to remain in the East Blue and continue gathering information on the slaughterer." "What?" Mohay was momentarily stunned. "You want me to continue filming the slaughterer in the East Blue? That seems exceedingly daunting." The memory of the man who had transformed into a dragon caused him to tremble with fear. Anxious that the slaughterer might discover him and eliminate him in an instant, Morgan, perceiving Mohay's silence, understood his trepidation, as the slaughterer was indeed a formidable adversary. He implored earnestly, "Mohay, among the staff, I have the utmost confidence in you. Should you complete this task, the title of deputy president will be yours. Consider this opportunity. If you let it slip away, you may regret it for a lifetime." Morgan continued, "I shall leave my words here. The choice is yours. That if you wish to decline, that is acceptable, and I will assign this task to another." Hearing Morgan's persuasive words, Mohay felt a surge of motivation. Convinced by Morgan's encouragement, he vowed, "Rest assured, President, I will accomplish this formidable task." Seeing Mohay's commitment, Morgan's smile broadened, though he mused internally, "Finally, this lad has been persuaded." Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious tone. "Then the responsibility now falls on you. Mohay, should you succeed, you shall be the deputy president." Mohay, invigorated by Morgan's solemn words, responded with fervor, "You can count on me, President." Morgan, pleased with Mohay's enthusiasm, reassured him, "Then I shall leave you to it. I must expedite the printing of the newspaper to ensure that the entire sea is aware of this crucial intelligence." With that, Morgan ended the call and turned to the newspaper staff with excitement. "Immediately inform everyone. Cease all other tasks and focus solely on reproducing Yasha Mohay's report. I want the entire sea to be set ablaze with this vital news." The staff, quick to comply, set to work under Morgan's command, laboring diligently to reproduce the newspaper. Eventually, after a significant effort, the newspapers were successfully printed. Morgan exclaimed, "Have the newsbirds deliver the papers at the fastest speed possible across the sea." As the newsbirds scattered the papers across the ocean, the waters became abuzz with the tale of the slaughterer. In a certain maritime region of the New World, the Moby Dick sailed through the waves. Serving as the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, aboard the Moby Dick, the crew was in the midst of a grand feast, with Whitebeard gazing upon his sons with pride. For Whitebeard, witnessing his sons revel was a source of immense satisfaction. However, amidst the merriment, a frantic voice rang out from the skies. "Father, trouble is brewing. A significant event has occurred in the East Blue, where a young boy wielding Conqueror's Haki and possessing a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit has emerged." The speaker was Marco, the gatekeeper of the Four Emperors. His urgency stemmed from his daily routine of purchasing newspapers as they passed, to stay informed. Yet today, when he bought his usual paper, he discovered alarming news from the East Blue. After reading it, he rushed to report to Whitebeard. Upon hearing Marco's frantic words, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, especially the commanders, snapped to attention. Sachi, incredulous, exclaimed, "Marco, are you certain? How could there possibly be a boy with Conqueror's Haki and a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit in the Four Seas? And he calls himself the Slaughterer, exterminating pirates and marines. Indeed, Marco, are you mistaken? How could such a figure arise in the East Blue, a place so weak?" The crew murmured in disbelief, unable to fathom Marco's claims. As the East Blue was indeed known for its weakness, seeing their skepticism, Marco hurriedly handed them the newspaper, urging them to read for themselves. "This is today's paper. It details everything that has occurred." As Sachi and the others perused the newspaper, they were met with a striking photograph. Minos using his Conqueror's Haki to incapacitate pirates. The accompanying text described the events in East Blue's Rogue Town, where a young boy with Conqueror's Haki had thwarted a pirate invasion, subsequently slaying all the assailants. Another photograph depicted the slaughterer, drenched in blood. The scene unfolds with a gruesome slaughter, as Saki and his companions witness a photograph of the assailant mercilessly dominating Smoker, followed by a chilling exchange between them. The self-proclaimed slaughterer is depicted alongside images of the Navy and Smoker, rendered unconscious by the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. Surrounding the photographs are unsettling captions expressing shock. How could a new star of the Navy be so utterly inept? It becomes clear that Smoker, upon seeing the bloodied figure of the slaughterer, mistakenly believes him to be the one responsible for the massacre in Rogue Town, prompting him to take action against the slaughterer. Only to be subdued and turned at the conclusion of the newspaper, there is an astonishing image of a youth leaping into the air, transforming into a massive black dragon. The revelation that this boy possesses Conqueror's Haki along with a mythical Zoan devil fruit raises the question, could this be yet another emperor? After reading the paper, Saki and his companions expressed disbelief, questioning the emergence of such a formidable figure in the East Blue.as for the slaughtherer's self-designation. They remain indifferent. After all, who among them hasn't taken down Navy and pirates alike? Marco, observing the expressions of Saki and the others, smirks, remarking, "See, I told you so." Their embarrassment is palpable as Saki manages a sheepish smile, admitting his astonishment at the emergence of such a powerful individual in the East Blue. Others chime in, echoing his sentiment. Indeed, they never expected to encounter such prowess from the East Blue. Marco rolls his eyes at their reactions. Just then, Whitebeard's voice booms, "My sons, what has transpired to leave you in such a state of shock?" Upon hearing their father speak, Marco and the others call out, "Old man." Saki then presents the newspaper to Whitebeard, who, upon reading it, reflects inwardly, astonished that the East Blue has once again produced a formidable figure. Regarding the boy's claim of being a slaughterer, Whitebeard remains unconcerned, thinking to himself, "Have I not slain more pirates and Navy than you?" Ultimately, noticing the worried expressions on his sons' faces, he declares with authority, "Kohahaha, foolish boys, there is no need for concern. He is merely a child. I am Whitebeard." Following his commanding words, his sons exclaim, as expected of the old man, "As long as you're here, we fear nothing." Amidst their cheers, a figure cloaked in black, a portly man, observes with a serious glint in his eye. Indeed, this incongruously dressed individual is none other than our infamous Blackbeard, the prodigal son. Not only has the Whitebeard pirates received this news, but the other emperors have also been informed that on Cake Island, a colossal woman is voraciously consuming cake, her mouth full as she demands, "More cake. I want to eat." This figure is none other than Big Mom. One of the emperors, her children, witnessing her frenzied eating, instantly fear that she is succumbing to her eating disorder once again. They dread the consequences of not having enough food, recalling her wrath during such episodes. Even Katakuri, the leader of the Sweet Commanders, feels trepidation at that moment. A figure enters. The eldest son, Perispero, he approaches Kakuri, arms crossed, and quietly inquires, "Has mother fallen ill again?" Kakuri nods in response. Perispero, accustomed to Katakuri's demeanor, remains silent and then states, "Katakuri, a significant event has occurred in the East Blue." After saying this, he hands the newspaper to Katakuri. Upon reading it, Katakuri's expression turns grave, clearly shaken by the news of Minos's exploits. He cannot fathom that such a figure has emerged from the East Blue. Perispero, equally serious, affirms, "Indeed, since Roger's time, no remarkable figures have arisen from the East Blue." Kakuri queries, "What should we do about this news? Should we inform mother?" Perispero shakes his head. "Let us wait until she has regained her composure before showing her, but we must not disturb her prematurely, or we will face punishment." With this, Katakuri crosses his arms once more, falling silent. Thus, the Big Mom pirates continue to watch their captain indulge in her cake. Meanwhile, on an island in the New World, a lively banquet is underway. Red-haired Shanks is boasting to his crew about being a former member of the Roger Pirates. The crew, skeptical of Shanks's audacity, expresses disbelief. Perceiving their doubt, Shanks insists, "I'm telling the truth." The crew responds, Sure, Captain, we believe you," though their tone is far from convincing. Laughter erupts, and Shanks grinds his teeth in frustration, wondering why honesty seems so implausible in these times. Just then, a figure approaches, observing the scene with exasperation. "What to do when you encounter an unreliable captain?" thinks the serious-looking Ben Beckman, Shanks's first mate. Possessing formidable hockey and renowned for his intellect, Beckman shakes his head and states, a significant event has occurred in the East Blue. The crew, sensing Beckman's serious tone, quiets down to hear what he has to say. However, Shanks, undeterred, continues to jest. Beckman, don't be so serious. No matter the news, it can't compare to our banquet. Beckman, overwhelmed, gazes at Shanks in disbelief, exasperated by his captain's antics. Beckman asserts, Captain, this is no trivial matter. A young individual with Conqueror's hockey and a mythical Zoan devil fruit has appeared in the East Blue. The revelation stuns the crew into silence. That even possible, strong figures emerging from the East Blue? Beckman observes the surrounding chaos, choosing to remain silent. He then turns his gaze to Shanks, who is now serious. After handing the newspaper to the crew, Beckman moves closer to Shanks. Could it be that the East Blue has truly given rise to an extraordinary individual? Shanks, however, bursts into laughter, replying, let us not concern ourselves with him. Let us keep drinking. He pulls Beckman into the crowd, and the crew resumes their revelry, oblivious to the newspaper's significance. Thus, Beckman, though exasperated, is swept along by Shanks's carefree spirit. In Wano country, at Onigashima, Kaido is drowning his sorrows in drink. Lamenting, I want to die. Who can kill me? The calamities, king and queen, watch Kaido's drunken antics with unperturbed expressions. Clearly, they have grown accustomed to Kaido's drunken revelry after witnessing it numerous times. They exchange knowing glances. A pirate bursts in, shouting, Lord Kaido, we have a crisis. Kaido, lost in his despair, pays little mind, prompting the messenger's face to stiffen in anxiety. Yet, it is the words of King that break the tension. What has happened to cause such alarm? The messenger, upon hearing King's inquiry, hastily replies, Lord King, a significant event has transpired in the East Blue. Here is today's newspaper. After Jean received the newspaper, he instructed the pirate messenger to withdraw. The messenger let out a long sigh of relief in his heart and hurriedly left. He dared not linger any longer. Jean gazed at the newspaper in his hands. His demeanor shifted from casual indifference to serious contemplation. Observing Jin's change, Quinn fell silent. Curiosity piqued regarding the contents of the paper. He directly inquired, Jean, what does this newspaper say? Why has it rendered you speechless? Jean said nothing but handed the newspaper to Quinn. As Quinn took the paper, he muttered, what is this? So mysterious. Upon reading the newspaper, Quinn exclaimed in astonishment, how is this possible? A boy with Conqueror's hockey has appeared in the East Blue, and he is also a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Quinn's exclamation caught the attention of Kaido, who had been indulging in drink. That he asked Jean and Quinn what the commotion was about. Realizing Kaido was now sober, Quinn quickly explained, Lord Kaido, a boy with Conqueror's hockey has emerged in the East Blue, and he possesses a Zoan-type devil fruit ability. Hearing this, Kaido exclaimed, Quinn, quickly show me the newspaper. It was well known that his beast pirates were composed of various Zoan-type fruit users. And now there was a boy with Conqueror's hockey along with Zoan capabilities. Was this not a gift from nature? Upon seeing the newspaper, Kaido burst into laughter, declaring, this kid is quite the talent. I must recruit him into the beast pirates. Jean and Quinn remained silent, well aware of Kaido's nature. Kaido then instructed, you two keep a close watch over the headquarters of the beast pirates. I will head to the East Blue to check on that little brat. He might just become our companion. Jean and Quinn, resigned, replied, then we wish you a successful journey, Admiral Kaido. With that, Kaido nodded to the two, and before their eyes, he transformed into a colossal azure dragon, characterized by a head resembling a camel. Horns like a deer, eyes like a rabbit, ears like a cow, a neck like a snake, a belly like a clam, scales like a carp, claws like an eagle, and paws like a tiger. The azure dragon soared above Onigashima, riding the clouds amidst thunder and lightning, and then headed towards the four seas. Jean and Quinn silently observed this spectacle, until Quinn broke the silence. Do you think Admiral Kaido will successfully bring that little brat back? Jean did not respond directly but remarked, I believe Admiral Kaido is Joy Boy. After saying this, Jean turned and departed, leaving Quinn bewildered in the wind. After a long while, Quinn finally came to his senses and muttered, what a foolish person. Meanwhile, in the offices of the world government, the five elders were engaged in discussions concerning Minos. The science martial god, Jakarsha Satan, spoke up, I presume you have all seen the news regarding that red-haired boy? The law martial god, Topman Wolf Fury, affirmed, indeed, we have seen it. The finance martial god, Zambalin V. Nazashiro, scoffed. At the end of the day, it's still the fault of those useless Marines that led to the invasion of Rogue Town and the emergence of that boy. The environment martial god, Makas Mas, countered, although the Marines made a mistake, they are still our subordinates. We shouldn't speak of them in such a manner. The agriculture martial god, Shepod Garbide, sought to mediate. Let's not dwell on the Marines. We should focus on how to handle the situation regarding that boy. Satan suggested, what if we attempt to recruit him? We could offer him a position in CP0. A Zoan type should possess considerable strength. Right? For the 5 elders, Minos was merely a newcomer who had recently acquired a Zoan-type devil fruit, and they did not regard him with much significance. After all 5 of them were users of the human fruit. Zoan-type, and had trained for many years in their respective abilities that AS for possessing Conqueror's Haki. Was that not commonplace? Many pirates in the New World wielded Conqueror's Haki, yet they remained suppressed by the 4 emperors. Without training in Haki mastery, Conqueror's Haki was merely a skill for clearing out minions, nothing of great consequence. However, Satan had not anticipated that Minos was entirely reliant on a slaughter system to attain his formidable strength. His suggestion left the other elders momentarily stunned. Indeed, we could recruit him as one of our subordinates. Wolfury remarked in admiration, Satan's idea is quite good. I agree. Seeing Wolfury take the lead, the other elders chimed in. Agreed. Thus, Satan casually summoned a CP agent to head to the East Blue to recruit Minos, as if they could already envision him joining their ranks. Simultaneously, other powerful figures across the seas took notice of the news regarding Minos. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo chuckled at the newspaper in his hands. What an intriguing little brat. I wonder how far he can go. In Alabasta, Crocodile tossed the newspaper aside and remarked to his subordinates, do not concern yourselves with this trivial news. Our main objective is to locate the Pluton. Once we have the Pluton, I would dare to challenge the world government that a mere child is of no consequence. In the terrifying triad. Moria glared at the newspaper, gritting his teeth. Another detestable dragon. Clearly, this brought back the humiliation of being brutally defeated by Kaido. Moria sneered cruelly, if you dare to venture into my territory, I will undoubtedly kill you and seize your shadow. On Karagana Island, Mihawk sat in his palace, one hand holding a glass of red wine while the other perused the newspaper. He leisurely drank his wine while reading, feeling quite content. Upon finishing his drink, Mihawk mused, a powerful individual has emerged in the East Blue. Then he slowly continued, what a pity he is not a swordsman. His words were laden with disappointment that the individual in the newspaper was not a swordsman. Although Mihawk was merely a warlord of the sea, his swordsmanship was formidable enough to stand against the 4 Emperor Shanks without defeat. Ever since Shanks lost an arm, Mihawk had lost interest in competing with him. Thus, Mihawk longed for a swordsman of equal caliber to engage in battle. Defeating such an opponent would be a true honor. Ahem, back to the main topic on Amazon Lily, the territory of the warlord and empress. Upon receiving the newspaper, the empress paid it no mind, merely stating, I am simply too beautiful. Regardless of my mistakes, I shall be forgiven. Activating her sweet fruit, the women of Amazon Lily instantly developed heart-shaped eyes. On Fishman Island, Jinbei also received news of Minos, exclaiming, humans truly have an abundance of talent. Another powerful individual has emerged. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, Dragon, upon seeing the newspaper, was filled with mixed emotions. Truly, heroes are born from youth. Beside Dragon stood a young boy with yellow hair, who inquired, Mr. Dragon, is something significant happening? The boy, who would become the future Flame Emperor, Sabo, was still youthful yet possessed considerable strength. Noticing Sabo's question, Dragon turned his gaze toward him, feeling immense satisfaction. Years ago, while passing through his hometown, he witnessed the devastation wrought by the celestial dragons. That time, he encountered Sabo, who had survived the calamity. Sabo was lost and confused, having forgotten everything. Dragon persuaded Sabo to join the Revolutionary Army. Initially, Dragon thought Sabo was just an ordinary boy, but to his surprise, Sabo displayed remarkable talent during training. Thus, Dragon arranged for Hakuba and Kuma to be his mentors. Occasionally providing guidance himself, Sabo lived up to expectations, working diligently. In contemporary times, great power has been acquired. However, the current state of Sabo remains rather immature. With a bit of time, he is bound to evolve into a formidable warrior. Contemplating deeply, Dragon gazed at Sabo and remarked, it is merely that an intriguing individual has emerged in the East Blue. upon hearing Dragon mention the presence of an interesting person in the East Blue. Sabo's spirits were instantly lifted, for Dragon is known to seldom bestow praise upon anyone. Sabo inquired, "Surely, someone who has captured Mr. Dragon's attention must be extraordinary." Dragon, intrigued by Sabo's curiosity, handed him the newspaper he was holding. Chuckling softly, do not be astonished upon reading. Sabo's interest was piqued even further by Dragon's remark, and he immediately turned his gaze to the newspaper. Just a glance was enough to render his expression one of shock. The mere mention of Conqueror's hockey was sufficient to captivate the eye. Seeing the astonishment etched on Sabo's face, Dragon chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Once Sabo finished reading the entire article, the look of astonishment lingered on his face. He could hardly fathom that a new powerhouse had indeed emerged in the East Blue. With a bitter expression, Sabo remarked, "Mr. Dragon, the person you speak of is truly remarkable. Not only does he possess Conqueror's hockey, but he also wields a mythical Zoan devil fruit. How could he be anything but extraordinary?" Dragon, observing Sabo's pained expression, chuckled softly, saying, "That individual is indeed exceptional, yet you too are not lacking in strength. Your talent is among the most formidable I have ever witnessed. One day you shall undoubtedly become a true powerhouse." Upon hearing Dragon's words of encouragement, Sabo's face brightened once more with a cheerful smile. He then assured Dragon, "I shall not disappoint your expectations, Mr. Dragon, nor those of everyone else." With that, Sabo dashed off into the distance, seemingly preparing for training. Witnessing Sabo's resolute words and his determination to train, a look of satisfaction returned to Dragon's face. Thus, nearly every powerful individual across the vast ocean came to hear of Minos, some praising him while others disparaged him. There were even those who claimed that at such a young age, he was blissfully unaware of the world's dangers, hoping for a strong adversary to curb Minos's burgeoning influence. Unbeknownst to Minos, or even if he were aware, he would pay no heed. Who would quibble over the value of slaughter? A day passed, and Minos awoke from his slumber. Instinctively surveying his surroundings, he realized he was aboard a ship, fully comprehending that his journey into the world of pirates was indeed real, not a mere dream. Stretching his back, Minos rose to his feet, muttering to himself, "I certainly had a delightful sleep." Subsequently, he queried, "Captain, where are we headed?" The system responded, "According to our observations, we are nearing Robushi village." Hearing the system's words, Minos murmured, "So we are about to arrive at Robushi village. Should I eliminate Usopp right now?" He contemplated that Usopp would eventually become a companion of Luffy, who is full of dreams yet utterly clueless. Minos felt a strong urge to deal with Usopp immediately, but then he recalled Usopp's bounty of 500 million berries, equating to 5,000 points of slaughter value. This thought filled him with excitement. However, realizing that reaching 5,000 points was still a distant prospect, his enthusiasm waned into disappointment. Therefore, Minos resolved to teach Usopp a lesson, perhaps by breaking his limbs or threatening the light of his life. Kaya, right before him. "Miss Kaya, I presume you would not wish for Usopp to come to harm." Ahem, this is merely Minos's thought, not the perspective of the beleaguered author, who is a simple soul, utterly ignorant of such matters. He merely knows how to squat, rise, and sit. Yet, the moment Minos recalled that Kaya was still a young girl, his interest waned. After all, he did not fancy being swayed by mere beauty, for he was determined to become the illustrious pirate version of a great benevolent figure. With this in mind, Minos chastised himself internally. After a while, Minos's ship gradually approached the harbor of Robushi village. Upon arriving, he was immediately struck by a sensation of being watched, which furrowed his brow in concern. It turned out that he was under the scrutiny of the Black Pirates' lackeys. Their captain, Kuro, had faked his death to deceive the navy, preparing to seize the wealth of an ailing lady, while his crew lay in wait on the outskirts of Robushi village, ready to receive their captain. The appearance of a navy warship in Robushi village was certainly not good news. The spy, upon realizing it was a navy ship, hastily retreated to report to the first mate. Minos, feeling the gaze dissipate, recalled that in the original story, the Black Pirates were indeed present here. That earlier sensation of being watched must have belonged to them. In Robushi village, there was a pirate named Kuro, whose bounty was around 16 million berries. Furthermore, there was another pirate with a lesser bounty of about 900 berries. This meant that today, several thousand points of slaughter value were about to be added to his tally. With this thought, a cold smile spread across Minos's face as he leaped from the ship onto the beach. Feeling the comfort of the sand and the sun, Minos mused, "It seems this moment is only missing a beautiful lady to be complete." After basking in the warmth of the sun and the beach, Minos made his way toward Robushi village. Meanwhile, as Minos approached Robushi village, the black pirates received the news. They were taken aback to learn of a navy warship's arrival in Robushi village. Fearing their captain's plan would be exposed, observing the flustered crew, Zango, the first mate, admonished them in a hushed tone, "Keep your voices down. Do you wish to attract the navy?" The crew of the black pirates fell silent at Zango's authoritative tone. Relieved by their sudden quietude, Zango exhaled deeply, anxious that these fools might inadvertently summon the navy, which would spell trouble for them. Contemplating this, Zango turned to the spy with a serious demeanor. "How many navy personnel have arrived? Is it merely a few hundred?" Without waiting for the spy's reply, Zango continued to ponder aloud. "If it is just a few hundred, then as long as we proceed with caution, we still have a chance of victory." The spy from the black pirates wore a bitter expression, contemplating whether to interrupt Zango to inform him that there was only one person on the Navy's ship. However, fearing severe repercussions for interrupting Zango, he chose to remain silent at last. Zango, having ruminated long enough, realized why the spy had not responded. Could it be that he had miscalculated, and the Navy had more personnel than he anticipated? Zango, noting the spy's continued silence, sternly demanded, "How many Navy personnel are there? Report at once." The spy thought to himself. Finally, Zango is catching on. He reported, "Captain, there is currently only one person on the Navy ship." Upon hearing the spy's report, Zango's mind raced with confusion. Only one person? So, I have been engaging in a battle of wits with thin air for so long, and now you tell me there is merely one person? Am I to become a fool? Zango gritted his teeth at the spy. "You useless fool. Why didn't you say so sooner?" The spy thought. "When would you have given me the chance to respond?" Yet the spy replied truthfully, "Sir, you previously instructed that no one should interrupt you while you speak." Zango found himself at a loss for words in response to the spy's statement, choosing to change the subject. Zango cleared his throat and said, "Since there is only one Navy personnel, what is there to fear? If our plans are exposed, we shall simply eliminate the Navy officer and then flee with the captain's loot. It is no great matter." Clearly, Zango mistook Minos for a Navy officer and regarded him as a lamb awaiting slaughter. What Zango did not realize was that Minos was neither a Navy officer nor a meek lamb, but rather a ravenous dragon. At this moment, Minos strolled leisurely toward the village and, as he neared it, encountered a boy with naturally curly hair and an elongated nose that was none other than Usopp. Usopp, seeing the tall and imposing figure of Minos clad in a black suit and cape, felt a mixture of fear and curiosity. He approached Minos and inquired, "Excuse me, are you from outside?" Minos, amused by Usopp's timid demeanor, inwardly thought, "Indeed, he truly deserves to be one of the cowardly trio of the Straw Hat Pirates." Minos replied, "I have come from the outside, and I am here in search of you and a group of pirates." "Find me?" Usopp exclaimed, bewildered. "I have never seen you before. Why would you be looking for me?" He hastily added, "And what do you mean by a group of pirates? Are there pirates in our village?" Seeing Usopp's perplexed and flustered demeanor, Minos let out a hearty laugh. "The reason I seek you is simply that I find you displeasing, and I thought to teach you a lesson. As for the pirates, indeed, there are some, and one of them happens to be the butler of your childhood friend, Kaya. Quite the pirate, I must say. At that moment, Usopp had no time to inquire how Minos knew him, or Kaya, or even that Kaya's butler was a pirate. The mere thought of this drove Usopp into deeper fear. He could not comprehend that someone so deranged would seek to teach him a lesson, especially when he had never encountered this person before. Moreover, the notion that Kaya's butler was a pirate filled him with dread for her safety. Before Usopp could utter another word, Minos swiftly delivered a punch to Usopp's face. With that single blow, Usopp was rendered unconscious, though Minos had tempered his strength. Otherwise, Usopp would have been finished in an instant. Gazing down at the fallen Usopp, Minos shook his head. 5,000 points of kill value. And you ought not to meet your demise so easily, or you would truly be a waste. Ignoring Usopp on the ground, Minos strode directly to a beautifully crafted villa. Indeed, this was the residence of Kaya, the light of Usopp's life. Employing his observation haki, Minos scanned the interior of the villa, instantly revealing the scene within. At that moment, only two individuals occupied the villa, Kaya and her butler, Kuro. Kaya lay in a room on the second floor. her countenance wan and weary as she gazed out the window, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Kuro toiled in the kitchen on the first floor, seemingly concocting a remedy for Kaya's ailment. Witnessing this poignant and touching scene, Minos felt a pang of compassion and resolved not to intrude. Instead, he contemplated a dramatic entrance, perhaps with a roar of a black dragon. Clearing his throat, Minos pushed the door open and, upon seeing Kuro laboring over the pot, remarked, "What a pity it is that a pirate can disguise himself so thoroughly." Stooping to assume the role of a butler, Kuro, still focused on his task, thought to himself, "Why has Kaya not perished yet?" Suddenly, the sound of his identity being exposed reached his ears, causing him to stiffen in shock. When had this person arrived without his notice? How had his identity been revealed? Suppressing his astonishment, Kuro slowly turned to face a young man with gray-purple hair. A cold demeanor, clad in a black suit and a flowing black cape, that in that moment, Kuro's heart sank. Had his pirate identity not been buried in feigned death? How could the Navy have discovered him and traced him to this place? Clearly, Kuro mistook Minos for a Navy officer. He attempted to feign innocence, stammering, "Excuse me, sir, but you must be mistaken. I am merely a humble butler, not the pirate you think." Minos found amusement in Kuro's belief that he was a Navy officer. He had inadvertently become a figure of authority in Kuro's eyes, which was quite entertaining. If anyone were to perceive Minos's attire and demeanor, they might well agree that he did resemble a Navy officer. Noting Kuro's continued pretense, Minos cut to the chase. Kuro, former captain of the Black Sea pirate crew, who, weary of the pirate's life, feigned his death to escape the Navy's pursuit, after injuring Colonel Monka. You had Zango hypnotize him into believing you had perished. Your plan was indeed clever. Minos continued. Then Kuro transformed into a butler to assist Kaya with household affairs, discovering in the process that her inheritance was substantial. You intended to claim her fortune upon her demise, am I not correct, Kuro? At this point, Kuro's mind was in turmoil. He had never anticipated that this individual would possess such intimate knowledge of his affairs. Including the recent hypnotism of Colonel Monka and his new role as a butler, a wave of confusion washed over him. Could Zango have betrayed him? With a darkened expression, Kuro demanded, "Who are you? And how do you know so much about me?" Minos regarded Kuro's sullen demeanor without answering directly, instead uttering words Kuro could not comprehend. Mere fish should possess the awareness befitting their station, and those who kill should understand the value of slaying. Kuro was perplexed by Minos's words, sensing an insult that inflamed his anger. Yet, uncertain of his opponent's capabilities, he refrained from acting. Minos, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, swiftly approached Kuro and delivered another punch, this time with sufficient force to ensure Kuro would not rise again. Indeed, Kuro was no longer among the living. This was no ordinary blow, as Minos had exerted his full strength. Thus, the individual renowned for his intellect, nearly rivaling Beckman, was vanquished by Minos in a single strike. Following Kuro's demise, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 160 points of kill value." Upon hearing the long-awaited sound of acquiring kill value, Minos felt a surge of exhilaration. This long-lost system notification served as a reminder that he was poised to embark on a path of slaughter. Just as Minos relished the system's announcement, a figure descended the stairs unsteadily from above. It was none other than the villa's owner, Miss Kaya. Having been lost in contemplation in her room, Kaya was startled by the sounds of a dispute below. Confused, she thought, is it not just Kuro and myself in the house? Who could he be speaking with? With this uncertainty in mind, Kaya descended the stairs, but as she approached, the commotion ceased abruptly, followed by the unmistakable sound of a body hitting the floor. This deepened her confusion as Kaya's gaze fell upon the scene below. She beheld a young man with gray-purple hair, strikingly handsome yet cold, draped in a black cloak, standing in her home, while her butler lay motionless on the ground. In an instant, Kaya's imagination ran wild. She concluded that a thief had invaded her home and that Kuro had valiantly fought to defend her, sacrificing himself in the process. Overwhelmed with rage, Kaya confronted Minos. "Why have you trespassed into my home and slain my butler? Do you not realize that such actions are against the law?" As Minos reveled in the system's announcement of kill value, he turned to regard the voice filled with outrage. Before him stood a pale, fragile girl, her demeanor melancholic. This scene unfolded like a tale from a fairy tale, the melancholic maiden confronting her cold prince. Clearing his throat, Minos replied, "I do admit to trespassing into your abode, But I make no apologies to AS for the claim of killing your butler. I concede that as well. However, your butler was no ordinary servant. He was a pirate. Therefore, do I owe you an explanation for slaying a pirate? Kaya, incensed by Minos's brazen demeanor, was aghast. How could he enter her home uninvited and murder her butler, only to assert that the man who had cared for her so well was a pirate? Such an assertion was utterly absurd. Fuming, Kaya retorted, "You have invaded my home, killed my butler, and now you defile his memory with your accusations. It is you who is the true pirate." Minos, rendered speechless by Kaya's unreasonable response, found himself disinclined to engage further. The flash of crimson light flickered in her eyes, and Kaya collapsed in the stairwell. It was evident that Minos, lacking the inclination to explain, had unleashed his conqueror's haki without hesitation. Minos was not one to show mercy. Such sentiments were of little consequence, unless, of course, it pertained to the goddess of the moon. Upon witnessing Kaya's fainting form, Minos exited the villa, driven by his quest for slaughter points. For instance, not far from Robusi village, there lay another beach teeming with members of the Black Pirates. With his observation haki activated once more, Minos's gaze swept across to another gathering of the Black Pirates, igniting a thrill within him. Would the slaughter points not come pouring in? Thus, Minos ambled toward the stronghold of the Black Pirates. Unbeknownst to the Black Pirates, they had already been discovered by a hunter. Zango was still engaged in conversation with his crew, strategizing on how to deal with the Navy. In short, their adversary was but a lone Navy officer. Upon discovery, there was no need for fear. They would simply strike. Just as Zango and his crew were preparing for a confrontation, Minos had already arrived near their stronghold. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the pirate ship in the distance. This was the essence of slaughter points. After all, Minos strode purposefully toward the Black Pirates' vessel. Suddenly, the crew of the Black Pirates noticed an unexpected visitor, and their eyes gleamed with exhilaration. They had not anticipated that this Navy officer would truly find them. Zango, seeing the delight in the eyes of the pirates aboard the ship, spoke slowly. "If that is the case, let us entertain this Navy officer properly." As Zango's words fell, the crew eagerly grabbed their weapons, exclaiming, "Aye, Captain, we shall treat him well." Minos was now nearing the Black Pirate ship and overheard their plan to entertain him. This left him momentarily stunned, followed by a soft chuckle. Truly, they are unaware of their own folly. After a brief laugh, Minos propelled himself into the air, leaping gracefully from the ground and landing firmly on the deck of the Black Pirate's ship. His leap astonished the pirates. They had not expected this Navy officer to possess such prowess. Soaring from such a distance and landing soundly on their vessel. As they regained their composure, Zango and his crew cursed, "Damn Navy officer, do you seek death? How dare you come alone to our ship?" Minos, observing the pirates cursing at him, found it amusing that they still perceived him as a Navy officer. How entertaining! The Black Pirates, noticing that Minos remained silent, grew even angrier, believing his silence was a sign of disdain. At Zango's signal, two pirates stepped forward, one to his left and the other to his right, intent on teaching this presumptuous Navy officer a lesson. Minos calmly regarded the two insignificant pirates approaching him, making no effort to move as they drew near. His indifference only fueled the fury of the other pirates and the two before him. Subsequently, the two pirates swung their blades at Minos. A resounding clang echoed as their swords shattered upon contact, leaving Minos unscathed. The sight of their broken blades left the members of the Black Pirates in a state of shock. They had not anticipated that Minos's body was more formidable than steel. Zango, in disbelief, exclaimed, "This is impossible. How can this Navy officer be so powerful?" Clearly, both Zango and his crew were a band of unseasoned pirates. Yet, in the feeble East Blue, how much experience could such insignificant pirates truly possess? Observing the stunned expressions of the Black Pirates, Minos chuckled derisively. He then shook his head, realizing it was futile to waste any more time with these weaklings. Acquiring slaughter points was of utmost importance. With this thought, Minos leaped into the air once more to eye in the bewildered gazes of the Black Pirates. He raised his hands, instantly unleashing the water flow shattering rock fist. The crew beheld countless fists descending upon them at breakneck speed. In that moment, despair enveloped the hearts of the Black Pirates. They had never imagined this Navy officer could be so terrifying, and they were utterly powerless to withstand his assault. Thus, as a flurry of fists rained down, the Black Pirates and their ship were reduced to a mist of blood and fragments. Just as Minos' fist struck the crew, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 slaughter points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 90 slaughter points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 slaughter points. The familiar sound of the system notifying him of his acquired slaughter points filled Minos with joy. After all, in his eyes, slaughter points were of paramount importance. As the notification ceased, Minos promptly directed his consciousness toward the system panel. Host, Minos age, 19 skills. Intermediate armament hockey, intermediate observation hockey, intermediate conquerors hockey, water flow shattering rock fist, standard edition. Navigation skills, helmsman skills, physique, peak of the 4 emperors items. 1 supreme great knife slaughter points, 1950 realm, high admiral, black dragon form. Peak of the 4 emperors, evaluation. You are now exceedingly powerful. As long as you do not encounter an opponent at the pinnacle of the king level, you are unlikely to perish. Minos studied the system panel, which had undergone another transformation, leaving him perplexed. Notably, both the physique and realm sections had changed. His physique, once possessing the strength of a giant race, had now transformed into that of the peak of the 4 emperors. Moreover, his realm had escalated from a quasi-admiral to a high admiral, which he could comprehend, as his strength had surged after consuming the mythical Zoan-type Dragon King fruit. However, Minos was puzzled by the presence of the Dragon King form. Was it possible that this form was superior in strength? Unable to fathom it, Minos promptly inquired of the system. Hey, what is the meaning of these changes in my physique and realm? It seems there have been considerable transformations. Upon Minos's inquiry, the system's voice responded. Ding, this is due to the system detecting your physical attributes and strength for display. Ding, your physique has undergone 2 transformations. One from the enhancement of your superhuman physique, and the other from the enhancement of the mythical Zoan-type Dragon King form. Ding, originally, your physique was already formidable. Upon consuming the mythical Zoan Dragon King fruit, it has now reached the peak of the 4 emperors. Ding, regarding your realm, it is also based on the system's detection. Your human form is indeed relatively weaker, but with proper training, your human strength will eventually match that of your Dragon King form. Ding. Additionally, your Dragon King form is that of Acnologia. Naturally, it is powerful. Is that not to be expected? Listening to the system's detailed explanations, Minos finally grasped the situation, or at least, he believed he had. Ultimately, he concluded that he had indeed grown stronger, though he had not lost his hair. Satisfied with his newfound understanding, Minos turned his attention to the section detailing his slaughter points, which had risen from a mere 200 to an impressive 1950. Calculating the points he had acquired, Minos realized he had slain 150 pirates, yielding 1,500 slaughter points, plus 160 points from Kalu and 90 points from Zango, culminating in a total of 1,700 slaughter points. Adding the original 200 points he possessed, he now had 1,950 slaughter points in total. After reviewing the slaughter points, Minos withdrew his consciousness from the system panel. With a hint of regret, Minos remarked, "These slaughter points are indeed hard to come by." The system, witnessing Minos's audacity, could only respond with silence. Ding, it would be advantageous for the host to eliminate several more waves of pirates to acquire points more easily. As Minos beheld the system's prompt, he found it to be quite reasonable. He began to question whether his newfound strength had led him to become complacent, reluctant to engage in the slaughter of pirates and marines to accumulate his kill points. In a moment of fervor, he exclaimed, how could this be possible? After all, he aspired to be the great immortal pirate sage, destined to traverse the myriad realms. How could he ever pause in his quest? With a deep breath, he felt invigorated, ready to embark on a grand endeavor, declaring, "Shall I take on 10,000 foes?" In high spirits, he surveyed his surroundings, only to be reminded of the destruction he had wrought. Prompting a light chuckle and a sense of reflection that there not great merit in possessing formidable power. Even engaging in battle feels so seamless. If the Black Sea pirates were to hear Minos's words, they might be revived with indignation. Ultimately, Minos pondered whether his mission in Robushi village had reached its conclusion, whether it was teaching Usopp a lesson or vanquishing the black pirate crew. It seemed he had achieved his goals, though, and let us not forget, he had also inadvertently used his conqueror's haki to incapacitate a beautiful maiden. With a resigned sigh, Minos turned his gaze towards the sea, where his ship awaited him. In a short while, he arrived aboard his vessel. As he stood on the ship, He contemplated his next destination. Should he set sail for Nami's village, Kokoyashi, or head straight to the Grand Line? When it comes to pirate-infested waters, the Grand Line and the New World undoubtedly reigned supreme, teeming with enough pirates to keep him occupied for ages. Yet, Minos's inclination was to meander through the East Blue before making his way to the Grand Line. After some deliberation, he resolved to explore the East Blue first. He would venture to Kokoyashi village, slay a few pirates and marines, and then gradually proceed to the Grand Line. Accumulating some kill points to purchase a yacht seemed quite appealing, as it would certainly enhance his comfort. Thus, Minos employed his advanced helmsman skills and navigational expertise to steer the ship towards Kokoyashi village, as he reclined in a random spot on the deck. He realized he had yet to indulge in any sustenance since arriving in this pirate world. However, the thought of preparing a meal himself seemed rather daunting. It wasn't that he couldn't, but rather that he was simply too lazy to do so. Consequently, Minos addressed the system, saying, "Hey, system, is it possible to purchase some food from your marketplace?" In response to Minos's inquiry, the system slowly replied, "Ding. Allow me to reiterate. Aside from those fantastical items, this system possesses everything you could desire." Minos, taken aback by the system's unwavering confidence, felt a hint of embarrassment. He mused, could this system be too absolute in its claims? Nevertheless, he pressed on. "All right, system, I would like a supersized roasted chicken and a bottle of 1982 beer. Please." Ding. The system has registered the host's request, and food items are now available in the system's marketplace. Please proceed to purchase using your kill points. Upon hearing the system's formal announcement, Minos's curiosity was piqued. He then focused his consciousness on the system interface, where an array of food items had materialized. There were familiar offerings such as hot pot, grilled fish, roasted chicken, and fried rice. Notably, a beverage section appeared as well, featuring cola, 1982 wine, and beer. Seeing the various food options on the system panel filled Minos with nostalgia, reminiscent of the delectable dishes he had often enjoyed back on Blue Star. After a moment of reflection, he decided to treat himself to a large roasted chicken and a bottle of 1982 beer. However, when he glanced at the prices for the roasted chicken and beer, he could hardly contain his disbelief. Minos confronted the system. "Hey, system, is there something amiss with these prices?" The system's calm voice responded, "Ding. There is nothing wrong, I assure you." With a cold smirk, Minos pressed further. "Then why does one roasted chicken cost 50 kill points? And a beer 20 kill points?" In response to Minos's query, the system remained unfazed, stating, "Ding. Host, this pricing is quite reasonable. Is there an issue?" Minos was infuriated. There was indeed a significant issue. This meant that purchasing a roasted chicken and a beer would deplete him of 70 kill points. Essentially, it equated to the bounty of a pirate worth 7 million. With this realization, Minos sneered, "Oh, system, you are being quite unreasonable, charging an exorbitant price." Unperturbed, the system replied, "Ding. Host, my pricing is already quite fair. Ding. Consider this. You desire a large roasted chicken, and given your appetite, a slightly higher price is justified." The system continued earnestly, "Ding. Host, sometimes you should reflect on your own circumstances. Is it not due to your lack of effort in acquiring kill points that you cannot afford decent food?" Minos was taken aback by the system's remarks. They struck a familiar chord that he felt as though he had heard this somewhere before. Perhaps a misstep. Particularly, the system's poignant reminder to strive for more kill points left him utterly speechless. So he couldn't afford a meal, and the system blamed him for not working harder to earn kill points. Sighing in resignation, Minos gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to purchase the large roasted chicken and the bottle of 1982 beer. In an instant, a supersized roasted chicken and a large beer appeared on Minos's ship. Exiting the system interface, he gazed at the food before him, feeling a peculiar sense of satisfaction at the perceived value of his meal. Thus, he savored the roasted chicken while sipping the beer, relishing the moment. However, the fact that the system had deducted 70 kill points from him still weighed on his mind. Minos concluded that obtaining a yacht had become imperative. He must acquire one soon, lest he be driven to bankruptcy by the system's demands. Meanwhile, in Robushi village, Usopp, who had fainted earlier, began to regain consciousness. As he sat up, he felt utterly bewildered, unsure of how he had ended up on the ground. Then came the familiar sequence of events. His head throbbed, and memories flooded back. He recalled encountering someone before being knocked down. Suddenly, he remembered the black-clad figure, the butler of Kaya, who had revealed himself to be a pirate. This realization filled Usopp with dread. He hurriedly made his way to Kaya's home, muttering, "Kaya, please be safe." Upon arriving at Kaya's doorstep, he noticed the door ajar, yet the house was eerily silent, sending a jolt of alarm through him. In despair, he thought, could it be that Kaya is in danger? With trepidation, Usopp entered Kaya's house. As he stepped inside, he spotted the butler, Kuro, lying unconscious on the floor. Confused, Usopp wondered, wasn't this butler supposed to be a pirate? Why is he lying here? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could this be the work of that mysterious figure from earlier? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that this was indeed the case. And a flicker of hope ignited within him. Surely, if that person had spared Kuro, he would not harm Kaya. With this thought bolstering his courage, Usopp ascended the stairs. Yet, as he cast his gaze upward, he was struck by the sight of Kaya lying unconscious on the staircase. He rushed to her side, anxiously checking for signs of life. Upon confirming that she was still breathing, his heart swelled with relief. Usopp carried Kaya to a room upstairs, urging her to rest. After ensuring her comfort, he returned downstairs to confront the still form of Kuro, whose body was growing cold. With no other choice, Usopp resolved to dispose of Kuro's body outside. After a considerable amount of time, Usopp returned to Kaya's home, only to find that she had awakened. He observed her pale complexion and vacant expression, prompting him to say with concern, "Kaya, it's all over now. Please do not be sad any longer." Upon hearing Usopp's words, Kaya was instantly overcome with tears, prompting Usopp to hurriedly offer her comfort. Under his persistent reassurances, Kaya ceased her weeping. Thus, during this period, Usopp remained by Kaya's side. Meanwhile, as Minos sailed leisurely aboard the ship, an unexpected visitor arrived in Low Town. A tall man with slightly curly hair, not particularly handsome, rode into Low Town on a bicycle. Indeed, he was Admiral Nat that moment. Aokiji arrived at the Navy base in Low Town and took a seat in the position previously occupied by Smoker. Aokiji, appearing drowsy, gazed at Smoker and Tashigi, both of whom bore bandages. Observing Aokiji's demeanor, Smoker felt a wave of frustration. He had not anticipated the arrival of such an individual from headquarters. Aokiji, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Ah, isn't this our Navy's rising star, Smoker? It's only been a short while. And you've become so disheartened." Smoker, hearing Aokiji's banter, felt utterly helpless. His expression had lost all semblance of brightness. The whole ocean was aware of his one-sided defeat at the hands of a killer, which had tarnished the Navy's reputation. The crux of the matter was that he was equally powerless. Who could have known that the young man was so formidable? In an instant, he was, well, gone. Aokiji, noticing the growing darkness on Smoker's face, ceased his jesting and spoke with gravity. "The recent invasion of Low Town, along with your handling of the Navy's reputation, has incensed the higher-ups. I originally had no intention of coming, but seeing Akainu's wrathful demeanor, I felt compelled to be here." Smoker, upon hearing Aokiji's words, was struck with shock and astonishment. He hadn't realized that even Admiral Akainu was disturbed by the events, considering Akainu's fierce disposition. Smoker couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Aokiji, observing Smoker's worried expression, reassured him, "Do not fret. He will not be returning for the time being." After hearing Aokiji's words, Smoker's anxiety began to dissipate. However, he still inquired, "How do you plan to address this matter?" Aokiji's thoughts drifted back to the events that transpired in the Navy's conference room. The scene shifted to when Sengoku convened the Navy's high-ranking officials. Sengoku, surveying the gathered Navy personnel, stated solemnly, "A significant incident has occurred in Low Town of the East Blue today." The Navy officers, puzzled by Sengoku's declaration about a major event in such a seemingly insignificant place, exchanged bewildered glances. Sengoku, noticing their incredulity, felt a sense of helplessness. If this event had not truly transpired, he too would find it hard to believe that anything of note could occur in the East Blue. He continued, "Low Town has been invaded by pirates, but a young man possessing Conqueror's Haki and a mythical Zoan devil fruit appeared and decimated the entire pirate crew." Once Sengoku finished speaking, the Navy personnel were left in shock. The news of Low Town's invasion and the emergence of a boy with such extraordinary abilities astounded them. Ever since the Navy had grown powerful, their influence across the four seas had been substantial. Even minor skirmishes rarely resulted in pirate incursions. The revelation that Logue Town had been attacked by pirates was truly astonishing. Moreover, should this news reach the New World, it would undoubtedly be a source of ridicule for other pirates, damaging the Navy's reputation as for the young man wielding Conqueror's hockey and possessing a mythical Zoan devil fruit. That too was incredibly surprising. However, at present, that young man had yet to attain the status of an Emperor of the Sea. Unbeknownst to the Navy, Minos had already grown exceedingly powerful. In a one-on-one confrontation, neither an admiral nor Sengoku could prevail against Minos. Meanwhile, Akainu, seated nearby, was deeply troubled by Sengoku's remarks regarding Logue Town and the young man. The gravity of the situation was evidently weighing on him. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Akainu finally spoke up in a low, somber tone. He said, "I believe the officer stationed at the Logue Town Navy base is a certain Major Smoker. Isn't. This means that both the pirate invasion and the emergence of that young man are directly linked to him. Where was he during the invasion? Where was he while that boy was exterminating the pirates? Can we not deem this a dereliction of duty?" Following Akainu's words, the atmosphere in the office grew even more oppressive. As Smoker was closely associated with the Dove faction, the current situation was bound to stir up trouble for him. Other vice admirals exchanged furtive glances, contemplating how best to navigate the brewing conflict. The incident in Logue Town could potentially ignite a struggle amongst several factions. The pressing question was how to align themselves. Akainu's remarks had created considerable unrest in the office, particularly among the Dove faction, whose members appeared visibly distressed. Akiji, in particular, had always maintained a strained relationship with Akainu. Their fundamentally opposing ideologies had brought them to a point of nearly irreconcilable enmity. Akiji vividly recalled the O'Hara incident, where Akainu had issued orders for the extermination of all scholars, resulting in a massacre. The final act had even included the destruction of the evacuation ships. Akiji had witnessed that scene and had engaged in a fierce argument with Akainu. Their relationship had since devolved into one of mere professional acquaintances. Now, the prospect of Akainu turning his ire towards Smoker was more than Akiji could bear. Akiji countered sharply, "Admiral Akainu, I must disagree with your assessment. Smoker may have been out apprehending pirates. How can that be construed as neglect of duty? Moreover, the young man's eradication of the pirates should be viewed as a positive outcome. At the very least, it prevented further casualties in Logue Town. Besides, this incident is not solely on Smoker." Following Akiji's retort, the atmosphere in the office became palpably uncomfortable for the other vice admirals. However, two individuals remained unfazed. Garp, who seemed entirely uninterested in the escalating conflict, casually snacking on sunbae, and Kazuru, who was preoccupied with trimming his nails, muttering, "Kawa and I, how terrifying." Their nonchalance lightened the mood in the conference room considerably. Sengoku observed the exchange between Akainu and Akiji throughout but refrained from intervening, recognizing that his input could exacerbate the situation. As the leader of the Dove faction among the Navy's various groups, he understood the delicate balance at play. Akainu, feeling challenged by Akiji's rebuttal, darkened his expression. He responded calmly, "Even if Smoker was out capturing pirates, the fact remains that something went awry, and he must bear responsibility, which could be classified as abandonment of duty." Akiji, sensing Akainu's relentless pursuit of Smoker, grew increasingly agitated. He shouted, "Are you suggesting we treat this matter with the same ruthlessness you displayed during the incident with the O'Hara evacuation ships?" As Akiji spoke, a palpable chill emanated from him. Akainu, sensing the impending confrontation, smirked coldly. "I am merely following orders. Unlike you, who seems to have let one escape, doesn't he it?" The temperature around Akainu began to drop as he spoke. The escalating tension between Akiji and Akainu left those seated nearby feeling utterly exasperated. Internally, they cursed. This is truly a clash of ice and fire. Just as Akiji and Akainu prepared to engage in a physical confrontation, Sengoku's furious voice rang out. "Are you two planning to brawl in this serious conference room? Do you not fear the mockery that will ensue?" After the thunderous roar from Sengoku, the searing heat and icy chill surrounding Akainu and Akiji instantaneously vanished. Neither of them, however, chose to disregard Sengoku's presence at such a moment. As Sengoku observed the now calm Akainu and Akiji, he helplessly shook his head, truly at a loss about what to do. Both Akainu and Akiji represented the pinnacle of strength within the Navy. The admirals. It was inconceivable to impose arbitrary punishment for such a trivial matter. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Sengoku sighed internally. This position of fleet admiral is becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. Perhaps it is time to consider stepping down in the near future? Just as the high-ranking Navy officials in the conference room were lost in their own thoughts, an urgent voice from outside interrupted them. Report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. There is a significant event. Upon hearing the sudden arrival of the messenger, Sengoku's spirits lifted. The atmosphere in the conference room was far from favorable. He was unsure how to steer the meeting back on track. And the arrival of the messenger might just alleviate the tension. Sengoku replied nonchalantly, "Come in," while feeling a flicker of curiosity about what major incident could have occurred. As the messenger entered the conference room, he was met with the intense gazes of all the officers above the rank of Rear Admiral, which filled him with immense pressure. Fortunately, Sengoku spoke up. "If there is something significant, please relay it now. We can address any pressing matters during this meeting." The messenger exhaled a sigh of relief before urgently stating, "News King Morgans has somehow captured the events of Low Town and is already spreading them across the seas. Here is today's newspaper." The messenger's words stirred waves of shock within the expansive conference room, rivaling the earlier commotion caused by Akainu and Akiji. Sengoku, in disbelief, exclaimed, "What did you say?" "Morgans exposed the events of Low Town." The messenger's revelation struck Sengoku like a thunderbolt. He had initially thought the messenger's arrival was timely, but now it seemed more like a dreadful surprise. Noticing Sengoku's grim expression, the messenger cautiously handed the newspaper to him, explaining, "This is today's issue, and it contains all the details regarding Low Town." Sengoku's countenance darkened as he scanned the newspaper, quickly spotting the report on the invasion of Low Town and the humiliating defeat of the Navy's rising star, Smoker, at the hands of a mere youth. The article further questioned, "Is this truly the Navy's new star? How could he be so easily vanquished?" Fuming at this, Sengoku seethed, "Damn Morgans." The other officers, witnessing Sengoku's fury, couldn't help but wonder what had transpired to provoke such rage. Their curiosity piqued. They gazed intently at Sengoku, hoping for an explanation. Acknowledging their inquisitive stares, Sengoku reluctantly handed the newspaper to Admiral Tsuru, requesting her to interpret the contents for everyone. Recognizing Sengoku's intent as he passed her the newspaper, Tsuru, though merely a rear admiral, held considerable esteem due to her camaraderie with Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr during their time together. After a thorough examination of the newspaper, Tsuru quickly grasped the situation that as she had suspected, it indeed pertained to Low Town, with details so vivid that it felt as though one had witnessed the events firsthand. Observing the eager gazes of her fellow officers, Tsuru stated, "This newspaper discusses the events at Low Town that I do not know how Morgans acquired this information, but it has now been disseminated across the seas." Her words left the officers momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that the events at Low Town would be discovered and published. This would undoubtedly tarnish the Navy's reputation even further. Akainu, unable to contain himself, abruptly stood up, preparing to leave the conference room. Sengoku, perplexed by Akainu's actions, called out, "Sakazuki, where do you think you're going? The meeting is not yet concluded." In response to Sengoku's inquiry, Akainu stated bluntly, "The Navy's reputation has suffered a severe blow. I must address those stubborn pirates and those who abandon their posts, undermining our authority." Akainu's declaration left the assembled officers in shock. Acknowledging his unwavering resolve, Akiji, unable to remain seated any longer, rose and countered Akainu. "Sakazuki, you are being too extreme. Smoker, after all, is still an officer of the Navy. How can you simply execute him?" Akainu, incensed by Akiji's words, retorted, "Isn't it Smoker's incompetence that has led to our current predicament? If we do not execute him, who will refrain from abandoning their posts in the future? The Navy will descend into chaos." Akiji, momentarily at a loss for words, finally replied, "If you wish to execute Smoker, you must first go through me." With that, Akiji unleashed a formidable aura. Seeing Akiji poised to confront him, Akainu bellowed, "Fine, fine, fine. I've long found you intolerable, always targeting me. If that is the case, let us settle this now." With that, Akainu erupted with an overwhelming force, prepared to teach Akiji a lesson should he dare to strike. The other officers, witnessing the imminent clash, were exasperated. Had they not just quelled their dispute, as anticipated? Sengoku's furious voice rang out once more. "You two rascals, is this truly how you wish to behave? We are in a conference room, for heaven's sake. Are you really intent on starting a brawl here?" Do you have any idea that if you two fight today, tomorrow's newspaper will headline, "Shock, Navy admirals at odds, suspected of engaging in fierce combat"? Do you want the entire sea to know of your quarrel? The sheer fury in Sengoku's voice astonished the other officers. Although Sengoku had previously been angry about the Lowtown incident, it was nothing compared to his current level of wrath. Clearly, Akainu and Akiji had pushed him beyond his limits. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Tsuru interjected, "Enough, Sakazuki and Kazan. You two should step back for now. We will inform you about the situation regarding Lowtown once this meeting concludes," with both Sengoku and Tsuru speaking up. Akainu reluctantly accepted the opportunity to withdraw as he slowly reined in his formidable aura, casting one last glance at Akiji before calmly stating to the assembled officers, "Then I shall take my leave." With that, Akainu exited the conference room without sparing Akiji another glance. It was evident that their conflict had only deepened, and he was disinclined to engage in further futile dialogue. Perhaps it was best to let their fists do the talking in the future. After Akainu's departure, Akiji too subdued his presence, muttering, "Then I shall take my leave as well." Before exiting the conference room, Sengoku watched the two departing figures with a sense of helplessness. Both were admirals of the Navy. Yet their conflicting ideologies had driven them to such a bitter standoff. The expressions of the other officers varied, as they had not expected the confrontation to conclude so abruptly. It left them rather unsatisfied. Kizaru, however, remained unfazed, meticulously trimming his nails, as if the entire incident had no bearing on him whatsoever. Garp, even more astonishingly, had fallen asleep while munching on senbei, completely oblivious to the renewed argument between Akainu and Akiji. Truly, such was the essence of Garp. Regaining his composure, Sengoku surveyed the other officers, feeling a sense of resignation. Even if the events of today were to remain unknown to other factions across the seas, they would undoubtedly circulate among the Navy. Sighing once more, Sengoku lamented, "I truly envy that guy Garp. He has no worries at all. If only I had known at the outset, I should never have taken on the mantle of Fleet Admiral." Suddenly, a thought struck Sengoku. Why had Garp remained silent during the near brawl between Akainu and Akiji? Curious, he glanced over at Garp, only to find him sound asleep, blissfully unaware at that moment. Sengoku felt a surge of injustice. Here he was, grappling with all these issues, while Garp slumbered contentedly. "This is intolerable." Sengoku erupted in anger. "Garp, wake up! We are still in a meeting." Once more, the commanding voice of Admiral Sengoku could be heard. Casting a glance towards the position of Vice Admiral Garp, it was then that they noticed Garp had inexplicably drifted into slumber, clutching a rice cracker in his hand. This absurd scene instantly caused the corners of the mouths of the assembled generals to twitch in bemusement. They couldn't help but admire him. After all, he was Vice Admiral Garp, awakening to Sengoku's furious bellow. Garp chuckled heartily upon noticing the collective gaze directed at him, exclaiming, "Is Sengoku dining? Thank you for the reminder." His words prompted the admirals to stifle their laughter, aware of Sengoku's numerous outbursts of anger that day, though their expressions betrayed their amusement. Meanwhile, Admiral Kizaru observed Garp's peculiar antics and whispered his admiration. "Truly, Garp is remarkable." Sengoku, incensed by Garp's antics, found himself at a loss for words, utterly exasperated by his old comrade's antics. Commander Tsuru, witnessing Garp's behavior, shook his head in resignation and suggested, "Garp, perhaps you should excuse yourself. We will notify you once the meeting concludes." Garp, far from feeling disheartened, was rather elated and inquired eagerly, "Really? Then I shall take my leave." After receiving Tsuru's nod of approval, Garp burst into laughter, completely indifferent to Sengoku's looming threat of unleashing the Buddha shockwave. As Sengoku struggled to contain his frustration, Tsuru urged, "Garp, you should really depart. The mess hall might just be serving food." Promptly rising from his seat, Garp muttered, "Indeed, I must hurry. Otherwise, I shall miss my meal." With that carefree attitude, Garp exited the conference room without a trace of hesitation. Once the ruckus had departed, Sengoku sighed in relief but couldn't help muttering under his breath, "What manner of individuals are these? I cannot remain in this position any longer." Tsuru, witnessing the chaos dissipate, felt a sense of helplessness as well. It was indeed a rare occurrence for two admirals and a naval hero to be absent from a meeting, with the disruptive presence gone. Sengoku and his fellow officers proceeded to address the situation concerning Lowtown. First, they deliberated on the invasion of Lowtown. Some officers proposed a show of force against the pirates to uphold the Navy's reputation and deliver a harsh lesson to these scoundrels. Next, regarding Smoker, Sengoku decided on a light punishment, ensuring that Smoker would remain a mere major for the next several years, with promotion contingent upon significant contributions. Lastly, for the handling of the slaughterer, they sought to gauge the Navy's stance. Considering whether to extend an olive branch or assume a confrontational approach, should any signs of the slaughterer turning pirate emerge, immediate suppression would be ordered to prevent any opportunity for growth. After much deliberation, Sengoku and the others resolved to send Admiral Akiji to Logetown. Unlike Akinu, Akiji was deemed more tempered in his approach to such matters. As for Kazuru, he had expressed his intention to seek Vegapunk, claiming he had no time to spare. Observing Kazuru's demeanor, Sengoku couldn't shake the feeling that he was merely looking for an excuse to shirk his duties. Ultimately, Sengoku instructed the ever-present communications officer to inform Akiji of his assignment. Bringing this unofficial meeting to a close, upon learning he was to travel to Logetown, Akiji exhaled in relief. While it would increase his workload, he welcomed the task willingly, knowing that if Akainu were to go, Smoker's situation would undoubtedly worsen. Thus, Akiji swiftly mounted his bicycle and set off towards the sea, leaving behind a trail of ice as he traveled. With his efforts, he soon arrived at Logetown. After a thorough discussion between Akiji and Smoker, the latter was drenched in cold sweat. He had narrowly avoided an encounter with Admiral Akainu, who was poised to lay down the law. Gratefully, Smoker turned to Akiji, saying, "Kazan, I owe you one this time." Akiji brushed off the gratitude. "It's nothing. We are good friends, but for now, you will have to remain in the position of major." Smoker chuckled wryly. "That's fine. Staying as a major isn't so bad, after all." Seeing Smoker maintain his usual demeanor, Akiji felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Contemplating a youth they had discussed earlier, Akiji inquired, "What is that boy's strength like?" Surprised by the question, Smoker hesitated but then replied, "When we fought, it felt like he possessed great power but lacked the know-how to wield it. He should be at the level of a mid-tier vice admiral. As for the reports claiming he possesses a mythical Zoan devil fruit, I didn't see him utilize any powers during our battle, so he must have consumed it afterward. Beyond that, I cannot say. He should be quite formidable now." Akiji, absorbing Smoker's words, discerned that the boy's current abilities likely hovered around the elite vice admiral tier. A smile crept to his lips at the thought, knowing that as long as he remained manageable, it would be acceptable. Smoker, misinterpreting Akiji's curiosity as an indication that he intended to confront the boy, cautioned, "You aren't planning to challenge that boy, are you?" Akiji chuckled in response. "Not quite. I merely wish to gauge his true strength and, frankly, meet him in person." Smoker found Akiji's reasoning somewhat dubious but nonetheless warned, "Just be careful. Don't fall into a trap." Akiji responded nonchalantly, "Rest assured, victory is guaranteed." With Smoker's confidence in Akiji's assurance, he turned to exit the base, accompanied by the quiet and unassuming Tashiji. Akiji shook his head in amusement. Noting that Smoker remained unchanged. As Akiji arrived in Logetown, the Navy base soldiers greeted him with elation, thrilled by the presence of a powerful admiral. Meanwhile, Minos had been sailing the seas for quite some time, transitioning from initial excitement to a state of numbness. Anyone gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean would inevitably feel lost. Minos greatly admired the pirates who could navigate the seas for extended periods. His journey was destined for Kokoyashi village, Nami's homeland, which was under the rule of the Arlong pirates and Marine Captain Mouse. Speaking of Arlong, Minos couldn't help but feel exasperated. Originally a slave to the Celestial Dragons, he was later rescued by Fisher Tiger and joined the Fishman Pirates. Following Tiger's betrayal by humans, he refused to consume human blood, leading to his demise from blood loss in his final moments. Tiger appointed Jinbe as the captain of the Fishman Pirates, the Sun Pirates. Eventually, after Arlong was captured by the Marines and Jinbe agreed to become a warlord of the sea, Arlong was freed. However, harboring disdain for humans, Arlong left Jinbe as Sun Pirates upon witnessing his camaraderie with them, bringing a faction of fishmen to the East Blue to establish his dominion. Upon arriving in Kokoyashi village, Arlong began to extort exorbitant protection fees from the villagers. In the aftermath of the tragic demise of Nami's mother, Belle-Ri, Nami resolved to join the Arlong pirates to protect her sister Nojiko and the villagers. Arlong made a pact with Nami. If she could amass 100 million berries, he would release the villagers of Kokoyashi. Consequently, Nami dedicated herself to mastering navigation and cartography, driven solely by the desire to earn enough money. Although she harbored a disdain for drawing and mapping, the thought of liberating her village kept her motivated. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Arlong's promise was merely a cruel jest, and Nami took it to heart. Upon discovering the truth, Nami was utterly devastated. Her faith, once fueled by the hope of redeeming her fellow villagers, shattered in an instant. It was then that Luffy appeared, a spirited fool whose sole ambition was to become the pirate king. Oblivious to the harsh realities and darkness of the pirate world. Reflecting on this, Minos found Luffy's naivety truly irksome, much like Naruto from the world of Naruto, who grew up without family, while Sasuke had his kin. Their experiences were fundamentally different. The pain of never having known familial love pales in comparison to the anguish of losing it. To provide hope, and then snatch it away, is perhaps the most heartbreaking of all. Returning to the narrative, Nami was moved by Luffy's declaration. If anyone dares to bully me, of course, I'll send them flying. Ultimately, Luffy even went so far as to destroy the very navigational charts that Nami had loathed since childhood, thus illuminating her path. Contemplating this, Minos shook his head. His impression of the Straw Hat Pirates was far from favorable. In future encounters, he preferred actions over words. As time flew by, 3 days had swiftly passed. Minos found himself with a vacant expression, thoroughly exasperated. Fortunately, they had reached the port of Kokoyashi village. During these 3 days, Minos spent his time on the ship either contemplating life or enduring the torturous monotony of the voyage. For a fleeting moment, he considered transforming into his Dragon King form and soaring directly to Kokoyashi village, but he dismissed the idea, deeming it too ostentatious. Now he could only hope that the evil dragon and Captain Mouse in Kokoyashi village would surprise him in a positive way. Otherwise, his journey would be in vain. Upon entering Kokoyashi village, Minos was met with the despondent gazes of the villagers, who seemed to be drained of hope, enslaved and devoid of any semblance of freedom. In stark contrast to the villagers' despair, the moment they laid eyes on Minos, they were struck with astonishment. Ever since Arlong's reign began, no outsider had visited Kokoyashi. Just as Minos was about to stride toward the territory of the Arlong pirates, a tall, dark-skinned girl with blue hair suddenly appeared. This girl was none other than Nami's sister, Nojiko. Seeing a stranger in the village, Nojiko feared for his safety against the Arlong pirates and sought to discreetly usher him away before he was discovered. Approaching Minos, she inquired, "Excuse me, young sir, what brings you to Kokoyashi village? If it is not of great importance, I suggest you leave." Observing the youthful Nojiko before him, Minos couldn't help but reflect on how she had grown. Clearing his throat, he replied coldly, "I am simply here to retrieve something. It is of no concern to you." Nojiko, taken aback by his frosty tone, was surprised by the chill in his voice. Nevertheless, her kind heart urged her to continue. "Surely, we have nothing you seek. Please, leave now, or you may be in grave danger." Her eyes and words brimmed with concern for Minos. In response, he shook his head, stating, "You do indeed possess what I seek, the Arlong pirates." At this proclamation, a heavy silence enveloped the scene, replaced by the fearful and pained expressions of the villagers, who assumed Minos was an ally of Arlong. Nojiko's face mirrored their fear, as she too began to suspect Minos of being part of the enemy. Not bothering to clarify, Minos dismissed the villagers and strode toward the Arlong Park, uninterested in defending himself against their misconceptions. As he entered Arlong Park, he observed a circular pool, exclaiming, "Truly, this is a fitting habitat for fishmen." Before he could proceed further, 2 fishmen emerged from the pool. Upon noticing the unfamiliar figure of Minos, along with his dark cloak of justice, fear flickered in their eyes, reminiscent of the horrors they had endured at the hands of the world government and the Navy. Yet, realizing that Navy cloaks were white, they found solace in the fact that Minos was not one of them. However, the anger soon surged within them, as Minos' presence reminded them of their former weakness. Contrasting sharply with their supposed nobility as fishmen, one of them demanded, "Human, where do you hail from? Shouldn't you be glaring at the villagers of Kokoyashi? What is your purpose here?" Minos regarded the 2 fishmen with indifference before calmly replying, "My origins are of no concern to you, rabble. As for my purpose, I am here to trouble you." His words incited their fury. To be labeled as mere rabble was an affront to their pride. As they charged at him in a fit of rage, their strikes appeared painfully slow to Minos, who, even without his observation haki, could easily evade them. Shaking his head, he sidestepped their attacks, retorting, "Your strikes are feeble and lacking in speed." With that, he dispatched each of them with a swift punch, sending them crashing into the pool with a splash that rang melodiously throughout Arlong Park. Reflecting on his actions, Minos mused, no wonder Garp enjoys using his fists. It truly is a delightful experience. Just then, the system notification chimed in his mind, signaling the acquisition of slaughter points, further uplifting his spirits. Another 20 points added to my tally. I wonder how long it will take to reach 10,000. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by the demise of the two fishmen sent shockwaves through Arlong Park, leaving the fishmen of the Arlong pirates in a state of shock and fury. They could hardly believe that, on their own turf, one of their own had been so brutally attacked. It must have been a murder. The malevolent dragon, Along, wore a grim expression as he could hardly believe that anyone in the village of Kikishia would dare to slay his subordinate. Simultaneously, he was engulfed in confusion, pondering who could possibly have the audacity and capability to take down one of his OWNAS for the villagers of Kikishia. He dismissed them outright, not even giving them a moment's thought. How could that feeble and ignorant group possess such courage and strength? Then, a thought struck him. There was indeed one individual in Kikishia who could have killed his subordinate, and that was Colonel Mouse. Reflecting on Colonel Mouse, Along felt a twinge of uncertainty. He recalled that he had already paid him off this month, commonly referred to as leveraging connections. With this realization, Along's confusion deepened. Consequently, he commanded his fishmen subordinates, including Xiao Ba, Keluobi, and Jiao, to lead their brethren out of the pool to confront the one who dared to slay his follower, Xiao Ba, and the other officers. Upon hearing Along's orders, surged forward with a formidable group of fishmen to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Along remained in the pool, confident that with Xiao Ba and the other officers, along with a multitude of fishmen, they would be able to handle the one who had dared to kill his subordinate. That moment, Minos was still relishing the thrill of the system notification that it was worth noting that he had not accrued any kill points for 3 days and had expended a considerable amount on meals. Alas, the thought brought tears to his eyes. Suddenly, he observed a succession of insignificant fish leaping from the pool in Along's park. This filled him with excitement. Indeed, he was exhilarated, for he could acquire kill points once more. Xiao Ba, Keluobi, and Jiao were at the forefront, their hearts brimming with rage as they realized that this human was the one who had slain their companion. Truly despicable. The trio caught sight of Minos's black cloak of justice, which sparked a flicker of fear within them. The more they stared, the more they sensed something was amiss. Surely, that black cloak of justice had to be a counterfeit. After exchanging glances, they dismissed their apprehensions. And Keluobi, with an angry tone, confronted Minos. "You wretched human, are you the one who killed our companion?" The other fishmen readied themselves to strike at Minos. Minos, hearing the fishmen label him as a lowly human, felt a surge of indignation. How dare this fish claim humans were inferior? With a cold voice, he retorted, "You claim I am a lowly human. Then what does that make you? The so-called fishmen, mere hybrids. I dare say you are the truly inferior ones." His words ignited a fury among all the fishmen, a single statement that offended them all, as they were painfully aware of their status. On Fishman Island, they were unwelcome, and in the eyes of nobles, they were mere slaves and commodities. Minos's words struck a painful chord, hitting them where it hurt most, akin to the revelation that they had never been loved. Keluobi, in a fit of rage, unleashed the fishman martial arts, swiftly approaching Minos to attack. Although Keluobi's speed appeared swift, to Minos, it was still painfully slow. With a mere turn, Minos evaded Keluobi's assault. He taunted, "Is that the best you can do? You insignificant fish?" Keluobi's face flushed with anger, and he charged at Minos in a near-manic state, yet Minos effortlessly dodged each of his attacks. Xiaoba and Jiao, witnessing Keluobi being toyed with by Minos, could not restrain themselves and launched their own assaults. Xiaoba executed his 8-blade flow, launching a frenzied attack on Minos, while Jiao conjured a massive blast of seawater to strike him. However, whether it was Xiaoba's 8-blade flow or Jiao's water projectile technique, they appeared sluggish and feeble in Minos's eyes. Easily evaded, Minos sidestepped. He casually kicked down Keluobi, Xiaoba, and Jiao. Yet, he refrained from exerting his full strength. Otherwise, it would have been child's play. The other fishmen, witnessing the 3 leaders toppled by Minos, surged forward en masse, seemingly believing that this would bolster their morale. Minos, seeing dozens of insignificant fish swarm toward him, felt a thrill of excitement that in past battles against the Songlong pirate crew and the Black Sea pirate crew, he had not truly relished the experience that in the former. He had incapacitated them with Conqueror's Haki before delivering the finishing blow. While that method yielded kill points and was enjoyable, it lacked the satisfying sensation of delivering a punch to an unworthy foe. During the clash with the Black Sea pirate crew, although he did not use Conqueror's Haki, a single strike from his water flow rock-shattering technique had dispatched them, yet he had not experienced the gratifying sensation of flesh meeting flesh. Now, with the opportunity at hand, Minos decided against using Conqueror's Haki or the water flow rock-shattering technique, opting instead for the raw pleasure of hand-to-hand combat. Before long, the multitude of fishmen closed in on Minos, who allowed their attacks to land upon him, harboring no intention of evasion. Feeling the impact of their assaults only heightened Minos's excitement. He raised his fist and struck the nearest insignificant fish. With a resounding thud, the fishman was dispatched with a single blow. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 kill points. Hearing the system's announcement of his kill points, Minos became even more exhilarated. His fist moved faster and struck harder. In a mere instant, he felled over a dozen fishmen, though a flicker of fear crossed the eyes of the remaining fishmen. They continued their relentless assault on Minos. Minos, however, exhibited no defense, allowing the insignificant fish to strike him. Their attacks were feeble, leaving them with aching fins. What they failed to realize was that Minos was no mere insignificant fish. He possessed the strength of a general, his physical prowess comparable to that of Kaido after 2 enhancements. Their feeble strikes could not inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Thus, Minos dispatched the multitude of Along's fishmen, one punch at a time. The system's notifications continued to echo. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained kill points. Standing amidst the carnage of Along's park, Minos was surrounded by numerous fishmen, their bodies contorted and blood pooling on the ground. Yet, in stark contrast to the gruesome scene, Minos remained untouched, devoid of any blood. Thanks to the self-cleaning feature of his black cloak of justice, all traces of blood were effortlessly eradicated. Do not inquire about this remarkable functionality. It is simply a product of system enhancement. By the time Xiaoba, Kelluobi, and Zhu regained their senses, they realized that all members of Along's pirate crew had been slain by Minos. This filled them with a profound hatred and fear of him, yet they understood that the individual before them was beyond their capacity to confront. With this realization, the 3 fishmen exchanged glances, fully aware that they needed to summon Along to stand a chance against Minos. Kelluobi and Zhu launched another assault on Minos, while signaling for Xiaoba to find Along. Upon seeing Kelluobi and Zhu's cooperation, Xiaoba leapt into the pool to seek out Along. Minos observed their intentions and shook his head, stifling a chuckle he could see through their little ruse. But he feigned ignorance. When Xiaoba eventually located Along, it would mark their demise. Kelluobi's fishman martial arts struck Minos, yet he felt no pain. In response, Minos retaliated with a punch, sending Kelluobi crashing to the ground. Indeed, Minos had increased his strength this time. He was losing interest. Upon witnessing Kelluobi's fall, Zhu unleashed another water projectile technique toward Minos. Minos, seeing the ineffective water attack, initially had no intention of dodging it. However, realizing it originated from Zhu, he found it repugnant and swiftly evaded. Minos's expression soured, and he resolved that it was time to deliver a swift end to these 2 fishmen. Meanwhile, Xiaoba hastily found Along in the pool. Upon seeing Xiaoba's arrival, Along assumed they had dispatched the enemy and were now ready to celebrate. With this thought, Along grinned at Xiaoba. Xiaoba, you've taken care of that matter, haven't you? Xiaoba, hearing Along's unwavering confidence, felt utterly speechless. They were on the brink of annihilation, yet Along spoke of resolution. Along, noticing Xiaoba's silence, grew even more convinced that they had triumphed over their foe. With a grin, Along remarked, no need to find me. You can celebrate on your OWNAT. That moment, Xiaoba could no longer contain himself and urgently exclaimed, Along? Except for Kelluobi, both Zhu and my other companions have perished. You must hurry outside to assist. Otherwise, Kelluobi and Zhu shall meet their demise. That moment, the face of the evil dragon stiffened, his smile vanishing entirely. He was taken aback, unable to fathom that despite sending forth so many fishmen, they had still suffered defeat. The thought ignited an overwhelming rage within him as he exclaimed, this is impossible. How could anyone in this feeble EC possibly contend with the noble fishman race? Observing the increasingly agitated Along, Xiaoba urged, evil dragon, we must swiftly rescue Kelluobi and Zhu, or they will truly perish at the hands of that man. Upon hearing Xiao Ba's anxious words, the evil dragon snapped out of his fury. He forcibly suppressed his anger, fixated solely on eliminating the foe responsible for the slaughter of their kind. He then declared, "Xiao Ba, we must go. I need to discover who possesses the audacity to slay our esteemed fishmen." With that, the evil dragon and Xiao Ba swiftly swam from the sea towards the pool. As they emerged, they witnessed Minos approaching Geo, poised to strike. Along, incensed by the scene, shouted, "You bastard, stop this at once." Upon hearing the furious voice behind him, Minos surmised that the evil dragon had arrived. Thinking this, he decided to offer the dragon an introductory gift. Without hesitation, Minos unleashed a powerful punch upon Geo. In an instant, Geo was struck dead, his body contorted in such a manner that it was unrecognizable. Seeing Geo meet such a brutal end, the evil dragon could no longer contain his wrath. Charging towards Minos with ferocious intent, Minos, unfazed by Along's fury, was elated by the delightful chime of the system notifying him of his rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 55 points of kill value. Minos mused that he had finally accumulated a bit more kill value. While not substantial, it was certainly preferable to a mere 10 points. As Along's fist collided with Minos, he felt as though he had struck an immovable object, the recoil causing his hand to throb painfully. Clutching his injured fists, he gazed upon the unscathed Minos, his spirits sinking. However, as he scrutinized Minos more closely, a wave of fear washed over him. Initially overlooked, Minos's imposing figure now loomed large in Along's mind. Reminiscent of a terrifying individual, standing at 3 meters tall, clad in a black suit and an equally dark justice cape, Minos evoked memories of a time when he was mercilessly outmatched by the then Vice Admiral. Yellow Ape. The indifference in Yellow Ape's gaze remained etched in Along's memory. With a somber expression, Along queried, "Are you a member of the Navy?" Before Minos could respond, Along continued, "No, the Navy does not don such attire, and their justice capes are white. Thus, you cannot possibly be a Navy officer. Who are you truly?" At this moment, Minos had regained his composure and turned to face the serious Along. With a smirk, he replied, "So, the insignificant fish has finally emerged. Has my appearance stirred memories of something dreadful?" Initially incensed by being called insignificant, Along prepared to retaliate against Minos, only to be further unsettled by Minos's next words. A flicker of shock crossed Along's face as he thought, "Could this person know something? I do not recall him being present back then. Who is he, and why can I not place him?" Observing Along's silence, Minos continued, "Weren't you quite arrogant back then? How can you still be so haughty after being schooled by Yellow Ape?" Minos's statement left Along in utter disbelief. This man indeed possessed knowledge of events long past, specifically his humiliation at the hands of Yellow Ape. Yet, despite his efforts to recollect, Along found himself drawing a blank in regard to Minos. With a serious demeanor, he demanded, "Who are you? I am certain you were not present at that time. Moreover, you must have come from the New World, correct?" Seeing Along's grave expression, Minos could not help but chuckle inwardly. He relished the opportunity to toy with the evil dragon. Along, growing increasingly impatient with Minos's silence, reiterated, "Who are you, exactly?" Noticing Along's escalating frustration, Minos decided to cease the games. "Since you have pleaded for an answer, I shall graciously bestow one upon you. I am merely a traveler in this world, seeking adventure." Along, feeling perplexed by Minos's words, could not comprehend them. Minos, undeterred, continued, "Although I am a wanderer, I harbor a particular passion, the extermination of all enemies." With a chilling calmness, Minos added, "What do you think of this scene?" Along, finally grasping Minos's meaning, felt a jolt of horror. At that moment, he perceived Minos as a true devil. Minos, noticing Along's silence, declared, "It is time to dispose of you insignificant fish." He swiftly approached the nearly lifeless Keluobi, unleashing a devastating kick. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Keluobi was ruthlessly slain. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 90 points of kill value. After Minos dispatched Keluobi, only Xiao Ba and Along remained in the once vibrant realm of the evil dragon. They stood frozen, unable to process the brutal murder of Keluobi. The horrifying spectacle left them in shock, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. Minos, having received the system notification of his kill value, paid it no mind that he rapidly approached Xiao Ba from behind, this time refraining from immediate action. Instead, he He mockingly asked, I have heard that killing you would evoke the wrath of Rayleigh. Is that true? Still reeling from the chaos, Xiao Ba heard the ominous whisper of death behind him. Driven by an instinct for survival, he began to plead, You cannot kill me. Please, spare me. I know Rayleigh. If you take my life, you will face his retribution. Minos, amused by Xiao Ba's desperate threats, found it laughable. Indeed, thieves would forever remain thieves, incapable of change. Minos replied coolly, That sounds splendid. I was just hoping to have a chat with Rayleigh. Consider this a gift for our meeting. With that, Minos delivered a powerful blow to Xiao Ba's back, causing a deep indentation. Overwhelmed by the force of the strike, Xiao Ba collapsed, the light of hope in his eyes fading away. Thus, the character Xiao Ba, who had briefly crossed paths with Luffy in Sabeti Archipelago, was mercilessly slain by Minos. As Xiao Ba lay lifeless on the ground, Minos felt no remorse, even if he were to encounter Rayleigh in the future. Should Rayleigh dare to seek vengeance, Minos would be ready to deliver a deathly farewell. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 80 points of kill value. Upon hearing the system's notification, Minos refocused his attention on the now bewildered Along. Along, terror-stricken, was overwhelmed by Minos's tremendous strength. He felt as though he had been transported back to the moment he was mercilessly beaten by Yellow Ape. Minos, observing Along's fear, taunted, Is this all it takes to frighten you? You once fancied your race to be noble, but to me, you are nothing more than rats in a sewer. You dare not show your faces in the New World, nor in Sabeti Archipelago. Only in this feeble East Sea can you find a semblance of significance. You truly are pathetic, utterly unaware of the vastness of the world. Under Minos's scathing remarks, Along gradually regained his composure. In a fit of rage, he retorted, That is merely the privilege of your kind. We fishmen are forever subjugated by you humans. Upon witnessing Arlong regain his composure, Minos felt a flicker of intrigue. Although Arlong's words did not resonate with him, one fact remained indisputable. Dragons must meet their demise. Furthermore, he was preparing to unleash a massacre at Fishman Island. According to the original tale, it was said that there were 100,000 fishmen poised for rebellion. Just imagine the sheer volume of slaughter that represented. The thought exhilarated Minos, as he pondered how to utilize such extensive carnage. Arlong, noticing Minos, seemed momentarily lost in thought. Refrained from launching a surprise attack, instead slowly retreating towards the pool, intent on escape, that if he could reach the water, he would be able to flee into the sea, securing his safety. Engaging in direct combat with such a formidable opponent, Arlong understood well that a head-on confrontation would spell his certain doom. Thus, he seized the opportunity provided by Minos's distraction to make his escape. Yet, Minos, despite his preoccupation, remained acutely aware of Arlong's movements. This was a bounty of 200 points. He could not afford to let it slip away. Just as Arlong neared the pool, Minos abruptly appeared behind him. With a mocking tone, Minos inquired, Where do you think you are going? Scoundrel? Arlong, caught off guard by Minos's swift reaction, steeled himself and pivoted, attempting to stab Minos with the sharp spike on his nose. Just as it seemed he would land the blow, a hand seized the tip of his spike with force. In the eyes of a powerhouse like Minos, no amount of cunning or deceit could prevail. Gripping the dragon's nose tightly, Minos crushed it with a swift motion. Arlong, now writhing on the ground in agony, bled profusely, his plight utterly pitiful. Yet, Minos showed no mercy. Such vermin deserved a harsh lesson. Overwhelmed by pain and fear, Arlong understood he could not escape this fate. Still, he made one last desperate attempt at resistance. You cannot kill me. I am a subordinate of Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. That if you slay me, Jinbei will not let you go unpunished. Minos, taken aback by Arlong's audacity to issue threats, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. How could he plead for mercy while still attempting to intimidate? Arlong assumed Minos's silence indicated fear and continued, Jinbei is not only one of the 7 warlords, but Fishman Island is also under the influence of the Whitebeard pirates. That if you kill me, you will face retribution from both Jinbei and Whitebeard's crew. Minos, now thoroughly exasperated, pondered the absurdity of Arlong's threats. Was this truly the behavior of a villain in his final moments? Resolving to dismiss such thoughts, Minos decided it was time to eliminate Arlong and secure his kill points. As he approached, towering over the fallen dragon, Minos coldly declared, Rest assured, you shall never witness the day when Jinbei or the Whitebeard pirates seek vengeance against me. He added ominously, By the way, I plan to pay a visit to Fishman Island soon. Can you imagine what will transpire then? To Arlong, Minos's words were nothing short of cruel. A devil's whisper. He realized that Fishman Island faced annihilation, unable to fathom Minos's intent to rampage there. Driven insane by this revelation, Arlong lost all composure. Bored by Arlong's madness, Minos delivered a powerful punch to his chest, creating a gaping wound. Arlong collapsed to the ground, marking the end of his nefarious existence. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. You have acquired 200 kill points. Minos felt a surge of satisfaction within. He had just earned another 200 kill points. Eagerly, he delved into the system to check his status. Host. Minos age. 19 skills. Intermediate armament hockey. Intermediate observation hockey. Intermediate conqueror's hockey. Flowing rock smash fist. Ordinary version. Navigator skills. Helmsman skills. Physique. Peak of the 4 emperor's items. 1 supreme great blade kill points. 2685 realm. High Admiral, Black Dragon form. Peak of the 4 emperors. Evaluation. You have become exceptionally powerful. As long as you do not encounter a foe of king-level peak strength, your life is secure. Minos observed the system panel, noting that aside from his kill points, nothing else had changed. This did not surprise him, for he understood that enhancing one's strength was a formidable challenge. Gazing at the 2,685 kill points displayed, he reflected on how far he still was from the coveted 10,000 points. These 2685 points had been painstakingly earned, a testament to his efforts. Originally possessing 1950 points, he had spent 210 on system provisions during 3 days aboard the ship, and even now, the memory stung. In just 3 days, he had expended the equivalent of 1 Arlong, 200 points. This only strengthened his resolve to acquire a luxurious yacht, ideally equipped with a cooking AI, affectionately dubbed Shao AI V. The remaining kill points had come from slaying the Arlong pirates, including Arlong, Hatchan, Ju, and Crocodile, which collectively netted him 425 points. The other fishmen had contributed an additional 520 points. Minos noted the disheartening fact that the kill points from Arlong and his cohorts paled in comparison to those from the lesser fishmen. It seemed that the bounty on these lowly pirates yielded less than that of the more common foes. This realization sparked a thought. Perhaps he had uncovered a loophole. Hey, system, Minos urgently inquired. I believe I've stumbled upon something significant. If killing a minor pirate yields 1 kill point, what happens if I eliminate those without any combat capability? Upon hearing Minos's inquiry, the system fell silent. It had not anticipated that he would uncover such a cunning question, leaving it unsure of how to respond. Observing the system's apparent freeze, Minos felt a surge of hope. Since you seem to concede, I shall take it as truth, calculating based on 10 kill points. The system, no longer feigning malfunction, chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for discovering a loophole. This has now been rectified. Ding. Killing an individual without any combat ability will now yield only 1 kill point. Minos was taken aback. Astonished by the system's blatant dishonesty, it had effectively reduced the yield by a factor of 10. Wait, system, you cannot do this. This is more than a 10-fold reduction. The system, indifferent to Minos's frantic pleas, ignored him entirely. As he continued to lament the situation, Minos felt a deep sense of frustration. Ultimately, he conceded. After all, even a single kill point was still quite valuable. Consider the vast number of individuals in the pirate world. Exiting the system interface, Minos surveyed the scene before him, an expanse strewn with the corpses of the Arlong pirates. Feeling no sense of dissonance, shaking his head, he gently patted his black justice cloak. As if brushing off dust or ill fortune, he then turned and departed from the Arlong Park, harboring no desire to look back. Thus, Minos exited the Arlong Park, wandering through Kokoshia village. However, upon emerging from Arlong Park, he found Kokoshia village eerily deserted. This puzzled him greatly. Logically, there should have been people around. Just as he prepared to activate his observation hockey, he heard a commotion from the port, accompanied by sounds of weeping. These noises deepened his confusion. Having dealt with Arlong, could there be another pirate incursion in Kokoshia village? Holding on to this uncertainty, Minos made his way toward the village's port. Unbeknownst to him, a bird was stealthily recording the scene with a transponder snail. Indeed, this was the long-absent Yamashita Moya, transformed into a bird, who was now witnessing the battle of this ruthless individual unfold once more. It turns out that Yamashita, a recently captured footage of the battle involving Minos. successfully showcasing both Minos and the Navy upon the vast ocean, inadvertently allowing the newspaper to reap substantial profits. Morgans was quite pleased, not only promoting him, but also granting him a significant salary increase. This brought Yamashita Mo immense joy for several days. However, the crux of the matter lay in Morgan's promise of a task. Should he accomplish it, Yamashita Mo would ascend to the position of vice president. This prospect greatly intrigued Yamashita Mo, yet Morgan's assignment required him to continue filming the Slayer in the East Sea. Initially inclined to refuse, he ultimately acquiesced after Morgan's persuasion. Thus, Yamashita Mo remained in the East Sea, continuing his pursuit of the Slayer. However, he soon discovered that after Rogue Town, he could no longer locate the Slayer. This predicament filled Yamashita Mo with anxiety, compelling him to transform into a bird to survey the skies. Broadening his view for an easier search, after 2 fruitless days, disappointment engulfed him. Today, while searching above Kakaxia village, he observed what appeared to be a skirmish below. This piqued his curiosity. How could such a small village witness combat? With this intrigue, Yamashita Mo descended, and upon a mere glance, he was astounded. It was none other than Minos engaged in battle with Xiaoba, Krubi, and Chio. Yamashita Mo never anticipated that the Slayer he had tirelessly sought was now right beneath him. It truly was a moment of serendipity, as if he had turned around to find that familiar figure amidst the flickering lights of the night. After a brief moment of shock, Yamashita Mo was filled with excitement, swiftly retrieving his phone bug to film Minos' combat. Thus, he captured the overwhelming prowess of Minos and his companions, observing the Slayer's relentless ferocity as he annihilated yet another pirate crew. Yamashita Mo could not help but reflect. The Slayer truly lives up to his name, displaying such ruthless tenacity. After this contemplation, he reviewed the footage. Although it lacked the brilliance of his previous work, it should still earn him a reward, he mused. Upon Minos' arrival at the port, he encountered a heated dispute between the Navy and the villagers, which, to be honest, was more akin to the villagers of Kakaxia being oppressed by the Navy. Indeed, it was Colonel Mouse who had come to Kakaxia village, displeased that Aaron had not yet paid his dues for the month. This prompted Colonel Mouse to confront Aaron about the delay, marching into Kakaxia village with several Navy personnel. However, upon reaching the port, he was astonished to see a Navy warship docked there. This left Colonel Mouse perplexed. Why was there a warship present? His immediate reaction was to assume that another faction of the Navy had arrived in Kakaxia village, filling him with trepidation over the possibility of his collusion with Aaron being discovered. With this thought in mind, Colonel Mouse seized a villager, demanding, "Has the Navy arrived here today?" The villager, already anxious from Aaron's long-standing oppression, stammered in fear, "No, not at all." Hearing this, Colonel Mouse furrowed his brow. That cannot be. If there were no Navy, how did that warship come to be here? Did you villagers steal it? Terrified, the villager exclaimed, "I truly do not know. We certainly did not steal it." The more agitated the villager became, the more unreasonable Colonel Mouse grew, placing the blame squarely on him. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of all the villagers in Kakaxia, with a Jin, Noki Gao, and others approaching the frightened villager to inquire quietly, "Are you all right?" The villager, upon seeing a Jin and Noki Gao, lamented, "This Navy officer claims I stole their ship." A Jin and Noki Gao quickly grasped the situation that a Jin approached Colonel Mouse with a submissive demeanor, saying, "Apologies, esteemed Navy officer, but we truly do not understand what has transpired." Colonel Mouse, noting a Jin's obsequious tone, retorted, "If you villagers are responsible, then how did that ship arrive here on its own?" A Jin felt utterly wronged. "We have no idea how this happened." Meanwhile, Noki Gao, observing this scene, pondered quietly. Could it be that cold-hearted young man from before? Colonel Mouse, uninterested in further discourse with the Jin, commanded his soldiers to raise their weapons. "That's right. If you do not reveal the thief of the ship, prepare to face the consequences." This display of intimidation sent shockwaves through the villagers of Kakaxia, who could hardly fathom how the situation had escalated, leaving them in disarray. Colonel Mouse reveled in the fear he instilled in the villagers, chuckling inwardly at their ignorance, as they quaked in fear at the mere sight of his weaponed AT. That moment, Noki Gao stepped forward, speaking softly, "Esteemed Navy officer, we truly know nothing about that ship. However, a peculiar individual arrived today. Perhaps he may hold the answers." Colonel Mouse, startled by Noki Gao's words, thought, could it be that a Navy contingent had indeed arrived? He quickly pressed her, "Who is this individual?" Where can he be found? Noki Gao, confused by Colonel Mouse's sudden anxiety, replied, I do not know who he is. He has since gone to Aaron's territory, the dragon's paradise. Noki Gao aimed to lead the navy to Aaron's domain, hoping they might assist the villagers in overcoming their plight. Colonel Mouse, unaware of Noki Gao's intentions, felt a rising panic. If a navy force truly ventured into Aaron's territory, it would spell disaster, potentially exposing everything. Amidst these thoughts, Aaron ordered Noki Gao to be forcibly taken to his territory, intending for her to lead them to the stranger. However, Noki Gao resisted, struggling against her captors. For the villagers of Kekaxia, Aaron's domain represented a veritable hell, and they were naturally reluctant to go. Colonel Mouse, indifferent to Noki Gao's protests and the villagers' concerns, commanded his men to escort her towards Aaron's territory without a second thought. As Minos arrived at the port, he observed this unfolding scene with intrigue. Just as Colonel Mouse and his entourage were about to proceed to Aaron's territory, they noticed Minos, who had appeared at the port seemingly out of nowhere. Colonel Mouse was taken aback upon seeing Minos, his heart racing at the sight of someone so reminiscent of a Navy admiral, clad in a black justice cloak. Suddenly, Colonel Mouse connected the dots. This individual must be affiliated with the Navy. Anger surged within him for having been frightened moments before. In a low, menacing tone, Colonel Mouse demanded, Who are you? Why do you resemble a Navy officer so closely? His question drew the attention of the villagers of Kekaxia. Before them stood a striking young man with grayish-purple hair, a cold expression, and an elegant countenance, donned in a black suit and a matching cloak. The villagers who had previously encountered Minos gasped in recognition. Isn't this the young man from just a short while ago? How did he manage to enter Aaron's territory unscathed? It seems he truly has ties to Aaron. Colonel Mouse, hearing the villagers' exclamations, surmised, this must be the individual the foolish villagers spoke of regarding Aaron's territory. He pressed further. What is your purpose in Aaron's domain? What connection do you have with him? At this moment, Minos turned his gaze towards Colonel Mouse, contemplating how strikingly similar he appeared to a rat. Colonel Mouse, feeling slighted by Minos' indifference, grew increasingly irate, commanding his soldiers to ready their weapons once more. Who are you? What is your business in Aaron's territory? As Minos observed the sight of Colonel Mouse brandishing his firearm in his direction, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor and spoke in a measured tone. Who I am is of no concern to you. As for your inquiry regarding my intentions in the territory of Arlong, I initially had no desire to respond to a mere minnow such as yourself. However, since you have so earnestly beseeched me, I shall indulge you with an answer. Naturally, my visit to seek out that scoundrel Arlong is not without purpose. Do you take issue with that? Minos's words not only left Colonel Mouse astounded, but also rendered the anxious villagers of Cocoa Village speechless. They had not anticipated that this individual could be so engagingly audacious. The expression of sheer indignation twisted Colonel Mouse's features, as he had not foreseen such public humiliation. The disdainful gaze cast by Minos was truly infuriating, inciting Colonel Mouse to command his soldiers to fire upon him. Following orders, the soldiers obediently aimed and discharged their weapons at Minos. This brazen act by Colonel Mouse stirred a considerable uproar, eliciting gasps and cries from the villagers of Cocoa. However, when the bullets struck Minos, they failed to even tear his garments, creating a scene of bewilderment among the onlookers. In a state of panic, Colonel Mouse exclaimed, Who are you? How can you possess such power? Realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary, he understood the gravity of the situation. Amused by the frantic demeanor of Colonel Mouse, Minos thought to himself, Is my strength something a mere fish like you could comprehend? Given the irritation caused by the previous actions of the Navy in Logue Town, he deemed it an opportune moment for retribution. Reflecting on his prior limitations, compounded by the presence of Smoker, he had refrained from provoking the Navy. However, his current strength was sufficient to warrant no further submission to such indignities. With a flicker of anger in his eyes, Minos approached Colonel Mouse before anyone could react and hoisted him into the air. This unexpected maneuver sent shockwaves of terror through both Colonel Mouse and the Navy personnel, who were oblivious to how Minos had traversed the space between them so swiftly. Upon realizing his precarious position, Colonel Mouse shrieked, You scoundrel! Release me! I am a naval captain. Minos, unfazed by the threat, mused, Such is the nature of villains. Even at the brink of death, they seek to intimidate. Shaking his head, he concluded that this was merely a fish to be dealt with. With the eyes of the crowd upon him, Minos raised his fist and struck Colonel Mouse upon the head. resulting in a gruesome scene reminiscent of a watermelon bursting at the Cocoa Village harbor. This shocking spectacle unfolded before the horrified eyes of the Cocoa villagers and Navy soldiers. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed in. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 points of kill value. Minos had no time to relish his newfound kill value as he heard the villagers of Cocoa erupt in panic and fear, their emotions manifesting vividly in that moment. Observing the villagers flee in terror, Minos found no surprise in their actions. After all, what he had just done was monumental. He then discarded Colonel Mouse's lifeless body onto the ground. Directing his gaze at the now utterly stunned Navy soldiers, fear gripped their hearts as they could hardly fathom that someone would dare to slay a naval captain in such a public arena. When Minos turned his attention towards them, their trepidation intensified, leading them to stammer, "You dare to kill our Colonel Mouse. The headquarters will not let you go unpunished." Minos dismissed their threats with indifference, approaching the soldiers and delivering a single punch to one of them, akin to swatting away a child that in a fleeting moment. Both Colonel Mouse and the accompanying Navy soldiers were ruthlessly dispatched by Minos. The thrill of accumulating kill value brought him immense satisfaction. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring kill value. At this juncture, the Cocoa Village harbor was deserted. Following Minos's execution of Colonel Mouse, the villagers hastily fled, including Aegean and Nuachi, who also sought to escape the ramifications of his actions. Immersed in the euphoria of the system's notifications, Minos regained his composure, observing the chaotic state of the Cocoa Village harbor. He sighed, "Truth be told, I had aspirations of being a good person." Shaking his head, he resolved that the affair in Cocoa Village had reached its conclusion, and it was time to depart. He made his way to his ship and reclined in a casual spot. Then, addressing the system, he requested, "System, procure for me a glass of 1982 cola." The system, upon hearing Minos's voice, eagerly opened the marketplace, welcoming his patronage. Minos, accustomed to this behavior, noted that the system thrived on transactions. Thus, having expended 20 points of kill value for a cola, Minos savored the drink aboard his vessel, indifferent to the recent bloodshed. Meanwhile, he contemplated the day's events. He had effectively antagonized the Navy, rendering them relentless foes. Yet, he felt no trepidation, for his burgeoning strength was his assurance. More importantly, he possessed a formidable advantage, the kill system. During his time in Logtown, he had contemplated eliminating all the Navy personnel, save for Smoker and Tashigi, due to their arrogance stemming from their naval status. Their presumption, believing they could threaten him simply because he did not appear to be a pirate, incited his ire. Had he possessed sufficient power at that time, he would have sent that group of Navy personnel to their doom. As these thoughts consumed him, Minos felt a surge of frustration that demanded an outlet. The invigorating spice of the cola sparked an idea. Why not first visit the base of Colonel Mouse, and then take a stroll through Logtown? With this notion, excitement coursed through him, his heart racing as if engaged in a thrilling chase. Drawing a deep breath, Minos finished his 1982 cola, rose, and approached the helm, silently steering his ship towards the 16th Division, where Colonel Mouse was stationed. Do not inquire about the location of the 16th Division. Even the beleaguered rookie author is unaware. At this juncture, it should be evident to all that Minos was intent on a visit to the 16th Division. With the added motive of amassing kill value he gazed toward the direction of the 16th Division from his vessel. He felt no fear or regret about offending the Navy headquarters. This decision, though hastily made, in truth, merely a moment's contemplation, was fueled by a desire to teach these bothersome Navy personnel a harsh lesson. After all, how dare a mere fish presume to threaten him? Unbeknownst to Minos, in a hidden corner, an observer was capturing every moment. This individual, Imishamoya, had initially been thrilled to film Minos's slaughter of the fishmen. Just as he was preparing to depart and send his footage back to the agency, he noticed that Minos, who had seemingly left, was now embroiled in another confrontation. This time, it appeared to be with the Navy. Yamashita Moya decided it was prudent to follow, curious about the potential for further captivating events. Stealthily, he trailed Minos to the harbor. Do not question why Minos failed to detect Yamashita Moya. The newsbird possesses unique attributes. Upon witnessing Minos lift Colonel Mouse effortlessly, he realized he was on the verge of capturing yet another thrilling spectacle. With urgency, he raised his camera to film Minos, who then delivered a devastating punch to Colonel Mouse's head. Yamashita Moya's excitement surged, both mentally and physically. This marked a significant moment, the first instance of the killer directly targeting the Navy. While Minos had previously taught the Navy a lesson in Logtown, he had refrained from lethal action. Yet now, he had boldly unleashed his fury upon them. Upon contemplating the unfolding events, Yamashitamo, he hastily pressed the Dindin Mushi, anxious not to miss this captivating spectacle. Thus, he captured the scene of Minos slaughtering the naval personnel. It was only after witnessing Minos depart from Kakoja village that Yamashitamo dared to emerge from his concealment. Clutching the invaluable footage, he quivered with excitement, fully aware that this precious material would surely garner attention once more. Once disseminated, the gaze of formidable figures upon the vast seas would inevitably return to the East. In truth, Yamashita Imoye's musings were not unfounded. Just a few days prior, the incursion of pirates into Roguetown had significantly tarnished the Navy's reputation across the seas and within the New World, much to the chagrin of the high-ranking officials at naval headquarters. Now, the audacity of someone slaughtering naval personnel, particularly by Minos, the infamous slaughterer, who had recently emerged onto the world stage, posed an even graver threat. Should the Navy fail to respond with decisive action, their reputation would suffer further degradation. Additionally, a pressing concern loomed. Engaging Minos would inevitably offend a user of the mythical Zoan type possessing Conqueror's haki. The Navy was left with no choice but to confront Minos, with the slim hope of vanquishing him. Otherwise, allowing a youth endowed with such powers to rise would become a nightmare for the Navy. After much contemplation, Yamashitamo transformed into a news bird, heading to the local press office to relay this invaluable footage to headquarters. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel, Minos lounged idly, assessing the total bounty of his slaughter during the conflict in Kakoja village. Host: Minos. Age: 19. Skills: Intermediate Armament Haki, Intermediate Observation Haki, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki, Flowing Rock Shattering Fist, Standard Version, Navigation Skills, Helmsman Skills, Physique. Peak of the Four Emperors. Items: 1 Supreme Great Blade. Slaughter Value: 3,665 points. Realm: High Admiral, Black Dragon Form. Peak of the Four Emperors. Evaluation: You have become incredibly formidable. As long as you do not encounter a king-level adversary, your survival is assured. Sighing, Minos gazed at the pitifully low slaughter value displayed on the system panel. Unable to suppress a lament, the annihilation of the Arlong pirates and Colonel Mouse, along with his crew, had only netted him a meager 2,000 points. The prospect of reaching 100,000 points seemed a distant dream. Yet, the thought of visiting the Navy base of the 16th Division, where Colonel Mouse was stationed, lifted Minos's spirits slightly. He hoped it would yield some pleasant surprises. Contemplating this, a glimmer of cold determination flickered in Minos's eyes. The pace of accumulating slaughter value was unbearably slow, and he could scarcely endure it any longer. The warmth of a Coca-Cola from 1982 could not thaw his heart, now frozen, with a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. Minos succumbed to slumber on the ship, hoping to awaken upon arrival at the 16th Division Navy base. Unbeknownst to Minos, following his slaying of Colonel Mouse, the 16th Division's Navy attempted to reach him. But the Dindin Mushi revealed that he remained unreachable. This persistent silence puzzled the communications officer. How could he be uncontactable for so long? Surely, nothing could have gone awry. Yet, shaking his head, the officer reassured himself that this was unlikely. After all, Colonel Mouse was merely visiting a village. What could possibly happen? Resolute, the officer decided to wait a while longer. If contact could not be established soon, he would inform headquarters. After a brief wait, the officer's anxiety intensified as there was still no response from Colonel Mouse. It was evident that something was amiss, prompting him to contact headquarters. Parapirapir, brothers, feel free to sound it out. Amidst the commotion and urgency, the Dindin Mushi was finally connected. Moshi, whom do you seek? Upon hearing the voice of the headquarters communications officer, the officer from the 16th Division felt a wave of relief wash over him. Do not ask why he could not directly call Admiral Sengoku. It was due to a lack of rank. Taking a moment to calm his nerves, the officer from the 16th Division began. Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division has been out of contact for half a day. He does not answer the Dindin Mushi. After his statement, silence fell on the line, causing a ripple of unease within the officer. He feared the headquarters would discover he had not reported this matter immediately as anticipated. The voice from Naval Headquarters inquired, "When did this occur, and why are you only reporting it now?" The officer from the 16th Division felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing the reprimanding tone. He had never imagined that such an incident could transpire from a simple visit to a village. His heart heavy with guilt and confusion, he struggled to articulate his thoughts, understanding the officer's silence. The communications officer at headquarters grasped the gravity of the situation. Shaking his head in resignation, he acknowledged, "I understand your report. I will promptly inform Admiral Sengoku. He will provide further instructions, so please hold on." The officer from the 16th Division quickly responded, "Yes, yes, understood." Without delay, the headquarters officer ended the call and rushed to Admiral Sengoku's office. As the officer hung up, his worries eased somewhat. He hoped that nothing grave had occurred. At that moment, Admiral Sengoku was sipping tea in his office, reflecting on the troublesome events of recent days, shaking his head in frustration. After several days of dealing with various issues, he finally found a moment to relax. Silently, he prayed, hoping no further crises would arise, for he was utterly exhausted. However, before Admiral Sengoku could enjoy a moment of peace, familiar shouts and knocking echoed from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Report to Admiral Sengoku. Another significant event has transpired. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Admiral Sengoku felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Just when he thought the troubles were subsiding, another major incident had occurred. "Come in," he said wearily. The communications officer, detecting the weariness in Admiral Sengoku's voice, entered the office and found the admiral slumped in his chair, cradling his head in distress. It appeared that the burdens of leadership had taken their toll on him. The officer felt a mix of admiration and sympathy for Admiral Sengoku, a truly commendable commander. If Admiral Sengoku were aware of the officer's thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort, "Oh, please, I no longer wish to be an admiral. I am exhausted every day." Seeing the officer enter, Admiral Sengoku, looking utterly drained, inquired, "What now has transpired?" The officer managed a bitter smile as he reported, "Admiral Sengoku, Colonel Mouse of the East Sea's 16th Division has been uncontactable for some time." Admiral Sengoku's brow furrowed upon hearing this. One could almost consider it a casualty. Contemplating the implications, he gravely asked, "What on earth has happened?" The officer, noting the seriousness in Admiral Sengoku's expression, quickly explained, "According to the communications officer from the 16th Division, Colonel Mouse went to a village named Kakoja in the East Sea. However, the reason for his visit remains unknown, and there has been no communication since." Admiral Sengoku's expression grew increasingly somber after hearing this. It was almost certain that Colonel Mouse had met with foul play. Yet who in the East Sea would dare to attack a naval officer? While merely a subordinate officer, the timing of this incident was particularly detrimental to the Navy's image. Just days prior, the invasion of Rogue Town by the so-called Songlong pirates had already inflicted considerable damage to their reputation, which had only recently begun to recover. Now, the assassination of a division officer would only further humiliate them. Not to mention provoke the Navy itself. Upon reflecting on the gravity of the situation, Admiral Sengoku's countenance shifted from solemnity to a brooding gloom. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt an overwhelming desire to obliterate the scoundrel who had dared to provoke their navy. The communications officer, noticing the admiral's disquiet, was filled with unease, yearning for an early escape from the perilous office. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Sengoku managed to steady his emotions and retrieved a golden transponder snail. Dialing Admiral Akiji's number, the transponder snail rang for an extended period, yet no one answered. Just as Sengoku began to grow impatient, Akiji's languid voice resonated through the receiver, seemingly still in a state of slumber. "Oh dear, Sengoku, is there something you need? I'm in the midst of a nap." Indeed, at that moment, Akiji was indulging in a midday repose. After visiting Smoker in Logtown, he had deemed the situation trivial and commandeered Smoker's office for a good sleep, a term affectionately dubbed fishing. This predicament left Smoker in a state of vexation, unable to retaliate or rebuke, especially since Akiji had come to assist him in the East Blue. However, Akiji appeared to have completely forgotten that Sengoku had dispatched him to instill fear in the East Blue pirates. Coincidentally, on this day, Akiji remained blissfully asleep until Sengoku's call interrupted his slumber, leading to this exchange. Hearing Akiji's lethargic remarks ignited a fire within Sengoku. He longed to be at Akiji's side to deliver a stern reprimand. "I toil endlessly here while you, my dear fellow, are napping in the East Blue. Have you forgotten the mission I entrusted to you?" Sengoku took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Otherwise, he might unleash his frustration upon Akiji. Noticing the silence from Sengoku's end, Akiji felt a twinge of confusion, wondering if perhaps Sengoku had dialed the wrong number. Just as Akiji was about to inquire further, Sengoku's serious voice broke through the transponder snail. Akiji, a significant incident has transpired in the East Blue, and I need you to investigate it immediately. Akiji, taken aback by Sengoku's words, pondered what calamity had befallen the East Blue this time. However, he quickly regained his composure and asked, "What has happened now, Admiral Sengoku?" Sengoku, with a measured tone, elaborated, "The commanding officer of the East Blue's 16th Marine Base, Colonel Mouse, has gone missing after visiting a village named Kokoshia, and it has been some time since anyone has heard from him." Akiji's brow furrowed at the mention of the colonel's disappearance. If he's been unaccounted for that long, it might as well be considered a death sentence. But what could have transpired? Was it the pirates who did this? Or perhaps that young man from Logetown? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Akiji's expression shifted from concern to seriousness. If it were indeed the work of pirates, the solution would be straightforward. However, if it involved that individual, it could pose a significant challenge. The unknown nature of the enemy's motives was perilously daunting. With a contemplative gaze, Akiji posed a question, "Admiral Sengoku, could this incident possibly involve that so-called slaughterer?" Sengoku, upon hearing Akiji's query, fell into deep thought that Akiji's suggestion was not without merit. He had instinctively assumed it was the pirates, yet the notion of the slaughterer loomed ominously. Recalling the report from Smoker, Sengoku had felt an unsettling certainty that anyone obstructing the slaughterer's path, be they marine or pirate, would become his adversaries. At that moment, Sengoku had perceived the individual as brazenly audacious. However, the prospect of Colonel Mouse's disappearance being linked to the slaughterer was troubling. If mishandled, it could provoke a formidable young adversary. I can only hope that it is not the slaughterer behind this. Sengoku mused, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. Regaining his focus, Sengoku addressed Akiji through the transponder snail. "You are to proceed to Kokoshia village and investigate if it is indeed the work of the slaughterer. Do not hold back, suppress or eliminate him if necessary. But remember, do not allow him to escape." Akiji felt the weight of Sengoku's resolute command settle heavily upon him. This situation was indeed convoluted. Noticing Akiji's silence, Sengoku reiterated his gravity. "The boy who calls himself the slaughterer possesses extraordinary potential. Do not let this opportunity slip away." Akiji, somewhat exasperated by Sengoku's seriousness, thought to himself, "Do they believe me to be so careless?" Nonetheless, he replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, I will exercise prudence." Sengoku nearly faltered at Akiji's response, struggling to maintain his serious demeanor. With a cough to regain his composure, he signaled to Akiji that the conversation was concluded before disconnecting the call. Akiji, perplexed by the abrupt end of the conversation, hastily prepared to investigate Kokoshia village. Upon hanging up, Sengoku immediately instructed his communications officer to notify the 16th Marine Division to dispatch personnel to Kokoshia village to ascertain the situation. The officer, relieved to exit the tense office, bowed to Sengoku and departed. Once outside, the communications officer felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Each minute spent in that office had felt like an eternity of torment. Sengoku, after the officer's departure, muttered to himself, "I hope that boy, the self-proclaimed slaughterer, is not responsible for this incident. If he is, I shall ensure he meets his end in the East Blue." As he spoke, the cold, fierce glint in Sengoku's eyes could no longer be contained. After exiting Sengoku's office, the communications officer swiftly contacted the 16th Division. The call was promptly answered, indicating the 16th Division had been awaiting orders from headquarters. "Does Admiral Sengoku have any directives?" the officer inquired eagerly. Without delay, the headquarters officer responded with gravity. "Admiral Sengoku has instructed you to send personnel to Kokoshia village for an investigation. Admiral Akiji will also be heading there to look into this matter." "What? Admiral Akiji?" The 16th Division officer was taken aback, astonished that such a high-ranking officer would be dispatched to Kokoshia village. It was indeed beyond his expectations. The headquarters officer, unfazed by the 16th Division officer's astonishment, simply remarked, "If the Navy had not been humiliated twice in succession, Admiral Sengoku would not have sent Akiji. The situation is critical. Otherwise, a mere division colonel would not warrant a vice admiral's presence." The officer from the 16th Division, realizing he had been caught off guard, sheepishly replied, "My apologies. I was merely taken aback." The headquarters officer continued, "Admiral Akiji is currently in Logetown, although he has not made a public appearance." Your surprise is entirely understandable. Upon hearing this, the 16th Division officer recalled the recent invasion of Logetown and speculated that the headquarters must have dispatched Akiji for protection. Although he had pieced together the information, he refrained from delving further. After all, such matters were beyond his purview. After a brief exchange between the 16th Division officer and the headquarters, the call was terminated. Immediately after hanging up, the 16th Division officer rushed to inform a division major about the recent developments. The major was left speechless, shocked by the revelation that Colonel Mouse had perished in such a short span of time. Moreover, the esteemed Admiral Akiji from headquarters will also head to the enigmatic village of Kokosha for an inspection. At this thought, a flicker of panic crossed the eyes of the branch's major, for he and Colonel Mouse were birds of a feather. Although the affairs of Kokosha village had predominantly been managed by Colonel Mouse, he had been involved in numerous matters and had received a significant amount of bailee from him. Meanwhile, the correspondent remained utterly oblivious to the major's unease, continuing to report the directives from headquarters. After the correspondent from the 16th branch concluded his remarks, he noticed the major was still in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. Tentatively, he asked, "Major, are we to gather the troops to head to Kokosha village?" Or, his words were abruptly cut off by the major's anxious interjection that, of course, "We shall assemble the troops to investigate the incident in Kokosha village." At this juncture, the major slowly regained his composure. Having heard the correspondent's words, he was eager to rally the forces before Admiral Akiji arrived at Kokosha village to ascertain the unfolding situation. Should Admiral Akiji discover their dealings at Dragon Park, it would spell trouble. Thus, under the major's directive, the naval forces at the 16th branch swiftly mustered a battalion. In truth, there was no need for such haste, for Minos was already nearing the naval base of the 16th branch. Minos's visit to the 16th branch was not merely for idle exploration. He was intent on accumulating some valuable kill points. The current situation in the East Sea could be described as tumultuous, with Minos slaughtering pirates and naval officers alike. Meanwhile, Kaido of the Beast was traversing the New World, preparing to recruit Minos as his subordinate. Additionally, Admiral Akiji had arrived at Logetown in the East Sea due to orders from headquarters and concerns for smokers' safety. Should these three factions collide, a cataclysmic battle would undoubtedly ensue. Whether it pertained to Minos's slaughter of naval officers, Kaido's attempts to recruit Minos, or Akiji's investigation into Colonel Mouse's demise, it appeared that Minos was at a disadvantage. He had killed Colonel Mouse, and Akiji was unwilling to let matters rest so easily. The naval headquarters was equally reluctant to allow a powerful and gifted individual, a mythical Zoan and a user of Conqueror's Haki, to fully develop. Kaido, too, was not one to relent, as he had long sought to recruit Minos as his subordinate. If he discovered Minos's formidable strength, a confrontation would be inevitable. In the New World, who did not know Kaido as a harbinger of war. Naturally, Minos was unwilling to compromise in the face of such powerful adversaries. He had yet to make a significant mark in this pirate world. For instance, he yearned to meet the exquisite Yuki of Imu Naibai and the ethereal beauty of the goddess of the Naruto realm. How could he possibly be content? Thus, a fierce clash in the East Sea was destined to erupt, whether for his own survival or for the sake of Yuki and the goddess's stunning visage. Minos would not yield. He would carve his way through the chaos. Upon arriving at the 16th branch, Minos awakened on the ship, rubbing his eyes as if still in a daze. However, upon laying eyes on the island before him, he realized he had indeed reached the 16th branch. With this realization, Minos, who had been half asleep, instantly became alert. A smirk playing on his lips, he murmured to himself, "It seems my kill points will increase today." Minos leaped from the ship, landing firmly on the ground. Yet, without restraining his power, the floor beneath him shattered under the tremendous impact, dust swirling into the air. This ostentatious entrance was undoubtedly intended to draw the attention of the Navy. Today, he had come to stir trouble, to exact revenge, and there was no need for subtlety. Indeed, Minos's dramatic entrance immediately caught the attention of two patrolling officers from the 16th branch and the island's other inhabitants. They whispered amongst themselves, "Who is this person? How dare he act so brazenly before the Navy? Truly reckless." Upon witnessing the cloud of dust, the patrolling officers initially suspected a pirate invasion and quickly approached to investigate. However, as the dust settled, they beheld a striking figure with grayish-purple hair, a handsome visage, and a tall stature, clad in a black suit and draped in a black justice cloak. A black justice cloak. The two patrolling officers exchanged silent glances, their expressions turning grave. Had they not seen the admirals in the newspapers, they might have believed this was another admiral. But evidently, that was not the case. The reason the patrolling officers of the 16th branch failed to recognize Minos, the Slayer, was that after acquiring the mythical Zoan, Dragon King fruit, he had undergone a dramatic transformation. Not only had his hair lengthened and changed to a grayish-purple hue, but his attire had also evolved, donning a black suit and a black justice cloak. Such a disguise was remarkably deceptive, leading to the immediate assumption that another admiral had emerged within the Navy. Thus, it was entirely understandable that the patrolling officers of the 16th branch did not recognize Minos, although they discerned he was not a member of the Navy. They approached him cautiously, inquiring, "Excuse me, young sir, may I ask who you are?" Polite, indeed, V. Upon hearing the patrolling officer's question, Minos was momentarily taken aback, pondering, "They actually did not recognize me. Logically, my information should have been reported to the naval headquarters by Smoker." Yet, judging by the officer's demeanor, it was evident they were unfamiliar with him. Minos, however, failed to consider that his transformation after consuming the Dragon King fruit had rendered him unrecognizable, making it entirely normal for the 16th branch's patrolling officers to not identify him. Not wishing to dwell on the matter any further, Minos decided to disregard the trivial Navy officers, as he had come to seek trouble. Without hesitation, he declared, "I am the one who will take your lives." Before the patrolling officers could react, Minos launched a punch directly at one of their heads. The scene of a watermelon bursting and blood splattering unfolded once more. The horrifying spectacle sent shockwaves through the other patrolling officer and the villagers who had gathered to witness the spectacle. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed again. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 kill points." Neither the naval officer nor the island's villagers anticipated that Minos would come to the 16th branch base to commit murder. The air fell silent for a mere few seconds before erupting into chaos. Shouts, screams, cries, and the sounds of fleeing echoed vividly. Minos observed the villagers' frantic escape and the shock-stricken patrolling officers, shaking his head in resignation as he murmured, "It truly resembles the scene in Kokosha village." Notably, some individuals darted into nearby shops, seeking refuge as if such actions could provide them with a sense of security. Minos resolved to ignore these foolish villagers and approach the dazed patrolling officer before delivering another punch. Blood sprang forth as yet another officer met a grim fate. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 kill points." Minos paid no heed to the system's notification, instead steadily making his way towards the naval base of the 16th branch. As he walked, Minos relished the sight of the now deserted streets, feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort, as if the air itself had become refreshingly clear, though this was but an illusion. The absence of bothersome sailors was the greatest blessing. As Minos advanced towards the naval base of the 16th branch, the major was leading a contingent of naval soldiers to investigate Kokosha village. However, upon exiting the base, they were met with a throng of villagers blocking the entrance, the station soldiers struggling to contain the crowd. The major felt perplexed. Ordinarily, these villagers would not dare to confront the Navy at their base. With this confusion in mind, the major fired a shot into the sky, signaling the villagers to quiet down. Indeed, under the major's warning, the villagers ceased their clamor, yet the fear in their eyes remained palpable. The major questioned the villagers, "What has transpired? Why have you come to block the Navy's entrance? Are you attempting to revolt?" At that moment, a villager stepped forward, seemingly holding significant esteem among the crowd. "Navy Major," he exclaimed, "a man has arrived at the port, ruthlessly slaughtering 2 of our patrolling sailors that we fear for our lives, which is why we sought refuge here at the Navy base." It was evident that this major was well known within the 16th Division. As the villager recognized him immediately, upon hearing the villager's words, the major felt incredulous. How could their 16th Division base have been breached, resulting in the death of 2 patrolling sailors? Anger surged within him. This was utterly intolerable. Such a heinous act demanded retribution. "Do not worry," the major declared darkly. "We shall take immediate action against him." Upon hearing his words, the villagers at the base's entrance erupted in cheers. "Long live the Navy! Please teach that villain a lesson." The major and his subordinates exchanged proud smiles, seemingly relishing the villagers' praise. Thus, the major led over 100 sailors toward the island's port amidst the villagers' exuberant shouts. Following closely behind were many fearless villagers eager to witness the suppression of the villain. However, before they reached the port, The group encountered a tall youth with striking grayish-purple hair and a handsome, yet cold visage. Clad in a black suit and a flowing black cape of justice, this youth was none other than Minos, who had come to the 16th Division base. The thoughts of Minos and the Major diverged significantly upon their encounter. The Major, upon seeing Minos, momentarily froze, mistaking him for a high-ranking admiral from Navy headquarters. Conversely, Minos felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated encountering the Navy so soon. What a stroke of luck! Just as Minos reveled in this thought, a voice broke the silence of the moment from the Major's side. "You bold scoundrel! How dare you come to the base and cause trouble after committing murder? You are truly asking for death. Now that the Major has arrived, let us see how arrogant you remain." This was a scruffy thug with a pointed chin, who, upon spotting Minos, became utterly animated, eager for the Major to teach him a harsh lesson. The thug's words drew the attention of both Minos and the Major. The Major glared at the thug, wishing nothing more than to see him torn to shreds. The fellow looked troublesome and might even be one of the Navy. Was he not placing himself directly in the fire? Minos, casting a glance at the thug, felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. It reminded him of a classic line from his past on Blue Star. "Hey, old dang, let your daughter out, or I'll make you regret it." The thug, noticing Minos's indifference, scowled, preparing to unleash another tirade. "Silence," the Major barked. Under the weight of the Major's command, the thug fell silent, though a flicker of resentment passed through his eyes. Minos observed this exchange quietly, watching the interplay between the Major and the thug. Once the thug ceased his chatter, the Major felt a measure of relief. "How dare he speak in my presence?" he thought, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Minos. "Pray tell, who are you? Why did you slay our patrolling sailors?" Minos regarded the Major's accusatory tone and replied nonchalantly, "Your concern for my identity is unwarranted. But suffice it to say, I am not one of your Navy.as for your sailors. They provoked me, and I have come specifically to challenge your Navy." His words hung heavily in the air, silencing both the 16th Division sailors and the onlooking villagers, who were astonished by Minos's audacity. The Major was momentarily taken aback by Minos's straightforward response, left at a loss for words. How could he navigate this situation? Nevertheless, it was evident that Minos had arrived at their 16th Division and slaughtered their patrolling sailors without justification. Was there truly no law left? Little did the Major know. Minos's motivations were deeper than mere grievances. He was incensed by the Navy's arrogant demeanor, often threatening others with the authority of the Navy headquarters, assuming such tactics would deter opposition. Who could bear such insolence? Indeed, when one is weak, it is wise to bide one's time. However, when one possesses strength, it is essential to strike decisively. Having gained formidable power, Minos was prepared for a proper reckoning against the Navy and to demonstrate his prowess in the pirate world. As the Major collected himself, fury ignited within him. With so many sailors at his command, how could they fear this brash youth? Minos observed the Major's displeasure without uttering a word, unperturbed and confident in his formidable physique, knowing he could withstand any attack without harm. "Sir, do you not think it unreasonable to come to the 16th Division and slay our patrolling sailors over such a trivial matter?" the Major asked in a somber tone. "Should you choose to depart now, I may overlook this incident, and if I choose not to depart..." Minos's voice was devoid of warmth, flat and unwavering. "You are truly insufferable," the Major seethed, infuriated that Minos, despite being offered an opportunity for clemency, remained so obstinate. The thought crossed his mind. Why bother with words when a swift reprimand would suffice? Surely, after a proper lesson, they could throw him in prison and see if he continued to be so brazen. A chorus of clamorous voices erupted, all clamoring for Minos's punishment, as if he were the true villain at hand. The Major, rather than being incensed by the uproar, felt a swell of satisfaction. He was the victor, and the noise around him served as his validation. Minos surveyed the cacophony of shouts and insults directed at him, a medley of emotions swirling within him. Was it sorrow, despair, joy, or perhaps excitement? Yet, these feelings were merely part of his adaptation, and if he could not endure the voices of the rabble, how could he ever achieve greatness? Gradually, he learned to accept all things, recognizing the familiar pangs of being misunderstood or wronged. Initially, it may have stung, but soon it transformed into disappointment, and ultimately settled into indifference. Just as Minos was lost in his thoughts, the system activated. Ding. "Host, it has been several days. What has caused your decline?" Minos felt a flicker of joy at the system's teasing tone. Perhaps the presence of these rabble-rousers had affected him. Ding! What are your thoughts on this chaos? I shall shatter all barriers and carve a path through the tumult. Minos declared coldly, his voice imbued with resolve. Ding! I anticipated you would be disheartened, so I came to offer comfort. I am not so fragile, Minos replied, feeling a touch embarrassed by the system's implication. Ding! Very well. With the system falling silent, Minos turned his attention to the grinning major and the raucous rabble behind him. With a bloodthirsty smile, he asked, Are you ready, my dear rabble? The disdainful tone of Minos reverberated once more. The junior officers of the branch and their comrades were left bewildered by his words. However, the events that unfolded next were sufficient to instill an overwhelming dread in the fortunate few. Observing the foolish grins of the lesser beings, Minos felt a sense of helplessness. If that were the case, he would not be held accountable for what was to come. With a flourish of his hands, he conjured white radiance, clenching his fists and directing the luminous energy towards the branch officers. In an instant, a barrage of white fist-like apparitions descended upon them like a torrential downpour. The resounding thuds echoed like the shattering of watermelons, creating an eerily crisp sound amidst the January air, which, though not excessively cold, enveloped the port in a foreboding chill. Blood mist swirled freely in the air, painting a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Dumbfounded, the once arrogant crowd dwindled to merely 2 survivors, both of whom stood in a state of shock. Had Minos not been controlling his power, they would have met the same explosive fate as the others. Minos gazed at the dazed branch officer and the yellow-haired ruffian, their rigid smiles betraying their disbelief. He found pleasure in sparing their lives, allowing them to fully experience despair. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed, announcing the acquisition of 1 point of kill value. The alerts continued to sound, ringing out dozens of times, and Minos felt a wave of delight wash over him as his earlier complicated emotions dissipated. Looking upon the petrified branch officer and yellow-haired thug, his interest waned. With a clenched fist, a single blow was sufficient to send them to their demise. The notifications rang out again, congratulating him on earning 50 points of kill value. The scene of Minos annihilating 16 branch naval officers did not go unnoticed by onlookers from afar. They had not anticipated that even the full might of the branch's naval forces would fail to vanquish him. And terror gripped them as they fled the port, desperate to escape the clutches of the demon known as Minos. Minos observed the chaos with a cold smile, his mind racing with a newfound and intriguing idea. With a mighty roar, he underwent a tremendous transformation. Enveloped in dark, malevolent energy, his hands morphed into powerful black dragon claws, his legs became formidable dragon limbs, and his body expanded into that of a colossal dragon. Majestic black wings sprouted from his sides, a muscular tail extended from his back, and his head transformed into a fearsome dragon visage, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson, soaring above the 16 branch officers. Minos cast a massive shadow over the island they occupied. The inhabitants, unaccustomed to such a sight, screamed in terror and fled in all directions. In the face of this encroaching darkness, familial bonds and moral values seemed trivial. Some individuals, driven by primal fear, abandoned their loved ones in a frantic bid for survival. But a mother on the island clutched her child, her eyes fixed on her fleeing husband, her heart heavy with unexpressed sorrow. Helplessly watching as he abandoned them, a newlywed wife desperately grasped her husband, pleading, "Please don't leave me behind. Take me with you." The man, irritated, retorted, "Let go of me. I'll come back for you once I'm safe." Before kicking her away and sprinting into the distance, that moment, all he desired was to survive, to escape the impending doom. "You promised you loved me, that you would always protect me. Was it all a lie?" The woman cried, collapsing to the ground in despair. The man, having distanced himself, paused at her lament, recalling his love for her. "I have always loved you, but if you truly love me, you should allow me this chance to escape without dragging me down." With that, he continued to flee, leaving the despondent woman to weep in the oppressive darkness. Yet, it was not only these 2 women who faced misfortune. Others were caught in similar predicaments, resorting to betrayal and violence in their desperate struggle for survival. Minos, now a dragon soaring through the skies, gathered a sphere of white energy in his maw. Indeed, it was the roar of a dragon. In the world of fairy tale, dragons may be mythical, yet some possess the knowledge of dragon-slaying magic. Those who wield such power invariably learn a common spell, the dragon's roar. The most renowned among these is Natsu's fire dragon's roar, and if used by the Fire Dragon King, it becomes the roar of the Fire Dragon. Although this roar may seem unimpressive at first glance, in the hands of the likes of the Fire Dragon King or Iron Dragon King, its power is vastly amplified. When the Black Dragon King, Acnologia, first appeared, Natsu and his companions were undergoing trials on Sirius Island. Unexpectedly, after the trials concluded, Acnologia descended upon the island. Natsu, who had been searching for dragons, his friends and kin, was elated to see Acnologia, hoping to learn of the whereabouts of the Fire Dragon and others. Yet, Acnologia ignored Natsu's inquiries, launching an attack instead. Thus, Natsu and his allies were gravely injured by the Black Dragon King. Acnologia ascended into the sky, gathering a sphere of white energy, and unleashed it upon Sirius Island. With his overwhelming might, the island was submerged. In truth, it was the first fairy who shielded Natsu and the others, but it cannot be denied that the roar of the Black Dragon is indeed a formidable spell. Indeed, the white energy that Minos was gathering was the roar of the Black Dragon. He had long wished to experience the sensation of this roar, and with this opportunity at hand, he was determined to test it thoroughly. Soon, Minos amassed a tremendous force in his mouth. Gazing down at the diminutive island below, he unleashed a colossal beam of white light. In an instant, the 16 branch officers were struck by the tremendous energy. A deafening roar echoed, and as the smoke cleared, the island had vanished without a trace, leaving only a massive spring in its wake, with water rushing into the abyss, transforming back into his draconic form. Minos surveyed the remnants of the 16 base, his voice low as he proclaimed, "The roar of the Black Dragon. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 points of kill value. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 points of kill value. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 point of kill valued." As the notifications continued to chime, the Black Dragon King, Minos, felt a surge of curiosity regarding the total kill value he had amassed this time. However, realizing that this was not a place to linger, he dismissed his thoughts. High in the sky, the Black Dragon King, Minos, scanned for a suitable landing spot as for why he did not revert to human form and board the warship. It was evident, under the might of his Black Dragon roar, the island had been obliterated, and thus, the ship had met a similar fate. Before long, the Black Dragon King, Minos, spotted an island and soared toward it, eager to discover the extent of his kill value. Given that the island itself had been annihilated, he had no doubt that its inhabitants had met their end as well. The Black Dragon King doubted that in this pirate-infested world, anyone could withstand the might of his recent roar. Under the swift descent of the Black Dragon King, Minos, the island soon lay just beneath him. This island was fortunate enough to be cloaked by the imposing form of the Black Dragon King. However, it appeared devoid of any traces of human habitation. Only a handful of small creatures and wild beasts thrived upon its surface. The colossal figure of the Black Dragon King hovered above the island. The small animals and wild beasts scattered in panic, terrified by the sight of such a formidable creature. The overwhelming presence of the Black Dragon King was too much for these wild animals to bear, prompting their hasty retreat. Observing the frantic escape of the creatures from his vantage point, Minos mused to himself, "This is the deterrent power of great strength. When one possesses sufficient power, the aura they emit naturally instills fear in others, even animals." After his reflections, the Black Dragon King, Minos, began to descend slowly from above the island, his form diminishing as he approached the ground. In no time, a striking young man with long gray-purple hair, clad in a black suit and draped in a black cloak of justice, stood upon the island. Upon his arrival, Minos activated his observation haki, surveying the island with keen interest. In an instant, he gleaned the state of the island. In summary, there was nothing particularly remarkable. It resembled any ordinary island, with notably large trees, a variety of small animals and larger beasts, and one might even call it a paradise of birdsong and floral fragrance. Yet, is this not quite ordinary in the world of pirates? As for the existence of devil fruits, they were certainly out of the question, for Minos was not the protagonist. He was, in fact, the antagonist. It all depends on the author's mood and the reader's instructions. Thus, there was truly nothing extraordinary to note. As for the notion of honing his skills on the island, that was impractical. With his current strength, arduous training would yield little benefit. Instead, he would rely on the killing system to bolster his power. Returning to the matter at hand. After completing his survey of the island with his observation haki, Minos discerned no threats present and thus ceased his inspection, opting instead to seek out a cave to assess his accumulated points of killing value. He made his way toward the island's center, where a massive cave awaited. During his earlier use of observation haki, Minos had already spotted it. Inside, he anticipated only a few wild beasts, posing no real threat. Making it an ideal base for his stay, as Minos traversed the path to the island's center, he inevitably startled some beasts, yet they instinctively retreated from his presence. After a while, he arrived at the mouth of a colossal cave. The cave was vast, likely once the dwelling of a powerful beast. However, for reasons unknown, the beast was no longer present. Perhaps it had fallen victim to humans. Peering into the cave from outside, visibility was limited. Shrouded in darkness that felt rather eerie, fully aware of his surroundings, Minos stepped inside without hesitation. Upon entering the cave, he felt an immediate sense of tranquility. The air was remarkably refreshing. The deeper he ventured, the more invigorating the atmosphere became. Eventually, he reached the very heart of the cave, where a small lake came into view, surrounded by a vibrant array of flowers and grasses, exuding a serene ambience. Numerous small animals gathered by the water, frolicking playfully. Goodness, why do I feel as though I'm writing a fantasy tale? I must finish this pirate narrative swiftly and embark on a fantasy story. This pirate theme is constraining my creativity, leaving me feeling rather passive. The arrival of Minos did not go unnoticed by the small creatures, though they may have never encountered a human before. They sensed the formidable aura emanating from Minos, realizing that this bipedal creature was not to be trifled with, and they fled in haste. In no time, all the small animals had disappeared, leaving Minos alone. Am I truly that intimidating? Minos gazed at the solitary lake, feeling somewhat speechless. He was, after all, quite benevolent. Indeed, you are exceedingly kind, having submerged an entire island in the past. Is it too much to ask for a modicum of trust between humans and small creatures? Feeling somewhat dejected, though dejection is unlikely, as he hardly felt that way given his self-assurance, Minos wandered among the flowers and grasses, and in an instant, he sensed something extraordinary. Oh dear. This is increasingly resembling a fantasy narrative. What shall I do, my friends? Ahem, those were not celestial herbs, merely some humble medicinal plants, which explains why the small animals would choose to linger here. Why not simply nurse their wounds with a sip of water and a bite of these herbs instead of resorting to violence? Thus, one must reject the urge to compete. Writing 3 chapters a day is sufficient. Truly, no more competition is necessary. Otherwise, I shall find myself overwhelmed. Minos reclined amidst the flowers, feeling utterly at ease. Meanwhile, his mind was focused on the system panel. The system panel remained largely unchanged from before, save for a significant alteration in the killing value. Host, Minos age, 19 skills, intermediate armament haki, intermediate observation haki, intermediate conqueror's haki. Water fragmentation fist, standard version. Navigator skills, helmsman skills, constitution. Peak of the 4 emperor's items. 1 supreme great blade killing value. 6,000 points realm. High admiral, black dragon form. Peak of the 4 emperors, evaluation. You are now exceedingly powerful. As long as you do not encounter an enemy of king-level peak status, your life is not in jeopardy. Minos gazed at the 6,000 points of killing value displayed on the system panel. Torn between laughter and tears, the good news was that there had indeed been an increase in his killing value. However, the bad news was that it had not even reached 10,000. Well then, in truth, there had been considerable progress, yet it felt as though the accumulation of killing value was becoming increasingly arduous. With this perplexity in mind, Minos could only direct his inquiries toward the system. Hey, system, why is it that after annihilating so many Navy forces at Branch 16 and decimating an entire island, I only received such a meager amount of killing value? Upon hearing Minos's question, the system hastily replied, eager to quell any notions of embezzlement. Ding. Host, I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. Minos, what the heck? The system, sensing Minos's rising ire, proceeded to clarify the reasoning. Ding. Oh, dear host, that is because eliminating civilians only nets you 1 point of killing value. Minos was left utterly bewildered. Then why is it still so little? Ding. This is due to Branch 16 being a relatively small island. Ding. Moreover, this is not the New World. In the New World, even a minor island can have thousands of inhabitants. Whereas in this diminutive East Blue, the population is only around 2,000 to 3,000. Ding. Of course, there are larger islands in the East Blue, but we simply haven't encountered them yet. Ding. So, host, I assure you, there has been no embezzlement on my part. After listening to the system's explanation, Minos's mood improved slightly that he silently mused. It seems that to grow stronger and become an absolute powerhouse, one must venture into the new world. After all, there are many strong individuals and civilians there, which would naturally lead to an increase in killing value. With these pleasant thoughts, Minos soon drifted off to sleep amidst the flowers. During the time Minos slumbered, significant events unfolded outside in the waters of Kokusia village. A tall man with slightly curly hair, an unremarkable visage, dressed in white casual attire, was traversing the sea on a bicycle. This was a rather peculiar sight. A single individual somehow riding a bicycle across the ocean without falling into the water. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that beneath the bicycle of this tall man, a path of ice had formed. The only individual capable of riding a bicycle across the sea was none other than Aokiji. Aokiji, a user of the ice fruit, had utilized his immense strength and mastery of his abilities to freeze a path upon which to travel, which was entirely reasonable. Aokiji, quite reasonable indeed. As for why Aokiji had come to Kokusia village, it was because Sengoku had dispatched him to investigate the disappearance of Captain Rat. After some time of traveling, Aokiji finally arrived at the port of Kokusia village. However, upon reaching the port, he immediately sensed something amiss. Captain Rat's warship was indeed docked, yet it was entirely devoid of personnel. This left Aokiji perplexed. Logically, there should have been at least some soldiers guarding the ship, yet not a soul was in sight. Even more perplexing was that Admiral Sengoku had mentioned that the Navy from Branch 16 would also be coming to Kokusia village to investigate Captain Rat's disappearance. Had they not? However, why is it that the Admiral has already arrived at Kikishia village, yet the Navy from the 16th Division has yet to make their appearance? Is it customary for an admiral to await the arrival of subordinate naval soldiers? The perplexed Aokiji could only conclude that the 16th Division Navy was exceedingly lethargic, to be delayed even in such matters that it seems that once this situation is resolved, I must report to Admiral Sengoku and urge him to reprimand the 16th Division. Aokiji murmured softly. Unbeknownst to Aokiji, when he eventually made his way to the 16th Division, he would discover a remarkable surprise left for him by Minos. Upon finally reaching the port of Kikishia village, Aokiji was immediately struck by the pungent scent of blood. This acrid odor, which intensified his already foul mood, further knitted his brows in concern. Without a moment's hesitation, Aokiji surmised that a significant event had transpired here. Despite the brief attempts at cleansing the area, the unmistakable scent remained all too apparent to someone of his caliber. Indeed, Aokiji was correct. The port of Kikishia village had indeed undergone a cleaning. After Minos departed, the villagers of Kikishia had initially felt joy, yet an undercurrent of fear ran deeper. While they were elated at Minos's victory over the malevolent dragon and other sea creatures, the subsequent news of his confrontation with the Navy instilled dread within them. The Navy, notorious for their cruelty, had seen the vile Colonel Rat meet his end, which brought them some relief. However, should the Navy discover that their colonel had perished in Kikishia, the villagers would find themselves unable to evade responsibility. The inhabitants of Kikishia had lost faith in the Navy. In light of this, Nokigao, a Jin, and others organized the villagers to clean up the bloodshed caused by Minos. Ultimately, they deliberated and resolved to withhold any information regarding Minos. The villagers of Kikishia were grateful and would never betray Minos. Aokiji's arrival caused quite a stir in Kikishia village. Upon spotting him, some villagers quietly hurried to Nokigao's and Ajien's homes, seeking guidance on how to proceed. With the recent upheaval caused by Minos, the arrival of another unknown individual filled them with trepidation. By the window, Nokigao propped his head up with his hand, whispering to himself. Yet, if one were to listen closely, they would hear him lamenting. Nami, where are you? With the dragon and Colonel Rat now dead, no one should be bullying us anymore. You ought not to suffer so. Please return soon. In conclusion, Nokigao added, and that cool, mysterious young man, who exactly are you? At that moment, a knock echoed from Nokigao's door, followed by the sound of someone calling out. Two figures stood outside. One was the villager who had come with news, and the other was, of course, Ajien. After receiving the message, Ajien had come to consult Nokigao about their next steps. Bang, bang, bang. Nokigao, this is bad. Open the door quickly. Nokigao, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by the sudden urgency in Ajian's voice. Hearing Ajian's frantic call, he rushed to the door and opened it without waiting for him to speak. Ajian, what has happened? Is it Nami? In Nokigao's mind, with the dragon and Colonel Rat vanquished, the village should be free from significant danger. The only possible threat could be Nami. Ajian, observing Nokigao's worried expression, could not help but think of the unfortunate girl, Nami, who had gone missing. Nokigao, seeing Ajian's silence, feared the worst. His pallor drained. He declared, "It's impossible. Nami is far too clever to fall into danger." Sensing Nokigao's rising panic, Ajian quickly interjected, "Nokigao, calm down. It's not Nami in trouble." Nokigao, still distressed, was taken aback. If it wasn't Nami, then what was the cause for such urgency? Was Ajian not making things worse? Ajian, noticing Nokigao's bewildered expression, felt compelled to clarify that a new person has arrived in Kikishia village, but we don't know their intentions. That we're worried they might be here to cause trouble, or perhaps the Navy is investigating the death of Colonel Rat. Upon hearing this, Nokigao's face filled with concern. Neither scenario boded well. Should trouble come knocking, how would they respond? If the Navy were to investigate, what then? Do not fret, Nokigao. Let us first visit the port and assess the situation. Ajian reassured him. With Ajian's comforting words, Nokigao's anxiety began to dissipate. Thus, after a few simple exchanges, the two set off toward the port of Kikishia village. Upon their arrival, they spotted Akiji engaged in conversation with some villagers, seemingly inquiring about something. The villagers, upon noticing Nokigao and Ajian, exchanged a few hurried words with Akiji before hastily departing. Akiji, having observed the villagers' swift exit, noted, "Ah, it seems the individuals in charge of this village have arrived." Akiji spoke in a low, casual tone. Ajian and Nokigao, taken aback by Akiji's imposing stature, felt an involuntary tension rise within them. Akiji scrutinized the duo before him, a youthful girl and a middle-aged man, and found their contrast quite amusing. I suppose the girl must be the primary figure here," he concluded. Feeling the weight of Akiji's gaze, Nokigao and Ajian grew increasingly anxious. Fortunately, it was Akiji who finally broke the stalemate. "You two must be the representatives of this village, I presume?" Akiji asked languidly. Exchanging glances, Nokigao and Ajian were momentarily taken aback. Encouraged by Ajian's encouraging look, Nokigao responded, "Yes, sir. How may we assist you?" Akiji, observing Nokigao's cautious demeanor, scratched his head in confusion. Why does this girl seem so apprehensive? Surely there is nothing amiss. His curiosity piqued. Akiji asked again, "By chance, has the Navy visited your village recently?" "Oh, Nokigao hesitated, momentarily thrown off by the pointed inquiry. Seeing Nokigao struggle to find the words, Akiji's suspicions deepened. Clearly, something significant had transpired in this village, undoubtedly linked to the Navy. Otherwise, why would the mention of the Navy render her speechless? Ajian, observing the tension, decided to interject. "Sir, may I inquire whether you are with the Navy or from elsewhere?" Akiji shifted his gaze to Ajian, who, upon meeting his eyes, felt an overwhelming pressure in that moment. Akiji's formidable aura was undeniable. Even though he had tempered his presence, it remained intimidating to those less powerful. Akiji, witnessing Ajian's nervousness, was left speechless. "That I haven't even unleashed my aura yet, and he's already trembling." However, Akiji's amiable nature prompted him to respond, "I am indeed with the Navy, here to investigate a matter." "What matter might that be, sir?" Ajian managed to ask, though he was trembling. "Rest assured, the information I seek is one you must be privy to," Akiji stated confidently. "And what might that be?" Ajian pressed, his anxiety palpable as beads of sweat trickled down his brow. Ajian's nervousness was compounded by his lack of education and strength, making Akiji's presence even more daunting. Akiji observed the perspiring Ajian and the apprehensive Nokigao, unsure of how to proceed. With a sigh of resignation, Akiji addressed Ajian and Nuachigao. "Let us find a suitable place to converse." Upon hearing his words, both Ajian and Nuachigao exhaled in relief. A confrontation at the port would spell disaster for the villagers of Koko village. Soon, guided by Nuachigao and Ajian, Akiji arrived at Nuachigao's residence. Nuachigao poured orange juice for Akiji and Ajian, who, without hesitation, lifted the glass and drank deeply. "Delicious," Akiji praised. Under ordinary circumstances, Nuachigao would have been elated by such commendation, but given the current situation, it was, well, far from ideal. It was time to discuss serious matters. As Akiji uttered this sentiment, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy with tension. So, have you encountered the Navy? Though his inquiry held a hint of uncertainty, it was laced with conviction. Akiji was quite certain that the villagers of Cocoa Village had indeed encountered the Navy. Yet, he could not fathom the events that had transpired. Noticing that Nuachi Gao and Ajin were at a loss for words, he shook his head in exasperation. If you do not provide an answer, it would be problematic should others arrive. For instance, they might detain you for questioning that if you are aware of something and fail to report it, the consequences could be even graver. We are well aware that the Navy merely bullies the weak. What could the Navy possibly fear? Nuachi Gao suddenly broke down, her emotions spilling over. Akiji was taken aback, scratching his head, uncertain of how to respond to the distraught girl before him. Jian, observing Nuachi Gao's collapse, felt a swell of compassion. This tragedy is a direct result of the dangers posed by the evil Dragon Park and the Navy's inaction. Nuachi Gao, please return to your room. Allow me to speak with this Navy gentleman, Ajin said in a somber tone. Akiji, witnessing the scene, remained silent, simply watching Nuachi Gao depart. As she left, Ajin took a sip of orange juice and turned to Akiji. We reside in Cocoa Village, primarily engaged in cultivating oranges, and life was once quite joyful. However, a few years ago, a notorious pirate crew known as the Evil Dragon Pirates appeared. They wreaked havoc upon Cocoa Village, committing unspeakable atrocities and subsequently extorted protection fees from us, 100,000 berries from each villager, with dire consequences for non-compliance. Tragically, Nuachi Gao's mother was among those slain by the evil dragon. Jian recounted the various crimes committed by the evil dragon pirates in the Navy's negligence, including the bullying inflicted upon Cocoa Village by Captain Mouse. As he spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably from Ajin's eyes, though he had yet to reach the depths of sorrow. Akiji listened intently to Ajin's account. Unsure of how to respond, he found himself questioning the righteousness of the Navy, engulfed in a profound confusion about what to do. After what felt like an eternity, he emerged from that state of bewilderment, albeit with a newfound sense of lethargy. So, what has transpired in recent days? Is there something you cannot share? Akiji inquired once more. Ajin, previously in tears, suddenly appeared invigorated, his voice filled with fervor. A hero arrived that day. Ajin, noticing Akiji's confusion, hurriedly explained. A few days ago, a young man clad in black with a cloak visited Cocoa Village. We were unsure of his intentions, and when we asked why he had come, he simply stated he was searching for something. The villagers were initially frightened, fearing he was affiliated with the evil dragon pirates. During that time, we were oblivious to the unfolding events. However, when the young man emerged, he chanced upon Captain Mouse bullying our villagers. In that moment, he dispatched Captain Mouse and his crew. Afterward, emboldened by his actions, we ventured to inspect the evil dragon park, only to discover it had been annihilated. Thus, both the evil dragon park and Captain Mouse were vanquished by that young man. Jian's voice brimmed with excitement as he recounted the tale, seemingly oblivious to Akiji's potential reaction. Well then, it appears that Jian was fortunate. Had it been another Navy officer, the outcome may have been different. Akiji regarded the still exuberant Jian, uncertain of how to proceed. The dichotomy of right and wrong posed an intriguing dilemma. When Jian finally noticed Akiji's penetrating gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. My apologies, Navy gentlemen, Ajin stammered, feeling abashed. Akiji merely shook his head. He bore no concern for the sentiments of a mere foot soldier. After contemplating for an extended period, Akiji rose to make his exit. Ajin, watching the unfolding scene, felt utterly lost, pondering whether they had truly moved past this ordeal. Sensing Ajin's anxiety, Akiji paused at the threshold and spoke. I have gathered sufficient information regarding Cocoa Village that I will report all that has transpired here, so you need not worry about further pirate incursions or Navy harassment. However, it is imperative that you do not disclose the events that have transpired here. With that, Akiji departed without hesitation, leaving a visibly relieved Ajin behind. As Akiji traversed the path through Cocoa Village, the villagers averted their gazes, treating him as if he were a villain. From Nuachi Gao's home to the Cocoa Village port, Akiji found himself unaware of how he had arrived. Each time he recalled the fearful expressions of the villagers, an inexplicable irritation welled within him. Had it been Sakazuki, the situation would have unfolded quite differently. Sakazuki's words echoed in his mind. You wretched scoundrels! How dare you consort with evil pirates? Such treachery warrants the gravest of punishments. Great eruption. Coughing, Akiji returned to the matter at hand. He lingered at the port for a while, ultimately exhaling in resignation and silently pedaling his bicycle toward the 16th branch. Simultaneously, his ice fruit abilities activated involuntarily. With each rotation of the bicycle wheels, a path of ice formed beneath him. Akiji managed to rein in his emotions, refraining from venting his frustrations during work. He still needed to assess why the personnel at the 16th branch had yet to arrive and verify the veracity of Ajian's claims. After a considerable period of cycling over the sea, Akiji finally reached the island of the former 16th branch. However, upon witnessing the desolate waters surrounding the 16th branch, he was rendered speechless. Where is my island? Where has it gone? Akiji's earlier disappointment transformed into a surge of energy. The island had vanished. What could have transpired? Just then, the sound of a din mushy rang out. Parapir. Feel free to dub this part yourself. The abrupt chirping of the din mushy jolted Akiji from his thoughts. However, when he retrieved the din mushy to check, he fell silent. The visage of Admiral Sengoku appeared on the screen, indicating that this call was from the fleet admiral himself. Akiji was loath to answer the call, feeling he had failed to fulfill any of the tasks entrusted to him. Nevertheless, he recognized that he needed to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Captain Mouse's disappearance, but it seemed that the 16th branch had been misplaced. Did this count as making amends, or was it merely a failure? Sigh. Reflecting on these matters, Akiji let out a heavy sigh. After much deliberation, he reluctantly answered the daunting din mushy as the call connected. Sengoku's voice resonated through the speaker. Hello, Akiji. What on earth are you doing? Why did it take you so long to answer the din mushy? Were you off frolicking again? Have you completed your assignments? Akiji, confronted by Sengoku's barrage of questions, was momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing Akiji's silence, Sengoku assumed it was a signal issue, prompting him to inquire further. Hello, Akiji, is the signal poor on your end? Please respond if you can hear me. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I have been here all along. Green Pheasant spoke apologetically into the transponder snail. Soon, the voice of Admiral Sengoku burst forth, laced with furious exclamations. What do you mean, Green Pheasant? Why didn't you answer sooner? And why didn't you say anything once you were connected? Hearing the barrage of questions, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Green Pheasant's forehead. He pondered internally, should I really confess that I was hesitant to answer because I had failed to accomplish my task? Well, that thought could only remain unvoiced. Admiral Sengoku. I was experiencing poor signal reception, which caused the delay. A dismissive grunt emanated from Sengoku on the other end. Let us set that aside for now. Have you completed the task I assigned to you? Realizing he could not evade this inquiry, Green Pheasant reluctantly replied. Admiral Sengoku. I have indeed thoroughly investigated the disappearance of Colonel Mouse. Is that true? Sengoku's skepticism was palpable. Given Green Pheasant's reputation, it was hard for Sengoku to believe he could complete the assignment. Green Pheasant, hearing Sengoku's incredulous tone, felt a wave of frustration. Was he truly perceived as someone incapable of achieving anything? Clearing his throat, Sengoku seemed to sense that his previous comment might have insulted Green Pheasant, and quickly adopted a serious tone. Then please report on Colonel Mouse's situation. Colonel Mouse's case was swiftly summarized by Green Pheasant, detailing all that had transpired in Cocoa Village. Was that a bit too quick? After Green Pheasant concluded his report, a lengthy silence ensued from Sengoku. It was evident that Sengoku was at a loss for words, as the situation was still tied to the Navy's reputation. Both the incident involving the Dragon Pirate crew and Colonel Mouse's misconduct had direct implications for the Navy, while the Dragon Pirates' invasion of Cocoa Village was somewhat understandable, considering their nature. The allegations against Colonel Mouse for exploiting the villagers and colluding with the pirates were far more severe. If this were to come to light, it would mark a significant stain on the Navy's honor. After a moment, Sengoku's stern voice returned through the transponder. Green Pheasant. Under no circumstances must this information reach the public. Otherwise, it will be yet another glaring blemish on the Navy's record. Do you understand, Green Pheasant? Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku. I have already handled the villagers' matters, and no one will divulge anything, Green Pheasant affirmed, sensing the gravity of Sengoku's tone. Excellent. Green Pheasant. You've performed admirably this time. Sengoku praised, his tone softening. Green Pheasant, taken aback by the compliment, scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. He mused to himself that perhaps Sengoku would soon retract such praise. Indeed, Sengoku soon posed a question that Green Pheasant dreaded most, by the way. Green Pheasant, where are the Navy personnel from Division 16? Why didn't they accompany you to Cocoa Village? Upon hearing this, Green Pheasant realized trouble was brewing. As a vice admiral of the Navy stationed in the East Blue. The silence of Division 16 was alarming. Sighing deeply, he lamented, "It's a situation too complex to articulate, but Admiral Sengoku. It's possible that the personnel from Division 16 were unable to come," he stated, gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean. "What? Are you speaking nonsense, Green Pheasant?" Sengoku's voice dripped with confusion. "I assure you, Admiral, I am not lying," Green Pheasant reiterated, casting another glance at the empty waters before him. "Green Pheasant, you better explain yourself thoroughly, or you'll find your vacation revoked," Sengoku barked, his patience wearing thin. Hearing Sengoku invoke the matter of his vacation was disconcerting, but I am currently in the waters of Division 16. "But the island has vanished, leaving only open sea," Green Pheasant replied solemnly. After his declaration, there was a moment of stunned silence from Sengoku, followed by a disbelieving response. "Green Pheasant, do you truly comprehend what you are claiming?" Sengoku's incredulity was evident. It was unfathomable that an entire island could simply disappear. While it might be plausible for islands in the New World to be ravaged by battle, to assert that an island in the East Blue had vanished was utterly astounding. Yet, to Sengoku's dismay, Green Pheasant's next words compelled him to accept the reality. "Yes, Admiral Sengoku, I am certain that the island of Division 16 has completely disappeared. All that remains is an expanse of open sea," Green Pheasant confirmed, sensing the weight of the situation. After this, the sound of the transponder falling could be heard. Clearly, Sengoku's mounting anxiety had reached its peak. Sighing once more, Green Pheasant felt a pang of helplessness. As time ticked by, he finally heard Sengoku's hoarse voice reemerge. "Green Pheasant, I need to understand what has transpired. You have 3 days to investigate thoroughly." "Understood, Admiral Sengoku, I will ascertain the truth," Green Pheasant replied earnestly. "Perhaps it would be prudent to send the Navy from Rogue Town to assist me in the investigation," he suggested to Sengoku, who seemed on the verge of ending the call. "Very well. You shall take charge of the situation in the East Blue, with full authority granted to you. But ensure the safety of the villagers. We cannot afford any more complications," Sengoku responded wearily. "Understood, Admiral Sengoku." After Green Pheasant's affirmation, Sengoku ended the call. Observing Sengoku's swift departure, Green Pheasant scratched his head in resignation as he gazed out at the desolate sea. His expression turned grim, for the task ahead was daunting and devoid of leads. After contemplating for a while in the waters of Division 16, Green Pheasant glanced at the darkening sky and decided to head to Rogue Town to consult with Smoker before returning to investigate the following day. With determination, he mounted his bicycle and sped towards Rogue Town, leaving behind a trail of ice on the sea. Meanwhile, far away at Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was grappling with a headache. In his office, the gravity of recent events weighed heavily upon him. Whether it was the Rogue Town incident, Colonel Mouse's troubles, or now the mysterious disappearance of Division 16, he felt overwhelmed. Cursing under his breath, Sengoku lamented the lack of respite amidst the chaos. Just as he prepared to unleash another tirade, a knock at the door interrupted him. "Come in," he commanded, eyes closed. Maintaining his authoritative demeanor, he wished to conceal his weariness from the other Marine officers. Otherwise, it might tarnish his image of strength. "You seem to be in distress. What has transpired?" A voice, tinged with age, broke through his thoughts. Opening his eyes, Sengoku beheld a slightly aged woman with graying hair approaching him. It was none other than Tsuru. Upon recognizing her, Sengoku's expression softened. Yet he still appeared drained. "Indeed, it appears you are in quite the predicament, Sengoku," Tsuru remarked with a teasing smile. "Tsuru, please spare me your jests," Sengoku replied, weariness evident in his tone. Noticing Sengoku's despondent demeanor, Tsuru ceased her playful banter. "I couldn't help but overhear your earlier outburst outside your office. What on earth has happened?" The advisor he wore a perplexed expression. "Alas, it is yet again a grave matter that has transpired in the East China Sea, which has driven him to utter curses." When Zhangguo perceived his confusion, he offered an explanation. With Akiji stationed in the East China Sea, what could possibly go awry?" His bewilderment only deepened. Upon hearing he mention Akiji, Zhangguo felt a headache coming on. He had explicitly dispatched Akiji to safeguard the East China Sea. Yet it seemed utterly futile. Now, they had even lost 16 branches. And the crucial point was that Akiji remained oblivious to the unfolding events. This was indeed quite unreasonable. As Zhangguo regained his composure and noticed he's still staring at him, he could only speak slowly. Not long ago, Akiji was sent to the East China Sea. Wasn't that swift? Is that why so many significant events have occurred? He, much like Zhangguo previously, bore an expression of disbelief, observing his incredulous demeanor. Zhangguo nodded vigorously. It is important to note that he had also been equally incredulous. So, is this what troubles you? He inquired gravely. Zhangguo nodded again, but he let out a sigh, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, he spoke solemnly. This is indeed a very serious matter. Indeed, little he, I am at a loss for how to address the situation with the people of the East China Sea, Zhangguo lamented bitterly. Perhaps we can consider an alternative approach, he suggested. Noticing Zhangguo's dismal expression, little he, what approach do you propose? Zhangguo asked anxiously. Firstly, are we not aware that the Dragon Pirate crew and Colonel Mouse were annihilated in Kakosha village? After stating this, he turned his gaze towards Zhangguo. Zhangguo nodded vigorously. Then, Zhangguo, have you ever contemplated that the individuals responsible for the destruction of the Dragon Pirate crew and Colonel Mouse might be the same as those who caused the disappearance of the 16 branches? He speculated, having meticulously analyzed the situation. Zhangguo fell into deep thought upon hearing his words that it was quite possible that the individual had eliminated Colonel Mouse in Kakosha village before proceeding to obliterate the entire 16 branches. This was indeed plausible, especially if Colonel Mouse had provoked someone first, leading to retaliation that ensnared the 16 branches as well. Observing Zhangguo's contemplation, he further elucidated, sometimes it is indeed the onlooker who sees more clearly and provides guidance. With his analysis, Zhangguo increasingly found the reasoning compelling. Little he, why do you think he would take such actions? If it were merely provocation, would it warrant the destruction of all 16 branches? Wouldn't that be excessively cruel? Zhangguo queried, his face a mask of confusion. In response to Zhangguo's doubts, he shook his head, indicating his own perplexity. Logically speaking, such a situation alone would not justify the eradication of all 16 branches. Sigh. Zhangguo exhaled. Who in the East China Sea possesses such formidable power? Zhangguo's seemingly casual remark sparked a sudden realization in he. Zhangguo, there is indeed one individual in the East China Sea who could wield such strength. He replied mysteriously. Little he, who are you referring to? Zhangguo asked, rising from his seat with excitement. Zhangguo, please do not rush. This is merely a conjecture, he said, observing Zhangguo's impatient demeanor with resignation. My apologies, little he. I have been overly anxious, Zhangguo admitted sheepishly. In response to Zhangguo's apology, he merely shook his head. Their relationship was not one to be burdened by such trivialities. He then noticed Zhangguo's intense gaze and sighed. Zhangguo, have you forgotten that infamous little brat who gained notoriety at sea a few days ago? He remarked cryptically. What? That cannot be. Are you talking about the red-haired brat known as the Slayer? Zhangguo exclaimed, his voice laced with excitement upon hearing his words. Indeed, it is quite possible, Zhangguo. Have you forgotten that the Slayer possesses the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit and the rare conqueror's haki? He stated with a glint of seriousness in his eyes. Yes, the red-haired brat known as the Slayer is indeed a strong possibility, Zhangguo murmured softly. We have underestimated the Slayer, thinking him merely a fledgling with the abilities of a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Yet, it appears he has concealed his true capabilities remarkably well. That he praised, if it truly is the Slayer, then his strength is beyond estimation, Zhangguo remarked, his expression grave. Zhangguo had certainly not anticipated that the Slayer would orchestrate such a grand scheme. It was truly malicious to have sunk islands belonging to the 16 branches. The Slayer's combat prowess must have reached at least the level of a vice admiral. He expressed his concern. While he may not possess full admiral strength, he could very well be at vice admiral level, Zhangguo replied, his tone somewhat lighter. Should we notify Akiji? At this point, his tone had also relaxed considerably. No need, little he. Let Akiji handle this matter himself. I trust he will manage it adequately, Zhangguo stated calmly. Zhangguo was confident that Akiji's abilities would suffice. Even if that Slayer were of admiral caliber, what of it? Akiji had long been of vice admiral rank. A newly appointed admiral would pose little threat to him. All right, perhaps others might struggle against Akiji, but Minos, strengthened by the Slayer system, could potentially take him on. Nonetheless, they must remain vigilant regarding Akiji's situation to prevent any unforeseen issues. he cautioned with concern. Understood, little he. I will be attentive. Zhang Guo, now visibly fatigued, suggested, it is quite late. Let us discuss this further tomorrow. He then decided to take his leave, observing Zhang Guo's weariness. He refrained from prolonging the conversation and bid farewell before departing from Zhang Guo's office. Alas, what a tumultuous season it is. Zhang Guo sighed, leaving the exhausting office. As dawn broke, the sky still shrouded in moisture, Akiji departed from Rogue Town, accompanied by the bandaged Smoker, the perplexed Tashiji, and several Navy personnel. Apart from Smoker, who had some inkling of the situation, the others were utterly baffled. This was due to the fact that Akiji had arrived at Rogue Town rather late the previous night, merely informing Smoker that a significant incident had occurred in the East China Sea and instructing him to gather the troops and accompany him for an inspection at dawn. Smoker was equally puzzled, yet the military orders were absolute, and given Akiji's previous efforts on his behalf, Smoker complied without question. Thus, a multitude of Navy soldiers set out early in the morning, their faces marked with confusion. Standing aboard the warship, Smoker lit a cigar, took a puff, and exhaled the smoke before speaking. What on earth has transpired, Admiral Akiji? Smoker's inquiry jolted the previously bewildered soldiers to attention. They were eager to learn what had occurred and why Admiral Akiji was present on the warship. Moreover, it seemed that Admiral Akiji had commanded Smoker to lead the expedition. Akiji, having heard Smoker's question and observed the soldiers' thirst for knowledge, replied gravely, Indeed, a significant event has occurred. Do tell. Smoker inwardly raged. Akiji's next statement left Smoker and the other Navy personnel in shock. The 16 branches of the East China Sea Navy, along with their islands, have vanished, Akiji stated solemnly. What? That cannot be, Smoker exclaimed loudly, his face a portrait of disbelief. The expressions of the other Navy soldiers mirrored Smoker's astonishment. Akiji, observing their shocked faces, reiterated, This is true. I was in the waters of the 16 branches yesterday. The islands that once existed are now mere open sea, devoid of anything else. What could be more shocking than Akiji's words for the Navy personnel in the East China Sea? This was far too extravagant. They could hardly fathom the kind of power that could cause an island to disappear. Regaining his composure, Smoker inhaled deeply, then exhaled the smoke before asking, What should we do now? Admiral Akiji, we shall head to the waters of the 16 branches to ascertain how they vanished. Was it the work of a colossal sea king? Or was it the doing of that devil fruit user? Akiji turned to Smoker and the naval soldiers behind him with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing Akiji's words, Smoker and the naval soldiers responded solemnly, Rest assured, Admiral Akiji, we will certainly uncover the truth. Thus, Akiji and his companions set forth with great determination towards the waters of the 16th branch. After navigating the ocean for a considerable time, they finally arrived at the vast expanse of the 16th branch's waters. It is worth noting that Akiji was traveling aboard a warship with Smoker and the others, yet he had left his bicycle on the ship, perhaps for future use. Hey, has it truly just vanished? Smoker gazed at the island that had disappeared with an expression of disbelief. Indeed, such an incident has occurred in the waters I oversee. Akiji sighed upon hearing Smoker's words. Admiral Akiji, you should take heart. Marshal Sengoku may not hold you accountable, Smoker offered in consolation. However, Akiji merely shook his head. He understood that once this incident came to light, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Very well. Let us first send someone to investigate what has transpired in the surrounding area. Akiji instructed Smoker to dispatch personnel for reconnaissance. Following Akiji's command, Smoker organized the naval soldiers into several small teams, who set out in small boats to examine the original island of the 16th branch. Yet, under the formidable roar of Minos's Black Dragon, how could there be any trace left behind? Admiral Akiji, should we not go investigate together? Smoker suggested in a low voice. Indeed, but not at this moment. We must first observe whether there are any signs in the vicinity, Akiji replied, exhibiting remarkable composure as he sought to ascertain if any evidence remained. Thus, while the naval soldiers searched in the center of the waters, Smoker and Akiji scoured the surrounding area. After an extended period of searching with no discoveries, both their expressions grew grim, pondering if they would return empty-handed. Just as their spirits were low, a shocking transformation occurred at the center of the sea. A team of naval soldiers, diligently searching the area, suddenly found the water surging violently, forming an enormous whirlpool. Under the immense suction of the whirlpool, the team, along with their small boat, was swiftly drawn into its depths. This horrifying scene naturally startled the other naval soldiers who were searching, their faces reflecting shock as they hesitated to advance further. Soon, an even more terrifying sight unfolded before the naval soldiers' eyes. Under the powerful pull of the whirlpool, a tornado began to rotate slowly. With the assistance of the whirlpool, this extraordinary phenomenon of water spouts emerged in the waters of the 16th branch. The previously clear sky had transformed into a foreboding darkness. What filled the naval soldiers with despair was the realization that the water spout was growing larger, its vast momentum seemingly unstoppable. Threatening to obliterate everything in its path, the arriving naval soldiers were left utterly shaken, their eyes filled with despair as their legs trembled, unsure of what to do. Perhaps their spirits had already succumbed to defeat. Hey, Admiral Akiji, what calamity has befallen us ahead? Smoker exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. What is it? Akiji replied, puzzled by Smoker's incoherent words, but when he turned to gaze at the center of the sea, his expression shifted from confusion to sheer shock. I asked at a water spout. How could it be so immense? Akiji gasped in disbelief. Not only was Smoker incredulous, but Akiji himself could hardly fathom such a colossal and awe-inspiring water spout emerging in this small section of the East Blue. Admiral Akiji, this is dire. The naval soldiers ahead are in peril, Smoker exclaimed urgently. His eyes reddened with worry, fearing for the soldiers' safety, recalling his promise to protect them back in Logtown. Akiji took a deep breath and said gravely, Smoker, steer the warship closer. I asked that wise. Admiral Akiji, Smoker replied, his voice trembling, yet he remained resolute. Although he yearned to save the naval soldiers, he feared that putting Akiji in jeopardy would not be worth it. This corrupt sea desperately needed someone with Akiji's sense of justice, and even more so, his formidable strength. After all, the Navy headquarters could not afford any mishaps involving Akiji. Rest assured, Smoker, nothing will happen, Akiji responded, shaking his head. Onward. Observing Akiji's earnest demeanor, Smoker navigated the warship toward the giant water spout. They were not far from the center of the 16th branch's waters, and soon they arrived. Smoker, witnessing the naval soldiers frozen in fear, shouted, What are you all waiting for? Admiral Akiji is here. Fear not, he will surely bring you back. Encouraged by Smoker's words, the naval soldiers began to regain their composure. However, seeing the still motionless soldiers, Smoker felt helpless. He contemplated reprimanding them, but that seemed inappropriate. Yet, without scolding, they remained stagnant on their small boat. At that moment, Akiji's words plunged Smoker's heart into despair. Smoker, it is too late. Akiji gazed at the approaching colossal water spout with a heavy heart. What? Smoker exclaimed, turning to follow Akiji's gaze as the enormous water spout loomed ever closer. Admiral Akiji, what should we do? Smoker's face paled, his strength waning. Akiji inhaled deeply, then exhaled, striving to calm the tumult within. Smoker, I will confront the water spout. Your task is to evacuate the naval soldiers onto the warship as swiftly as possible, Akiji stated with unwavering determination. Smoker, captivated by Akiji's resolute gaze, felt a profound sense of admiration. Akiji was his ally, and the soldiers were his brothers and friends. That he found himself caught in a dilemma. Smoker cursed himself internally, wishing for the kind of immense power that could change their fate. Nodding, Smoker turned and headed towards the small boats carrying the naval soldiers, thinking to himself, Akiji, you must survive. Some might wonder why such a mere waterspout could elicit such a bleak and dramatic portrayal, akin to matters of life and death. Yet, I find this sentiment entirely justified. The might of nature is beyond our reckoning. Although Akiji's strength is formidable, can it truly match the pinnacle of the Golden Lion? In the climactic battle against the Roger pirates at the Battle of Edwar, the Golden Lion was ultimately vanquished by a tempest. Coughing, Akiji returned his focus to the matter at hand. Observing Smoker as he rushed to save the naval soldiers, he felt neither sorrow nor joy, only a profound tranquility. Should he act with haste, unimaginable calamities could unfold. Akiji leaped from the warship onto the surface of the sea, a sheet of ice materializing beneath his feet as he wielded his ice fruit powers with ease. Standing on the ice, he gazed at the destructive water spout advancing towards him. Akiji unleashed the full force of his natural ice fruit abilities, a chilling aura emanating from his being. Ice ball. Akiji raised his right hand, proclaiming, as a flurry of ice balls launched from his body towards the massive water spout. The tremendous sound echoed across the waters, reverberating harshly. However, Akiji's ice balls merely succeeded in momentarily stalling the water spout. It seemed that the water spout had been provoked by Akiji's challenge. How dare a mere human defy nature? In response, the water spout swelled in size, nearly doubling in volume. The power of nature was terrifying, and now the water spout was even more formidable. That, oh dear, this truly is troublesome, Akiji remarked, observing the now colossal water spout with a tone of resignation. Casting a glance toward Smoker, who was still diligently rescuing the soldiers, Akiji sighed. Oh, Smoker, you must hurry. With that, he resolved to employ a more decisive measure. In the depths of his mind, Akiji recited silently. He stood upon his frozen surface, bending low to plunge his right hand into the ocean. Indeed, into the ocean. Instantly, the sea erupted in tumultuous waves. Countless shards of ice materialized from his hand, radiating outward in all directions. In an ephemeral moment, the vast ocean before Akiji became ensnared in an infinite embrace of frost. Even the colossal waterspout was encased in unending ice. Witnessing this spectacle of total encasement, Akiji solemnly declared, Ice Age. Who could have fathomed that the ocean would be frozen? Transforming into a breathtaking tableau, with the waterspout crystallized into a gigantic pillar resembling a tornado, Smoker and his companions were captivated by the enormity of Akiji's feat. As they looked up, they beheld this magnificent scene. What kind of power could possibly freeze such a massive waterspout? Smoker exclaimed in astonishment. Following his words, the other naval soldiers gradually came to their senses, exclaiming, Fantastic! We are finally spared from death. Akiji is truly formidable. If it weren't for Admiral Akiji, we surely would have perished today. Indeed, our deepest gratitude goes to Admiral Aokiji. As Smoker observed this scene, a smile broke upon his face. The earlier moment had been utterly terrifying. Had it not been for Akiji, they would have surely met their demise. Contemplating these thoughts, Smoker called out, Everyone, let us board the warship. We shall go to meet Admiral Akiji. Understood, Captain Smoker. The soldiers who had yet to board the warship responded cheerfully. Before long, everyone had ascended onto the vessel. Smoker, witnessing the soldiers' lingering excitement, could only shake his head in resignation. Just moments ago, they had been paralyzed by fear, and now they were brimming with exuberance. What a bunch of fools. At that moment, however, Smoker noticed a dejected figure in the corner, a girl to be precise. She stood apart from the other soldiers aboard the warship, her demeanor one of profound despondency. Tashiji, what troubles you? Shouldn't you be happy to have been rescued? Smoker approached the corner, gazing at Tashiji, who was staring downcast, perplexed by her silence. Indeed, it was Tashiji who felt out of place among the others. She merely lifted her head to cast a dim glance at Smoker before lowering it once more without uttering a word. Smoker grew increasingly puzzled. What could possibly be troubling this foolish girl? Are you still in shock? Rest well, and you will feel better. Smoker attempted to offer comfort. To his surprise, Tashiji suddenly looked up and spoke. Captain Smoker, does possessing immense strength mean one can resist everything? If I had power like Admiral Akiji, could I have saved our comrades who were swept into the water? Smoker, taken aback by the earnestness in Tashiji's gaze, found himself at a loss for words. Such formidable strength as Akiji's was not easily attained. Yet, seeing the determination in Tashiji's eyes, Smoker could not bear to dishearten her. Indeed, Tashiji, if we wield great power, we can save more comrades, vanquish more pirates, and protect more lives. That moment, Smoker's tone was imbued with warmth and conviction, not only directed at Tashiji, but also a reassurance for himself. He no longer wished to feel this sense of helplessness. The misfortunes of the world may come unbidden, but if luck were to falter, calamities could ensnare one relentlessly. Such was the plight of Smoker and his comrades still adrift at sea. Just as Smoker pondered how to grow stronger, Akiji delivered the news they least desired to hear. Smoker, you must leave the waters quickly. A far more dreadful event may unfold here. Akiji had arrived aboard the warship, his countenance grave. What is it? Admiral Akiji, Smoker inquired, startled by Akiji's sudden appearance. While this expanse of sea appears tranquil, I detect significant tremors beneath the surface. The force of these tremors is tremendous. Should the ice shatter, the waterspout will re-emerge, potentially accompanied by a deluge. At that point, escape will be impossible. As Akiji spoke, his expression grew ever more somber. His greatest fear had come to pass. The immense seismic activity was causing the waters to churn violently. If that occurred, a catastrophic tsunami would ensue, followed by an even greater waterspout. Upon hearing Akiji's words, the soldiers who had just escaped death fell into despair once more. What? What shall we do? We have only just escaped. And now we face such peril again. Indeed, it seems we are doomed today. Alas, our luck is truly abysmal. Do not despair. We have Admiral Akiji. He will surely lead us to safety. Yes, we have Admiral Akiji. Smoker, overhearing the soldiers' murmurs, felt a deep frustration. The soldiers were gripped by fear, placing their hopes solely upon Akiji. Akiji noticed this scene but refrained from speaking. He was determined to rescue these naval soldiers and Smoker. This crisis must be resolved. Otherwise, with the tsunami's assistance, the waterspout would wreak havoc upon the surrounding islands if not addressed promptly. Those islands would undoubtedly face devastation, even possible submersion. Contemplating this, Akiji exhaled deeply. The weight of responsibility was immense, nearly suffocating him. Yet, it was his duty as a naval officer, and more so, a responsibility incumbent upon an admiral. Enlightened by these thoughts, Akiji felt a renewed sense of clarity, reminiscent of the fervent youth he once was. Smoker, lead them away, Akiji calmly instructed, gazing at Smoker and the others. Smoker was incredulous. Was Akiji preparing to remain behind alone? Such a risk seemed unfathomable. Admiral Akiji, this is far too perilous, Smoker implored. Indeed, Admiral Akiji, this is too dangerous. We should leave together. With your strength, we can surely escape. Going alone is far too risky. Yes, let us depart together. Smoker's words found resonance among the naval soldiers, who fervently agreed, all urging him not to take such a risk. Akiji, sensing their concern, felt a warm surge of gratitude. The warmest of hearts had consumed the coldest of fruits. That I appreciate your concern, but this is my duty, as well as our duty as the Navy. With that, Akiji leaped onto the ice surface, prepared to confront the impending tsunami and waterspout alone. Akiji's solitary stance against the oncoming tsunami pierced Smoker and the others deeply. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, all lesser forces seemed inconsequential. Let us go, Smoker declared, his tone somber. The other naval soldiers wished to voice their concerns, but upon seeing Smoker's grim expression, they fell silent. Thus, Smoker and the others piloted the warship away. Akiji watched the tsunami's imminent eruption. Glancing back at the departing Smoker and his crew, his heart filled with tranquility. In such moments, words were futile. All that mattered was to give his utmost. The ice began to fracture rapidly, quicker than Akiji had anticipated, with ominous cracking sounds echoing like a death knell. Hearing the fractures, Akiji quickly turned his gaze forward, only to see the once smooth ice surface now riddled with fissures. The cracks spread swiftly, leaving behind only the massive ice pillar resembling a tornado, yet to shatter. Although it remained intact, Akiji's visage was heavy with gravity, devoid of any semblance of joy. This was because the broken ice on the surface was being devoured by the monstrous whirlpool below. Meanwhile, waves of tumultuous fluctuations surged across the sea. This phenomenon heralded the imminent onset of a tsunami. Once it formed, it would be unstoppable. Akiji gazed calmly at the unfolding scene, refraining from intervening at that moment. Acting now would be futile. It was wiser to wait until the tsunami manifested, allowing him to address the issue at its root. Indeed, under Akiji's watchful eye, the sea's fury was slowly coalescing, with the surrounding waves rising higher and higher. As if seeking to engulf him. At that moment, the crashing waves collided with the frozen dragon's breath. Strangely, this time, the waves did not obliterate the frozen entity. Instead, they hastened the shattering of its icy exterior. Ultimately, with relentless impacts from the waves, the dragon's breath was fully unleashed. This force, capable of annihilating all, surged forth once more, seemingly even more formidable than before. Snow blanketed the dragon's breath, merging seamlessly with Akiji's own frost. The sky was shrouded in darkness, and the sea roiled with intensity. The tsunami had taken form, and the blizzard-infused dragon's breath, alongside the tsunami, exuded a grandiose aura, as if poised to obliterate everything in its path. Akiji surveyed the already manifested tsunami in the tempestuous dragon's breath, showing no inclination to retreat. Turning around, he noted that Smoker and the others were now safe. After a lengthy pause, Akiji murmured, "It seems I have no choice but to resort to that still immature technique. What do you think it might be?" Akiji had long wielded the powers of the ice fruit, crafting several techniques, yet there remained one he had never employed, primarily due to its considerable toll on his stamina and his lack of proficiency with it. Indeed, this was the awakening of the devil fruit. All devil fruits possess the potential for awakening, whether they belong to the Zoan, Paramecia, or Logia categories. However, awakening is no simple feat. It first depends on proficiency, then on innate talent, and, of course, luck can also be considered a factor in the conditions for awakening a devil fruit. Once a devil fruit's abilities awaken, they can transform the surrounding environment. For instance, an awakened Paramecia devil fruit can alter everything in its vicinity to mirror the fruit's powers. The capabilities of an awakened Zoan devil fruit are even more impressive, enhancing the user's life force and making them exceedingly difficult to defeat, while also conjuring extraordinary flames around them. Alongside other peculiar phenomena, an awakened Logia user can significantly alter the surrounding domain. Logia fruits, blessed with the forces of nature, become all the more potent. Well, in the face of overwhelming power, all beings are equal. Ahem, back to the matter at hand. Aokiji had attempted to awaken his devil fruit powers long ago, yet success had eluded him. This was not due to his lack of skill or insufficient talent. Sometimes, a touch of luck is required. Aokiji gazed at the tumultuous tsunami in the formidable dragon's breath, positioning his hands before his chest. In an instant, his hands were encased in ice. Concurrently, an icy aura seeped from within him, rapidly expanding outward. Soon, the entire sea was ensconced in Aokiji's frost. After awakening his devil fruit abilities, the power of ice became even more ferocious and domineering. Both the tsunami and the dragon's breath were completely frozen, with the surrounding islands and ocean succumbing to the chill. Aokiji, observing the immobilized tsunami and dragon's breath, unleashed other techniques from his newly awakened icy domain. He executed ice balls, time capsules, and ice beak with ease, all without draining his stamina for a limited time. Instantly, a barrage of icy skills surged toward the frozen tsunami and dragon's breath. Under Aokiji's relentless assault, the tsunami and the dragon's breath shattered into fragments. This time, they were obliterated from the inside out. The once tumultuous tsunami and colossal dragon's breath had been decisively neutralized by Aokiji. Watching this scene, a smile of satisfaction graced his lips, and he wearily uttered, "Ice domain. Well, this awakened ability is of my own making. Although it may appear reminiscent of the Ice Age, it possesses its distinctions. It is stronger, more potent, and allows for the use of minor skills for a limited duration." After speaking, Aokiji felt utterly exhausted. His body began to lean back, and just as he was about to close his eyes, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure hastily approaching him across the ice. The figure was Smoker, who, concerned for Aokiji, had instructed the other soldiers to retreat while he remained at a distance, observing the unfolding events. From afar, Smoker was utterly astonished by Aokiji's awakened abilities. This transformative power was truly breathtaking. Only by witnessing Aokiji neutralizing the tsunami and dragon's breath could one fully grasp its impact. Smoker supported the fallen Aokiji, gazing at his pale visage with a complex expression. The sight of Aokiji confronting nature alone was profoundly shocking, and his declaration of duty as a Marine Admiral was unforgettable. Sigh, Smoker sighed, lifting Aokiji onto his back as he made his way out. As he walked, Smoker thought he heard someone calling out to him. This puzzled him. Was there really someone else here? Yet the voice grew clearer and closer, compelling Smoker to believe it. When he lifted his head to look ahead, he was greeted by a heartwarming sight. It was Tashigi and other Navy soldiers rushing toward him, exclaiming, "Lieutenant Smoker, are you all right?" "What a bunch of hopeless fools," Smoker smiled in response. Thus, Smoker and Tashigi, along with the others, carried Aokiji back to the warship. Setting sail toward Logue Town, just as Smoker and the others departed, a merchant approached the waters of Division 16. However, as he neared the area, he found it entirely blanketed in unending ice. This peculiar scene left the merchant bewildered, pondering whether it had snowed there the previous night. Holding on to this uncertainty, he stepped onto the icy surface. Yet, the moment he did, he was engulfed by an overwhelming chill. The further he ventured, the more alarmed he became. The entire sea was frozen. When he reached the location of the former Division 16 island, he was once again left dumbfounded. Where had the island gone? Incredibly, there was nothing left but a vast expanse of a snowy ice world. After a considerable time, a cold wind blew. The merchant felt a biting chill, and, witnessing this bizarre scene, hurriedly retreated, gripped by fear. Soon, he reached his ship, increasingly perplexed. He felt compelled to share this extraordinary occurrence with others. Thus, wherever he went, he recounted the tale. "Oldly, you won't believe what happened when I went to Division 16 to purchase goods today." "What could possibly have happened?" Oldly responded skeptically. "You have to believe me." The merchant insisted urgently. All right, just tell me what happened. Oldly replied, exasperated. The waters of Division 6 have vanished, leaving nothing but a vast wide expanse, the merchant declared mysteriously. What? You can't be serious. Oldly exclaimed. His excitement palpable. I swear, Oldly, I'm not lying. There is not a single island left, nor even a fly, the merchant reiterated mysteriously. Are you really not joking? Oldly sought confirmation once more. Of course it's true. We've known each other for so long. Why would I deceive you? The merchant replied, slightly irritated. Fine, I believe you. Once I verify it, I'll treat you to a drink, Oldly promised enthusiastically. All right, it's a deal. The merchant would recount this mysterious event to every acquaintance he met. Meanwhile, Oldly took his small boat to the former Division 16 island to investigate. However, upon arrival, he was met with an expanse of white ice and snow, which left him with no choice but to believe the merchant's tale. Soon, news of Division 16's transformation into an icy world spread swiftly, igniting astonishment among the populace. Have you heard? Division 16 has suddenly become a vast snowy wonderland. What? That is utterly unbelievable. Have you heard? The waters of Division 16 have completely disappeared. Have you heard? The waters of Branch 16 have been struck by divine retribution, transforming into a realm of ice and snow. What? It's truly that dire. At a branch office of a certain newspaper in the East Sea, Yamashita Moya, who was preparing to report the annihilation of the evil dragon pirate crew to President Morgans, was naturally taken aback upon hearing this news. Yamashita Moya was utterly bewildered. How could the waters of Branch 16 be destroyed and turned into a frozen wasteland? This is simply outrageous. Could it be any more far-fetched? He found it hard to believe that anyone would dare to obliterate a naval branch in the East Sea. Wasn't he that tantamount to seeking death? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Yamashita Moya hurriedly set off to the waters of Branch 16 to ascertain the truth of the matter. He even forgot to report to Morgans about the evil dragon pirate crew and the massacre of Colonel Mouse. All he could think about was investigating what had transpired at Branch 16. That upon arriving at the area, Yamashita Moya discovered he was not alone. Many others who were aware of the news had also gathered to witness the spectacle. As he gazed upon the stunning scene before him, he found himself compelled to believe that Branch 16 had indeed been destroyed. Simultaneously, a sense of frustration welled up within him. He had failed to capture crucial intelligence. Sigh, Yamashita Moya lamented, deciding not to linger any longer. He needed to return to the branch to report to President Morgans about the evil dragon pirate crew and the massacre committed by the slaughterer. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the New World News Agency, Morgans received Yamashita Moya's report. With glee, he observed the transformed visage of the slaughterer in the newspaper. This slaughterer had once again accomplished something thrilling. In an exceedingly brutal manner, he had wiped out the evil dragon pirate crew and similarly dispatched a naval colonel. How utterly fascinating. Next, Morgans reviewed another piece of information from Yamashita Moya regarding the rumored destruction of Branch 16 and its transformation into a frozen realm. Alas, what a pity, Morgans sighed. While Yamashita Moya's report conveyed the outcome, it lacked the details of the events leading up to it present. The identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery. Oh well. Let us report it first, Morgans declared excitedly. He instructed the staff at the news agency to work overtime to print the newspapers, aiming to distribute them across the sea by the following morning. After a long slumber, Minos finally awoke, blissfully unaware of the momentous events that had transpired during his day of sleep, still gazing around the expansive cave and the surrounding flora with confusion. He soon recalled that he had been transported to the world of pirates, which made it all seem rather normal. Is the system there? Minos weakly inquired within his mind. Ding. Yes, host. Even in your death, I remain, the system replied. What's wrong with you this time? Minos found himself perplexed. Ding. I am displeased because you seem too comfortable, the system retorted. Ha ha, dear system. I merely fought hard yesterday and needed a proper rest. What's wrong with that? Minos defended himself. Ding. Host, you were truly shameless. How can you claim exhaustion after such a trivial skirmish? The system scoffed. Dear system, it was indeed somewhat exhausting. Minos was unfazed by the system's mockery. Ding. The system, disinterested in further banter, had seen through Minos. Despite his cold demeanor, he was, in fact, remarkably thick-skinned. At that moment, Minos suddenly declared, System, could you bring me a bottle of mouthwash to rinse my mouth? Ding. None available. The system replied, its tone tinged with irritation at Minos' demanding demeanor. What? You don't have any? Minos was incensed upon hearing the system's response. Ding. Check for yourself. Minos was pleased by the system's suggestion. However, when he opened the system panel to check, he fell into silence. To his astonishment, a single bottle of mouthwash was priced at an exorbitant 20 points of slaughter value. Hey, system, you can't be serious. Just for a small bottle of mouthwash, you asked for 20 points. Minos questioned in disbelief. Ding. I assure you, no deception here. Dear system, could you reduce the price a bit? Minos attempted to appease. Ding. Absolutely not. Damn. Can't we negotiate? Minos retorted angrily. Ding. Purchase it or not. Fine. Minos, in a fit of indignation, ultimately conceded and spent 20 points of slaughter value to acquire a bottle of mouthwash. After an intense exchange with the system, he finally exited the system panel. His strength had grown significantly, yet in the East Sea, further advancement seemed elusive. Did he truly need to embark on a bloody rampage across the entire East Sea? In a fleeting moment, Minos dismissed the thought. He was, after all, a kind-hearted individual and could not possibly wreak havoc across the entire region. Perhaps I should take a stroll in Lode Town before making any decisions. Since I arrived there, I might as well conclude my journey there. Minos' thoughts were optimistic, yet he remained oblivious to his burgeoning notoriety across the sea, having spent his time either sleeping or on the verge of slumber. He regarded the skirmishes in Lode Town as mere trifles, paying them no mind. Little did he know, Yamashita Moya had captured the events on camera. Thus, his understanding of the current situation in the East Sea was utterly lacking. And so, Minos resolved to explore Lode Town once more. Rising from the underbrush, he surveyed his surroundings and found them lacking in interest. It would be more worthwhile to acquire slaughter value. That was the correct course of action. Without a hint of reluctance, Minos turned his back on the cave. Emerging from the cave, he noticed wild beasts in the distance and fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a wicked grin spread across his face. Dear system, I've just thought of an entertaining idea. Ding. What is this idea? The system queried, puzzled by Minos' sudden enthusiasm. System, do you see that beast before us? I wonder if you have any thoughts on it. Minos said with a smile. Ding. Please elaborate. Host. System, don't you think beasts can also be counted as slaughter value? Minos exclaimed excitedly. Ding. Host, I must admit, I am somewhat envious of your creativity. The system admitted, taken aback by Minos' suggestion. System, keep it low-key. Otherwise, I might feel embarrassed, Minos said with a bashful tone. Ding. With your thick skin, how could you possibly feel embarrassed? The system scoffed, having never encountered someone so shameless. System. No need for insults. Minos found himself at a loss for words at the system's scorn. Ding. Humph. Now that our small talk is over, do you think my suggestion is feasible? Minos asked, his face alight with bloodlust. At that moment, Minos' intent was clear. Should the system agree to his plan, he would charge out and unleash chaos. If he grew weary of the carnage, he could always resort to his island disappearance technique. His roar was ready to be unleashed. Such as the thrill of a sudden power surge. Minos mused inwardly. Before he could revel in his excitement, the system promptly rejected his proposal. Ding. I regret to inform you, host, although I am a slaughter system, my targets are bipedal beings. These beasts do not count. Upon hearing this, Minos' enthusiasm waned considerably. Ding. Host, as soon as you enter the new world, 1T slaughter value come pouring in. At that point, you can purchase whatever you desire. The system tried to coax Minos, who showed no inclination to venture into the new world. System, you're being rather blunt with your intentions, Minos replied in exasperation. Ding. Host, I only worry for your sake. I want you to accumulate more slaughter value. Ding. Look at the life you're leading now, living in this deep, dark forest, hardly stimulating. However, with enough slaughter value, wouldn't you be able to buy a yacht? Living in comfort and traveling anywhere would be so much more convenient. Doesn't that sound appealing? Upon hearing the system's words, Minos was utterly astonished, truly taken aback. Had it not been for the system's reminder, he might never have realized the dire state of his existence, devoid of resources. And after toiling for so long, was his meager accumulation of slaughter points all he had? Were other transmigrators to learn of his thoughts, they would surely be infuriated. Damn it, some of us found ourselves imprisoned upon our arrival, while others were reduced to slavery. And here you are, having just crossed over for a mere few days, already attaining the level of a 4 emperor. What unparalleled audacity. Ahem, returning to the matter at hand. System, after your enlightening reminder, I have undergone deep reflection. Once we pass Lode Town, Let us launch an immediate assault on the New World. Minos declared earnestly to the system. Ding. Excellent. Host. That is precisely the attitude to adopt. At that time, you shall unleash your might, kicking the 4 emperors and punching the admirals. Indeed, Minos affirmed with resolute conviction. Thus, the naive system and its naive host joyfully resolved to attack the New World. Minos strode determinedly towards the outside, as if he were about to undertake a grand endeavor. However, upon stepping outside the island and gazing at the desolate sea, he fell into contemplation. If memory served him correctly, it seemed his warship had been obliterated by his own black dragon's roar. Seemingly sensing Minos's predicament, the system chimed in. Ding. Host, you can transform into the Black Dragon King, both strikingly handsome and capable of flight. System, that would be excessively ostentatious, which contradicts my low-profile demeanor, Minos replied earnestly in his mind. Ding. Perhaps only you believe it to be low-key.do, not concern yourself with such trivialities. Minos shrugged indifferently. Ding. Then what should the host do? Your warship has been destroyed, and you are now reluctant to become the Black Dragon King. Unperturbed, Minos responded nonchalantly. Well, that would naturally fall to you, system. Ding. Host, your slaughter points are insufficient, which puts me in quite a dilemma. System, you might be mistaken. I do not intend to purchase a yacht, but rather to rent one, Minos asserted with utmost seriousness, as if this were indeed a viable solution. At this moment, the system remained silent. Taken aback by Minos's unexpected suggestion, could renting be more appealing than purchasing? After a long pause, the system finally responded. Ding. Host, I genuinely envy your ingenuity. The system was left astounded, as its host continually sought loopholes. And astonishingly, he had found one. Hee. So, system, does my method truly work? Minos asked, brimming with pride. Ding. Originally, it was not feasible, but who could deny you as my host? Ding. It is possible. Minos felt elated upon hearing the system's words. Having inadvertently discovered a loophole, then, system, please open the system store, he requested, his face glowing with happiness, his tone softening a few degrees. Soon, the system store was opened, and Minos gazed at the offerings. The price for the original yacht was listed as 10,000 slaughter points, but now, the rental fee was merely 1,000 points for a month. System, this is fantastic. Only 1,000 slaughter points to rent a luxurious yacht for a month. Minos exclaimed joyfully. At this juncture, the system was disinclined to engage with Minos, allowing him to prattle on without response. Ding. Deducting 1,000 slaughter points. Upon hearing the notification of his slaughter points being deducted, Minos felt an exhilarating rush. This marked the first time he had felt joy upon the deduction of his slaughter points. Just as he was immersed in his delight, a sudden sound of vibration caught his attention. To his astonishment, a gigantic yacht suddenly emerged upon the sea. The yacht was entirely white, too lazy to describe further. Minos gazed at the imposing vessel, his heart swelling with elation. Finally, no more roughing it. He sighed. With a graceful leap, Minos landed atop the yacht, taking in the expansive view and feeling a surge of ambition. This was his dominion. Welcome back, Master. I am your intelligent steward, Shadow AI. Minos was momentarily taken aback by the voice, as it evoked a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of his time on Blue Star. Suppressing his excitement, he inquired, Shadow AI, are you the intelligent steward of this yacht? Indeed, Master, I am your intelligent steward, always ready to serve you. Hee, isn't that enticing? I simply prefer not to write harem or romance narratives. Otherwise, I would dominate everything. Shadow AI's voice was warm and inviting, causing Minos to tremble with delight. So, what features does this yacht possess? He asked, scratching his nose. Esteemed Master, this yacht is the most advanced and intelligent. It is equipped with a radar system, a defense system, and a life support system. I suddenly can't think of more. I'll detail them as we encounter them. Upon hearing Shadow AI's report, Minos was utterly astonished. This yacht was simply perfection. In summary, with radar, defense, and life support systems in place, he would no longer have to worry about anything in the future. Consider this. In this world of pirates, what is essential? Indeed, it is a ship and a compass. The most crucial factor remains the compass. Without it, one could easily become lost in the boundless ocean, leading to demise. Yet now, with the radar system, what does this signify? It means that Minos can navigate the seas freely, never to lose his way again. What? You dare ask, where does a pirate world get satellites? You must inquire with the system. Perhaps it secretly installed one above the pirate world. Moreover, The defense system is an easily comprehensible feature. It not only automatically defends against enemy attacks, but also boasts an energy shield. Can you imagine? Enemy cannonballs striking the energy shield would have no effect, akin to mere skin scraping. My goodness. Well, in truth, there are many more features. I am not lazy to describe them. Now, the life support system is even more impressive. As long as it pertains to daily living, simply notifying Shadow AI will suffice. It will be no problem at all. Brothers, do you think there will be that kind of service? After examining everything, Minos exclaimed in awe. If only he were more cultured, he would surely compose a poem to express his sentiments. After a while, Minos finally inquired, Shadow AI, please locate Logtown and tell me how long it will take to arrive. At your command, Master. Shadow AI is currently at your service. How considerate. Sometimes, I feel it would be better to spend a bit of money for happiness. At least, you would hear pleasant words and feel joy. Before long, Shadow AI had located the precise position of Logtown. Master, it will only take half a day to reach Logtown. Minos frowned. If we depart now, it will be evening by the time we arrive. That is inconvenient for our plans. Master, we can proceed at a slower pace. As long as we reach Logtown by tomorrow morning, it will suffice. All right, Shadow AI, we shall proceed as you suggest. Minos agreed wholeheartedly with the advice of his intelligent steward. Please prepare, Master. We are about to set sail. Please prepare, Master. We are ready to embark. The following day, did time speed up? Shadow AI's gentle voice awakened Minos. Master, we have arrived at Logtown. Please rise. It was truly delightful. Her soothing voice made it difficult for Minos to resist, and he joyfully got out of bed, utterly unperturbed by the interruption to his slumber. All right. I admit I have fallen into decadence. I have merely committed the same errors as any man would. Once Minos completed his preparations and exited the luxurious chamber, a peculiar feeling washed over him as he beheld Logtown. Was he truly returning as the Dragon King? Shaking his head, he attempted to clear his mind and refrain from overthinking. Minos leaped directly from the yacht to the port of Logtown, making a classic entrance once more. Fortunately, it was still early. Otherwise, his dramatic arrival would have startled many. Minos wandered through Logtown, exploring his surroundings. A few days ago, I was only aware of the grand battle, oblivious to the joys of leisure. Now, it seems I ought to indulge in some relaxation. Thus, Minos strolled about, quenching his thirst with a drink at a tavern while savoring a bite to eat. After spending a leisurely half-day, Minos arrived at a notable landmark, the execution platform of Roger. Upon reaching the site, he noticed a considerable crowd gathered, seemingly drawn to witness the location of the former pirate king Roger's execution. Minos regarded this place as the inception of the Great Pirate Era, which commenced with Roger's demise. To be candid, the Great Pirate Era posed no detriment to Minos. In fact, the era that Roger ushered in was replete with pirates, ensuring a steady supply of opportunities for him to accumulate his kill count. In truth, whether it be the Marines, pirates, or the denizens of the pirate world, all were mere transient figures to Minos, serving only as fodder for his ambitions. With a world so vast, he was unwilling to squander his life in the confines of the pirate realm. Rather, he yearned to traverse and experience the myriad cultures of different worlds. Of course, achieving such aspirations necessitated formidable strength and a robust system, both of which Minos was fortunate to possess. In a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts cascaded through Minos's mind. He aspired to become a singular entity, unbound by any constraints. Should anyone dare to obstruct his path, he would obliterate them without hesitation. Even the formidable Kagaya, should it come to that. Just then, a newspaper fluttered down before him. Well, I must admit, I did hasten the pace. Minos, intrigued, glanced skyward and beheld a newsbird soaring overhead, casting down newspapers. He exclaimed, astonished, for this was the first time he had encountered a newsbird and a newspaper in the pirate world. Driven by curiosity, he picked up the paper from the ground, his heart racing with anticipation. He was eager to uncover any recent happenings upon the vast seas. It is human nature to revel in the role of an onlooker, though becoming the subject of gossip can be quite disheartening. Indeed, a source of social embarrassment. For instance, Minos found himself both the observer and the observed. As he held the newspaper, silence enveloped him. He was overwhelmed with a multitude of thoughts, yet struggled to articulate them. Initially, he had sought to learn of any significant events from the past few days, only to discover that the headline concerned none other than himself. Well, that was of little consequence. Minos stared at the paper in exasperation, which detailed his confrontation with the dragon pirate crew in Kokosha village, along with his assassination of Colonel Mouse at the village's port. Most infuriatingly, it bestowed upon him the rather unflattering title of Slaughterer. This moniker irked Minos immensely. It was far too crude for his liking, and he vehemently demanded a more imposing title. Perhaps he could enlist the help of the treasure heaven to announce it. What vexed him further was the headline proclaiming his intent to oppose both the Marines and pirates. Such an assertion was utterly preposterous. Minos seethed with indignation. Admittedly, he did intend to stand against the Marines and pirates, but for that to be publicly revealed was decidedly inconvenient that as he continued to peruse the paper. He stumbled upon news of the 16th branch's waters transformed into a realm of ice and snow. This left Minos perplexed. Hadn't he destroyed that very place? What, then, was this frigid spectacle, unbeknownst to him? It was a consequence of his actions that had left Aokiji bedridden. Nevertheless, Minos dismissed the thought. He was on the brink of departing the East Blue, so why dwell on it? As for the news spreading, what of it? With his current prowess, he was not saying he was invincible, but he could certainly kick an admiral around if it came to that. He tossed the newspaper into the sky, proclaiming, "Come forth, let all who wish for death approach. Let this be my final battle as I leave the East Blue." It was, after all, a parting gift. Without hesitation, Minos strode purposefully toward Roger's execution platform. If he was to prepare for yet another confrontation, he ought to do so from the most conspicuous vantage point. His sudden movement captured the attention of those around him. Yet, as they scrutinized him further, their pupils constricted in realization. This individual appeared to be none other than the infamous Slaughterer. In disbelief, they hastily examined the newspaper in their possession. Upon closer inspection, they were struck with fear. The figure before them was indeed the notorious Slaughterer. Though his appearance had changed, traces of his former red-haired self were still discernible. Some individuals quickly produced images of Minos from his initial appearance. Is he really heading up to the execution platform? They murmured, incredulous. How audacious, they thought. But he's just a pirate. Such behavior is hardly surprising. Minos himself was unaware of when he had become a pirate. What lay ahead? Would he provoke a conflict with the Marines? Minos paid no heed to the derisive and envious murmurs surrounding him. As the saying goes, those with shallow minds often react with anger to insults and delight in flattery. Minos was resolute in his ambition to become a singular force. The voices of mere trifles were of no concern to him. Gradually, all would fade into silence. The Marines stationed at the execution platform undoubtedly noticed Minos approaching. However, due to his significant transformation, they failed to recognize him. Having not yet glanced at the paper, two Marine soldiers, witnessing someone daring enough to approach the platform, deemed it an act of provocation. Their dissatisfaction was palpable as they raised their weapons, instructing Minos to halt. Yet, he remained undeterred, seemingly oblivious to the weapons aimed at him as he continued toward the execution platform. "Stop, or we shall open fire," one of the guards warned coldly, raising his firearm. Minos, however, appeared to remain unfazed. Advancing toward the platform with unwavering determination, that a gunshot rang out, the bullet merely striking Minos's attire before falling harmlessly to the ground. Failing to breach his defenses, the two Marine guards exchanged apprehensive glances. Realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent, Minos, undeterred, forged ahead until he towered over the two soldiers. They were struck with trepidation, for this man was truly terrifying. Nevertheless, Minos did not engage the two insignificant foes. Instead, he continued his ascent toward the execution platform. With each step, the vista expanded before him, and upon reaching the top, he marveled at the view below, exclaiming, "Is this what it feels like to overlook all mountains?" A transformation stirred within him. Was it the genesis of ambition? Then, before the eyes of all gathered, Minos took a seat upon the execution platform. This unexpected act bewildered the onlookers, who speculated about his intentions. Yet, some astute individuals surmised that Minos was merely biding his time, awaiting adversaries to arrive and, in the process, amass further kill points. Minos was prepared to engage in a form of fishing law enforcement. The once tranquil town of Rogu was once again abuzz with excitement due to Minos's presence. Simultaneously, his newspaper began circulating throughout the vast seas. In the New World, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates was alive with revelry. The crew was engaged in their customary feast, the ship's captains indulging in copious amounts of drink, with a few exceptions. Among them were Whitebeard, Marco, and, of course, the infamous Blackbeard. Marco, noticing a newsbird soaring overhead, decided to spend some belly to acquire a newspaper. The 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. He remained vigilant in monitoring intelligence regarding various factions. hence his habitual newspaper purchases. Upon opening the paper, Marco casually scanned its contents. Yet a significant piece of information caught his eye. The article detailed how the slaughterer had vanquished the dragon pirate crew and had also engaged the Marines. In addition to reports of an East Blue branch being obliterated and transformed into a realm of ice and snow, the gravity of the news rendered Marco's expression serious as he remarked, "This slaughterer is far too active, and it seems the dragon pirate crew is associated with Jinbei." Marco, consumed by his thoughts, felt a deep sense of distress and decided to consult Whitebeard. This time, he did not disturb the other captains, but instead approached Whitebeard directly. Upon seeing Marco's demeanor, Whitebeard immediately sensed that something was amiss. "Old man," Marco murmured, before handing over the newspaper he held. Whitebeard, careful not to rouse the others, accepted the paper from Marco's hands. He unfolded it and scrutinized the contents, which detailed the deeds of the now infamous killer. After a lengthy pause, Whitebeard remarked softly, "What an intriguing little brat. How delightful it would be to take him as a son." Haha. Can you imagine the reaction if Minos were to hear Whitebeard's words? Marco, standing beside Whitebeard, felt a sense of helplessness at this comment. Yet, this was simply the old man's way. He could hardly voice his objections. "Old man, that vicious dragon from the Dragon Pirates appears to be one of Jinbei's old acquaintances, doesn't he?" Marco whispered. "Indeed, that is the case," Whitebeard replied, slightly puzzled. "Yes, old man, that dragon is indeed a former ally of Jinbei." "What should we do about the killer who has taken down Jinbei's men?" Marco inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Whitebeard responded, "Let us wait until that little brat arrives in the New World, and allow Jinbei to handle it himself." It was evident that Whitebeard still regarded the killer as merely a child. In the New World, within the territory of the red-haired pirates, the Yonko Shanks and his first mate Beckman were engrossed in the newspaper before them, lost in thought. After a while, Beckman broke the silence. "That killer brat has certainly gained notoriety as of late, hasn't he?" "Indeed, that killer brat is now quite well known. He may disrupt the status quo," Shanks replied, his expression grave. "What shall we do?" Beckman asked, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. After a significant pause, Shanks finally spoke. "The Navy's attention is now firmly fixed upon him. They will undoubtedly cause him trouble. We shall wait until he possesses the strength to reach the New World." Shanks had not anticipated the sudden emergence of such an unpredictable individual, one who could potentially derail all his plans. Meanwhile, on Cake Island in the New World, the Yonko Big Mom continued to indulge in her confections. Seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events, Katakuri observed the newspaper in his hands while watching his gluttonous mother, pondering the implications. "Katakuri, it seems that the killer brat has truly risen to prominence," exclaimed Snack. A hint of derision in his tone. Snack's words carried a dismissive undertone. He looked down upon the killer, viewing him as nothing more than a mere child not yet initiated into the complexities of the New World. Katakuri shot Snack a glance and replied solemnly, "Let us see how he fares once he enters the New World." "Are you perhaps overestimating that killer brat?" Snack queried, puzzled. In his mind, he still considered the killer to be an inconsequential child, untested by the rigors of the New World. Katakuri merely regarded Snack with a silent stare, choosing not to respond. In Wano country, on Onigashima, the territory of the beast pirates remained shrouded in darkness and terror. Yet this did not affect Jin, who was currently perusing the newspaper. As he read about the killer's exploits in the East Sea, he recalled that Captain Kaido had also ventured there, seemingly in search of this very killer. "Little brat, I hope you remain as lively when you encounter Captain Kaido. In the holy land of Mariehua, within a lavish office of the world government, several elders engaged in a heated discussion. I told you so. That killer brat has become far too arrogant, directly slaying a naval colonel and soldiers. If he dares to attack the Navy today, tomorrow he may come for the world government itself. I believe we must immediately dispatch Sengoku to apprehend him. Otherwise, our Navy will be utterly humiliated," bellowed the finance warlord Zamble NV. Nasu sure, filled with ire. His disdain for the killer and the Navy had escalated, as the killer had brought disgrace not only upon the Navy, but also upon the world government. Following his outburst, the previously boisterous office fell silent, no one daring to respond. "Strange, didn't we send CP to locate that killer brat? Why have we received no reports?" inquired the environment warlord Makas V. Masu. A look of confusion etched upon his face. "Indeed, it is peculiar. How could there be no news at all?" His question echoed the sentiments of the other elders, who were perplexed by the lack of updates, as it was unlike CP to encounter issues. "They are likely still in the process of searching," suggested Satan V. Elder. Though his conviction wavered, a deep silence enveloped the five elders as they contemplated the situation. After a prolonged pause, the agriculture warlord Shepod G.Bidv. Elder finally spoke. Let us return our focus to the matter of that killer brat. How shall we address this incident? The law warlord Topman V. Voculi Elder added thoughtfully. Then let us issue an order to CP to first try to win over the killer. If he refuses, they are authorized to eliminate him. The words of the finance warlord Zambel N.V. Nasu sure were resolute and infused with lethal intent. This plan has merit. I second it. Thus, the elders of the world government appeared to foresee the fate that awaited the killer. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. Dragon gazed at the newspaper depicting the drastically transformed killer, his emotions a tangled web. The killer had now dared to provoke the Navy, positioning himself as an adversary to both the Navy and the pirates. Ah, what a peculiar individual, he mused. In Dressrosa. Within the domain of Don Quixote da Flamingo, he sat upon his throne, examining the newspaper. Humph, this killer brat has been overly active lately, hasn't he? Da Flamingo remarked with a twisted smile. Very well, once he arrives in the New World, I shall seek to recruit him. Among the remaining warlords of the sea, reactions varied. Some were closely monitoring the killer's rise, while others remained indifferent. Jinbi, however, was in turmoil. That scoundrel Arlong has actually perished? Yet, they all recognized that the killer was once again making a name for himself. On the Sabaody archipelago, an elderly man with white hair was preparing to swindle someone out of their drink. However, a newspaper at his feet suddenly captured his attention, detailing the brutal slaughter of the dragon pirates by the killer. The article featured all the members of the dragon pirates, but the old man's gaze was fixated on a bounty report for an individual named Octopus Little 8. It clearly stated that Little 8 had been ruthlessly slain by the killer. Indeed, this person was none other than the first mate of the Roger pirates, Silvers Rayleigh. Rayleigh stared at the images of Octopus Little 8 and the killer on the newspaper, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he sighed. When that little brat arrives here, I shall assist you in avenging you. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Sengoku was diligently processing documents in his office when a sudden phone call disrupted his concentration. Parapirapir, the phone bug chirped. This seems to be from the world government. Sengoku muttered, perplexed as to why they would contact him. Hello, this is Sengoku, he said, despite his confusion. Sengoku, do you have any idea what is currently transpiring at sea? The voice on the other end erupted in a tirade. Sengoku was taken aback, utterly bewildered as to why the elders would call him to berate him. Esteemed elders, what has happened? Sengoku inquired, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Sengoku, how is it that your navy conducts its affairs? News has spread across the seas that the killer brat is wreaking havoc in the East Sea. Moreover, how did the waters of the 16th Division transform into a frozen wasteland? The five elders on the phone posed a barrage of inquiries. News had spread, leaving Sengoku bewildered. What could possibly have been revealed? However, he quickly deduced that it could not be the incident at Kakochia village that had come to light. Could it? The mere thought sent a jolt of alarm through Sengoku. How could this be? Hadn't Akiji already handled the situation? At that moment, an urgent voice from outside interrupted his thoughts. Report, Marshal Sengoku. There is significant intelligence. Sengoku, you must take care. Before Sengoku could utter another word, the five elders abruptly terminated the call, leaving him with a visage of helplessness. Hearing the anxious voice from outside, Sengoku immediately summoned the communications officer to enter. Upon seeing the flustered officer, Sengoku inquired, what has transpired now? Marshal Sengoku, this is the latest newspaper. Please take a look. Sengoku took the newspaper from the officer's hands and scrutinized it closely. Alas, the sky had fallen. Sengoku finally understood why the five elders had specifically called to reprimand him. The paper detailed the atrocities committed by that little imp, the Slayer, in Kakochia village, as well as the circumstances surrounding the 16th branch's waters. Sengoku and his aide, Tsuru, had initially surmised that the disappearance of Colonel Mouse and the vanishing of the 16th branch's waters were likely due to the Slayer's actions, but they had not anticipated the involvement of a malevolent dragon pirate. Yet, what was this nonsense about the 16th branch's waters turning into a realm of ice and snow? The most pressing concern was that this had now been exposed. What on earth had transpired? Sengoku was deeply troubled. What was Akiji's situation? Why had he not been notified in advance? Laden with such uncertainties, Sengoku dialed Akiji's snail phone. Parapirapir. Brothers, please provide your own sound effects. V. In the East Blue. At Logetown. In the naval infirmary, on one of the beds lay a pallid figure, Akiji. After Akiji had fallen unconscious, Smoker and the others hurriedly brought him back to the naval infirmary at Logetown. The attending physician was taken aback upon seeing the unconscious Akiji, utterly incredulous that the admiral had succumbed to unconsciousness. Had he encountered a formidable foe, while the physician was still in a daze? Smoker issued a stern command that Akiji must be treated immediately. The physician, intimidated by the fierce Smoker, promptly transported Akiji to the medical room. The physician examined Akiji's condition repeatedly and ultimately reached a conclusion. There was nothing serious. He was merely unconscious. When the physician relayed this information to Smoker, Smoker nearly executed him on the spot. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Merely unconscious." Fortunately, other naval soldiers intervened. Otherwise, the physician might have faced a brutal beating from Smoker. The physician, drenched in cold sweat from Smoker's intimidation, insisted he was simply stating the truth. How could anyone doubt him? Fortunately, after a moment of calm, a thorough explanation clarified the situation. Indeed, the physician had spoken truthfully. Akiji was only exhausted and would recover with a few days of rest. Though he had failed to communicate this clearly, upon hearing this welcome news, Smoker finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, on this very day, Sengoku's call had come through. Smoker went to the recovery room to check on Akiji, hoping to find him awake. Upon arriving, he found Akiji still in a state of unconsciousness, which filled Smoker with disappointment. Just as he was about to leave, the sound of the snail phone rang out abruptly. "Parapirapir, brothers, please provide your own sound effects." Following the sound, Smoker spotted a golden snail phone ringing. He hesitated, for this was a phone reserved for admirals or those issuing the Demon Hunt order, certainly not for a mere major like him. As he hesitated, the phone rang increasingly insistently, as if it would not relent until answered. Ultimately, Smoker decided to pick up the golden snail phone. "Akiji, what has transpired in the East Blue? Did you not assure me that everything was under control?" Smoker listened to Sengoku's irate tone, momentarily at a loss for words. Sengoku, noticing the prolonged silence on the other end, grew even more irate. "Akiji, respond at once." This time, Sengoku's tone was notably more severe. "I apologize, Marshal Sengoku, but I am Smoker. Admiral Akiji is still in a state of unconsciousness and cannot respond." "You say you are Smoker?" Sengoku exclaimed, incredulously. "Yes, Marshal Sengoku. I am Smoker," he replied solemnly. "Akiji is unconscious," Sengoku repeated in disbelief. "Indeed, Marshal Sengoku. Admiral Akiji is truly unconscious," Smoker affirmed gravely. "Smoker, what on earth is going on? How could Akiji be unconscious? Is he all right?" Sengoku queried, his face etched with concern. "Fear not, Marshal Sengoku. Admiral Akiji is merely exhausted and unconscious. There is no serious issue," Smoker assured him calmly. Smoker first addressed the severity of Akiji's condition before preparing to explain the cause of his unconsciousness. "It is this," Marshal Sengoku through Smoker's detailed account. Sengoku quickly grasped the situation. It turned out that Akiji had exhausted himself combating a tsunami and a waterspout. The transformation of the 16th branch's waters into a realm of ice and snow also made sense. It was a consequence of Akiji's fruit abilities. Reflecting on this, Sengoku suddenly erupted, "Curse that wretched slayer. If not for him, none of this would have occurred, and Akiji would not have fallen unconscious." Hearing Sengoku's furious outburst, Smoker was perplexed. What did the slayer have to do with this? "Marshal Sengoku, what has happened?" Smoker inquired, puzzled. "Alas, it is all the fault of that little imp, the slayer, who first killed Colonel Mouse and then devastated the 16th branch's waters, leading to this chaos." Sengoku fumed at that moment. Sengoku yearned to confront the slayer directly and deliver a thorough reprimand. "What? It was the slayer's doing," Smoker exclaimed, shocked. The mere mention of the slayer brought back memories of his humiliating defeats, a shadow he could not easily forget. "Indeed, Smoker," Sengoku replied with a tone of resignation. "Then, Marshal Sengoku, what should we do now? The slayer is far too arrogant. We must capture him." But Smoker's face was a mask of fury. "Smoker, do not rush. Let us wait until Akiji awakens," Sengoku said, his expression grave. At that moment, Sengoku feared that Smoker, in his headstrong nature, might seek out the slayer himself. "Understood, Marshal Sengoku. I will be cautious," Smoker replied earnestly. "Very well, Smoker. Remember to ensure that Akiji rests well upon awakening. There is no rush to return to headquarters. Tell him he performed admirably this time. Upon his return, I will commend him," Sengoku instructed with utmost seriousness. In both reason and sentiment, Akiji had indeed rendered great service. Had it not been for him, the calamities of the tsunami and waterspout would have destroyed even more islands and harmed countless individuals. After Sengoku relayed his instructions, he hung up the phone. Sengoku felt troubled. The Navy's reputation would surely suffer once more. Contemplating these matters, he directed the still expressionless communications officer to inform the Naval High Command to convene in the conference room. Soon, after the communications officer exited, he went to notify the naval leadership. Thus, the naval headquarters buzzed with activity once more, this time due to the Minos incident. Meanwhile, in the East Blue at Logue Town, after Sengoku hung up the phone, Smoker fell into a contemplative silence. He had not anticipated that the root of all their troubles lay with that slayer. Recalling the numerous naval personnel slain by the slayer, the harrowing near-death experiences caused by the waterspout, and the sight of Akiji lying unconscious, Smoker's heart surged with rage. He yearned to bring the slayer to justice, to see him perish. Stepping out of Akiji's infirmary, Smoker felt increasingly agitated. Never before had he harbored such animosity for anyone. Just then, a voice filled with urgency reached his ears. "Major Smoker, we're in grave trouble." A soldier from Logue Town rushed in, his tone frantic. "What has happened?" Smoker asked, observing the soldier, who was panting heavily. "Major Smoker, you must see this newspaper." With that, the soldier handed Smoker the paper. Smoker took the newspaper and examined it closely, swiftly realizing it was the very matter Sengoku had mentioned earlier. "Understood. You may leave now." Evidently, Smoker had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, merely believing that the soldiers had come to deliver him a newspaper. That Major Smoker is the slayer, who is currently in Rogue Town, seated upon the execution platform. A Navy soldier exclaimed anxiously. "What did you say?" Smoker's attention was instantly captured by the soldier's words. He had not anticipated that the very slayer he sought was actually in Rogue Town. "Yes, Major, the slayer is indeed in Rogue Town," the soldier reiterated with urgency. "Very well, I understand. You guard Admiral Akiji. I shall lead the soldiers to the execution platform," Smoker replied in a grave tone. At that moment, Smoker was filled with fervent excitement. All he desired was to exact revenge upon the slayer. Before long, Smoker gathered all the soldiers of Rogue Town, intent on making the slayer pay for his transgressions. Minos, perched upon the execution platform, was quite bored, pondering, why have the Navy not arrived yet? If it's merely Smoker, this will be utterly uninteresting. Just then, the sound of synchronized marching echoed from below the platform. Minos glanced down to see hundreds of Navy soldiers marching in unison towards the execution platform, with a man at the forefront, sporting white hair and a cigar clamped in his mouth. "Well, this is certainly very Smoker-like," Minos mused, feeling disappointed as he observed Smoker arriving with only a ragtag group of soldiers. Given Smoker's abilities, he could easily dispatch him with a single hand. Minos wallowed in disappointment. Smoker's voice rang out from below. "Slayer, you irredeemable villain. How dare you come to Rogue Town?" Smoker declared, his face contorted with rage. Minos, witnessing Smoker's furious countenance, sneered, "Is it not the arrogance of your navy that prompted me to seek you out? Moreover, this slayer moniker you speak of is rather infamous. I assent it." Following that, Minos heard Smoker continue with his tirade. "Slayer, you have slain Navy officers and destroyed 16 islands. Your crimes are unforgivable," Smoker fumed. "And what of it?" Minos replied calmly. "Slayer, your hubris will lead you to your demise," Smoker retorted angrily. Minos found Smoker's incessant blathering quite irksome, and the repeated use of the term slayer further grated on his nerves. "Silence. Is it not your navy that is overly arrogant? Furthermore, my name is Minos, not this pathetic title of slayer," Minos bellowed in fury. Unable to tolerate Smoker any longer, he thought, if it is to be a fight, then let it be so. This incessant prattle is meaningless. Minos, Smoker pondered, realizing that the slayer's true name was Minos. Minos, seeing Smoker fall silent, felt a modicum of pleasure. At last, it was somewhat quieter. "Smoker, is it just you in Rogue Town?" Minos inquired curiously. "What do you mean by that, Minos?" Smoker asked, furrowing his brow. "Aside from you, this worthless being, is there no one else in the Navy?" Minos replied coolly. "Minos, are you not being overly arrogant?" Smoker seethed with indignation. "Honestly, Smoker, to me, you are but a waste, and the soldiers behind you are merely fodder," Minos stated bluntly. "What? This Minos is far too arrogant. How dare he call us fodder? Indeed, he even dares to call Major Smoker a waste." "You fool, lower your voice." Minos's words stirred quite the uproar in the plaza of Rogue Town. Not only did the Navy hear his disdainful remarks, but the onlookers did as well. Minos was trampling upon Smoker's dignity and, by extension, that of the Navy. As Smoker observed the agitated Navy soldiers below, a look of contempt spread across his face. His expression darkened, for Minos's words were a direct affront to him. After a long pause, Smoker exhaled deeply and spoke calmly. Is it true that the illustrious Minos has resorted to a war of words? Minos was taken aback, seeing Smoker regain his composure so swiftly. He had always assumed Smoker to be impulsive and irrational. It seemed the original narrative was flawed. He mused internally. Very well, since that is the case, let us dispense with idle chatter. Are you prepared? Minos suddenly stated with a calm demeanor. Huh, what does Minos mean by that? Smoker was slightly perplexed. However, it did not take long for Minos to demonstrate his intentions through action. Leaping down from the execution platform, he landed before the Navy soldiers. This sudden display caused Smoker and his men to instinctively step back. Minos, with a wicked grin, proclaimed, "Then let the battle commence." With that, he charged into the ranks of Navy personnel, delivering powerful blows that echoed like the shattering of watermelons. Blood splattered everywhere, the metallic scent thick in the air. This brutal scene instilled dread in many Navy soldiers, their eyes wide with horror. Before Smoker could react, Minos was already wreaking havoc, dispatching adversaries with ease. Meanwhile, a notification from the system gradually resonated in the background. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired. Listening to the system's notifications, Minos thought to himself, this is truly exhilarating. Indeed, the thrill of besting foes one after another is unmatched. I was mistaken to have dismissed it before. By the time Smoker regained his senses, Minos had already taken down dozens of Navy soldiers, leaving Smoker fuming with rage, his eyes reddening. Minos, come and face me. What skill is there in bullying the weak? Smoker cried out in anguish. Minos heard Smoker's voice but remained undeterred, continuing to rampage through the ranks of Navy soldiers, leaving a trail of shattered bodies and despair in his wake. To Minos, Smoker appeared utterly useless, easily incapacitated. This was the kill value he intended to save for later. Killing him now served no purpose. Therefore, Smoker must not die. Minos was afraid of inadvertently harming him. Of course, he would spare Dasky as well. Smoker was engulfed in despair, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him as he witnessed Minos slaughtering his subordinates while he himself could do nothing. Before long, what had once been a battalion of hundreds had dwindled to mere dozens. Minos reveled in the chaos, taking joy in the despair etched on the faces of the Navy soldiers. When you were arrogant, did you ever envision this scenario? Minos boomed. Compassion was not to be found here. Today, Minos would ensure these Navy personnel received an unforgettable lesson. His resounding question left the previously despondent Navy soldiers bewildered. In their minds, it was Minos who was unreasonable and mercilessly slaughtering them. At this moment, the Navy believed Minos was to blame, failing to recognize their own faults. Indeed, the arrogant seldom acknowledge their own misdeeds, often placing blame on others. Alas, this is quite dull, Minos murmured, observing the vacant expressions of the Navy soldiers. Engaging in reasoned discourse with these mere fodder was a waste of time. They were unworthy of such consideration. Just then, a plume of smoke surged towards Minos as a furious voice called out, "I command you to cease at once. Can you not hear me?" It was Smoker, having witnessed Minos prepare to strike down more Navy soldiers, who charged at him in a frenzy. The smoke-filled punch struck Minos, yet it was of little consequence. Before his formidable physique, all feeble attacks were rendered ineffective. Minos frowned upon observing Smoker's frenzied demeanor. Is this fool seeking his own demise? Indeed, while Smoker's earlier strike had not harmed Minos, it had soured his mood. Smoker, it appears you are still intent on courting death, Minos murmured. This time, Minos resolved to teach Smoker a lesson he would not soon forget, one that would leave him incapacitated for at least 6 months. True to his word, Minos swiftly approached Smoker, delivering a simple punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Humph, truly a waste. Even I cannot endure a single punch, Minos taunted, gazing at the fallen Smoker. However, at that moment, Smoker's intermittent voice broke through. Minos, don't get too cocky. The Navy headquarters will not let you off the hook. Admiral Sengoku and the others will not spare you. Smoker fixed his unwavering gaze upon Minos. Is that all there is to it? Minos replied flatly. Cough, cough. Minos, you will surely face punishment, Smoker insisted defiantly. Hee. Suddenly, Minos smirked and spoke. Smoker, I am quite curious about the icy world and the waters of Branch 16. What is that all about? Smoker, whose consciousness was already fading, widened his eyes upon hearing Minos's words. "You." Smoker struggled to articulate, his eyes fixated on Minos. Observing Smoker's astonishment, Minos felt a surge of delight, as if he were on the verge of uncovering the truth. The waters of Branch 16 were completely obliterated by a single strike of mine. Yet, I distinctly remember that upon my departure, there was nothing left. So why does the newspaper report it as an icy world? Minos mused, unconcerned whether Smoker was listening. If it were merely a natural disaster, it would be far too contrived. Minos continued, but if we speak of an individual, I believe he could accomplish it. Smoker, can you guess who it might be? Minos remarked with a playful smile. Smoker, unable to utter a word, could only stare intently at Minos. That would be Admiral Aokiji, Minos asserted confidently. Aokiji is a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. I am certain he possesses the ability to freeze an entire sea. But why has he not made an appearance? Minos inquired with a mischievous grin directed at Smoker. That I suspect that Aokiji might be injured, Minos said, relishing in his revelation. After uttering these words, Smoker's eyes widened even further. Witnessing Smoker's reaction, Minos felt increasingly convinced that Aokiji might indeed be hurt. I wonder where Aokiji is at this moment. If I knew, I would surely treat him well. Minos smiled at Smoker. Upon hearing this, Smoker became agitated, his body trembling uncontrollably. Minos was nothing short of a devil, mercilessly attacking his psyche. Ha! Minos laughed heartily. Rest assured, Smoker, I shall not pursue him just yet. I will first deal with the rabble before seeking out Aokiji. For now, you should watch as I eliminate your subordinates before your very eyes. At that moment, Minos resembled a quintessential villain, delighting in the torment of others. Indeed, Minos was the embodiment of a rogue. Clearing his throat, Minos charged once more towards the Navy soldiers. In mere moments, all the soldiers in the square were vanquished by Minos. Naturally, he left behind only the unconscious Dasky and the trembling Smoker. Standing in the center of the square in Lowtown, Minos exuded an air of grandeur, though the scattered limbs and debris were somewhat jarring. The square of Lowtown now resembled a hellish scene, littered with dismembered remains and blood. The air was thick with the stench of carnage, making it quite unbearable. The townspeople watching from a distance were filled with terror. Suddenly, the sounds of retching filled the air. It seemed the townspeople could no longer bear the sight and were overwhelmed with nausea. Before long, some could no longer tolerate the horror and began to scream and flee in all directions. Minos, however, savored the gruesome spectacle as if he were an innocent bystander. Strangely, his attire remained immaculate, untouched by dust or blood, clad in his black suit and draped in a black cloak of righteousness. He certainly succeeded in his ostentatious display. After a while, Minos turned to Smoker, a gleam of mischief in his eyes. Your soldiers have been dealt with. What are your thoughts now? This was pure psychological warfare. Minos was intent on breaking Smoker's spirit, as anticipated. Smoker was so enraged that blood trickled from his mouth, and he struggled to raise his hand to point at Minos. Yet, with his shattered body and spirit, he could not muster the strength and succumbed to unconsciousness. Ha! Minos laughed heartily at the scene before him, his spirits lifted further by Smoker's pitiful state. Soon, Minos raised his gaze toward the Navy base, where the true drama awaited. Though he suspected that Aokiji was injured, he was unaware of the specifics. However, after a brief pause, Minos resolutely set his course toward the Navy base in Lowtown, that he was unfazed by the prospect of an injured Aokiji. Even if Aokiji were in perfect condition, Minos would still seek him out. As Minos prepared to leave the East Blue, he intended to leave behind a grand gift for the Navy, a parting offering. Traversing the blood-soaked square of Lowtown, he no longer heard the shouts of anger and skepticism directed at him. Indeed, the cacophony of outrage gradually faded into silence. The Navy base in Lowtown was nearby, and it did not take long for Minos to arrive. Upon gazing at the building adorned with the emblem of a white dove, he felt nothing but disdain. True power was the only righteousness. What authority meant to the strong was merely a fleeting grasp. As nearly all the Navy soldiers had rushed to capture Minos. The base was sparsely populated, consisting primarily of a few wounded veterans. Minos's sudden intrusion left the elderly soldiers at a loss. Observing their tears, Minos spoke solemnly. If you leave now, I can spare your lives. Yet, the veterans remained resolute, their gazes unwavering and unwaveringly fixed upon Minos. They had already discerned that this man was the invader. Not long ago, Smoker had led many Navy personnel in pursuit of him. Now, it seemed Smoker and his comrades were likely dead. As the elderly soldiers reflected on this, Tears streamed down their faces, and they resigned themselves to their fates. Minos, witnessing their sorrow, understood their choice in an instant. If that is the case, then you shall join them, he murmured, just as he prepared to strike down the veterans. A thunderous voice pierced the air, capturing Minos's attention. Simultaneously, he sensed a chilling shift in the atmosphere. Stop. I command you to cease. Akiji's voice, laced with both fury and fatigue, resonated. Minos looked up to see a figure clad in white casual attire. A yellow tie, a white shirt, and blue sleeves. His hair was dark and slightly curly, with a hint of stubble adorning his face. He appeared tall yet undeniably weak. Akiji, so, you have arrived, Minos remarked with a hint of amusement at Akiji's frail condition. Who are you? Why have you invaded the Navy base in Logetown? Akiji demanded, his voice direct. Unfamiliar with Minos's drastically altered appearance, Akiji pressed on with his inquiry. So you do not recognize me. In that case, allow me to introduce myself properly, lest you continue to assign me unwarranted nicknames, Minos declared with righteous fervor. Surely, you have heard of the moniker the Slayer. Yet, I am Minos. Do refrain from calling me the Slayer any longer. Understood, Minos proclaimed passionately. What, the Slayer is you? Akiji exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his features. Minos's dramatic transformation had rendered many unrecognizable, but fortunately, a photo captured by the ever-curious Mo had revealed that the Slayer had indeed undergone a significant change. It was no surprise that Akiji did not recognize him. He had been too preoccupied to catch up on the news. Minos felt a surge of irritation at Akiji's reference to him as the Slayer once more. Suddenly, he contemplated a more impactful introduction. If you cannot remember, then allow me to make this unforgettable. I am the one who obliterated the island of Branch 16. And I am also the one responsible for the demise of every soldier in Logetown. My name is Minos. Akiji, do you remember me now? Minos inquired, a playful glint in his eyes. What? Minos's words struck Akiji like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly astonished. So, it was you who destroyed the 16 branch islands. And what of Smoker and the soldiers from Logetown? Akiji questioned Minos, his face contorted with rage. He could hardly fathom that during his brief period of unconsciousness, Smoker and the others had perished. Akiji loathed himself for not awakening sooner. Had he done so, at least the naval soldiers and Smoker from Logetown would still be alive. Let us rewind to the moment when Smoker learned of Minos's arrival in Logetown. Smoker had left a naval soldier behind to tend to Akiji in the infirmary. This soldier managed to escape unscathed. Yet during his watch over Akiji, he grew increasingly anxious about the safety of Smoker and the others. However, he had to focus on caring for the Admiral, so he could only wait patiently. As time dragged on, his unease intensified. Suddenly, a cough drew his attention. Akiji had awakened, albeit still weak. The remaining naval soldier turned to see Akiji conscious, which filled him with joy, and he hurried to the Admiral's side. In a hushed tone, he exclaimed, Admiral Akiji, you're awake. Who are you? Akiji asked. Bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings and the stranger beside him, he distinctly remembered being in the waters of the 16th branch. Admiral Akiji, the situation is as follows. Soon, Akiji learned the grim truth. Smoker had brought him back. In a wonder, he had seen a blurry figure approaching before losing consciousness. Reflecting on this, Akiji smiled faintly. What a fool. I specifically instructed him to retreat. By the way, where is Smoker? Akiji inquired of the soldier left behind. Admiral Akiji, before you regained consciousness, our town was invaded. Major Smoker led a team to intercept them. We have yet to receive any updates. You must go check, the soldier urged, forgetting to mention the identity of the intruders due to his urgency. Upon hearing this disheartening news, Akiji's expression changed dramatically. Ignoring his injuries, he prepared to assist Smoker. As he stepped outside, he overheard what sounded like an argument at the naval base, mistakenly believing that enemies had breached their defenses, and he went to investigate. It was then that he encountered Minos. Returning to the present, Minos smirked. That worthless fool and those insignificant fish, naturally, I dealt with them. Before Akiji could respond, Minos cruelly continued, you might not know this, but when I mentioned I was coming to find you, Smoker appeared utterly terrified, desperate to stop me, yet powerless to do so. He wanted to speak, but couldn't articulate his thoughts, and ultimately, he collapsed. Am I not suited to be a villain? Minos was deliberately provoking Akiji, aiming to shatter his psyche. Indeed, you seek death. Upon hearing Minos's words, Akiji's fury ignited. In an instant, a chill emanated from his body as he launched an ice sphere at Minos. Unfazed, Minos allowed the ice sphere to strike him. And in the blink of an eye, he was encased in a humanoid ice block. However, this was merely a minor setback for him. With a surge of formidable power, Minos shattered the ice, emerging unscathed. He stretched his limbs and regarded Akiji with a mocking glint in his eye. No wonder you are an admiral. You managed to inflict some pain. Despite his anger at Minos's taunts, Akiji remained composed. His gaze steady on his adversary. Observing Akiji's cautious demeanor, Minos's lips curled into a sly smile. Suddenly, he closed the distance between them and, his right hand enveloped in haki, struck Akiji with a powerful punch. In that moment, Minos felt as if he had hit flowing liquid. Nonetheless, bolstered by haki, Akiji was still injured. Blood trickled from Akiji's mouth. He had hastily activated his devil fruit power, becoming incorporeal, just as Minos vanished. Yet, even in his elemental form, Akiji felt the force of Minos's blow. Akiji realized he had gravely underestimated Minos. He indeed possessed mastery over haki. Minos, seeing the blood on Akiji's lips, laughed heartily. Akiji, you truly underestimated me. Do you think mere elemental transformation will suffice against my haki? Indeed, I have underestimated you, Akiji replied, wiping the blood from his mouth with a serious expression. Then you must be more careful with that. Minos charged at Akiji once more, his hands raised as white energy coiled around them. Minos declared, armament, shattering rock fist. Instantly, countless shadows of fists surged towards Akiji. Akiji, witnessing the onslaught, swiftly evaded while employing his own technique. Ice block, violent Akiji. Before long, an ice sculpture formed, seemingly animated, rushing forth to confront the multitude of black and white fist shadows. The collision between the ice sculpture and the punches produced thunderous roars. However, the situation soon shifted. Some of Minos's punches broke through, striking Akiji and sending him crashing against a nearby building. The structure crumbled, dust swirling in the air. Minos observed the scene calmly, certain that Akiji would not fall so easily. Indeed, a shard of ice hurtled towards Minos's head. He extended his right hand, grasping the ice shard and shattering it effortlessly. All right, Akiji, it's time to get serious. Otherwise, you may not return to the naval headquarters today. Minos stated sternly, eyeing Akiji, who was still obscured by dust. Akiji, hearing Minos's words, managed a bitter smile. He had just awakened and rushed to the battlefield. What strength could he possibly muster, moreover, having been struck by Minos multiple times? His body was growing weaker. Oh dear, I truly have been underestimated. Akiji emerged from the dust, a pensive expression on his face. Let's finish this quickly. I have no time to waste with you. I must head to the New World. Minos declared arrogantly. Then let us see how this move fares, Akiji proclaimed, soaring into the air, his right hand sweeping down as 4 ice spears shot towards Minos. Simultaneously, he intoned, ice block, 2-pronged spear, Minos. Observing the 4 ice spears in the sky, swung his fists, striking them directly. The sounds of impact echoed as the ice spears shattered under Minos's assault. With a provocative gaze, Minos looked up at Akiji, who appeared unfazed by the taunt. Akiji then clasped his hands to his chest, unleashing a barrage of ice balls at Minos. Ice balls, Akiji stated calmly. Seeing Akiji's ice ball attack, Minos raised his fists, enveloped in swirling white energy. Once again fortified by haki, the ice balls collided violently with the shadows of his fists, creating a cacophony of sound as they seemed to cancel each other out. A tremendous rumble resonated throughout Logtown's base. At that moment, Akiji descended from the sky, locking eyes with Minos, in the midst of Akiji's bewildered gaze. Minos suddenly spoke. Akiji, you are fortunate to witness this technique of mine. Ever since I acquired this power, I have longed to employ it, but my previous opponents were far too weak. You, however, have provided me with the opportunity. Prepare to savor it. Upon hearing Minos's words, Akiji's expression turned grave. He sensed the truth in Minos's declaration and steeled himself for the impending confrontation. Indeed, Minos had resolved to unleash the Dragon King's annihilation magic. His previous foes had not been worthy of its might, but today, he intended for Akiji to experience its full force. Soon, under Akiji's watchful gaze, Minos's body became enveloped in black energy. This overwhelming and sinister power caused beads of sweat to form on Akiji's brow. Akiji, do you see? I call this power annihilation magic. Minos gazed with excitement at the sweat-drenched Aokiji. At that moment, Akiji was utterly at a loss for words, his mind bombarded by an alarm of impending danger. As if death were imminent. Just as Minos was poised to unleash his dragon-slaying magic upon Akiji, the sky over Roguetown suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. This bizarre spectacle captured the attention of both Minos and Akiji, leaving them perplexed as to what was unfolding. Suddenly, a colossal creature emerged from the stormy heavens. Its head resembled that of a camel, its horns akin to those of a deer, its eyes reminiscent of a rabbit, its ears resembling those of an ox, its neck akin to a serpent, its belly reminiscent of a clam, its scales akin to those of a carp, its claws resembling those of an eagle, and its paws like those of a tiger. Kaido has arrived. Everyone step aside. Akiji exclaimed. A dragon. Minos responded, his face a mask of shock. To be honest, this was the first time Minos had ever encountered a dragon. Back on Blue Star, dragons were mythical beings, their whereabouts shrouded in mystery. The fact that Kaido had appeared here was astonishing. Akiji, equally bewildered, questioned, why would one of the 4 emperors of the New World come to this insignificant place? Rogue Town in the East Sea. Ah, so it is Kaido. Minos thought to himself, recalling that in the world of pirates, the 4 emperors included Kaido, who took on the form of a dragon. Ha. So you're here. It is quite a challenge to find you, Kaido remarked, observing the transformed Minos and Akiji below. As for how Kaido recognized Minos' altered appearance, it was because upon arriving in the East Sea, he had struggled to locate Minos. Just as Kaido was in distress over this, he suddenly spotted a flying news bird, which sparked an idea in his mind. He swiftly flew to the news bird and snatched a newspaper, nearly terrifying the creature to death. Fortunately, Kaido spared the news bird after taking the paper, leaving it trembling in fear. As Kaido perused the newspaper, he fortuitously came across an article featuring the drastically changed Minos. The more he read, the more pleased he became with this young killer. He was determined to recruit him into his beast pirates. Thus, by a twist of fate, Kaido found himself in Rogue Town, coincidentally encountering Minos and Akiji. Sometimes, destiny works in mysterious ways, leading one to unexpected encounters. Under the gazes of Minos and Akiji, Kaido began to transform. From his initial dragon form, he gradually shrank down into a towering figure of approximately 10 meters. This muscular giant sported a pair of horns atop his head, his bare muscles glistening, and a massive black cloak draped over his back, exuding an air of dominance. Kaido, Minos muttered to himself. Kaido approached Minos, looking down at the diminutive figure, and proposed, "How about you join my beast pirates?" Huh. Minos was taken aback. Kaido was actually inviting him to join the beast pirates. This could spell trouble. If Minos agreed, it would complicate matters significantly. Akiji, observing the scene, felt an impending sense of dread that if Minos were to accept, he would find himself outnumbered 2-1, and today would not end well for him. Noticing Minos' silence, Kaido repeated his invitation. "Hey kid, do you want to join my beast pirates?" This time, Minos fully grasped the situation that he never anticipated encountering Kaido in this small corner of the East Sea, let alone receiving an invitation to join the beast pirates. However, who was Minos? Joining the beast pirates was out of the question. If he lacked system assistance, he might consider it. But given the existence of the system, why would he join the beast pirates? Minos intended to carve a path through the pirate world using his slaughter system. Wouldn't that be far more appealing? Moreover, joining the beast pirates would obligate him to assist Kaido with various issues in the event of enemy incursions. Therefore, he firmly declined. With myriad thoughts racing through his mind, Minos calmly stated, "I refuse." Akiji was left dumbfounded. How could one pass up such a golden opportunity? He simply could not comprehend why Minos would reject joining the beast pirates. A chance to ascend to greatness so easily forfeited. Yet, a sense of relief washed over Akiji that if Minos joined the beast pirates, it would mean facing Kaido and Minos simultaneously, and he would surely be defeated. Kaido, displeased by the rejection, retorted, "Kid, do you even understand what you're turning down?" "Of course, but I still refuse," Minos replied bluntly. "Very well, then let us see if you have the qualifications to refuse," Kaido growled, his eyes flashing with a crimson light as he unleashed his Conqueror's haki. Black and red lightning erupted around him, sending immense pressure toward Minos. Observing Kaido's attempt to subdue him, Minos regarded the display with disdain. Conqueror's haki, as if it were something extraordinary. In response, Minos' own eyes glimmered with crimson light, and black-purple Conqueror's haki swirled around him, manifesting into arcs of dark lightning. The two forms of Conqueror's haki clashed violently in the air, neither yielding to the other. As their formidable haki collided, the marine base in Rogue Town was utterly obliterated, the ground and walls fracturing, while nearby veteran marines succumbed to the overwhelming force of Kaido and Minos' clash. The townsfolk of Rogue Town fared even worse, collapsing or perishing in the aftermath, a result of mental assault. Akiji, witnessing the confrontation between Kaido and Minos, found himself in a dire predicament. He was the closest to both, and the pressure from their haki bore down heavily upon him. "Not bad, kid," Kaido remarked, impressed that Minos could briefly withstand his conqueror's haki. Before Minos could respond, Kaido laughed heartily. How about this? Suddenly, Kaido intensified his haki, amplifying its strength. Minos saw his own haki faltering but remained unperturbed. Instead, he calmly declared, Dragon S might. A powerful aura of draconic authority enveloped Minos, surging toward Kaido. The haki that had been overwhelming Minos was instantly countered. After a fierce exchange, the two haki forces erupted with a deafening roar, sending a massive wave of pressure radiating throughout Rogue Town. Aokiji bore the brunt of the aftermath, suffering injuries from the explosive clash of haki. Indeed, he was injured. His already weakened body, having sustained damage in the fight against Minos, reached its limit, and now he was further afflicted by the residual force of Kaido and Minos' haki. Aokiji collapsed, utterly drained, blood spilling from his mouth. Soon, he lost consciousness once more. Why once more? Minos and Kaido locked eyes, oblivious to Aokiji's plight. After a long moment, Minos addressed the imposing Kaido. You didn't come to the East Sea solely to seek me out. Did you? Ha ha ha. Kaido boomed with laughter. Kid, don't flatter yourself. I'm merely passing through. I see. Then let us get started. Minos replied calmly. Kid, you'd better be ready, Kaido warned. With that, Kaido produced a kanabo from seemingly nowhere and swung it at Minos, exclaiming, Thunder Bagua. He swung the kanabo with great force, surrounding it with crackling black lightning. Minos, observing Kaido's classic Thunder Bagua, did not flinch but instead extended his right hand. Instantly, dark purple energy coalesced around his palm, dragon-slaying magic. Kaido's powerful strike was caught in Minos' single hand, though the immense force drove Minos into the ground, creating a deep crater as the smoke cleared. Kaido looked at Minos, who had effortlessly caught his Thunder Bagua, and praised, not bad, kid. You managed to catch my Thunder Bagua, Kaido. It's time to get serious, Minos declared, enveloped in black-purple energy, exuding an aura of dominance. What is this? Kaido questioned, sensing an unsettling thrill from the energy surrounding Minos. If you defeat me, I'll tell you, Minos replied, charging straight at Kaido. Ha ha. Kaido chuckled at the aggressive Minos. What an amusing little brat. Kaido charged toward Minos as well, and the two soon collided, eschewing defense, engaging in a raw exchange of blows. This was the essence of a true man's romance. Minos and Kaido battled fiercely for half a day, both men bleeding yet indifferent to their wounds. They exchanged blows, testing whose endurance would prevail. That you're quite impressive, Kaido gasped, gazing at Minos. Humph. Kaido, you are commendable as well. Truly worthy of being one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Minos replied, though fatigue lingered in his voice. I apologize for lowering the prestige of the king of the Black Dragons. What is your name, kid? Kaido inquired, his tone now serious. The young boy before him was undeniably powerful, deserving of Kaido's attention. Kaido, remember this. I am Minos, not a mere slaughterer, Minos declared loudly. This sudden outburst caught Kaido off guard. Ha ha ha. What an interesting little brat. Kaido laughed heartily. Very well, I shall remember you. Minos, humph, Minos scoffed at Kaido's words. I saw in the newspaper that you are also a dragon. Let me witness your prowess, Kaido said. Seriousness etched on his face. He yearned for a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Only then would his beast pirates truly live up to their name. However, Kaido had underestimated Minos, believing him to be unrefined. It became evident that even with all his strength, he could not overpower Minos. Kaido's emotions were tumultuous as he considered having Minos transform into a dragon to alleviate his regret. All right, Minos responded slowly, observing Kaido's grave demeanor. Haha, Minos, I acknowledge you. Kaido exclaimed joyfully upon Minos' agreement. Before we proceed, let me tell you about the origin of my mythical dragon. Minos interjected suddenly, though Kaido said nothing. The seriousness on his face indicated his earnestness. Ages ago, there existed a time when dragons and humans coexisted. Yet, some dragons despised humanity. In response, the dragons that allied with humans bestowed them with power to combat the evil dragons. This power was known as Dragon Slayer magic, and those who wielded it were called Dragon Slayers. Thus began the conflict between the evil dragons and the Dragon Slayers. What do you think, Kaido? Isn't this tale quite extraordinary? Minos asked, observing Kaido's contemplative expression. Haha, Minos, that doctor you mentioned is indeed formidable, having eradicated all dragons and becoming the king of the Black Dragons. Kaido laughed, looking at Minos. Indeed formidable, but I have yet to reach maturity. Otherwise, you would not be so fortunate today. Minos replied calmly. Minos, enough talk. Today, let me test the might of the king of the Black Dragons. If you win, I shall concede your identity as the king of the Black Dragons, Kaido stated with a serious expression. Dragon King Ritual. Brothers, feel free to visualize or watch videos. The scene during the transformation into the Black Dragon is truly majestic. Let the four Emperor Kaido witness the power of the king of the Black Dragons. With that, Minos began to channel Dragon Slayer magic, enveloped in a dark purple energy. As this formidable energy surrounded him, Minos's hands morphed into powerful black dragon claws, his legs transformed into robust dragon limbs. His body grew into a massive dragon form. Enormous black dragon wings sprouted from his sides, and a formidable spiked dragon tail emerged from his rear. Finally, his head transformed into a fearsome black dragon maw. With eyes glowing a deep crimsoned, as the king of the Black Dragons, Minos proclaimed, I am the Dragon King, an absolute existence. This earlier build-up serves solely to highlight the moment of the Dragon King ritual and the majesty of the Black Dragon King. Kaido gazed at the imposing evil dragon before him, exhilarated to finally encounter a dragon that could rival him. Haha, Minos, I wholeheartedly acknowledge you, Kaido declared, looking at the Black Dragon King Minos. I too shall transform, Kaido exclaimed. And under the watchful gaze of the Black Dragon King Minos, he transformed into a colossal blue dragon, with features resembling a camel's head, a deer's horns, rabbit-like eyes, cow-like ears, a serpent-like neck, a clam-like belly, scales akin to a carp, eagle-like claws, and tiger-like paws. The skies over Logue Town darkened with ominous clouds as the two titanic beings faced each other. Kaido, addressing the Black Dragon King Minos, boldly proclaimed, So, what do you think? Am I not your equal, Minos? This time, Kaido refrained from calling him kid, instead using Minos' name. You are indeed powerful, but before me, you shall surely falter. For I am the Dragon King, the absolute, Minos intoned gravely. Haha, Minos, let the battle commence, Kaido declared, charging towards Minos. Humph, I fear you not, Minos retorted, rushing at Kaido as well. The resounding thuds echoed, the sound of their dragon heads colliding reverberating through the air. The immense force of their clash created powerful shockwaves. Haha, Minos, you truly are formidable. Today, I, Kaido, am thoroughly entertained. I too am exhilarated. At last, I have someone to clash with, Minos replied, equally thrilled. Minos, feel the might of my attack. Kaido called out, retreating momentarily, his dragon maw aimed at Minos. The Black Dragon King Minos observed as Kaido gathered a powerful fire energy in his open maw, realizing it must be Kaido's signature move. The flame breath. Let us see whose power is greater, your flame breath or my roar, Minos declared, opening his massive maw to accumulate a powerful white energy. As Kaido noticed Minos gathering energy, his excitement escalated. Flame breath, Kaido intoned calmly. In an instant, a fiery beam surged from his mouth towards the Black Dragon King Minos. Roar of the Black Dragon, Minos shouted, unleashing a white energy beam that collided with Kaido's flame breath. The two powerful energies clashed fiercely in the air, neither yielding, until they ultimately exploded. Kaido's fiery energy and the Black Dragon King's white energy rained down upon Logue Town, causing widespread devastation. Buildings crumbled, and deep craters formed across the town. It could be said that Logue Town was unfortunate to suffer the consequences of the clash between Kaido and the Black Dragon King Minos. The townspeople, already unconscious, unwittingly became casualties of this fierce battle. Unbeknownst to anyone, a news bird was stealthily recording every moment of the confrontation. Indeed, Yamashita Emo was also on the scene. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The Black Dragon Minos is incredibly powerful, capable of holding his own against the four Emperor Kaido for such an extended period. Furthermore, he has fought against Aokiji for a considerable time as well. In fact, Yamashita Emo had been aware of Minos' arrival in Logue Town, capturing footage of his encounters with Smoker and the slaughter of Navy soldiers. Don't ask why he was in Logue Town. It's a matter of plot necessity. At this moment, Yamashita Emo was clicking his camera shutter, capturing every thrilling battle and action. Haha, the Black Dragon Minos is truly formidable. This intel will undoubtedly go viral, driving all strong contenders across the seas into a frenzy. The president of the Origins Company will surely reward me handsomely once I return to the New World. That vice president position will surely be mine. Just as Yamashita Emo indulged in his fantasies, a cascade of white energy suddenly rained down upon him. Nearly losing his wits, he quickly fled. Upon escaping, he glanced back to see the area where the white energy had fallen transformed into ruins. Silent contemplation ensued. Had he been a moment slower, he might have perished today. Haha, what a thrill, Kaido exclaimed. Witnessing the Black Dragon King Minos holding firm against him, Minos, feel the brunt of my attack. Kaido's expression was one of grave seriousness. He unleashed a torrent of flame from the maw of his dragon form. The inferno swiftly encasing his dragon body, transforming into a fiery armor that served both offensive and defensive purposes. The Black Dragon King, Minos, regarded the flame-clad Kaido with an enigmatic smile. Eye in the face of Kaido's incredulous gaze. Minos charged forward without a hint of defense. Kaido, baffled by this peculiar spectacle, was left in a state of confusion. As Minos approached with alarming speed, Kaido decided to act, releasing a burst of flames aimed directly at Minos. While solemnly declaring, Fire Dragon Torch, the roaring flames seemed destined to incinerate all in their path. Yet Minos remained unfazed, allowing the fire to engulf him. What transpired next left Kaido in utter shock. Minos opened his colossal jaws and consumed the flames whole. Kaido was perplexed. Was it truly possible to devour fire? After swallowing Kaido's flames, Minos felt a surge of dark magic swell within him. Ha! He laughed maniacally, confirming his suspicions. The Black Dragon King could adapt to any form of magic, rendering all magical attacks ineffective against him, and he could absorb magic to enhance his own dark powers. Thus, when Kaido unleashed his fiery assault, Minos seized the opportunity to test this theory. The result was a resounding success. He, Minos, could indeed absorb all fire-based attacks. Naturally, he could also absorb ice, thunder, and light. This made perfect sense. If one viewed natural forces as a form of magic, then it was entirely reasonable. What of you, Kaido? Your flames are indeed formidable, but do you possess a more potent attack? Minos taunted, his gaze challenging. Kaido, taken aback by Minos's audacity, felt a surge of disbelief. Do you actually think you can absorb again? He retorted skeptically, eager to test Minos's claim once more. Gathering another fierce blaze within his dragon maw, Kaido unleashed another fiery assault toward Minos. The Black Dragon King, seeing Kaido's disbelief, readied himself for another flame attack, a smile creeping across his face. After all, who would refuse free energy? This time, Minos did not charge forward but allowed the flames to scorch his dragon form. As he felt the fire consume him, he realized it posed no threat, eliciting a triumphant smile. This was indeed true. The attack was ineffective. Confirming this, Minos opened his jaws wide and bit down on the flames, devouring them entirely. Soon, the once raging fire was consumed, and Minos reveled in the newfound surge of dark magic coursing through him. With a glint of eagerness in his eyes, Minos gazed intently at Kaido, hoping for another round. In stark contrast to Minos's exhilaration, Kaido's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Previously, he had been the one rendering his opponent speechless, his resilience unmatched. Now, he found himself ensnared in a sense of helplessness. It was as if he were witnessing his own reflection, an equally formidable being. More critically, he realized, Minos was a cunning adversary. He could absorb physical damage. Wait, physical damage. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon Kaido, and he burst into laughter. Of course, it's merely physical damage. Perhaps I need not concern myself with that. Moreover, I believe I have a technique that inflicts true damage. Enlightened by his revelation, Kaido called out, Minos, dare you descend? I have yet another move to unveil. Minos, perplexed by Kaido's sudden shift, pondered the implications of this unveiled technique. It was likely the conqueror's hockey he had not yet employed. Inwardly, Minos scoffed, Ah, Kaido, so you seek to outmaneuver me. Yet he, too, had a technique he wished to test. Very well, Kaido. Let us descend and engage in battle. I, too, am eager to witness your ultimate move. The two dragons, in perfect synchrony, soared toward the ruins of Logue Town. Above the now desolate town, a colossal shadow loomed, leaving the onlooker, Moya, in a state of bewilderment. As he scrutinized the spectacle, he was nearly struck with terror. What business do Kaido and the Black Dragon Minos have here in Logue Town? He murmured incredulously. The sudden thundering roar echoed as Kaido and Minos descended with a regal aura upon the town. Moya, feeling the weight of the moment, instinctively sought to diminish his presence, lest he draw the attention of these two formidable figures. Ha. Look, Minos, Logue Town has fallen to ruin because of us, Kaido exclaimed, reveling in the destruction. Minos, however, replied coolly, it is but a mere island. Its destruction means little. If the Navy possesses the courage, let them come seek me. Kaido, struck by Minos's fearless words, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He saw a reflection of his younger self. After a moment of contemplation, Kaido stated, Minos, I genuinely admire your spirit. Will you not consider joining my beast pirates? Minos, touched by Kaido's earnest invitation, felt a flicker of joy. Am I truly so formidable? he mused, realizing Kaido had invited him twice. Yet, Minos had no desire to align with any faction. A life of freedom was what he sought. Once one formed attachments, caution would inevitably follow. Besides, his future ambitions were exceedingly audacious. He envisioned a world where both pirates and the navy, as well as the world government and revolutionary army, would be his foes. To ascend to godhood, he would stop at nothing, even if it meant facing all of the pirate world united against him. As long as he could achieve divinity, everything else would be but a fleeting memory. In that moment of clarity, Minos spoke slowly. Kaido, I must decline. Upon hearing Minos's rejection, Kaido's expression fell into disappointment. Might I inquire why you refuse? He pressed, unwilling to concede. This was Kaido's nature. He sought to recruit talented individuals into his beast pirates, and Minos was undoubtedly a treasure of potential. Minos shook his head, his demeanor serious. Kaido, the path I wish to tread is one you cannot comprehend. As his words hung in the air, a palpable silence enveloped the scene. Ha ha. Minos, you little rascal, you truly have a knack for defiance. No one has ever rejected me twice. Kaido laughed heartily, before Minos could respond. Kaido's expression turned grave. Minos, let us exchange one final blow. If you can withstand it, we shall cease our hostilities, and when you arrive in the new world, we shall clash once more. Very well, Kaido. Unleash your attack. Minos replied, his face solemn yet resolute. Kaido, determined to honor this exchange, understood that Minos would not mock him. Giving it his all was a mark of respect. Minos, you best pay close attention, Kaido proclaimed, and from within his grasp, he summoned a spiked club. He swung the weapon with great force, summoning arcs of crimson and ebony lightning to dance around it. Ha ha. Minos, behold, this is the Conqueror's Haki, a technique that can only be mastered through rigorous training. At this moment, Kaido felt compelled to share the intricacies of this technique with Minos, and indeed, he was a true master. One strike could unleash blossoms of destruction, while two strikes could invoke the Conqueror's aura. Minos gazed heavily at Kaido as he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, a foreboding sense of danger coursing through him. His instincts warned him that this move was perilous and should not be met head-on. Tongzi, are you there? Minos urgently called out in his heart. Ding. My dear host, what troubles you? You appear quite anxious, the system teased, observing Minos's distress. Damn it, Tongzi, you're still laughing at me at a time like this. Your host is on the brink of serious injury, so hurry up and help. Minos replied. Exasperation etched on his face. Ding, fear not, dear host. Just charge in and give it your all. Who knows, you might even unleash your own Conqueror's Haki. The system jested once more. Curse you, useless system. This is hardly the time for jokes, Minos retorted, feeling utterly confounded. The system had an uncanny knack for provoking him, especially in moments of life and death. Ding, I can't help it, dear host. The system's tone was annoyingly cheeky, fueling Minos's frustration, yet he found himself powerless to change it. He could only conclude that this insufferable system was simply born to be a nuisance. By the way, Tongzi, how many slaughter points do I have now? Minos inquired in a more composed tone. Can't you check for yourself? The system shot back, a hint of irritation in its voice that Minos's mood soured. He cursed under his breath, realizing he should not have bothered asking the system. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he mentally opened the system panel to review his status. Host, minus age, 19 skills, intermediate armament Haki, intermediate observation Haki, intermediate conqueror's Haki, flowing rock-shattering fist, standard version, navigator skills, helmsman skills, physical condition, peak of the 4 emperor's items, 1 supreme great blade slaughter points, 22,000 realm, high admiral, black dragon form, peak of the 4 emperors, evaluation, you are now exceedingly powerful. As long as you do not encounter a foe at the peak of the king level, you shall not perish. Tongzi, why do I suddenly have so many slaughter points? Minos asked, first filled with joy, then puzzled. In his memory, his slaughter points had always been stagnant and difficult to accumulate. So how had he acquired such a vast amount this time? Ding. Is that too much? It's hardly anything, the system responded. Slightly annoyed. 3 times more. That's quite a lot, Minos replied, bewildered. Ding. Before renting the yacht, you had only 5,980 points, and after renting it, you had 4,980 points left. Then what about Rogtown? Minos asked, his curiosity piqued. How had he suddenly gained so many? Ding. When you battled Smoker and others in Rogtown, after meticulous calculations, you approximately earned 8,000 slaughter points. Wow, did I really gain that much? Minos exclaimed, astonished. Ding. Of course, this system cannot be mistaken. the system proclaimed with pride. Hearing the system's boastful tone, Minos felt incredulous. It was hard to believe this was the same system that had previously mocked him. So, Tongzi, how did I acquire the rest of the slaughter points? Minos inquired, still puzzled. Ding. You seem to have forgotten your fierce battle with Kaido. You mean? Minos's excitement surged. Ding. Indeed. Just as you surmised, it dawned on him that his clash with Kaido had resulted in the deaths of the townsfolk in Rog Town, and the system had indirectly attributed those points to him. Tongzi, is that really fair? Minos asked, his tone inquisitive yet laced with hidden delight. Ding. If this system says there's no issue, then there is none. Minos listened to the system's confident assertion, feeling exasperated. This insufferable system was once again boasting, yet he felt compelled to praise it, which left him feeling quite bemused. Well, Tongzi, you truly are remarkable, Minos complimented. Ding. Humble, humble, now that I have so many slaughter points. Please show me what skills I can purchase, Minos exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Ding. Let me take a look. All right, Tongzi, please be swift. Your host is in danger, Minos urged, his tone earnest. Ding. All right, Minos chuckled inwardly. It was clear that this insufferable system relished such flattery. Damn it, to think that the illustrious Minos would have to curry favor with this system is utterly ridiculous. Ding. Host. The system shop has been updated. You may enter directly. Minos felt a surge of joy as he noted the system's notification. Today, he intended to indulge himself and acquire several skills. Merely possessing the flowing rock-shattering fist was rather unsatisfactory. Ding. Standard fist. Low tier 4,000 slaughter points. Ding. Continuous standard fist. Low tier 10,000 slaughter points. Ding. Pegasus meteor fist. Low tier 4,000 slaughter points. Ding. Full mastery of the marine 6 styles. 20,000 slaughter points. Ding. Wolf Fang frenzy fist. 4,000 slaughter points. Ding. Solar fist. 2,000 slaughter points. Ding. Swordmaster inheritance. You will instantly become a sword master. You deserve this for 000 slaughter points. Ding. Great sword master inheritance. Requires adaptation 20,000 slaughter points. Ding. Slaughter points? Tongzi, this is far too much, Minos exclaimed, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Ding. Quite normal. Minos surveyed the skills available in the system shop, yearning for them all. Whether it was the standard fist or the continuous standard fist, each was a formidable skill, allowing a great demon to conquer the world through sheer fist prowess. Moreover, he particularly desired the full mastery of the marine 6 styles. The Swordmaster inheritance also caught his fancy, leaving Minos in a state of indecision. Tongzi, I want them all. What should I do? Minos lamented. Ding. Host, don't compel me to scold you during such a joyous moment. Just kidding, the system quipped. Minos truly craved these skills, yet found himself lacking the necessary slaughter points. Tongzi, please assist me in purchasing the standard fist and continuous standard fist. Ultimately, Minos resolved to acquire the standard fist and continuous standard fist first, leaving the rest for later. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully purchasing the standard fist and continuous standard fist. As the system's notification concluded, Minos felt as though he had instantaneously mastered both skills. Not a hint of awkwardness. As if he had practiced diligently for ages. In awe, Minos could only exclaim, truly, this is the might of the system. Ding. Host still possesses 8,000 slaughter points. You wish to make further purchases? Upon hearing that he had 8,000 slaughter points remaining, Minos fell into contemplation. Indeed, he wished to buy the great Swordmaster skill, yet his points were insufficient. If he opted for the Swordmaster inheritance, it would be an unwise trade-off. Sighing deeply, Minos resigned himself. Tongzi, I won't make any purchases this time, but please hold on to the skills in the system shop for me. Ding. Certainly, host, I shall be at your service next time. Indeed, as long as there were slaughter points, the system would treat him with respect. Minos exited the system and glanced at Kaido, who was still gathering his haki. A faint smile crept upon his lips. Today, he would let Kaido experience the might of the standard fist. Minos extended his right hand, gradually releasing energy, while simultaneously, the black and purple dragon slayer magic enveloped his fist. This moment of him preparing to unleash his ultimate move did not go unnoticed by Kaido. Kaido, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Haha, Minos, are you ready? Bring it on, Kaido, Minos shouted back. Haha, Thunder Bagua, Kaido intoned gravely. Black and red lightning crackled across his kanabo, hurtling straight towards Minos. Realizing that Kaido had activated his Conqueror's haki, Minos knew he had sufficiently charged his own power. Dragon Slayer magic, standard fist, Minos spoke in a deep voice. Immediately before him, a colossal fist of dark purple hue materialized, hurtling towards Kaido. The spiked club, enveloped in Conqueror's haki, collided with Minos' Dragon Slayer magic. To an observer, it would appear that the Wolf Fang club and the enormous fist of Minos did not clash directly. Rather, they engaged in a fierce confrontation from a distance. Black-red and dark purple lightning clashed violently in midair. The already precarious town of Rog faced yet another catastrophic disaster. The ruins remained as mere remnants, and the few structures that had stood firm were now obliterated by the tumultuous energies. The roads were riddled with craters, a chaotic landscape marking the path through rock. Amidst the debris, a figure was gradually stirring to consciousness. The once unconscious Aokiji began to awaken, driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival. Sensing that remaining in slumber might lead to his demise, upon opening his eyes to the devastation of Rog, Aokiji found himself bewildered. How could it have come to this? However, as his gaze fell upon the distant battlefield where Kaido and Minos were locked in combat, the memories flooded back that yes, he had been rendered unconscious by the sheer force of their Conqueror's haki. Realizing the truth, Aokiji fell into a contemplative silence, acknowledging himself as perhaps the only admiral to have succumbed to such overwhelming power. Aokiji, I apologize for bringing shame upon the rank of admiral. With no time to mourn, he turned his attention to the battlefield, now engulfed in black-red and dark purple chaos, and resolved to leave at once. He was in no condition to face Kaido or Minos. Should they spot him, his fate would be sealed. Without a moment's hesitation, Aokiji made his way towards the port of Rog. As he traversed the ruins, he sought any signs of survivors. Unfortunately, he discovered that not a single soul remained alive. With each step, his heart grew heavier, for it seemed that the entire population of Rog had fallen to Kaido and Minos. Just then, a coughing sound interrupted his thoughts. Before him lay an unconscious figure, seemingly trapped in a nightmarish slumber, shaking and gasping for breath. Aokiji's despondency was momentarily lifted. Indeed, it was Smoker. He rushed to Smoker's side, urgently calling out, "Smoker, Smoker, wake up." At that moment, Smoker was ensnared in a horrific dream, tormented by Minos, who forced him to witness the suffering of his subordinates. In the throes of despair, Smoker felt as though he could not escape this nightmare. "Smoker, Smoker, please awaken." In his desperation, he seemed to hear a voice calling out to him, yet he found it difficult to believe anyone could be there, for his crew had perished, all at the hands of the Minos in his dream, who had compelled him to bear witness to their demise. Yet, the voice grew clearer, louder. In his dream, Smoker slowly began to recognize the voice. Was it Aokiji's? Hadn't Aokiji already met his end? Confusion clouded his mind as he struggled to distinguish reality from the dreamscape. Contemplating that perhaps succumbing to this fate would not be so bad after all, Aokiji, concerned by Smoker's continued silence, felt the urgency of the situation. If Smoker did not awaken soon, he might never rise again. Suddenly, a shrill scream drew Aokiji's attention. Upon investigation, he discovered another survivor nearby, a girl. His heart soared with joy as he approached her. Daisuke, please wake up." Daisuke, who had also been trapped in a nightmare, stirred at Aokiji's urging and quickly awoke. Cough, Aokiji Admiral," she murmured, still disoriented. "Thank goodness, Daisuke, you're awake," Aokiji exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. Hearing Aokiji's words, Daisuke recalled the grim events. "Wah, Aokiji Admiral, it's terrible. The soldiers of Rog are all dead, killed by Minos. Even Captain Smoker has perished." "Daisuke, please don't cry," Aokiji responded, his expression filled with guilt. "I am already aware." Just as Aokiji pondered how to comfort her, Smoker's cough echoed once again. "I asked that Captain Smoker's voice," Daisuke exclaimed, her tears drying up in surprise. "Yes, let us check on him," Aokiji replied gently. As they reached Smoker, they found him still trembling. "What has happened to Captain Smoker?" Daisuke asked, concern etched on her face. "Perhaps he is caught in a nightmare." Aokiji mused, his tone uncertain yet caring. "Smoker, please awaken," Daisuke implored, her voice filled with urgency. Within the torment of his dreams, Smoker once more heard that familiar voice. Yet, it was becoming increasingly elusive. Suddenly, Daisuke's voice rang out again. "Smoker, wake up!" It sounded remarkably like Daisuke's voice. Hadn't she perished? Through the persistent calls of Daisuke and Aokiji, Smoker finally awakened, though he appeared aged and silent. Daisuke and Aokiji, caught in their initial excitement, failed to notice his altered demeanor as they hurriedly led him away from the ruins of Rog. Upon reaching the port and boarding a ship, A tremendous roar erupted around them. The clash between Kaido's Conqueror's Haki and Minos' Dragon Slayer magic culminated in a cataclysmic explosion. A powerful shockwave radiated throughout Rog, tearing the ground asunder. The island of Rog crumbled, forming a deep brown trench. The tumultuous waves surged across the sea, toppling countless vessels that had remained anchored. The previously ominous clouds above parted, revealing two distinct skies, torn apart by the sheer force of Kaido and Minos' assault. The yacht sustained significant damage, and the intelligent caretaker activated its defenses. However, the destructive power was overwhelming, rendering the defenses futile. The caretaker requested to retrieve the yacht. Ding, system acknowledged. Ding, yacht retrieval complete. Akiji and his companions faced dire peril as their vessel nearly capsized. It was only thanks to Akiji's limited ice powers that they managed to stabilize the surrounding waters. Once the chaos subsided, the trio dared to catch their breath. Suddenly, Daisuke exclaimed, "Smoker! Akiji Admiral, look at the sky." Her voice was filled with terror. Both Smoker and Akiji turned their attention skyward. They beheld a sky that had been violently torn asunder, sharply divided. After a moment of silence, Smoker clenched his fists, incredulity evident in his expression. "This power is overwhelming. Indeed, the might of Kaido and Minos is far too great. They have shattered the heavens," Akiji marveled. "Rog must be utterly destroyed by now," Daisuke lamented. "The townsfolk of Rog are surely all gone." Akiji's expression turned vacant as he contemplated the horrifying battlefield wrought by Kaido and Minos. The ferocity of their conflict was unimaginable, with Conqueror's Haki and various roars of power cascading through the air, culminating in yet another devastating attack. It was a miracle that Rog still existed at all. "You two should accompany me back to headquarters," Akiji declared with a serious demeanor. "The East Blue is perilously dangerous. Encountering Kaido or Minos would guarantee our demise." Thus, the trio Smoker, Daisuke, and Akiji returned to the Navy headquarters, their spirits heavy with sorrow. "Haha, Minos, you've taken my blow today, but I shall not continue the fight. We shall meet again in the New World for our grand battle," Kaido exclaimed with exuberance. "Very well, Kaido, but next time, luck may not be on your side," Minos replied with seriousness, leaving Kaido momentarily stunned, feeling belittled. "Ha, Minos, I await your return. Just don't fall to the hands of the Navy." Kaido laughed heartily as he transformed into an azure dragon and soared into the sky. Departing from Rock, "Farewell, Minos, until we meet again in the New World," Kaido proclaimed loudly into the sky as he prepared to depart. He did not forget to bid farewell to Minos once more. It can only be said that Kaido is indeed a complex individual. He treats his subordinates rather well. "Are you certain about that? I was merely delivering a newspaper and got struck down with a blow." Meeting Minos aligns perfectly with his character, undoubtedly because of Minos's formidable strength, which prompted Kaido to extend several invitations. Minos gazed at Kaido, who was still saying goodbye to him from the sky. He felt a twinge of complexity within his heart. Had he not possessed the system, he would have readily accepted Kaido's invitation. However, given his current circumstances, joining a faction would be a fruitless endeavor. Furthermore, he was destined to ascend to godhood. All Minos required was power. After a prolonged moment, Minos suppressed his emotions and once again assumed a cold demeanor. The cloak billowing behind him seemed to echo his solitude. Unbeknownst to Minos, a bird had been capturing every moment. Upon arriving at the port of Rogue Town, Minos was lost in thought as he surveyed the chaotic array of ships around him. Where was his yacht? Such a splendid vessel. Had it been destroyed in the fierce battle between himself and Kaido? "Ding. Are you in search of your yacht, host?" System, do you know where my yacht has gone?" Minos inquired with a hint of excitement. "Ding, the shockwaves generated during your battle with Kaido were exceedingly powerful, nearly capsizing your yacht. Subsequently, the intelligent butler activated the defense system. However, the waves were too formidable, and the intelligent butler had to request the retrieval of the yacht. So it was you who collected it." "Excellent, excellent," Minos replied with delight. "Now, system, I wish to have my yacht back. Will there be a cost in terms of kill value?" "Ding, there will be none." Upon hearing that the system would not impose any further charges, Minos's spirits lifted considerably. "System, summon my luxurious yacht." At this moment, Minos exuded an air of grandeur. "Ding, understood." With a resounding boom, the massive yacht materialized from thin air, standing proudly upon the ocean. The powerful surge from the yacht sent waves crashing against Minos's face, rendering him quite disheveled. "System, could you be a bit more careful? The waves are hitting my face," Minos remarked, exasperated. "Ding. I am merely celebrating your recent victorious battle. Host. Well, thank you, Minos replied. Feeling somewhat flustered, Minos leaped back onto the yacht. And at that moment, the gentle voice of the intelligent butler chimed in. Welcome home, Master. The Shadow AI intelligent butler is online. As soon as Minos stepped onto the yacht, he was greeted by the soothing voice of Shadow AI, which nearly caused him to lose his composure. Here he was, Minos the Great, a cold and powerful man, finding himself utterly disarmed by the gentle tones of the intelligent butler. After a considerable pause, Minos strove to suppress his errant thoughts and finally spoke. Shadow AI, please prepare a bottle of 1982 beer and an assortment of appetizers I wish to celebrate properly. Certainly, my master. Please hold on for a moment while the intelligent butler prepares your order. Came the reply. I truly am a strange one. With a deep breath, Minos exhaled, relieved that the intelligent butler had finally departed. Such a fierce man could hardly endure the sweetness of that voice. By the way, System, Smoker and Tashiji, they haven't met their demise, have they? Minos expressed concern. Do you dare to think that Minos the Great would worry about 2 Navy officers? Ding. Please rest assured, Host. Smoker and Tashiji were rescued by Akiji. Minos mused, somewhat puzzled. After a while, he realized, I can't believe I forgot about Akiji. Minos felt somewhat foolish. He had been so engrossed in his battle with Kaido that he had completely overlooked Akiji's presence. Oh well, perhaps he is not fated to perish just yet, Minos sighed. Once he reaches the pinnacle of power, it will indeed be Akiji's turn to face death. That it would be quite the loss for the Navy to lose a vice admiral. Their relentless pursuit truly vexed him. Master, your beer and appetizers are ready for your enjoyment, the intelligent butler announced. That moment, Minos's earlier bravado about dispatching Akiji evaporated. All right, I'm coming, he said, heading to the dining area, indulging in the appetizers and beer with unrestrained joy. Moreover, a gentle female voice was at his service. Haha, rest assured, this will be an isolated incident. I shan't write in this manner again. Allow me to confide that if I were to write about Chao Zai, it would certainly be thrilling. Of course, this pirate tale is one of invincibility, devoid of a female lead, focused solely on decisive slaughter, taking on red-haired Shanks, Carp, and Luffy. I can hardly wait. Before long. Minos, having feasted and imbibed, reclined in his chair with an air of nonchalance. Intelligent butler, please search for the duration required to travel from the East Sea to the Grand Line. Certainly, master, the intelligent butler responded gently. And so, Minos lay back in his chair, gazing out at the sea while awaiting the intelligent butler's reply. In no time, the good news arrived from the intelligent butler. Master, it will take 5 days to reach the Grand Line from Rogue Town. Very well, then navigate directly to the Grand Line, Minos responded calmly. Understood, my master. Soon, 3 days had passed. At this juncture, Minos found himself in an uncharted sea, having shed his black suit and justice cloak. He donned a yellow short-sleeved shirt and blue shorts, sporting sunglasses as he lounged comfortably on the yacht's deck, sipping a cola with a sense of leisure. Minos remained blissfully unaware of what transpired during those 3 days. His days were spent either sleeping or basking in the sun. Occasionally, a few pirates attempted to rob him, but after being soundly defeated and executed, he collected kill value from them. In the New World. At the headquarters of the news agency, Morgans perused the intel transmitted by the subordinate below, utterly astonished. Incredible, simply incredible, Morgans murmured to himself. What could have shocked Morgans so profoundly? It turned out that after Minos departed from Rogue Town, the subordinate had immediately flown to the branch office to relay information to the headquarters. However, due to a peculiar situation, Morgans received the news only now. Morgans examined the various pieces of information captured by the subordinate, his astonishment growing. From the moment Minos returned to Rogue Town to massacre the Navy, and during his fierce duel with Akiji, the subordinate had meticulously documented everything. Most astonishingly, the sight of Kaido appearing and Minos transforming into a black dragon while Kaido assumed the form of a blue dragon, engaging in an intense battle without yielding, was captured vividly. The climactic clash of black-red and black-purple lightning, which seemed to tear the sky asunder, was a scene that would be forever etched in memory. After a long pause, Morgans exclaimed, Haha, Minos, you are truly my lucky star. Thankfully, I stationed the subordinate in the East Sea. Otherwise, such astonishing news would have gone unnoticed. Morgans laughed heartily. This edition of the newspaper will surely be sensational. And the seas will become even more vibrant and chaotic with your arrival. His tone brimmed with joy and excitement. Minos had indeed grown under his very nose. Ahem. After a prolonged fit of laughter, Morgans cleared his throat, realizing he had perhaps become overly exhilarated. Now, it is time to attend to business. I must come up with an enticing title for this remarkable newspaper. What about Shock? Rogue Town nearly destroyed. Shock. The name of the slayer is Minos. Shock. Minos massacres the Navy. What is his intent? Shock. Navy Admiral fails to defeat Minos. Shock. The Four Emperors Kaido appears in the East Sea. What is his purpose? Shock. The Battle of the Twin Dragons ends in a stalemate. Shock. The sky has been cleaved. Is this a distortion of humanity or a collapse of morality? Shock. Is the era of the Five Emperors approaching? Laughing exuberantly as he gazed upon the titles he had personally crafted, as well as the arranged images, Morgans reveled in his genius. He, Morgans, was a mastermind, having conceived such captivating headlines. Truly, he was the king of news. Tomorrow, let the employees work overtime to copy the newspapers. The entire ocean must be made aware of the fierce battle between Minos and Kaido. At Marineford, within the office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku's expression was one of deep concern. It was evident that events transpiring in the conference room were quite troubling. Alas, Akiji, it seems your aspirations to become Fleet Admiral will be even more arduous from now on, Sengoku remarked with a complex expression. Reflecting on Akiji, Sengoku could not help but recall the scene in the conference room. Let us rewind to just before the meeting commenced. The communications officer, as before, summoned the high-ranking Navy officials for the meeting. There was nothing amiss, save for the absence of Akiji. However, what transpired in the conference room was anything but pleasant. As Sengoku surveyed the assembled naval commanders, he found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, it was Kizaru who broke the oppressive silence. Fleet Admiral, what has transpired? I was still on break. Kizaru inquired with his characteristic nonchalance. Indeed, a grave matter has arisen, Sengoku replied, casting a serious glance at Kizu. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the attendees exchanged puzzled glances. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, perhaps you should directly disclose what has transpired, Akainu suggested in a low voice. This only intensified the already heavy atmosphere in the conference room. The naval admirals were apprehensive of yet another factional conflict, which would inevitably lead to a difficult decision. Sengoku discreetly glanced at Akainu. He was indeed the most challenging to handle today. After taking a deep breath, Sengoku began. Recently, there have been reports concerning the disappearance of 16 Colonel Mice. Subsequently, I assigned Akiji to investigate the matter. At this juncture, Sengoku paused, contemplating how to articulate the gravity of the situation. He scanned the room. Noting the intense gazes fixed upon him, a cold sweat broke out as he feared that remaining silent could lead to severe reproach from his subordinates. Clearing his throat, he finally continued. Akiji's investigation revealed the reason behind Colonel Mice's disappearance, which also led to a disgraceful incident for our Navy. Evidence of corruption and the oppression of civilians among our ranks. The gravity of Sengoku's revelation caused the assembled commanders to frown in concern, each speculating on the implications of his words. And what are the reason for Colonel Mice's disappearance? Akainu pressed. Colonel Mice was slain by a notorious killer, who also annihilated the dragon pirates in Koko Village, Sengoku clarified. His statement left the commanders bewildered. They struggled to comprehend the connection between the killer and the dragon pirates. Noticing their confusion, Sengoku endeavored to explain further. Thus, you see, this is the situation. Do you understand? He said with evident frustration. While Colonel Mice and the dragon pirates are indeed deserving of retribution, it is our Navy's responsibility to address these matters. What does the killer's action signify? Is it not a provocation towards us? Akainu retorted angrily. The other commanders, initially eager to speak, fell silent, not wishing to provoke Akainu. Yet, there was one exception. How terrifying. Kizaru remarked with a pout. Very well. It seems we cannot escape the antics of that unpredictable Kizaru, Sengoku sighed. Akainu, you are being overly emotional. Akainu dismissed Sengoku's comment with a scoff, recognizing the tension in the room. Sengoku resolved to divulge even more alarming information. Moreover, there is an even more pressing matter at hand, he declared gravely. What is it? Just tell us, Sengoku. I have donuts waiting for me. Carp interjected, unable to contain his impatience. Sengoku shot a fierce glance at his old comrade before continuing. That is to say, the islands of the 16th Division have vanished. Sengoku's announcement left everyone in the room utterly astonished. They had not seen the newspapers. Only Sengoku had the islands of the 16th Division have disappeared. Hey, Sengoku, are you jesting? Carp quipped. Silence, Carp. I speak the truth, Sengoku shouted in frustration. The naval commanders paid little heed to the playful banter between Sengoku and Carp. They were focused on the gravity of Sengoku's claim that he was not joking. A profound silence enveloped the room, with the commanders seething with rage. Who could have obliterated the islands of the 16th Division? Who dared to challenge our Navy headquarters in such a manner? Akainu bellowed. At this moment, Sengoku remained silent, sharing in the anger that permeated the atmosphere. The tension in the conference room was palpable, akin to a powder keg awaiting ignition. Noticing the lack of response, Akainu pressed on. Where is Akiji? Did he not go to the East Blue to quell the pirates? How could such an incident occur? Akiji was injured and is currently in a state of unconsciousness. Sengoku lamented. What? His revelation left the commanders in shock, questioning their own ears. What exactly transpired? Sengoku. How could Akiji be injured and unconscious? Karp stood up to inquire. Following the destruction of the 16th Division Islands, Akiji set out to investigate the cause of their disappearance. However, he encountered a massive tsunami and waterspouts in the region. In an effort to prevent further destruction to the surrounding islands, he took it upon himself to confront these forces. Leading to his current predicament, Sengoku explained, producing a newspaper. You may verify for yourselves. Eagerly, Karp snatched the newspaper and began to examine it, revealing images of the 16th Division waters now transformed into a winter wonderland. After reading, Karp fell silent, and the newspaper was passed around until all had seen it. For an extended period, a heavy silence enveloped the conference room, intensifying the seriousness of the atmosphere. Now, do we know who was responsible for the destruction of the 16th Division Islands? Akainu asked solemnly. The most probable suspect is that notorious killer, Sengoku responded, visibly distressed. Once again, it is that killer, Akainu seethed. The other naval personnel, hearing the killer's name once more, furrowed their brows in displeasure. It seemed that since the emergence of this killer, their navy had been plagued by misfortune. Just days prior, they had been mocked by pirates from the New World, and now the islands of the 16th Division were destroyed. This was yet another blow to their pride. A sense of frustration permeated the hearts of the majority of naval commanders. After a significant pause, Akainu declared, We must activate the Demon Slayer order, find that killer and utilize the order without hesitation. No, the Demon Slayer order is far too severe. It cannot be deployed lightly. Sengoku firmly rejected. Akainu, infuriated by Sengoku's response, retorted, This is unacceptable. What, then, is permissible? Before Sengoku could respond, Akainu continued, You initially sent me to the East Blue. Yet Akiji opposed the decision. Now that such a grave incident has occurred, Akiji bears considerable responsibility. Akainu's words caused the room to fall silent, as everyone understood he was seeking to blame Akiji. Hearing Akainu's intent, Sengoku quickly interjected, Akainu, do not be so heated. Akiji is still unconscious. Humph. Akainu dismissed Sengoku's plea with a scoff, rising from his seat and departing the conference room. The abrupt exit of Akainu left the assembled naval commanders exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. What had begun as a routine meeting had been unraveled by Akainu's departure. Ahem, Sengoku sighed in resignation. Let us conclude this meeting. Returning to the present, Sengoku lamented, Alas, Akiji, what are we to do now? Just then, the dreaded voice of the communications officer echoed from outside the door once more. Come in, Sengoku spoke, dread creeping into his voice at the prospect of yet another grave matter. The communications officer entered and announced, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Smoker has returned with Admiral Akiji. What? You say Akiji has returned? Sengoku exclaimed with delight. Yes, came the reply. The Grand Admiral of the Warring States. It seems that Admiral Akiji has sustained severe injuries and is currently in the treatment room. Sengoku pondered to himself. What could be the situation with Akiji? Thus, Smoker and the two of them returned to the Navy headquarters. The following day, Minos rose from his slumber at the gentle calling of the intelligent butler. Groggily, Minos stood aboard the yacht, gazing out at the vast ocean ahead. The journey, which began with intrigue, shifted to monotony, and ultimately culminated in a threat of despair. Such experiences are not easily conveyed to outsiders. It appears Minos has spotted a newsbird soaring through the sky. Instantly intrigued, he realized it was time for some gossip. With this thought, Minos leaped in front of the newsbird, eyeing it curiously. The newsbird nearly suffered a heart attack, clearly recognizing the individual before it. Furthermore, President Morgans had instructed that anyone encountering Minos must treat him with utmost respect, providing newspapers free of charge. The newsbird promptly handed Minos a newspaper, which puzzled him. Was it truly free? Upon returning to the yacht, Minos watched the departing newsbird and silently mused. The pirate world still harbors some good birds. In truth, you have already been regarded as the greatest intelligence. Minos opened the newspaper in his hands, and in that instant, he was torn between joy and sorrow, for the paper detailed his fierce battle against Kaido in Log Town. Most crucially, it was illustrated with undeniable evidence. Several headlines particularly captured Minos's attention. Shocking. The duel of twin dragons ends in a draw. Astounding. The sky is cleaved. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? Incredible. Is the era of the five emperors upon us? After reading, Minos couldn't help but exclaim, "Who penned these headlines? They are truly talented." What fascinated Minos the most was the mention of the arrival of the era of the five emperors. While it seemed like a form of flattery that could lead to his downfall, it also had its advantages. Fame was indeed on his horizon. When people saw him, would they not address him as Lord Minos? The five emperor? Ha ha. Minos laughed heartily. He, King Minos, had finally gained notoriety. With tremendous enthusiasm, he instructed the intelligent butler, "Accelerate our course towards the Grand Line." "Yes, master, accelerating now." The gentle voice of the intelligent butler replied. Not only was Minos captivated by the headlines, but other pirates were equally astonished. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the familiar Marco was once again purchasing newspapers. However, after reading, Marco was left speechless. Struck by shock, his unusual reaction quickly drew the attention of other captains, who began to speculate about what could possibly be troubling Captain Marco. Amidst their whispers, Whitebeard took notice, curiosity piqued. How could the usually composed Marco be so flustered? "Kua, Marco, have you discovered something?" Whitebeard inquired. "Indeed, Captain Marco, what has transpired to leave you in such a state?" With the calls of his fellow captains and Whitebeard, Marco gradually emerged from his stupor, though the look of astonishment on his face remained evident. "Thank you, Father, and everyone for your concern. I am fine," Marco replied with a bittersweet expression. "Captain Marco, your face looks dreadful. How can you possibly be fine?" "Yes, Captain Marco, what could have happened to cause such a pallor?" Faced with the concern of his comrades, Marco felt a swell of gratitude, yet he found it difficult to muster a smile. "Kahahaha, Marco, why not share with everyone what has occurred? Otherwise, we shall all be quite worried about you." Whitebeard, sensing the gravity of the situation, had relinquished his jovial demeanor, suspecting that something significant must have transpired. Taking a deep breath, Marco finally spoke. "Indeed, a major incident has occurred. Kaido and the so-called Slayer, who should not even be referred to as Minos, engaged in a fierce battle in the East Blue." Upon Marco's revelation, an eerie silence enveloped the Moby Dick. "What? It was just Kaido? Surely, that little brat Minos must have been soundly defeated. I told you. That little Minos was far too arrogant. He was bound to receive a lesson," Marco observed as the crew disparaged Minos, leaving him feeling helpless. The Whitebeard pirates, under the protection of their father, had grown somewhat complacent. However, Marco chose to remain silent. They were, after all, family. "You are mistaken. Minos was not defeated by Kaido. In fact, the battle ended in a draw." As the crew's conversation escalated, Marco had no choice but to speak firmly. At his words, the pirates aboard the Moby Dick were momentarily rendered speechless, their faces a portrait of shock. Whitebeard's expression turned serious as he pondered the implications. Impossible. Minos managed to fight to a standstill with that monster Kaido. Shockwaves reverberated through the ranks of Whitebeard's captains and crew, their minds struggling to comprehend that a novice like Minos could stand toe-to-toe with Kaido. Although the Whitebeard pirates held no fear of Kaido, it was only due to Whitebeard's presence that they felt emboldened. Now, learning that a newcomer had not only survived but matched Kaido, they felt their own experiences on the sea called into question. A heavy gloom settled over the crew, casting a shadow over their spirits. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Whitebeard finally spoke. "Kuha, what are you all fretting about? I am Whitebeard. Should that little Minos dare venture into the New World, I shall teach him what it means to be the strongest man." Following Whitebeard's powerful declaration, the crew began to emerge from their despondence. "Indeed, our father is Whitebeard. What is that little Minos to us? With father here, we shall fear nothing. Be it Kaido or Minos, father will vanquish them all." Marco watched with delight as the Whitebeard pirates regained their confidence. As long as their father was present, they would stand as the mightiest of the four emperors. Yet, Marco's gaze lingered on the newspaper's proclamation of the arrival of the five-emperor era, leaving him in a dazed eye. In the New World, Wano country, on Onigashima, Kaido of the Beast sat drinking and laughing heartily. "Jean, let me tell you, that little Minos is quite impressive. He's to my taste, and remarkably strong. That it's a pity he won't join the Beast's pirates." So, Admiral Kaido, you traveled to East Blue's log town merely to engage Minos in battle, and gain nothing, correct? Jean remarked, a hint of exasperation evident as he glanced at the newspaper in his hands. Haha, how did you know? Kaido laughed heartily. Jean remained silent, silently handing the newspaper to Kaido. Upon examining the paper, Kaido burst into laughter. Haha, that little Minos has truly gained notoriety this time. Admiral Kaido, do you not think the proclamation of the Five Emperor era is a bit exaggerated? Jean asked soberly. After a moment of reflection, Kaido replied, Jean, initially I thought that little Minos was too juvenile, but after our confrontation, I realized he possesses remarkable strength. Even when I unleashed my ultimate technique, he was able to withstand it. Kaido's admiration was palpable. So, it seems the newspaper's account is indeed accurate. Jean regained his composure. It is indeed true. Jean, the paper's accounts are entirely factual. It is no surprise that Minos is referred to as one of the five emperors. It's just that he lacks his own power base, Kaido stated gravely. Admiral Kaido, should Minos arrive in the New World, how should we respond? Jean inquired. Haha, of course, we shall let that little Minos run amok. Our headquarters is in Wano. He cannot affect us. Kaido laughed heartily. Jean was left speechless by Kaido's nonchalant attitude. In the New World, aboard the Red Force, Shanks and Beckman stood at the bow, gazing out at the sea in silence. After a lengthy pause, Shanks finally spoke. It seems we have underestimated that little Minos. Beckman remained as composed as ever. Indeed, that little rascal Minos is truly remarkable. Shanks stated with gravity. I never anticipated that after just a few days, Minos could hold his own against Kaido. Beckman marveled as he gazed at the newspaper in his hands. Shanks took the paper from Beckman, observing the scene of Kaido and Minos engaged in an epic clash, culminating in a terrifying image of the sky being cleaved apart. Shanks understood in his heart that Minos had ascended to the level of an emperor. Beckman watched Shanks in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Shanks spoke solemnly. It seems I must meet him when he arrives in the New World. Have you made up your mind? Beckman, shedding his calm demeanor, responded earnestly. Shanks did not reply to Beckman, but instead, memories of a straw-hatted boy from the East Blue surfaced in his mind. After a long pause, he declared with utmost seriousness, I must see him. New World, Cake Island. Kukuri perused the newspaper in silence, seemingly impervious to any external disturbance. Yet, the tightly clenched paper in his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Is this true? That little rascal Minos actually managed to contend with that monster Kaido? Broly exclaimed in disbelief. Shock and incredulity adorned Broly's face. For just days prior, he had looked down upon Minos. However, now Minos had catapulted himself into the ranks of the pseudo-emperors, a stark contrast that proved difficult to accept. Could this be a deliberate ploy by Morgans to attract attention, fabricating false information? Smoker analyzed coolly. It's quite possible. Broly still hesitated to accept it, yet the dissonance of reality left him unwilling to believe. What do you think, Katakuri? Broly asked anxiously. Katakuri remained silent, his gaze fixated on the newspaper's depiction of the sky's shattered spectacle. That moment, he had come to accept that it was a marvel achievable only through conqueror's haki. Noticing Katakuri's silence, Broly bore no anger. After all, he was the elder brother. By the way, do you think we should inform Mom about this? Smoker inquired apprehensively. Perhaps it's best to refrain. Broly glanced nervously at the slumbering Big Mom. Very well, we shall leave it at that. When Mother awakens, I will personally relay the news to her, Katakuri stated solemnly. Then do exercise caution. Holy Land Mary Guwaz. In the grand conference room of the world government, the five elders sat in silence upon their seats of power. It is truly astonishing that Minos has grown to the level of an emperor, the bearded elder remarked in disbelief. Indeed, he has reached the pinnacle so soon after debuting. The elder with a scar on his cane lamented. Humph, in my opinion, we should compel Minos to submit to our world government post-haste. The bald elder with a sword huffed. Oh, you think that little rascal would agree? The elder with a long beard questioned uncertainly. I doubt it. We can offer him a few incentives, and he will likely comply with our world government, the bearded elder stated. Very well, it is decided then. Let the CP organization handle this matter, the elder with short yellow hair proclaimed. By the way, weren't we supposed to send a CP to locate that little rascal Minos? Why have we yet to hear any news? The long-bearded elder expressed his confusion. I don't know. We still haven't received any updates, the short yellow-haired elder sighed. Never mind, we shall discuss the CP matter later. For now, let us dispatch another CP team. In an unknown island, A CP agent sneezed hard, lost in thought. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Dragon stared at the newspaper in shock, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow, a testament to his reputation as the Cold Sweat King. This piqued the curiosity of Sabo, who inquired, "Mr. Dragon, what has transpired? You appear quite astonished." "Indeed, a significant event has unfolded that could alter the course of the seas." Dragon's tone was far from calm. Minos's rapid rise was utterly unforeseen. Sabo, puzzled, asked, "What could be so momentous?" Dragon, sensing Sabo's bewilderment, handed him the newspaper. Sabo took the paper, only to have his expression shift dramatically as he processed the content, disbelief etched on his face. "This cannot be true. That guy is actually able to battle Kaido to a standstill." Sabo's voice brimmed with incredulity. "I, too, find it hard to believe, yet the image of the fractured sky on this paper compels belief." Dragon replied solemnly. "Mr. Dragon, is there an issue?" Sabo questioned, struggling to grasp Dragon's words. "It is time you understood," Dragon began gravely. In the New World, there exists a rumor that Conqueror's Haki appears in 1 out of 100,000 individuals. Possessing Conqueror's Haki signifies one has the potential for kingship. All 4 emperors of the New World possess this ability. Having Conqueror's Haki does not guarantee one becomes an emperor, but currently, all 4 emperors do possess it. The most critical point is that Conqueror's Haki not only causes initial dizziness, but can also deliver tangible damage. Ultimately, Conqueror's Haki can be wielded like armament Haki, enveloping one's hands for combat or enhancing weaponry. Termed Conqueror's Coating. The distinction lies in that armament Haki inflicts damage from the outside in, whereas Conqueror's Haki inflicts substantial damage from the inside out. The New World's emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, are already tough-skinned and muscle-bound. Thus, armament Haki yields minimal effect. However, an attack utilizing Conqueror's Haki would prove effective, allowing for internal damage to Kaido and Big Mom. "Sabo, do you now comprehend?" Dragon's face bore a grave expression. Sabo's emotions were complex. He had believed his talents formidable, but after hearing Dragon's words, he realized the existence of the powerful technique known as Conqueror's Coating. "Mr. Dragon, I understand now. I will strive to train harder." Sabo replied earnestly. "Sabo, I have faith in your potential," Dragon said with a smile. On Karigana Island, Mihawk sat in his palace, gazing at the newspaper in his hands, a look of regret crossing his face. "If only you were a swordsman," he lamented. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo sat silently in his chair, staring at the newspaper in his grasp. He could hardly fathom that the newly emerged Minos could contend with Kaido without faltering. In Alabasta, Crocodile glanced at the newspaper before tossing it aside. At that moment, he was solely focused on finding the Dark King, indifferent to all else. Once he located the Dark King, he would become an invincible force. On Amazon Lily, the Empress regarded the newspaper with a serious expression. "A new individual of Emperor caliber has emerged. Yet, regardless of any misdeeds, I shall always be forgiven, for my beauty is simply unparalleled." On Fishman Island, Jinbei gazed at the newspaper with a bitter expression. "It seems I cannot avenge Arlongi in the horrifying triangle." Moria laughed heartily as he perused the newspaper. "Kaido, you have met your match. If only I could possess Minos's shadow, I would surely seek vengeance against Kaido." Moria's voice brimmed with anger towards Kaido and a yearning for Minos's shadow. In East Blue, Windmill Village, 2 young boys stood atop a hill, excitedly shouting at the newspaper in their hands. "Ace, did you see? This person named Minos is incredibly handsome." The boy speaking was none other than the Straw Hat. Monkey D. Luffy. "Foolish Luffy, is that all you care about?" The boy with a few freckles chastised. At that moment, the one scolding Luffy was Ace. "But he truly is striking. I want to be just as dashing when I set sail," Luffy exclaimed naively. "Then I shall become a man as powerful as he," Ace exclaimed. "By the way, I distinctly recall that Ace set sail in the year 1517. Yet, why do the materials I consulted present conflicting information, with mentions of both 1517 and 1519? Nevertheless, let us establish the departure as March 1517. Marine Headquarters. Within the Marshal's office, Sengoku's expression grew increasingly grim. He had visited Smoker and Akiji yesterday, but upon their return to the Navy, they went straight to the infirmary, remaining in a state of unconsciousness, one suffering from psychological trauma, another exhausted from consecutive battles, and drifting at sea for so long. As per Des Bonet's words, this compelled him to abandon any further inquiries into what had transpired and why they had suddenly returned to headquarters. However, just moments ago, that wretched messenger presented him with yet another newspaper. Fine. As he unfolded the paper, he found himself at a loss for words. feeling as though he was becoming desensitized to it all. Damn it, desensitized to what? It turns out that the perpetrator of the massacre was named Minos. Furthermore, that little rascal Minos had been rampaging in Logue Town. The most alarming detail was that Akiji had been utterly outmatched by Minos. But the most crucial point was the sudden arrival of Kaido in Logue Town, leading to a fierce battle between Minos and Kaido. Damn it, SA result. Minos astonishingly managed to hold his own against Kaido. Sengoku pondered how Kaido could be so ineffective, failing to eliminate that troublemaker Minos. Moreover, just look at what the newspaper is currently reporting. It is either about Minos or Kaido, with the sole connection to the Navy being the destruction of Logue Town and Akiji's defeat by Minos. Each time he reflected on these matters, Sengoku's indignation intensified that he longed to personally confront Minos to alleviate the burning fury in his heart. After a considerable time, Sengoku's anger had subsided by more than half. But then the most vexing scene approached. Another meeting of the Marine headquarters was about to commence. Not to mention Kizaru's dissatisfaction, he himself was reluctant to convene. How many days had it been? They had already held 2 meetings, and with today's, it would be 3. Haha. I don't know why I suddenly felt like laughing as I write this. Damn it. With these thoughts, Sengoku's mood soured further. Sigh. Sengoku sighed. Yet this meeting was inevitable. He adeptly instructed the messenger to notify the high-ranking officers of the Navy to eye in the conference room. Sengoku surveyed the room, noticing that everyone's expressions were unsatisfied. He too felt helpless. What on earth had transpired within the Marine headquarters, leading to so many meetings? Kizaru pouted, his face marred with displeasure. Kizaru's remark caused the other officers to turn their attention to Sengoku, as his words echoed their sentiments. Well, check it for yourselves. Sengoku directly handed the newspaper to Garp, allowing them to review it in succession. Garp took the newspaper, his gaze sweeping across it, quickly uncovering a shocking revelation. Soon, Garp finished reading, leaving the others, who had yet to peruse the paper, with a sense of foreboding. What calamity had occurred now? As each officer read in turn, their faces were filled with astonishment. All right, I admit I am hastening the pace. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy once more. For a long time, no one spoke. The troubles caused by Minos were not easily resolved. Sengoku scanned the room, observing the silence, and thus felt compelled to break the stillness. Now, everyone has seen it, haven't they? Minos, this scourge, is linked to every misfortune befalling our Navy. That Sengoku's serious voice resonated within the room, laced with dissatisfaction and animosity towards Minos. Before anyone could respond, Sengoku continued. Now, Logue Town has also been destroyed by him and Kaido. This is utterly unforgivable. We must impose severe sanctions. Following Sengoku's declaration, the room fell silent. Vice Admiral Tsuru, seeing no one else speak, helplessly inquired. But even Akiji and Kaido could not defeat Minos. How should we proceed? Tsuru's words voiced the concerns of certain naval officers. If even Kaido and Akiji cannot overcome Minos, would they be seeking their own demise? I suggest we employ the Demon Slayer order. Sakazuki snorted disdainfully. Sengoku did not immediately dismiss this notion, but instead contemplated the feasibility and consequences of the Demon Slayer order. Ordinary measures may be ineffective against Minos, Tsuru stated solemnly. However, expending excessive effort to confront Minos would be even more perilous. Indeed, the pirates in the New World currently eye us with predatory intent. With Tsuru leading the discussion, other vice admirals began to express their thoughts fervently. However, Sakazuki's proclamation abruptly extinguished the already invigorated atmosphere. Should we allow that little rascal Minos to remain so brazen? Furthermore, wouldn't that be a source of amusement for those detestable pirates? Sakazuki fervently exclaimed. Well, Sakazuki truly lived up to his title of the King of Awkwardness, as a perfectly good meeting was once again derailed by him. What a terrifying scene. How dreadful. Kizaru, resuming his characteristic demeanor, spoke up. Cough, cough. With Kizaru's antics, Sengoku cleared his throat, preparing to speak. Why not have a general lead a team? Accompanied by several elite vice admirals from headquarters, to pursue Minos, Sengoku proposed calmly. Upon the conclusion of Sengoku's suggestion, the atmosphere in the Navy grew even more serious. Kizaru, the jester, now adopted a serious air. Fearing that Sengoku might assign him to pursue Minos. It was not that he feared Minos, but rather that Kizaru despised the hassle. The days adrift at sea would be unbearable. Does anyone have recommendations or preferences? Sengoku inquired, scanning the room. Once again, the conference room fell silent, with no one volunteering. Sengoku directed his gaze towards Sakazuki. The implication unmistakable. Were you not the most vocal? Then you should take action. Upon meeting Sengoku's gaze, Sakazuki promptly declined. I must guard the new world. I have no time to pursue Minos. Sengoku, witnessing Sakazuki's refusal, could not help but display disappointment. Yet, Sakazuki had a point. The new world needed him to maintain order. Sakazuki, the inherently evil pirate, taste my great fire breath. Sengoku ultimately turned his attention to Kizuru, who now wore a serious expression, entirely devoid of his previous whimsical demeanor. Kizuru, feeling Sengoku's unwavering gaze upon him, realized there was no escaping this. However, he still sought to resist. Marshal Sengoku, I have my own matters to attend to. Kizaru replied ruefully. Kizaru's meaning was clear. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that he genuinely had prior engagements. What could possibly be of such importance? Sengoku retorted bluntly, It's true. Vegapunk has requested my protection, Kizaru stated with a serious expression. Really? I happen to have Vegapunk's number. Why not give him a call to confirm? Sengoku remarked, looking at the serious Kizaru with a teasing glint. That won't be necessary, Kizaru replied sheepishly. Sengoku felt a wave of disdain. With such trivial thoughts, you think you can deceive me? Then it's settled. Kizaru will lead the team of generals. Now, we just need a vice admiral, Sengoku stated flatly. Following Sengoku's words, Kizaru's anxiety dissipated, and he slumped into his chair, feeling as though his future had dimmed. The other vice admirals exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. If one were to claim they lacked justice, they could proudly proclaim their righteousness. However, if tasked with risking their lives, they would need to think carefully. Pursuing Minos was a perilous endeavor, and a stroke of bad luck could lead to their demise. There's still no one willing. Sengoku surveyed the room flatly. In that case, I shall call upon someone. Sengoku smiled slyly. At that moment, Sengoku's smile appeared to the other officers as if a demon had opened its maw to devour them. An invisible pressure descended upon the vice admirals, leaving only Garp and Tsuru free from concern. Then it's Chapu and Ghost Spider. At this point, Chapu should be on the verge of vice admiral strength. Shouldn't that be reasonable? The announcement of the vice admiral candidates by Sengoku was met with a rather subdued atmosphere. Following this declaration, the other vice admirals collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, and it was not entirely unjustified given the peculiarities of Minos. The expressionless figure of the Ghost Spider radiated an unwavering resolve, truly embodying one of the representatives of the eagle emblem. Meanwhile, the T-Pig's lips twitched in silent contemplation, harboring serious doubts about Sengoku's intentions in selecting him. Indeed, T-Pig's suspicions were not unfounded. Among the three newly appointed individuals, each represented distinct factions within the Navy headquarters. The Yellow Ape, with his ambiguous sense of justice, belonged to the neutral camp, while the Ghost Spider, favoring a justice that risked wrongful death, was firmly aligned with the Eagle faction. T-Pig, on the other hand, represented the sycophantic faction. If Sengoku had summoned a representative from each faction, it would leave no room for objection, would it? Clearing his throat, Sengoku declared, Now, there is one final matter to address. The attendees were left pondering what this could entail. Sengoku spoke gravely. It concerns the bounty on Minos. This audacious young man had not only slaughtered countless Navy personnel, but had also decimated branch islands, displaying a flagrant disregard for law and order, rendering him irredeemable. We should raise the bounty to incite pirates or bounty hunters to pursue him. Sengoku's voice brimmed with animosity and indignation towards Minos. But what should the amount be? Inquired Admiral Tsuru with a serious demeanor. Her words implied that a lesser sum would be inadequate, leaving no pirates or hunters willing to take the risk. While an excessive sum might invite ridicule from pirates for being overly fearful of Minos. Indeed, what amount would be appropriate? I believe setting it at 1 billion berries would suffice. Might that be excessive? Excessive? Not in the slightest. Just look at it. Minos can hold his own against Kaido. Do you still think 1 billion berries is too much? Oh, upon reflection, it seems 1 billion berries might even be too little. Indeed, it does seem a bit low. As Sengoku observed the discussions unfolding, his earlier ire began to dissipate. If a meeting were to be held without any opinions being voiced, could it still be called a meeting? Why not set it at 2 billion berries? What do you all think? Admiral Akenu's sudden interjection plunged the meeting room into silence once more. Well, as expected, you are indeed the greatest troublemaker, Sengoku thought to himself, casting a glance at the now taciturn assembly, then at the unperturbed Akenu, who vexed him deeply. Are there no further opinions? Sengoku asked, visibly exasperated. Perhaps we should establish it at 2.4 billion berries, Saru suggested flatly. What rationale do you have for this proposal? Sengoku inquired. Is anticipation palpable? Primarily, is strength warrants such a price? Furthermore, is indiscriminate slaughter of civilians is unforgivable. We must escalate the bounty. Otherwise, pirates may presume we are inactive. Suru's analysis resonated with the assembled commanders, who found it quite reasonable. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku affirmed, then it is settled. Thus, the Navy's meeting concluded promptly. Standing aboard the warship, the yellow ape gazed out at the vast ocean. His inner turmoil difficult to articulate. The ghost spider and T-Pig exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words that in more ordinary circumstances at headquarters, they might have engaged in playful banter. Yet now they shared a bond of mutual sympathy. Sigh, they both involuntarily lamented. The trio, together with hundreds of naval officers, embarked towards the Grand Line with great fanfare. The following day, Minos awoke to the gentle wake-up service rendered by his intelligent assistant. After preparing himself, he boarded the yacht, contemplating the inverted mountain before him. Is this even scalable? A yacht climbing a mountain. Can you believe it? He mused at TKO. Are you there? Minos called out. Ding. Does the host have any requests? I'm primarily curious if our yacht can ascend this peak. His tone bore skepticism regarding the vessel's capabilities. Ding. Do not fear. Just charge ahead. If the Mary can make it, our luxury yacht is certainly up to the task. All right then. Let us give it a shot. It would also be a chance to witness this so-called pirate's grave, Minos declared with fervor. Ding. Precisely. Just go for it. Shall I? Full speed ahead? Minos exclaimed excitedly. Understood, master. The intelligent assistant is preparing for full power. Came the soothing voice of the assistant, though Minos was wholly focused on the mountain ahead. After surpassing this peak, he would reach Twin Cape, where surprises awaited him. His kill count was poised to rise once more. A sense of elation coursed through Minos. Soon, he felt the yacht ascending the mountain. He was genuinely impressed that the yacht could navigate upstream. Standing on the vessel, he gazed at the raging waters and the rocky traps lurking beneath. Reflecting, no wonder the Grand Line is known as the pirate's grave. The yacht has already collided with rocks several times, yet thankfully, it is remarkably sturdy. Had it been made of wood, it would have surely sustained damage and leaked. Time flew, and Minos successfully arrived at Twin Cape without encountering any danger. Nor did he run into Laboon or Crocus. He felt a twinge of disappointment. Had he met them, he could have discussed the ordinary punch technique with Crocus. Crocus, who are you, kid? Minos, take this. Ordinary punch. Minos set aside his disappointment and calmly instructed, intelligent assistant, search for Whiskey Peak. Understood, master. The intelligent assistant is conducting a search. After several days without hearing the system's notification of acquiring kill points, Minos felt a surge of excitement. A substantial influx of kill points was imminent. Master, the intelligent assistant announced. I have located it. Intelligent assistant, navigate directly to Whiskey Peak. Minos urged eagerly. Understood, master. Engaging full throttle, time passed swiftly. And Whiskey Peak soon came into view, resembling a giant cactus. However, Minos, well aware of its true nature, knew it was not a cactus but rather a grave marker for pirates. Minos leaped from the yacht onto the island and proceeded towards the nearby town. Upon his arrival, several villagers emerged to warmly welcome him. However, their enthusiasm was abruptly interrupted by one of their trembling companions. Puzzled, the welcoming villager questioned the sudden change in atmosphere. Yet, the other villagers trembled in fear. Casting terrified glances at Minos, unable to utter a word, the initially enthusiastic villager was baffled. What could have caused such fear? Minos, observing the scene with a smile, noted that the quivering villagers were likely hunters who had recognized his identity. The overly exuberant villager, rather oblivious, continued to introduce Minos to their village. Meanwhile, Minos nodded amiably, though his gaze often strayed to the other quaking hunters. At that moment, Minos's smile appeared terrifying in their eyes, rendering them breathless, as if they were in hell. An amusing scene unfolded, with the overly enthusiastic hunter leading Minos toward the town center, followed by the trembling individuals trailing behind at a sluggish pace. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that the fifth Emperor Minos? One hunter whispered in fear. You are not mistaken. That is indeed Black Dragon Minos. Another villager confirmed, equally apprehensive. What do we do now? Are we going to be killed by the fifth Emperor Minos? Another hunter quaked. Damn it. It's all that fool's fault for being blind and bringing Minos to the town center. Doesn't he realize he's courting death? Another hunter cursed vehemently. Panic and dread were palpable among the group. Perhaps we should not return. Let us hide at the mountain peak. That way, -1T find us, proposed one hunter. Good idea. Let us not return. Let us go hide. The group of hunters did not return. Instead, they stealthily ascended the mountain to hide. Minos, however, paid little attention to their furtive actions. He noticed the departure of several individuals but chose not to intervene. The villagers, still warmly extolling the hospitality of their cactus island to Minos, remained oblivious to the quiet exit of their companions. Soon, Minos arrived at the heart of the town, where numerous people emerged to greet him, but a sense of delight filled Minos's heart. This was truly splendid. Yet, there were unseen eyes watching this bizarre scene unfold. Can you believe it? Minos actually came to this rundown island. One bounty hunter trembled uncertainly that I saw him. That guy is indeed Minos, quivered the leader among them. What should we do? We cannot afford to offend him, or we are as good as dead. Another bounty hunter exclaimed in fear. Ignore him. Inform the townsfolk to let Minos indulge freely on the island. Do not accept his money, and avoid provoking him, the leader commanded. Understood, I will relay your instructions, the bounty hunter replied before slipping away into the shadows. At this moment, Minos was being escorted around the island. And truthfully, he found it quite peculiar that he, the mighty King Minos, was wandering about with these villagers. It was rather hard to fathom. However, the thought of accumulating a wealth of slaughter points soon uplifted his spirits. The villagers appeared amiable now, but he knew their true nature would reveal itself come nightfall. Thus, it seemed reasonable for him, King Minos, to cleanse the pirate world of such scum. After a lengthy tour, the villagers brought Minos to an inn. Upon entering, he sensed the multitude of gazes directed at him. A smile crept upon his lips. Could it be that they were finally ready to make a move? He chuckled inwardly, thinking he would not hold back. Yet, after waiting a considerable time, no one approached him with ill intentions. Instead, an array of food and drink appeared before him. This left Minos feeling somewhat disheartened. But as he scrutinized the villagers, he noticed their faces were pale and filled with dread. When his gaze fell upon them, they trembled even more. A realization dawned upon him. These people clearly recognized his identity, which is why they dared not cause him trouble. You've put me in quite the predicament. Minos sighed inwardly. With this behavior, how am I to strike? He acknowledged his role as the villain, but only under certain conditions. Yet, these so-called hunters were not only refraining from antagonizing him, but were also treating him to lavish hospitality. Although it was their fear that restrained them, was this not a form of formidable deterrence? Minos observed this curious spectacle, finding it increasingly difficult to navigate. While slaying them would indeed yield slaughter points, he questioned the necessity of such actions in his current state. Very well, I shall let it go this time. This will be my final act of mercy, he mused. Minos was free. He could do as he pleased. If he did not wish to act, then he simply would not. After coming to this conclusion, he casually consumed a few morsels before rising and departing, wary of losing control and delivering a regular punch to those hunters. It seems Minos is leaving? One bounty hunter speculated uncertainly. They survived just like that? Didn't T Minos revel in slaughter? Another exclaimed, relief flooding their features. You have no idea. When he stood up, it felt as though my heart had stopped. Another bounty hunter confessed, terror etched on their face. It is for the best that he has departed. We must be vigilant and refrain from provoking anyone recklessly. Another cautioned. As Minos strolled along the illuminated streets of the town, he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a roar. Yet, he reassured himself that it was time to depart, considering this his final act of goodwill towards the inhabitants of the pirate world. Before long, he reached the yacht, effortlessly leaping aboard. Simultaneously, the gentle voice of the intelligent butler resonated. Welcome, master. Intelligent butler, please ascertain how long it will take to reach Alabasta from here. Minos replied nonchalantly. Certainly, master. Searching now, came the response. Minos gazed at the darkening sky, enveloped in silence. Master, the search is complete. It will take 10 days to reach Alabasta. The intelligent butler informed him softly. Is that so? Then let us hasten our journey. Minos replied with a cold demeanor. Understood, master. Accelerating to maximum speed. Please prepare for the increase, the intelligent butler announced. Minos remained silent, continuing to observe the sky as it grew darker. Ding! What troubles you, host? Why the hesitation? This does not align with the expectations we have for you. The system chimed in jest. Minos, taken aback, responded, It's nothing. Merely a bit of complexity in my heart. Ding! Is it that you still feel remorse for sparing those bounty hunters? The silence from Minos was telling. He was reluctant to admit the truth in the system's observation. Ding! If this is the source of your discontent, then your heart is not as strong as it should be. Minos remained quiet, listening to the system's incessant notifications, since you've spared them. There is no need to dwell on it. Simply act according to your own heart, the system advised. Ding, you have always been free. Nothing binds you, indeed. Why should I be troubled? Minos pondered. If I truly wish to eliminate them, I could simply return and unleash a roar of the black dragon that he had already forgiven them in his heart. Thus he should not linger on it. After a while, Minos declared, Humph, you foolish system. I, Minos, am not that weak. Having come to a resolution, he retorted, Ding, host, this system fears you might not actively seek slaughter points. How could that be? I, Minos, am determined to ascend to divinity. I cannot halt here, he proclaimed into the night sky. Ding, then, host, could you not slay more pirates or marines to acquire those points? Dear system, that requires an encounter, Minos replied with resignation. Ding, Alabasta would be an excellent opportunity, Old Sand. That's a splendid idea. A wicked smile spread across Minos' face. Intelligent butler, once we arrive at Alabasta, summon me, Minos commanded assertively. Understood, master, came the gentle reply. Time passed swiftly, and 10 days elapsed. During this period, the seas stirred with commotion. The Navy had issued a bounty of 2 billion berries on Minos, sending shockwaves through the New World pirates. Opinions varied on whether the bounty was too low or excessively high, yet none disputed Minos' formidable strength. The Navy's report detailed Minos' misdeeds, bestowing upon him the grand title of Black Dragon. Minos, Morgans, upon receiving intelligence from the Navy, hastily produced a new newspaper to disseminate via the newsbirds across the vast ocean. The headlines remained irresistibly captivating. Shocking. Black Dragon Minos is only worth 2.4 billion berries. Shocking. The Yonko Minos is truly deserving. Shocking. The Navy remains indifferent as Minos annihilates multiple islands. Under Morgans' chaotic influence, the Navy became the target of derision from countless New World pirates. How inept is the Navy? They are being bullied so severely and do not retaliate. Sengoku seethed upon seeing Morgans' newspaper. This Morgans is outright tarnishing our Navy's reputation. The dignity of the Navy headquarters suffered yet another severe blow. And the pirates of the New World grew increasingly restless. Akainu, consumed by rage, stormed into the New World, slaughtering several pirate crews worth over 100 million and killing thousands of pirates to quell the unrest. Evil pirates, taste my fiery breath, Akainu proclaimed. Admiral Sakazuki, a paragon of ironclad justice, once again instilled terror in the hearts of pirates across the New World. Had it not been for the call from the Gorosei to Sengoku, urging Sakazuki to immediately cease his slaughter, he would have plunged deeper into the New World, continuing his massacre of pirates. The Gorosei were left astounded by Sakazuki's capacity for chaos. They would never allow the delicate balance of the New World to be disrupted. Thus, the insurrection was quelled under the ruthless suppression of Sakazuki. Although his notoriety grew, the number of pirates harboring animosity towards him surged. Whispers circulated among the Yonko crews about plans to confront Sakazuki. Yet, as days passed without any action from the Yonko, the pirates of the New World were left feeling profoundly disillusioned. Meanwhile, the instigator Minos was blissfully asleep aboard his yacht. Master, we shall soon arrive at Alabasta. Please awaken, a familiar gentle voice called out, stirring Minos from his slumber. After tidying himself, he emerged onto the deck of the yacht. Gazing at the vast ocean before him, Minos felt a twinge of confusion. Haven't we reached Alabasta yet? Why are we still at sea? Sensing his bewilderment, the intelligent steward responded soothingly, Master, we will arrive in just a few minutes. Please be patient. So that was it. Minos had thought the steward had erred. He felt a rush of excitement. Today should yield substantial slaughter points, should it not? This time, he intended to cleanse the increasingly formidable rebel forces and Old Sands organization, rather than allowing the Straw Hat crew to gain experience from these foes later. It would be far more gratifying to eliminate them now. Moments later, Minos caught sight of the desert city from the yacht. Is this Alabasta? He exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, master, the steward confirmed. This is Alabasta. Then let us disembark. Minos urged, suppressing his elation. Soon, Minos arrived at the port of the city, surrounded by fields of rapeseed. He leapt from the yacht, stirring up a cloud of dust. His dramatic entrance naturally drew the attention of onlookers, who were not only unafraid but also curious. Unbeknownst to Minos, during this time, Old Sand had risen to heroic status in Alabasta, greatly adored by its citizens, oblivious to the gazes of those around him. Minos strode purposefully towards the city. However, he soon noticed something peculiar. Why was this city so prosperous? And why did the air carry a damp fragrance? In reality, the citizens of Alabasta praised Old Sand for his heroism during this year. Coinciding with the onset of rainfall after a prolonged drought in the original narrative, Minos was taken aback. He even began to question the authenticity of the One Piece he had watched back on Blue Star. This scene of flourishing life seemed utterly inconsistent with the presence of rebel forces. Moreover, seeking trouble with Old Sand now would only label him an invader in the eyes of Alabasta's citizens. Damn it, Minos cursed, his plans shattered by this unexpected turn of events. He had arrived 3 years too early. He should have come 3 years later. Wandering through the town, Minos observed the thriving atmosphere. Feeling at a loss for words, the praises of the citizens for Old Sand echoed in his ears, further deepening his frustration. How could these foolish citizens comprehend Old Sand's schemes? They would soon regret their blind admiration. Thus, Minos's plans lay in ruins, leaving him to meander aimlessly through the city. What he did not realize was that the moment he set foot in Alabasta, his presence had already been detected. Indeed, they were Old Sand's subordinates. Upon spotting Minos, a spy felt his heart stop, engulfed by a profound dread that rendered him immobile. In his mind, he screamed, "How could the Black Dragon Minos be here?" Paralyzed by fear, the spy remained unnoticed by Minos, who continued into the city. After a lengthy period, the spy finally emerged from his terror-induced stupor. Recalling the scene, he fell to his knees, gasping for breath. The Black Dragon Minos was far too fearsome. He had to report this to the boss. With the speed of a galloping horse, the news quickly reached Old Sand's ears. Initially, Old Sand was oblivious, thinking, "Isn't that just the Black Dragon Minos? Have I not heard enough about him lately?" But just as he dismissed the thought, his companion, Robin, spoke up. "It seems the Black Dragon Minos has arrived in Alabasta." "What?" Old Sand exclaimed incredulously. "Minos is in Alabasta?" Robin, feeling the weight of his gaze, felt quite uneasy but pressed on. "Yes, the Emperor Minos has indeed come to Alabasta." Old Sand finally grasped the situation but chose to remain silent. Merely lighting a cigar and inhaling deeply, Robin observed the brooding silence of Old Sand, her mind racing. Was this the overwhelming deterrent power of the Emperor Minos? Even the formidable warlord Crocodile dared not act recklessly in his presence? A thought surfaced in Robin's mind. If only the Emperor Minos would take her under his wing. Having been shaped by her early experiences, she distrusted others and feared the revelation of her identity, leading her to seek the protection of a powerful figure. The arrival of Minos sparked in her the desire to align herself with him. Had Minos been aware of Robin's thoughts, he would have vehemently rejected her. It was not out of fear of the world government, but rather disdain for Robin. What use could a mere Robin possibly hold? "What? You say she can decipher the ancient texts?" Minos would retort. Sorry, but I have no interest in ancient history." "What? Don't you want to know what transpired during the blank century?" Minos would reply. Not really." Thus, King Minos would undoubtedly refuse Robin outright. It was certainly not because Minos despised her skin color or found her physique lacking. Reader, dear author, we don't appreciate this. Please be more serious. What, indeed, was Minos's purpose in coming to Alabasta? Old Sand pondered aloud. His inquiry snapped Robin from her reverie. Perhaps he is merely passing through Alabasta? She speculated uncertainly. Old Sand shook his head in disbelief at Robin's naive conjecture. He could not accept that Minos had come to Alabasta simply to pass by. The atmosphere in the dimly lit office grew heavy with smoke, creating a tense ambience that made Robin's brow furrow uncomfortably. "Robin, why don't you investigate?" Old Sand suggested gravely. Robin was taken aback by Old Sand's request for her to engage with Minos. Typically, Crocodile was reluctant to allow her to interact with outsiders, let alone someone as formidable as Minos. Old Sand, observing Robin's confusion, reassured her, "I trust you will make the right choice. Besides, do you really think someone of Minos's caliber would even notice you?" His words were a clear indication of his disdain for her. Robin, unable to conceal her pallid complexion, felt a bitter pang in her heart. Indeed, why would the Emperor Minos ever wish to accept her? She was a harbinger of calamity. Disaster followed her wherever she went. Old Sand, dismissing Robin's silence, thought derisively, "Who else would take in such a nuisance besides me?" Yet, for the time being, Robin remained valuable. The underworld had not yet located the legendary Pluton, and the ancient texts needed her interpretation. Otherwise, he would have discarded her long ago. "Very well, unless there is anything else, you may leave." Old Shaw spoke without any reservations. Robin, in a daze, exited the office. Leaving behind the stern-faced old Shaw, he was acutely aware that Minos could not possibly have come to the kingdom of Alabasta merely by chance. Unable to fathom the situation, old Shaw took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. The smoke curled around his face, accentuating the scars that marred his features. Minos hopes you won't thwart my endeavors, old Shaw remarked gravely. Minos had already roamed this city for the better part of the day. Overall, it's been rather dull. Perhaps it would be better to explore the capital of Alabasta. I hope to find something worthwhile there. This thought suddenly struck Minos, as he could see no hope of acquiring any killing points in this city. Without a moment's hesitation, he set forth toward the capital, dismissing the yacht entirely, letting the system handle it. Meanwhile, another group of uninvited guests had arrived in Alabasta. Finally, we've reached Alabasta. These past few days have been exhausting, the yellow ape pouted, visibly displeased. Do you even realize what you're saying? Any dangers encountered at sea over these days were resolved by Ghost Spider and me. You lounged in a chair, offering no assistance, and now you dare to speak like this? Do you have no shame? Chibuta raged inwardly. Not only was Chibuta irritated by the yellow ape, but even Ghost Spider shared the same sentiment. Over the past few days, they had borne the brunt of the work, dealing with sea kings and any issues that arose with the ship. What was most infuriating was that the yellow ape sometimes lay back in a chair, trimming his nails and sipping tea, all while instructing them to work harder. It's absurd. If it weren't for the fear of losing, he would have slapped the yellow ape, unfazed by the fury of the two. The yellow ape jested, I'm just honing your skills. Who knows, if you try a little harder, you might even earn a position as a general. Seriously? Do you even hear the nonsense coming out of your mouth? Trying to dress up laziness in such grand terms. Chibuta cursed inwardly. All right, let's get down to business. The yellow ape suddenly became serious, causing Chibuta and Ghost Spider to feel quite uncomfortable. The latest news suggests that Minos has indeed arrived in Alabasta. The yellow ape stated gravely. According to reports from our scouts, Minos is truly in this kingdom of Alabasta. Chibuta confirmed somberly. His words instantly thickened the atmosphere, as they all understood what lay ahead. The yellow ape was not overly concerned. Even if he couldn't win, he could retreat in an instant. After all, his speed was remarkable, and he had no fear of being pursued by Minos. However, Ghost Spider and Chibuta were in a different predicament. One was an elite vice admiral, and the other a prospective general. If danger truly ensued, escaping from Minos would prove exceedingly difficult. The yellow ape, observing the seriousness of the two, reassured them, Fear not, I will protect you. Ghost Spider and Chibuta exchanged a glance, thinking, if only you were as reliable as you claim. Noticing their skeptical expressions, the yellow ape sighed, Am I really that untrustworthy? Then let us split up. I'll search alone, while you two take others with you. The yellow ape suggested that in such a vast kingdom, we won't find anything unless we divide our efforts. Reluctantly, Ghost Spider and Chibuta nodded in agreement, realizing that separating was indeed necessary if they were to have any hope of success. Thus, the Navy also arrived in the kingdom of Alabasta. On his way to the capital, Minos traversed deserts and towns. Finally arriving at the capital of Alabasta, he gazed at the rain falling in the capital. Lost in thought, if his memory served him correctly, rain in the capital was indeed old Shah's scheme. Minos mused. However, it seemed irrelevant to him, so why dwell on it? Just as he prepared to continue on his path, a striking figure appeared ahead. Upon closer inspection, he finally recognized her. Clad in purple, with dark skin, there was only one person in the pirate world who fit that description, Robin. Minos observed that Robin seemed to be waiting for him, which left him somewhat perplexed. Approaching her, he appraised her from head to toe and chuckled lightly. Were you deliberately waiting for me, Nico Robin? Robin felt her heart race. Minos knew her identity. His gaze bore into her, as he demanded, Speak. What is it that you seek by approaching me? Robin strove to maintain her composure and smiled softly. I never expected the illustrious Lord Minos to be so uninteresting. Oh, you not show compassion for the delicate? Minos regarded Robin, his expression devoid of amusement. As expected, the cunning Robin. Did Sand Crocodile send you? Minos inquired coldly. Robin's expression stiffened. She anticipated that Minos would be so well informed he not only recognized her true identity, but also knew of her connection to Crocodile. You are correct, Lord Minos. It was Crocodile who sent me, Robin replied with a faint smile. Minos scoffed, that Sand Crocodile has quite the intelligence network. You must have discovered my arrival in Alabasta almost immediately. Robin complimented. As expected of you, Lord Minos. You know everything. Minos frowned slightly. There's no need for pleasantries. Simply inform me of the reason Sand Crocodile sent you to contact me. Robin smiled gently. The leader primarily wishes to inquire about your movements and intentions. There is nothing else of significance. Upon hearing this, Minos declared assertively, my actions should have no bearing on that Sand Crocodile. Naturally, Lord Minos's actions are of no consequence to the leader, Robin replied with a soft smile. Minos regarded Robin with a cold snort. If that is the case, then take me to see Sand Crocodile. Robin's expression faltered at his words, leaving her at a loss. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Minos teased, scrutinizing her to know. The leader will certainly be pleased, Robin replied, forcing a smile. Then let us go. I am quite eager to meet Sand Crocodile, Minos stated, his demeanor icy. Robin, taken aback by the turn of events, could only lead Minos to Old Shah's base. Old Shah. I was initially pondering how to find an excuse to visit you, and it seems the opportunity has presented itself, Minos mused internally. The royal capital of Alabasta was not far from Old Shah's stronghold, and soon Minos and Robin arrived. Upon entering the dimly lit office, Minos found Old Shah looking utterly astonished, a sight both amusing and unexpected. Old Shah likely never anticipated that Robin would bring him directly to meet him. Robin, what are you doing? Why did you bring him here? Old Shah exclaimed, visibly irate. Minos chuckled lightly. What's this? The renowned Sand Crocodile does not welcome me? Do you sense a shift in my tone? Old Shah snorted. I wouldn't dare claim to be renowned. Minos scrutinized Old Shah with a smirk. Then why do I sense that you seem less than welcoming? Old Shah spoke in a low voice. You arrive unannounced on my territory without so much as a greeting, and you expect me to welcome you. Minos retorted with a scoff. Minos, go where I please. Why should I concern myself with Crocodile? Old Shah, laughing heartily at Minos's boldness, said, Indeed, now that you are the illustrious 5 emperors, you can act with such impunity. Enough with the pleasantries, Sand Crocodile. Let us dispense with the formalities. Minos said coldly. Old Shah huffed. Then what exactly are you here for? I, Crocodile, find it hard to believe that the illustrious Minos has come to the kingdom of Alabasta for no reason. Minos grinned mockingly. Well, you're not mistaken that if there was nothing of significance, I certainly wouldn't have come. It seems I've received word that someone in this kingdom of Alabasta is searching for something. Old Shah's gaze fixated on Minos, his expression darkening. What do you know? Old Shah now harbored serious doubts that Robin had disclosed information to this detestable fellow. Robin, sensing Old Shah's chilling glare, turned pale. Minos, observing Old Shah's panic, let out a chilling laugh. It's merely a failure seeking a weapon for revenge. Upon hearing the insulting words from Minos, Lao Shah erupted in fury, exclaiming, Silence. Minos, undeterred by Lao Shah's wrath, provocatively smirked and retorted, What? Am I not allowed to speak? You're nothing but a useless wretch, hiding here and dreaming of ethereal legends. Instantly incensed, Lao Shah shot back. Minos, your arrogance knows no bounds. In response to Lao Shah's impending remarks, Minos scoffed. Just you alone is sufficient to deal with me, Crocodile. You ought to summon your subordinates. Lao Shah regarded Minos with a cold stare, refraining from uttering a word. Minos, casting a taunting glance at Lao Shah, turned and exited the dimly lit office, leaving behind the brooding Lao Shah and Robin in the oppressive atmosphere. Robin, observing the grim demeanor of Lao Shah, felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Fearing he might misinterpret her intentions, after a prolonged silence, Lao Shah's deep voice broke through. Robin, did you and Minos divulge the matter of the underworld king? With a flustered expression, Robin replied, Leader, I swear it was not I who spoke of the underworld king. And he is aware of my true identity. Lao Shah's icy gaze lingered on Robin, clearly indicating that her words had failed to dispel his suspicions. Growing increasingly anxious, Robin feared that Lao Shah might turn against her. After a lengthy pause, Lao Shah intoned, You had better be truthful. Now, go and summon the others to this location. Momentarily dazed, Robin was surprised that Lao Shah chose to spare her. Meanwhile, Lao Shah paid her no heed and strode purposefully towards the exit, determined to make Minos pay for his insolence. Completely unaware of the unfolding situation between Lao Shah and Robin, Minos stood outside, eagerly awaiting Lao Shah's arrival, hoping for a delightful surprise. Moments later, he was taken aback to see Lao Shah emerge alone, without any followers. Minos exclaimed in astonishment, Why are you the only one here? Where are your subordinates? Lao Shah shot Minos a glance, disdainfully snorting, One is sufficient to deal with you. Minos, momentarily speechless, couldn't help but admire Lao Sha's confidence. With a chilling laugh, he challenged, "In that case, let's see what you can do." Before Lao Sha could respond further, a crimson light flickered in Minos's eyes as he unleashed his conqueror's haki, charging towards Lao Sha. Instantly, Lao Sha found himself overwhelmed, struggling to move under the immense pressure. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Is this the extent of the might of the esteemed five emperors?" Minos retracted his haki with a mocking grin, declaring, "If you can't even withstand conqueror's haki, you have no right to battle me." Lao Sha, incensed by Minos's arrogance, erupted into laughter. "Truly, you are the five emperors," overflowing with hubris. Before Minos could retort, Lao Sha intoned, "Sandstorm." With a swift motion, Lao Sha conjured a swirling sandstorm that surged toward Minos. In an instant, the desert floor whirled into a tornado of sand, hurtling towards Minos. With determination, Minos clenched his fists, enveloping them in black armament haki, and struck the sandstorm. The force of his punch shattered the swirling vortex, rendering it ineffective. Minos, eyeing the serious expression on Lao Sha's face, taunted, "Is this all you've got?" Although devoid of lethal force, the insult stung deeply. Lao Sha, witnessing Minos's arrogance, bellowed, "Desert blade." At that moment, a colossal blade of sand formed and charged towards Minos. Minos, observing the sandy blade, smirked and tightened his fists. With a powerful punch, he struck the sandy blade, producing a series of explosive sounds as the grain scattered in all directions. "Old Sha, now it's my turn," Minos proclaimed coldly. Without waiting for Lao Sha's response, he darted forward at lightning speed and delivered a devastating punch. Initially striking only the flowing sand, Minos's attack soon penetrated, directly impacting Lao Sha. The blow sent Lao Sha crashing down onto the desert floor, blood spilling from his mouth. Minos, gazing at Lao Sha sprawled in the sand, mocked, "Surely you aren't done already. The mighty crocodile has fallen so easily." Ignoring Minos's jabs, Lao Sha struggled to his feet and intoned, "Desert sunflower." The sand before Minos began to collapse, inching towards him as if attempting to engulf him in the desert's embrace. Minos, witnessing the advancing sand engulfing him, effortlessly leaped away from the impending doom. Casting a glance at Lao Sha, he provocatively remarked, "Crocodile, you truly lack skill. You think you can defeat me with these trivial tricks?" Emerging from the desert, Lao Sha was adorned with scattering grains of sand. Minos, witnessing Lao Sha's dramatic display, felt a wave of contempt wash over him. While it may have appeared impressive, it was utterly futile. Lao Sha, his expression resolute, declared, "Desert greatsword." In an instant, countless grains of sand coalesced into a massive sword that hurtled towards Minos. Observing the arduous struggle Lao Sha was enduring, Minos briefly contemplated his next move. Yet under Lao Sha's intense gaze, he stood motionless, opting not to defend as the desert greatsword struck him. A thunderous crash echoed, reminiscent of sand colliding against solid steel. Minos assessed the impact carefully. Although it was slightly painful, it posed no real threat. With a mocking tone, he jeered, "Crocodile, is this all you have? I stood here and allowed you to strike, yet I feel no harm that that moment." Lao Sha fell silent, realizing that his formidable attack had inflicted no damage upon Minos. The latter, observing Lao Sha's speechlessness, laughed coldly and declared, "Crocodile, it appears I shall be the one to strike next." Without granting Lao Sha a moment's respite, Minos summoned his energy, enveloping his fists in a brilliant white aura, complemented by the manifestation of armament haki, armament, flowing stone fragment fist. He proclaimed, unleashing a barrage of black and white fists aimed directly at Lao Sha. Seeing the fists nearing him, Lao Sha resignedly uttered, "Sandstorm," summoning a whirlwind of sand to counter the onslaught. Minos, bemused by Lao Sha's feeble attempt to thwart his armament, flowing stone fragment fist, scoffed at the absurdity of it all. As expected, the sandstorm was obliterated, yet the fists remained relentless, barreling towards Lao Sha. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Lao Sha hastily attempted to evade, but the fists connected with him, sending him crashing to the ground. Racked with pain, Minos, witnessing Lao Sha's suffering, felt a pang of disbelief. This old man was pitifully weak. It seemed that Lao Sha had fallen without Minos even needing to employ his full strength. Minos expressed his disappointment. "Crocodile, I never expected you to be so feeble that I haven't even taken you seriously, and yet here you lie, defeated. It seems that since Whitebeard severed your hand in the New World, not only has your strength diminished, but your haki skills have also waned." Lao Sha, bleeding profusely on the ground, finally grasped the reason behind Minos's reputation as one of the five emperors. Their power levels were simply incomparable. Hearing Minos's derisive words, Lao Sha refrained from retorting. He acknowledged that the battle from long ago had indeed shattered his spirit, but that did not grant Minos the right to mock him. Struggling to rise, Lao Sha glared at Minos with a cold snort. What do you know? You are merely a petty child. While I, Crocodile, traversed the new world, you, Minos, were still but a mere thought in the shadows. Minos shook his head, refuting, age has never been a determinant of strength. Though you may have roamed the new world, you have already succumbed to defeat, and your spirit has waned. You seek revenge through external means. Forgetting that true power lies within. Fuming with rage, Lao Sha shot back. Minos, silence. I, Crocodile, do not require your approval. Enough? If that is the case, I shall send you on your way. Minos, resolute in his intent to end Lao Sha, suddenly sensed multiple figures charging towards him. As Minos activated his observation hotkey, scanning the desert, he discovered that Lao Sha's subordinates were hastening towards the scene. Damn it, I've realized something. Does one truly require observation hotkey in battle? It feels utterly unnecessary. Minos temporarily abandoned his pursuit of Lao Sha, deciding to deal with his subordinates first before returning to finish him. With a mocking smile, Minos remarked, your subordinates seem to be arriving. Don't they what? Upon hearing Minos's words, Lao Sha felt no joy whatsoever. He was acutely aware of the frailty of his subordinates, who before Minos resembled mere insects. Observing Lao Sha as profound distress, Minos had already resolved to ruthlessly eliminate his underlings before him. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what expression the ruthless Lao Sha would wear when faced with such a spectacle. Soon, under Minos's watchful gaze, Lao Sha's subordinates approached him. Minos scrutinized them closely, recognizing only Mr. 1 to Mr. 9. Well, to be honest, I only know a few, all characters from the original work, alongside a bystander named Robin. Bonus stepped forward to express concern, inquiring, Boss, are you all right? Lao Sha responded gravely, today may herald disaster. The opponent is far too formidable. Bonus, observing the severely injured Lao Sha, solemnly declared, fear not, boss, I shall protect you. Even if it costs me my life, I will do so at your side. The other subordinates echoed in unison. Rest assured, Chief, we will safeguard you. Robin, witnessing this scene, remained indifferent, appearing utterly out of place. Minos, however, was thoroughly entertained, pondering why Lao Sha's subordinates were so unwaveringly loyal. What a touching display. Minos remarked that in that case, I shall first send you all to your demise, and then I shall send the crocodile down to join you. Without waiting for any response, Minos swiftly approached one of Lao Sha's subordinates, grinning malevolently as he declared, the first, his fist, imbued with black armament hockey, struck him directly. The sound of watermelon shattering rang out, crisp and clear. Blood splattered forth, dousing Lao Sha and the others. Fear engulfed the faces of Lao Sha's subordinates, their expressions a mix of horror and confusion. Minos turned to them with a wicked grin, announcing, next up is the second. That he vanished from sight, reappearing behind a woman named Bora. Minos regarded her voluptuous figure with indifference, once more unleashing his hockey-imbued fist upon her, causing her to be torn asunder in an instant. Blood sprayed everywhere, yet Minos's black justice cloak shielded him from the crimson deluge. At that moment, Lao Sha's subordinates were left with nothing but terror and dread. Crushed under Minos's overwhelming might, witnessing Minos's indiscriminate slaughter of his subordinates, Lao Sha could no longer contain his fury. He bellowed, is the mighty Emperor Minos merely a bully of the weak? If you have the capability, come and face me. Minos laughed heartily. Since when did the crocodile become so sharp-tongued? However, if you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. Minos suddenly vanished, reappearing before Lao Sha with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Another one. His hockey-laden fist aimed squarely at Lao Sha's head. Minos believed Lao Sha was doomed, but unexpectedly, a figure intervened. Bonus, the bald man, a fruit user known as the Chop Fruit user. Yet, it proved futile. Minos's right hand effortlessly pierced through his chest, coldly regarding Bonus, who was now spitting blood. Minos felt no remorse as he withdrew his hand. As Bonus collapsed backward, Lao Sha caught him, with his last ounce of strength. Bonus looked up at Lao Sha and uttered, thank you for saving me back then, Chief. I repay you now. With those words, Bonus lay lifeless in Lao Sha's embrace. Minos observed this scene silently, his heart unmoved. The path to divinity was destined to be drenched in blood. Lao Sha finally snapped, roaring, Minos, you have gone too far. Minos retorted coldly. Oh, crocodile. How Navi you are, even after venturing into the new world. However, he paused, surveying the furious Lao Sha and the terrified subordinates, then continued, I have no desire to prolong this. It is time to resolve this matter once and for all. Upon hearing this, Lao Sha's expression tightened. While his subordinates were gripped by sheer terror, it's over. We are doomed. Minos is far too powerful. We will surely perish. We must flee now, lest we meet our end. In that moment, Lao Sha, listening to his subordinates' desperate pleas for escape, felt no resentment. Minos spoke in a low tone. All right, crocodile, it's time to send you all on your journey. He clenched his right hand tightly, the haki manifesting upon his fist. With a grave voice, he declared, Armament, a simple punch. Instantly, a colossal fist appeared, hurtling towards Lao Sha and his companions. Lao Sha, seeing the enormous fist before him, attempted to evade, but his injured body hindered his movements, while his subordinates were paralyzed by fear, desperately trying to use their abilities to block. But to no avail. As the massive fist collided with their feeble defenses, a series of explosive booms echoed, dust swirling throughout the desert. When the dust settled, Minos beheld the numerous craters left in the aftermath, having decimated a significant portion of the desert. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimes rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 880 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 600 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained. Minos laughed triumphantly. What a delightful sensation. I have amassed quite a fortune. Meanwhile, Robin stood nearby, rendered speechless by Minos's overwhelming power, her expression vacant in her heart. She screamed, Is this truly the Emperor Minos? Such formidable strength. No wonder even Akiji cannot prevail. Minos, halting his laughter, turned to the dazed Robin with a malevolent grin. Robin, I trust you wouldn't want your identity discovered by the world government. Would you, madam? I assume you wouldn't want this secret to be revealed, would you? Upon hearing Minos's peculiar words, Robin felt a tumult of emotions within her. Minos coldly stated, In the future, you shall join a crew bearing a straw hat. At that time, inform me of all that transpires. Robin, perplexed, wondered how she had survived and why the Emperor Minos wanted her to join some straw hat crew. Noticing Robin's bewildered expression, Minos furrowed his brow. Robin, did you hear me? Growing somewhat impatient, he added, If you refuse, then you may accompany Lao Sha. Seeing Minos' escalating irritation, Robin hastily replied, Yes, Lord Minos, I will definitely join that straw hat crew. Minos, with an impassive expression, corrected her, It's the straw hat crew. Robin quickly affirmed, Yes, Lord Minos, the straw hat crew. Minos observed Robin in silence, his intention in having her infiltrate the straw hat crew primarily aimed at discerning any future changes. With the original plot nearly obliterated, it became challenging to predict subsequent events. Entrusting Robin to the straw hat seemed a prudent choice. As for whether Robin would betray him, he thought, whatever, it is merely a whimsical decision. In a fleeting moment, myriad thoughts swirled through Minos's mind. After a long pause, he stated coldly, Then you may depart for now. When you join, someone will seek you out. Robin hurriedly stood, bidding farewell to Minos before hastily leaving. A profound sadness enveloped her. For a moment, she felt as if she were once again without a home. She truly was a harbinger of misfortune, now under Minos's control. What a tragic fate. Minos watched Robin's departing figure. His heart devoid of any turmoil, he had no desire to engage in a nurturing relationship with her like other traversers. Minos sought only to grow stronger, needing neither companionship nor understanding. After a considerable time, Robin's silhouette vanished into the yellow sands as the winds howled. Minos's black justice cloak billowed in the breeze, creating a scene of profound solitude. Turning back towards the original city, he concluded that his affairs with Lao Sha had come to a close, and it was time to depart. As for what lay ahead for Alabasta, it was of no concern to Minos. After walking for some time, Minos noticed significant commotion ahead, piquing his interest. Immediately, a crimson light flickered in his eyes as he activated his observation haki. So it is, Minos mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Report to Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. There seems to be activity up ahead. Ghost Spider inquired, puzzled. What has transpired up ahead? T-Pig solemnly remarked. That location seems to be the stronghold of the 7 warlords. Crocodile. Ghost Spider responded gravely. According to the Navy's intelligence, Crocodile is now hailed as a hero in the Kingdom of Alabasta. It is no surprise that his base lies ahead. T-Pig scoffed. Who would have thought that a notorious pirate would become a hero of a nation? How utterly ironic. Ghost Spider snorted in agreement. Indeed, these despicable pirates deserve nothing but death. T-Pig sighed. Well, let us investigate first. We must ascertain what has transpired. Thus, the Navy, led by Ghost Spider and T-Pig, found themselves intertwined with the fate of Minos. Minos, utilizing his observation hockey, scanned the surroundings and was astonished to spot the Navy. Puzzled, he wondered why they had ventured to Alabasta. After much contemplation, he remained baffled. However, the mere presence of the Navy before him was a welcome development. Minos ambled forward leisurely, preparing to surprise the Navy. Soon enough, he encountered Ghost Spider and the others, his face adorned with a malevolent smile directed at the Navy officers. While Ghost Spider and T-Pig gazed at him in horror, Minos grinned. Greetings, Navy. In response to Minos's greeting, the other Navy soldiers dared not make a move. They were taken aback by their swift encounter with Minos. Ghost Spider demanded fiercely, Minos, what are you doing here? Minos chuckled. I find myself wondering why you Navy are here. T-Pig retorted coldly. We are here to eradicate you. Minos stared at T-Pig in disbelief. Unable to comprehend their intent to hunt him down with such meager forces, he burst into laughter. You all amuse me. With such a paltry number of troops, you think to challenge me? Ghost Spider growled. Minos, do not be so arrogant. Soon, Admiral Kizaru will arrive. Let us see if you are still so bold then. Minos expressed surprise. Kizaru is coming. It seems you truly are intent on my downfall. T-Pig affirmed. Indeed, it is true. Minos, you have harmed countless Navy personnel and indirectly caused the deaths of many townsfolk. You deserve nothing less than death. Listening to T-Pig's righteous words, Minos felt incredulous, setting aside the facts. Did the Navy not bear any blame? Minos scorned. You think you are worthy? With merely 2 vice-admirals, 1 admiral, and a few hundred soldiers, you believe you can take down Minos. Truly, you are ignorant of your own limitations. Ghost Spider bellowed in rage. Minos, you are far too arrogant. Minos dismissed Ghost Spider's remarks and turned his gaze towards the soldiers of the Navy headquarters. He sneered. I wonder if they can withstand my conqueror's hockey. With that, a crimson glow flickered in Minos's eyes as his conqueror's hockey surged forth, enveloping the Navy troops and Ghost Spider. Black and red lightning crackled around him, rending the desert as fissures appeared. The soldiers of the Navy headquarters suffered grievously, collapsing one after another. Aside from 2 colonels and 1 rear admiral, the hundreds of soldiers fell unconscious to the ground. Minos observed Ghost Spider and T-Pig, who struggled against his conqueror's hockey, and smiled wickedly. His eyes aglow, he intensified his hockey, and in an instant, the remaining major and the rear admiral succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving only Ghost Spider and T-Pig, who were barely standing, on the verge of collapse. Gradually, Minos withdrew his conqueror's hockey, surveying the disheveled Ghost Spider and T-Pig with a cold smirk. Look at you. I have barely exerted myself, and you are already so easily defeated. And yet, you dare to hunt me down? How utterly laughable. Ghost Spider and T-Pig struggled to their feet, gasping for air as cold sweat trickled down their brows, utterly disheveled. Ghost Spider glared at the fallen Navy soldiers, shouting in fury, how could this be? Minos is too powerful. T-Pig, wiping his brow, said heavily, no wonder he is one of the 4 emperors. He is truly formidable. Ghost Spider's expression turned serious. Where is Admiral Kizaru? If he does not arrive soon, we may not survive this encounter. T-Pig shook his head, offering no response as he focused intently on Minos. Minos watched the conversation between Ghost Spider and T-Pig. Indifferent to their plight, in the face of absolute power, all plans would be shattered. Growing impatient, Minos grinned wickedly. Are you 2 ready? Prepare to meet your demise. With that, Minos vanished from his original position, appearing before Ghost Spider in an instant. Delivering a powerful kick to his chest, Ghost Spider, caught off guard, was sent flying. Minos sought to locate T-Pig. He found T-Pig already behind him, preparing to strike him with a punch. Minos's eyes glinted red as he activated his observation hockey. Sensing the imminent danger, he deftly sidestepped T-Pig's armed punch just as it was about to connect. Seizing T-Pig's hand, Minos chuckled. You are indeed impressive for a vice-admiral candidate. You possess some skill. With that, Minos unleashed a powerful kick directly at T-Pig. T-Pig quickly enveloped himself in armament hockey, but still found himself sent sprawling by Minos's kick. He fell to the ground, racked with pain, realizing that even with his armament hockey, he had sustained injuries. Minos praised, "You are better than that ghost spider. At least you are capable of counterattacking." Suddenly, several sword strikes surged toward Minos. In response, he turned, his fists enveloped in armament hockey, and delivered a powerful blow. The sword strikes shattered upon impact, revealing Ghost Spider in a new form, with multiple black arms sprouting from his back. Wielding several blades, clearly, those sword strikes had originated from him. Minos regarded Ghost Spider with a mocking smile. "It seems you are not without merit. You can still retaliate." Ghost Spider spat blood and fury. "Minos, even if you are one of the 4 emperors, do not underestimate me." Minos laughed heartily. "Very well, I shall no longer underestimate you. But now, you can prepare to die." With that, Minos once again vanished, appearing behind Ghost Spider. His hands raised, white energy pulsating around his fists, and armament hockey enveloping them as well. Minos sneered, "Armament. Flowing rock-smashing fist, in an instant." Countless fist shadows rained down upon Ghost Spider, under the relentless barrage. Ghost Spider was knocked to the ground, barely clinging to life. T-Pig rushed to Ghost Spider's side, exclaiming loudly, "Ghost Spider, are you all right?" He anxiously examined the nearly lifeless figure of Ghost Spider. Upon inspection, he discovered that Ghost Spider's back was completely shattered, yet he still retained a faint breath. The formidable vitality of the Zoan-type devil fruit had allowed him to cling to life. Minos remained unfazed, observing T-Pig and Ghost Spider. After a prolonged silence, he coldly addressed T-Pig, "Rest assured, you will soon share the same fate as him." T-Pig rose, gazing at Minos with a grave tone. "No wonder you are one of the 4 emperors, to have incapacitated Ghost Spider in mere moves. You are truly powerful." Minos teased, "I hardly exerted myself," and he fell. It appears he was simply too weak. T-Pig fell silent, unconvinced by Minos's words. He was well aware of Ghost Spider's formidable strength. It was merely that Minos was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering Ghost Spider appear feeble by comparison. Taking a deep breath, T-Pig began to move, vanishing from Minos's sight. Minos, noticing T-Pig's disappearance, felt a flash of red light in his eyes as his observation hockey swept the area, locating T-Pig at his side. Minos aimed a kick at T-Pig, but missed. Reflecting on the 6 powers of the Navy from the original story, Minos smirked. "That technique you just used is called Soru, isn't it?" T-Pig did not respond, instead seeking an opportunity to attack. Minos, unperturbed by T-Pig's silence, smiled lightly. "Though it appears swift, I am swifter still." The words fell. A glimmer of crimson light flickered in Minos's eyes. His observation hockey swept across the surroundings, only to vanish from sight in an instant. This sudden disappearance left Chachuan utterly astonished, prompting him to hastily utilize his observation hockey to search for Minos. However, Minos had already materialized behind him. With a cold smirk, Minos regarded the wary Chachuan and declared, "A mere ordinary punch." In that very moment, an enormous fist hurtled towards Chachuan. Reacting swiftly, Chachuan activated his observation hockey and suddenly sensed impending danger from behind. He immediately shouted, "Iron block!" Accelerating his blood flow and tightening his muscles, he transformed his body into a solid steel-like form. The colossal fist collided with the hardened iron block, resulting in a thunderous cacophony that echoed through the air. The ground trembled as the desert was cleaved in two, various craters forming across the sandy expanse. Additionally, several unconscious Navy soldiers were tragically swept into the chaos by Minos's seemingly mundane punch, meeting their demise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 20 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 30 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring. The system notifications echoed relentlessly, yet Minos paid them no heed. Instead, focusing intently on the dust-laden Chachuan, he had indeed landed a blow as the dust settled. Minos beheld Chachuan, battered and bleeding, on the verge of collapse. Minos mused, "Truly commendable for a Navy soldier to dare confront my ordinary punch with an iron block. Remarkably, you still lived," he continued. "Had it been any other vice admiral, they would have perished instantly. However, being a candidate for admiral, your survival is to be expected." Minos's tone turned grave. "Now, it is time for me to send you to your demise." With that, he strode purposefully towards Chachuan, lifting his foot to deliver a fatal stomp. Suddenly, A sensation of danger surged through him. The crimson glint flashed in his eyes as he noticed a beam of light racing towards him at an astonishing speed. Unperturbed, Minos unleashed a powerful kick downward. However, a foot abruptly appeared, blocking his descent. Looking up, Minos was met with the sight of his adversary, clad in a yellow suit. The figure was tall and slender, his slightly curled hair and monkey-like visage unmistakable. Minos's voice turned solemn. "Kizaru, your timing is impeccable." Kizaru flashed a grin. "How terrifying. It turns out to be the 5th Emperor Minos." Minos scoffed. "Isn't it your navy that has come to hunt me down?" "Why the surprise?" Kizaru retorted sharply. "You have slain countless navy personnel and innocent civilians. Should you not be held accountable?" Minos smirked. "Look around you. Does this appear to be the outcome of your so-called hunt?" Kizaru's expression shifted from casual to serious as he quickly surveyed the scene. "Minos, you have gone too far," he admonished. Minos provocatively replied, "And what will you do about it?" Suddenly, Kizaru posed a question. "Have you ever been kicked by light?" Minos, momentarily puzzled, soon understood Kizaru's intent. With a swift motion, Kizaru propelled himself towards Minos, delivering a powerful kick. Minos was sent flying backward, yet he regained his composure, gazing defiantly at Kizaru. "So, that's your trick, but your attack lacks the necessary force to harm me." Kizaru's face grew serious. This opponent had withstood his lightspeed kick without so much as a scratch. Truly remarkable for a mythical beast, he thought to himself. Minos charged at Kizaru, his armament haki enveloping his fist as he struck fiercely. Sensing the danger, Kizaru transformed into light, evading Minos's assault. Minos, feeling a sense of helplessness, acknowledged Kizaru's exceptional speed. While he could match Kizaru in strength, he conceded that Kizaru's escape abilities were superior. Thus, Minos continued to launch successive attacks. Each one deftly dodged by Kizaru. In turn, Kizaru seized the opportunity to land swift kicks on Minos. Though they lacked significant impact, they were undeniably humiliating. Minos found himself increasingly frustrated by Kizaru's speed. Realizing he could not land a hit, Kizaru, witnessing Minos's repeated failures, taunted, "Is this the infamous 5th Emperor Minos? Hardly impressive." Unfazed by Kizaru's provocation, Minos resolved to uncover Kizaru's weaknesses and deliver a decisive blow. As he scanned the surroundings, Minos spotted Chachuan lying in the sand behind Kizaru. A smirk crept across Minos's face. An opportunity had presented itself. "Kizaru, prepare yourself, for I am about to make my move." Kizaru chuckled lightly. "Minos, you fail to comprehend. You cannot touch me." Hearing Kizaru's words, Minos's lips curled into a slight smile as he muttered to himself, "You will soon understand." With both hands raised, he tightened his fists, enveloping them in a radiant white energy. Simultaneously, his armament haki enveloped his hands. With a mocking grin directed at Kizaru, Minos proclaimed, "Kizaru, brace yourself for my armament." Flowing rock-shattering fist. In an instant, countless fist shadows surged towards Kizaru. Kizaru, feeling let down, had expected something more formidable from Minos, but was met with this. "All I need to do is evade," he thought. Just as he prepared to retreat, a realization struck him. Turning around, he caught sight of Minos's wicked grin. Kizaru understood that Minos had anticipated his every move, that if he dodged, Chachuan would bear the brunt of the attack. Yet, if he stayed, he would have to endure Minos's onslaught. "Well played, 5th Emperor Minos. Your intentions are truly devious," Kizaru declared. Transforming into light, he soared into the air, crossing his arms, golden energy coalescing in his hands as he intoned, "Yasakani no Meg." In an instant, the golden energy morphed into countless orbs of light, hurtling towards Minos's fist shadows. The ensuing collision unleashed a cacophony of sound as the orbs and shadows clashed violently. Once the chaos subsided, the desert lay in ruins, deep craters forming in the ground, while cracks spiderwebbed across the surface. The once fragile desert was now violently torn apart by the ferocious clash between Kizaru and Minos. Sand began to cascade into the chasms, while navy soldiers rendered unconscious by Minos's conqueror's haki were swallowed into the abyss. As the dust settled, both Minos and Kizaru took in the scene before them. Minos burst into laughter. "Kizaru, take a look at this sandpit. Your navy's elite soldiers are being consumed by the desert." Kizaru's expression darkened. At that moment, he realized he was powerless to save the elite navy soldiers ensnared in Minos's trap. How disgraceful for the 5th Emperor Minos to resort to such despicable tactics. "Are you not afraid of being laughed at?" Minos scoffed internally, finding Kizaru's moral posturing utterly absurd. "Kizaru, Your words are futile. I am eager to see how you choose to respond. With that, Minos lunged towards Kizuru, armament hockey crackling around him as he prepared to strike once more.